Chapter E. I'm pregnant, and child is yours. In the city of Jinhai, we think the cozy confined the Starbucks cafe. A young man sat in the corner, sipping his coffee while observing the coming and going set entrance. He scanned the crowd, seemingly in search of Simeon. What could this meeting be about? Ji Feng's mind raced. Could it be that I am expected to take responsibility? Worry adopts regularly. This is the medical display. Just yesterday, I had received an unexpected phone call from a stranger, initially mistaking it for a wrong number. However, when Thicker mentioned their shared night at a hotel after leaving Queen Bear Boot a month ago, Ji Feng recollected the encounter. Now, Thicker had requested me today, and I had chosen a conveniently located near his residence. What knows if she intends to extort me or otherwise entangle me in her affairs? Meeting closet home seems the safest option, I contemplated. At that moment, a striking figure entered Starbucks, clad in a sleek black coat of very-fitted professional skirt that accentuated her silhouette. She wore black stockings that thugged her long legs, completing the look with elegant black high heels. Her stunning beauty and captivating presence instantly drew the attention of several patrons. Ji Feng felt this gaze pulled in her direction. She recognized her image of hate enchanting face played in his mind. Impossible to forget, this breathtaking woman was the very person he had agreed to meet. He lifted his hand neck as a wave, and upon enticing home, the stunning lady approached with a graceful stride. The sight of Ji Feng in the company of such a captivating woman ignited within the hearts of many lookers, speculating that he might be her boyfriend or husband. Once she stood across from Ji Feng, she remained composed and unfazed. What would I like to drink? Let me order for you. Ji Feng offered politely, flashing a warm smile. Not thanks, she replied, her expression unreadable, and promptly removed that document from a railway bag, placing it comfortable. Please, take a look at this, she said flatly. What is it? Ji Feng responded, puzzled as she pinned the file. Suyu, examination report from First People's Hospital of Yonghai. Pregnancy confirmed. The fetus is approximately 12 weeks old. What do is this man? Ji Feng Shiart Senka shared throughout her report, dread creeping in. Impregnant, and the child is all yours, Suyu stated plainly. Ji Feng nearly spewed his coffee in disbelief. After a moment of struggling to regain his composure, he said, Calm down, we're adults here, you can't be serious. While he acknowledged that there previously is an the absence of any protective measures, becoming the father after just a night see made implausible. I'm not joking, Suyu replied, as if anticipating his reaction. Once the child is born, a paternity test can verify everything. It didn't test you her just to share this news story something else. What is it? Ji Feng gasped, curiosity picked his confusion. Look at this contract, she said, retrieving Jennifer document from her bag and laying it before him. As Ji Feng unfolded it, the bold words marriage contract caught his eye. A marriage contract? Did she expect him to marry her? His mind reset with questions as she continued to read. Moments later, Heffelfei's expression shifted in astonishment. The contract bore terms of a marriage in which would assume Motherly of his own-in-law essentially becoming the living husband. What do is this man? Ji Feng gasped incredulously. Now that you've read the contract, all you need to do is decide what her you accept or decline. Suyu played calmly, since you are already biological father. I'm offering you this opportunity. However, I refuse. Our connection concerning the child will cease, and I hope you won't pursue for any issue as regarding the child in the future. Her words were direct, thrusting Ji Feng into deep contemplation. Naturally, no man desired to become his in-law or a dependent husband, but the benefits outlined in the contract sparked his interest. Should he then, they would officially marry, and Suyu would provide him with a bank card that would receive a monthly deposit of 30,000 yuan as his allowance. 30,000 a month amounted to 360,000 an impressive sum that could sustain nascent lifestyle in Jinhai. Yet, alongside these interesting perks came restrictions. The child's last name would be that of him author, Su, and Ji Feng would have no claim to Suyu's personal assets. For Simeon like him, earning gamer 3,000 a month, the contract's advantages were undeniably appealing. However, a troubling thought loomed was this style choice. No matter how attractive the terms were, accepting the position of a bailout father raising Ganna Thurman's child was unacceptable to him. Seemingly reading him this meant, Suyu continued. If I are worried about whether the child is all yours, rest assured, the contract explicitly states that a paternity test can be conducted after the birth. Additionally, if the child is proven not to be yours, you would receive a compensation of $1 million. 1 million was no trivial sum, and Suyu's unwavering confidence suggested that there was indeed a probability that the child was Ji Feng's. Given Suyu's beauty and the attractive terms of the contract, she had no need to deceive him. Yet, even with this knowledge, the notion of being a dependent husband gnawed at him. Just then, a mechanical usage added in his mind, startling him with a system prompt. Beep, the legendary choice system has been successfully activated. Binding to the host has commenced. Binding successful. Options are now available. Option on sign the contract and receive a newcomer gift pack. Option to refuse the contract. We couldn't bind the system. and Dell will receive a 5 million compensation for unbinding.
Chapter 2. Having signed the contract to become a son-in-law, Ji Feng exhaled deeply upon hearing the system notification chime in his ear, his heart swelling with an indescribable sense of relief. Indeed, for a transmigrator, while the golden finger may arrive tardily, it is never absent. Ji Feng was, in truth, a traveler from another realm, having arrived in this parallel world nearly a month ago, and he was surprised that the system had only just activated. As a transmigrator aspiring to achieve greatness, the support of the system was indispensable. Considering the options the system presented, Ji Feng quickly made his decision. I choose option 1. Selection successful, you have obtained a newcomer gift package. Ji Feng resolved within himself that, although choosing option 1 meant signing the contract as a live-in son-in-law, it also meant that the system would not sever ties with him, and he would receive a newcomer gift package. While option 2 might temporarily preserve his dignity as a man, what use was a mere 5 million? Furthermore, if this child were indeed Ji Feng's, even if conceived inadvertently, he would not want his offspring calling another man father. What harm was there in becoming a live-in son-in-law? As long as he proved himself formidable, he could ensure that any future children would carry his surname. I will sign this contract, Ji Feng declared, taking the black pen from the table to inscribe his name, followed by his fingerprint. Very well, we shall each retain a copy of the contract. Upon witnessing Ji Feng's signature and imprint, Suyu wasted no time and presented him with a bank card, saying, "This card is for you. Funds will be deposited monthly, the password is on the back. When convenient, we shall visit the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate." Understood, I have no objections, Ji Feng replied, accepting the bank card. We should exchange contact information. I will reach out if anything arises, Suyu stated. The two exchanged phone numbers and added each other on WeChat. Once this was completed, Suyu gathered her belongings, stood, and informed Ji Feng, "I must take my leave." Without granting him the opportunity to respond, she swiftly departed. Ji Feng gazed out the window, watching as Suyu drove away in a striking red Porsche 911. A Porsche 911, she truly is a wealthy woman, Ji Feng remarked to himself. Though he had unexpectedly acquired a wife of sorts, who was now carrying his child, she appeared aloof and unapproachable. Yet, Ji Feng was undeterred. With the system's assistance, he was confident that he would eventually win over this proud woman. Not long after Suyu's departure, Ji Feng left the CAF as well. On her way back, Suyu's expression remained neutral as she drove, yet a flicker of vindictive satisfaction danced in her eyes. This sense of retribution was not directed at Ji Feng, but rather at the patriarchal family that prioritized sons and emphasized social standing. As the CEO of a company in Jinhai City, Suyu's accomplishments were solely the result of her own vision and hard work, unassisted by her family's resources. However, societal expectations dictated that women marry and bear children, and Suyu had reached the age where such matters were pressing. Half a month prior, her family's elders had arranged a marriage proposal without considering her personal wishes, pairing her with a man of a well-off family known for his tumultuous private life. In a bid to solidify and expand the family's influence, they disregarded her objections, enforcing this union. It was thus that Suyu, in a moment of defiance, ventured alone to a bar, becoming intoxicated, and upon awakening, discovered her intimate encounter with Ji Feng. That encounter marked her first experience. She felt no anger, only a calm sense of resolution as she discreetly departed, taking with her the evidence of their liaison. However, to her astonishment, after a month of normalcy, she found herself pregnant following a visit to the hospital for a checkup. Initially, she struggled to accept this reality, but the scientific evidence left her no choice. Faced with familial pressures and her current predicament, Suyu resolved to have Ji Feng become her live-in husband, given that a child was already on the way. This demonstrated her determination to her family, preferring to marry and bear a child with an emotionless stranger than allow others to meddle in her marital affairs. Given Suyu's capabilities, locating Ji Feng's contact information was not a challenge, culminating in the events of today. For Suyu, Ji Feng's character was of little concern. Her primary focus was the child she carried. Once they were married and had obtained their certificate, her family would no longer have a say in her marital choices, and with a child involved, she doubted they could intervene. Of course, to ensure the safety of her unborn child, she planned to withhold details from her family, only revealing that she had married Ji Feng after they secured their certificate, keeping the child's situation under wraps for the time being. Upon returning to his modest rented room, Ji Feng retrieved his phone and dialed his parents. Despite being a transmigrator, his parents remained alive in this world. His father, Ji Jun, and mother, Xia Ling, were ordinary people from a small town. They operated a small business to support Ji Feng through university and into his current job. Their financial situation was modest, bordering on impoverished by the standards of larger cities. Nevertheless, despite the economic constraints, the family of three shared a harmonious bond, which brought Ji Feng a sense of comfort. When the call connected, he heard his father's voice. Chapter 3 of the Newcomer's Gift Package, a transformation. You little rascal, what brings you to call at this hour? The voice of Ji Jun resonated through the phone. 8,000. 9 cakes. Simultaneously, the sound of mahjong clattered in the background. Ji Feng realized that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was the time of day when his parents typically engaged in a game of mahjong with their neighbors. Dad, I have something to tell you, Ji Feng said. He understood that obtaining a marriage certificate required a household registration book, and this was a matter he could not keep concealed from his parents. What is it? Ji Jun inquired. Prepare yourself mentally, Ji Feng warned. Rest assured, my psychological fortitude is commendable. Speak plainly, don't beat around the bush. You are going to be a grandfather. Ji Feng declared. What? I said, you are going to be a grandfather. Upon hearing this, Ji Jun's voice momentarily vanished, only to be replaced by a barrage of questions. What? I'm going to be a grandfather. Which girl have you gotten pregnant? How long has it been? When is the child due? His father's words came rushing at Ji Feng like a machine gun. Taken aback, Ji Feng could only twitch his lips. When is the child due? That was hardly the crux of the issue. It hasn't been long, she just conceived, Ji Feng replied. On the other end, his mother, Xiaoling, who was engrossed in her mahjong game, abruptly snatched the phone from Ji Jun's grasp and exclaimed, "My son, is this for real? Am I really going to be a grandmother? Don't you dare jest with me. Mom, I am not joking. In a few days, I am going to register my marriage with that girl, and I need the household registration book." "Can you send it over?" Ji Feng explained. "What joyous news, wonderful, you must protect the child well, your father and I will personally bring the household registration book to you. I want to see what my daughter-in-law looks like," Xiaoling said, her voice filled with elation. After nurturing a pig for so many years, it finally began to root for cabbage, and not just any cabbage, but one that would bear its own seed. What a momentous occasion. "Mom, there is something else I need to inform you about," Ji Feng continued. "What is it? Speak up, is it that the girl wants a house? Don't worry, your father and I still have some savings. Buying you a place in Jinhai City won't be a problem," Xiaoling assured her son grandly. "No, it's not about that. Well, the marriage comes with conditions. I signed a marriage contract requiring me to be a son-in-law," Ji Feng confessed candidly. As soon as Ji Feng finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped the call. Moments later, Xiaoling's voice erupted with fury. "What, a son-in-law, you little scoundrel? Your mother and I worked tirelessly to raise you, and you, my only child, choose to be someone else's son-in-law? Are you planning to abandon your mother, you ungrateful wretch? You cannot sign that contract." After a furious tirade, Ji Jun chimed in, "You little rascal, you have disappointed your father greatly. A man from the Ji family becoming someone else's son-in-law? This marriage will not receive your mother's or my approval. Are you looking down on your own family because the girl's background is better? If you dare to be someone else's son-in-law, I'll make you pay. The contract is already signed." "I can't backtrack. If I don't sign, your grandchild will belong to someone else," Ji Feng retorted. "That doesn't matter, such a significant matter, and you didn't even think to discuss it with your family?" Ji Jun shouted angrily. Just as Ji Feng was about to respond, the murmurs of those nearby suddenly filled the phone. "That car looks like a Rolls-Royce. What a luxury vehicle, to think such a car would appear in our small town. 8888, that license plate is quite impressive. The car has stopped. Someone is getting out, Xiaoling, it seems this person is heading toward your house." At this, Ji Jun and Xiaoling, who were still on the phone with Ji Feng, turned their gazes toward the window. A Rolls-Royce, adorned with a license plate from the capital city and the number 8888, had parked at their doorstep. An elderly gentleman emerged from the vehicle, flanked by several young men clad in black suits, making their way toward their home. Upon seeing the old man's countenance, Ji Jun and Xiaoling exchanged glances, their expression shifting dramatically. As a couple for many years, they instantly comprehended something from each other's eyes. "You little rascal, I have to hang up now. Something has come up. We will talk later," Ji Jun concluded before abruptly ending the call. Beep beep beep. Confounded by the sudden disconnection, Ji Feng sensed that his parents were concealing something from him. "Never mind. I'll check out the new rookie gift package from the system," Ji Feng mused inwardly, then opened the newly acquired gift package. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have received a transformation potion." Gazing at the crystal vial containing a cerulean liquid, Ji Feng noted that the usage was quite simple. Oral administration. He felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. "I shall see if this truly allows me to undergo a transformation," Ji Feng declared, downing the potion in one swift motion. It bore no flavor, the liquid slid down his throat, transforming into a warm flow that cascaded into his abdomen. Moments later, an intense pain surged through him, accompanied by a throbbing sensation in his head. Simultaneously, a foul odor wafted into the air. Ji Feng looked down to discover that his body was covered in dark stains, evidently expelled from within him. He hurried to the bathroom to rinse off. As he bathed, Ji Feng was astonished to find his physique stronger than he could have ever imagined. Though his height remained unchanged at 6 feet, his build had become significantly more robust, and his skin was smoother than that of most women. Moreover, he possessed an extraordinary strength. In terms of combat prowess, Ji Feng felt he could easily contend with so-called elite soldiers. Impressive, this truly lives up to the term transformation, Ji Feng internally marveled. He was exceedingly satisfied with his newfound physique and agility. While it is indeed a society governed by law, a man should possess the raw combat ability to take on 10 opponents single-handedly. Confidence surged within him, he truly embodied the essence of transformation. Compared to his state upon arriving in this world, Ji Feng had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Moreover, this transformation potion had perfectly enhanced every aspect of his being, assuring that ailments would no longer plague him. A sound body is the foundation of revolution. With such a physique, how could he possibly fail to achieve great things? Chapter 4 of the Veil of Secrecy cannot be maintained any longer at the residence of Ji Feng's parents. Upon noticing the elder leading the group approaching their home, Xiaoling immediately declared, "Let us conclude our mahjong session for today. Everyone should return home." The sheer magnitude of the situation made it clear to the others, without Xiaoling needing to elaborate, that something significant was afoot, and they all nodded in agreement. "Then we shall take our leave. If anything seems amiss, do inform us. As neighbors, do not hesitate to voice any difficulties. We live in a society governed by the rule of law. Thank you for your kindness, everyone, there is nothing to worry about, so please head back, Xiao Ling replied with a smile. The group of neighbors, who regularly engaged in mahjong with Xiao Ling, departed but lingered nearby, eager to witness the unfolding events of the elder. Although his hair had turned gray, maintained a robust physique and a steady gait, his tailored suit enhancing his distinguished presence. As he approached Ji Jun and Xiao Ling, he disregarded the onlookers and bowed deeply before them. Young master, madam, after all these years, I have finally located you both. Young master? Madam? The elder's actions and titles left the spectators utterly bewildered. The unexpected turn of events astonished everyone. How could Ji Jun and Xiao Ling, who had been neighbors in this small town for over 20 years, suddenly be regarded as young master and madam? In contrast, Ji Jun and Xiao Ling remained remarkably composed. Uncle Wang, it has been many years, you still appear quite vigorous, Ji Jun remarked with a smile. Uncle Wang, given your esteemed status, we cannot accept such courtesy from you, Xiao Ling added with a grin. Upon hearing this, the elder, referred to as Uncle Wang, was moved to tears. Many neighbors remained outside, watching with keen interest, and recognizing that this was not a suitable venue for conversation, Ji Jun invited the elder inside. Uncle Wang's bodyguard stood at the entrance, exuding an imposing presence. Xiao Ling prepared a cup of tea for the elder and placed it before him. Thank you, madam, he said gratefully, then surveyed his surroundings, lamenting, I never imagined that young master and madam have been residing in such humble circumstances all these years. It truly has been a hardship for you both. It is not a hardship, Uncle Wang, despite the modest environment, our lives have been quite pleasant, Ji Jun reassured him with a smile. The elder, known as Wang Mang, served as the family's steward and had watched Ji Jun grow up, holding a significant position within the household. However, this household referred not to the one before them, but rather to the Ji family to which Ji Jun belonged. Uncle Wang, please speak plainly. It has been years since we last met, what brings you to seek us out today? Ji Jun asked directly. Young master, I have come at the behest of the master, to bring you and madam back to the Ji family to assume control of the family business, Wang Mang replied earnestly. Uncle Wang, so many years have passed. Had it not been for your visit today, I would have long forgotten my identity as the young master of the Ji family. Please inform my father that taking over the family business is out of the question, Ji Jun stated resolutely. Wang Mang sighed inwardly upon hearing Ji Jun's response. He had anticipated this reaction but was prepared for the challenge. Young master, the master has acknowledged his past mistakes, and he has given me explicit instructions. If you and madam do not return, I fear I shall be unable to fulfill my duties. Wang Meng implored Dai. In the past, Ji Jun, as the Ji family's young master and a promising heir, had met and fallen in love with Xiao Ling while seeking experience outside the family. Xiao Ling hailed from a humble background, yet Ji Jun was already bound by an engagement arranged by the Ji family's patriarch to a daughter of the Huang family, a fact he was unaware of at the time. Upon returning home with Xiao Ling, he learned of the engagement and promptly refused it, but the Huang family, being from an esteemed lineage, would not allow such a rejection to go unchallenged. Consequently, Ji Jun and Xiao Ling faced fierce opposition from the Ji family, leading them to flee and live in seclusion in this small county for over 2 decades. Upon hearing Wang Meng's words, Ji Jun fell silent. After all, it was his own father, and the Ji family was where he had spent his formative years. To claim he felt no attachment would be disingenuous. However, returning would inevitably entail confronting the intricate intrigues of a large family. Uncle Wang, given your insistence, let us first confer with each other, Xiao Ling interjected. Of course, madam. The master mentioned that should you return, he will personally apologize for the past, Wang Meng replied promptly. Wife. Ji Jun was taken aback by Xiao Ling's words. He had not anticipated her expressing such sentiments, knowing that she typically regarded family affairs with indifference, prioritizing their familial happiness above all else. Come here. There are some matters I wish to discuss with you, Xiao Ling said, tugging at Ji Jun's arm. The couple retreated to their bedroom, leaving Wang Meng to sip his tea in the living room, awaiting their decision. Within the confines of the bedroom, Ji Jun inquired, what is it you wish to discuss, my dear? Are you truly considering returning with me? You have always detested the complications of family matters. You are correct, but that was in the past. Things have changed now, Xiao Ling replied. In what way have they changed? Ji Jun was perplexed. Fool, do you not realize that we now have a troublesome son? Xiao Ling elaborated. We have concealed the reality of our situation from him, leading him to believe we are a poor family. However, it seems we can no longer maintain this facade. Our son, having signed a contract to become a son-in-law, will inevitably face disdain from his fiancée's family if we do not secure some family assets for him. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Ji Jun acknowledged, as Xiao Ling's words struck a chord. While they had both been reluctant to meddle in familial affairs, the arrival of their son changed everything. Not only had he gotten his girlfriend pregnant, but he had also become a live-in son-in-law. You're right, my dear. For the sake of our son, I must return to reclaim what is rightfully ours and pave the way for his future, Ji Jun declared solemnly. Yes, Xiao Ling nodded, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Everything we do is for our child. We cannot allow him to continue believing we are merely an ordinary family. Thus, motivated by their son Ji Feng's circumstances, the couple reached a consensus to return to the Ji family with Wang Meng, intent on reclaiming the assets that rightfully belonged to them, ensuring Ji Feng understood that he was not just any wealthy heir but rather a privileged progeny of a long-established lineage. Having arrived at their decision, Ji Jun and Xiao Ling emerged from the bedroom. Upon seeing them, Wang Meng rose and inquired, Young master, madam, have you reached a conclusion? We have, Ji Jun replied with a smile. We will pack our belongings tonight and depart tomorrow. Wang Meng's face lit up with joy upon hearing their words. I shall book flights for you both immediately, leaving from the nearest airport in Jinhai City. Neither Ji Jun nor Xia Ling objected to Wang Meng's suggestion. By the way, young master, madam, what of young master's son? Wang Meng inquired. Having lived in seclusion for so many years, it was evident that Ji Jun and Xia Ling would have children, and Wang Meng recalled that Xia Ling had been pregnant when they fled the Ji family. He has graduated from university and is currently working in Jinhai City, Ji Jun informed him. Perfect. We can bring young master's son back with us to the Ji family, Wang Meng exclaimed with a smile. The master will surely be delighted to see him. I will consult with him about this matter first, Ji Jun replied. Once they arrived in Jinhai City, he intended to discuss with Xia Ling the specifics of Ji Feng's son-in-law contract. Chapter 5 A call to arms in the face of injustice. What the hell, my parents are coming over tomorrow? Sigh, I'll have to explain everything again. That evening, as Ji Feng glanced at the messages on WeChat, a bitter expression crossed his face. Indeed, as a son-in-law, his parents were particularly concerned, especially since he was their only child. Ji Feng was well aware that his parents would undoubtedly come to confront him tomorrow, but with the contract already signed, he would have no choice but to engage in a bit of persuasion and explanation. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, Ji Feng's stomach let out a growl. I'm feeling a bit hungry, I should head out for a late-night snack. Having skipped dinner, Ji Feng decided to go out for a meal. The residential complex where Ji Feng lived was an old-fashioned community, and at night, the surrounding streets were bustling with various food stalls and late-night eateries. Boss, the usual, Ji Feng said with a smile as he approached a barbecue stall. Coming right up, replied the stall owner, a middle-aged woman named Lu Mei, who was in her 50s and had a daughter, Leah, who had just graduated from university. The mother and daughter relied on each other for support. For the past couple of weeks, Ji Feng had been a regular visitor to this stall in the evenings, and they had become familiar faces. Enjoy your meal, a sweet-looking young girl, Leah, brought over the barbecue. Having recently graduated and yet to find a job, she had been helping her mother at the stall every evening. Thank you, Ji Feng responded with a smile. You're welcome, Fenggo, you seem a bit different from the last time I saw you, Leah remarked with a grin. In what way? Ji Feng inquired, intrigued. You've become more handsome, hee, Leah replied playfully. Her charming smile was refreshing and pleasant, contrasting sharply with the type of beauty exhibited by Ji Feng's rather frugal wife, Su Yu. Boss, bring over 5 bottles of beer, chilled. A nearby table of customers shouted. Coming. Leah called back as she hurried to fetch the beer. Ji Feng began to savor the food on his table. However, after just a few bites, he suddenly heard Leah's voice filled with dissatisfaction from behind him. Sir, please don't do that. What am I doing? It was you who accidentally bumped into me, right, guys? Exactly. I saw it clearly, you did it on purpose. Are you interested in our big brother? Ha ha ha. Ji Feng turned to see a table of 5 men who had just been calling for beer, now intoxicated and revealing their true natures. Seeing her daughter being bullied, Lu Mei could no longer focus on the food she was grilling, and hurriedly stepped forward to pull her daughter behind her, forcing a smile as she addressed the rowdy customers. I'm sorry, everyone, she asked my daughter. Please enjoy your meal. Leah's sweet demeanor only provoked the drunken men. Further fueled by alcohol, they began to act brazenly. Boss, your daughter is quite pretty, she doesn't have a boyfriend, does she? How about I become her boyfriend? With me as your son-in-law, no one would dare to bully you too while you do business here. The leader of the group, a rotund man, leered suggestively. Yeah, boss, my big brother is quite renowned in this area. My big brother and your daughter would make a perfect match. Just agree to this marriage. Ha ha ha, we're looking forward to the wedding feast. The others chimed in. Seeing the commotion, several customers quickly settled their bills and left, eager to avoid trouble. Lu Mei's expression darkened. As a woman running a barbecue stall, she dreaded encounters with such individuals. Leia, biting her lip in anger, could no longer hold back. If you keep this up, I'll call the police. Call the police? Go ahead, I dare you, one of them sneered. Calling the police, that's hilarious, the station is just like my big brother's house, come and go as you please. Being noticed by my big brother is your honor. Don't be ungrateful, little girl. Let me tell you, if you're drunk, just settle your bill and go home to sleep. Don't disturb others' appetites. Don't you have any self-awareness? If not, just take a look at yourselves in the restroom. At that moment, Ji Feng stepped in front of Leah, shielding her and her mother from view, and addressed the rowdy group with a calm demeanor. Kid, you want to be the hero, huh? I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs. Are you looking for death? Do you even know where you are? Ji Feng's words ignited a barrage of curses from the group. Xiao Feng, don't get involved. When you encounter ruffians, just call the police. Seeing Ji Feng defending her and her daughter, Lu Mei was reluctant to drag him into the trouble and reached for her phone to call the authorities. Noticing that Lu Mei was genuinely about to call the police, the leanest man at the table stood up and attempted to snatch the phone away. However, Ji Feng swiftly caught his wrist. Ji Feng applied pressure. Ow, ow, the lean man cried out in pain. Damn it, this kid dares to fight back. Brothers, let us deal with him. As they saw Ji Feng take action, the group grabbed empty beer bottles from the table and advanced. "Auntie, you two step back," Ji Feng instructed before moving forward. He was eager to test his skills despite the adversaries being armed and outnumbering him. Ji Feng felt utterly unfazed. The enhancement of his physique made their movements appear sluggish, akin to ants, making it exceedingly easy for Ji Feng to evade their attacks. With swift precision, Ji Feng unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, sending the group sprawling to the ground. "Feng good, you're amazing." Leah, hidden behind her mother, couldn't help but exclaim as she witnessed the scene unfold. Ji Feng stepped forward, placing a foot firmly on the leader's chest, applying significant pressure that left the rotund man gasping for air. "Still feeling rowdy?" Ji Feng asked coldly. "And no, I'm done," the rotund man gasped. "Do you dare to provoke trouble again?" "And no, I won tea." "Big brother, please ease up, I can't breathe." The man surrendered. "Settle the bill and get lost." Ji Feng delivered a swift kick. "Hurry and pay." The rotund man urged his companions. Having realized Ji Feng's prowess, the group sobered up considerably after the beating. One of them hastily produced 300 yuan bills and placed them on the table. Ji Feng turned and asked, "Is 300 enough?" "Yes, that is sufficient, we only need 140, Leah replied. "The extra will cover the broken chairs and benches," Ji Feng stated. Afterward, he lifted his foot and addressed the group, "Now, be gone." The rotund man scrambled to his feet, leading his companions in a hasty retreat. "Xiao Feng, are you alright? Did you get hurt?" Lu Mei asked with concern. "Auntie, I'm fine," Ji Feng reassured her with a smile. "Feng Ge, you're so impressive. Have you trained in combat?" Leah approached, her eyes filled with admiration. "They were just pathetic. I enjoy working out when I have the time, so I've gained a bit of strength," Ji Feng humbly replied. "That is truly impressive," Leah said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Thank you so much, Xiao Feng. If it weren't for you, my daughter and I would have been bullied by those ruffians today," Lu Mei expressed her gratitude. "It's no trouble at all, Auntie, you've given me many discounts during my visits here," Ji Feng smiled. "Feng Ge, let us add each other on WeChat," Leah mustered the courage to say, stepping forward. Ji Feng was momentarily taken aback but then nodded in agreement. "Sure." Chapter 6 Working is absolutely out of the question. Effortlessly crushing small-time ruffians and winning the admiration of beautiful women, this could be considered the pinnacle of pride for any man. This led Ji Feng to reflect on the wondrous benefits of acquiring a system. Without that transformative elixir, he would have indeed been at a disadvantage in a brawl. After all, his opponents had the numerical advantage, and he had never trained in martial arts. How could he possibly prevail? In such situations, not every man would choose to show off, as most would first contemplate their own capabilities. While basking in the limelight is certainly appealing, lacking the requisite strength can lead to a rather unfortunate outcome. When dealing with ruffians who enjoy flaunting their bravado, sometimes, physically subduing them proves to be more effective than calling the authorities to intimidate them. With the disruptions from this rowdy group of drunken troublemakers eliminated, the barbecue stall soon thrived, boasting authentic flavors and affordable prices, especially with the assistance of a young beauty like Leah. It was hard to imagine how business could falter. To express her gratitude towards Ji Feng, Leah personally prepared several delectable dishes for him, a gesture that left the male patrons green with envy. Despite being men themselves, the disparity between them was stark. Was it merely because this fellow was handsome? When it came time to settle the bill, Ji Feng insisted on paying, yet both Lu Mei and Leah adamantly refused, claiming that had it not been for Ji Feng, they undoubtedly would have faced bullying, and their evening's business would likely have suffered. Faced with such warm hospitality, Ji Feng could only commit their kindness to memory, vowing to bring more friends to support their business in the future. After enjoying a late-night snack, Ji Feng returned to the modest studio apartment he rented. With a monthly rent of 1,500 yuan against his meager salary of 4,000, it was a considerable expense. After a refreshing shower, he reclined on his bed, contemplating his future plans. Now, as a protagonist with a system, and having acquired a bargain of a wife who was carrying his child, Ji Feng realized that despite signing that peculiar contract, there were undeniable perks. For instance, the bank card provided by Suyu boasted a balance of 30,000 yuan, with a monthly influx of the same amount courtesy of his advantageous wife. Indulging in a life of ease was pleasurable, yet Ji Feng understood that he could not simply coast through life. Armed with a system, he was no longer a dreamless drifter but rather a man resolved to carve out a successful path and win over his aloof wife completely. "I cannot continue this job. It offers no future. Tomorrow, I shall resign and never again face that insufferable fat man," Ji Feng mused to himself. After graduating, he had joined a pharmaceutical company called Haiwang, only to find himself under the thumb of a lazy, sycophantic manager who was also quite lecherous. This manager had made a habit of making advances toward the new female employees, and perhaps out of jealousy towards Ji Feng's striking looks, he often made things difficult for him, assigning trivial tasks and even personal errands, treating Ji Feng like a mere servant. Though Ji Feng harbored resentment, he felt powerless. After all, he was merely an employee, and his boss held the reins. Despite his discontent, he had hesitated to resign, fearing the uncertainty of not having another job lined up. What would happen to his rent? How would he cover his living expenses? He certainly could not fall back on his parents after having graduated and started working. Thus, Ji Feng had long endured his plight. However, now he was determined to no longer tolerate the situation. With the system at his disposal, he felt fearless. Surely, he could thrive in the future. Hence, working was simply out of the question. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Ji Feng's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his brow furrowed. Indeed, it was as if the devil himself had arrived. The caller was none other than his overbearing boss. Given the time and that it was a day off, Ji Feng knew without answering that this could not bode well, that he decided to disregard the call entirely. Not long after, his phone rang again. It was the same fat manager. With a stoic expression, Ji Feng hung up once more. The phone rang again, and Ji Feng took the liberty of adding his manager to the blacklist. Meanwhile, in a KTV private room, a drunk and bespectacled man heard the voice on the other end declare, "The number you have dialed is currently in another call. Please try again later." This infuriated him. "Damn, that little brat dares to block me. Just wait until tomorrow at the office. I'll make him regret it." Jiang Wei cursed. He had come to KTV with friends to sing and drink, and now he was trying to reach Ji Feng to have him pick him up and drive him home. Why call for a designated driver when he had someone to run errands for him? Little did Jiang Wei realize that Ji Feng had already hung up on him 3 times and added him to the blacklist. Truly audacious. "What's the matter?" inquired Wang Jing, seated beside Jiang Wei, dressed provocatively. She had recently joined the company and quickly became his mistress, having charmed her way into his favor. "That Ji Feng has the audacity to ignore my calls. He clearly doesn't want to keep his job," Jiang Wei fumed. "How dare he not answer your calls? He truly is an arrogant little pup," Wang Jing scoffed. "Just wait until I get to the office tomorrow. I'll show him." Jiang Wei sneered. The next day, Ji Feng, armed with the resignation letter he had prepared the night before, set out for the office. Since he had made up his mind to resign, there was no need to waste any time. Of course, Ji Feng was not so reckless as to simply call in his resignation. The contract he signed upon entering the company mandated that any resignation required a formal written notice and a proper handover of his responsibilities. Failing to follow protocol could easily result in being blacklisted within the industry, not to mention the potential repercussions from his spiteful manager. In typical fashion, Ji Feng was diligent about following the rules. He had no desire to tarnish his reputation, especially if he intended to remain in the pharmaceutical field. After nearly a 40-minute journey, Ji Feng arrived at the company. Chapter 7. In Tears Before the Coffin. Not long after Ji Feng entered the company, he encountered a person he had no desire to see. Wang Jing. Though merely a woman, she was one who repulsed him greatly. This woman had scarcely joined the company before she had already ensnared their corpulent manager, Jiang Wei, and ascended to a position of power. In the department, she exhibited an audacious arrogance, as if she were the sovereign queen, expecting everyone to heed her commands. In terms of appearance, her heavily made-up visage barely scraped a passing grade of 6 out of 10, though her figure was somewhat acceptable. Yet, with the lights off, it mattered little. Her inherent sultriness, however, was enough to captivate the portly Jiang Wei. "Good morning, Sister Jing." "Good morning, Sister Jing." "Morning, Sister Jing." The employees arriving at work greeted Wang Jing one after another. Wang Jing basked in their greetings, her face aglow with smug satisfaction. Ji Feng, finding her insufferable, chose to ignore her and proceeded directly to his workstation, intent on tidying his belongings. Wang Jing's moment of triumph was swiftly shattered by Ji Feng's indifference, and her expression turned icy as she approached him. "Ji Feng, it seems your audacity has grown. You dare to ignore Manager Zhang's calls now," she said, her tone frigid. "Whether I answer that fat fool's call is of no concern to you," Ji Feng replied, nonchalantly. How dare you call Manager Zhang a fat fool? Do you intend to continue working here?" Wang Jing retorted coldly. Ji Feng's behavior today surprised her. It was decidedly out of character. "Endlessly circling around a fat fool and a harlot is more than I can bear," Ji Feng stated unabashedly. "What did you say? Care to repeat that?" Wang Jing was incensed by his direct insult. "Are your ears deaf, or did my voice fall short? I said Jiang Wei is a fat fool, and you are a harlot. Did you hear me clearly?" Ji Feng's voice rang out, loud enough for the entire department to hear. Plunging the room into a stunned silence, all eyes turned toward them. Many were taken aback by Ji Feng's audacity to publicly label Manager Zhang a fat fool and Wang Jing a harlot. Such boldness would surely spell his doom in the company. "You dare insult me and Manager Zhang? You're finished, Ji Feng." Wang Jing seethed, her face flushed with anger. "Ha, a harlot with a facade of virtue. Everyone in this department is aware of your liaison with that fat fool. Only he would dare to indulge in such a piece of meat, unafraid of disease." Ji Feng's words pierced Wang Jing's heart like daggers. He had long yearned to voice these sentiments. Previously, he had been compelled to bow his head under duress, but now he had nothing to fear. If these two scoundrels had not tormented him before, their affairs would be of no concern to him. However, what repulsed Ji Feng was their incessant harassment, often seeking out trouble for him. Thus, his outburst in front of so many was hardly unwarranted. Moreover, Ji Feng had articulated the thoughts that others had harbored but dared not express, as evidenced by the satisfaction etched on their faces. "You're redoomed." Wang Jing's voice trembled with rage. "What are you all doing instead of working so early?" Jiang Wei, having just arrived at the office, noticed the unusual tension and approached. Seeing Jiang Wei, Wang Jing seized the opportunity to bolster her position. "Manager Zhang, Ji Feng has publicly insulted you this morning without reason. I tried to dissuade him, but he refused to relent and even insulted me in the process. Ji Feng, your behavior is becoming increasingly outrageous. I sought you out last night regarding an important matter, but you ignored my calls. Now you dare to publicly insult others? Are you looking to be dismissed?" Jiang Wei immediately assumed an authoritative stance. "Enough of your prattling. Here is my resignation letter," Ji Feng replied, uninterested in further discussion with the two. Do you think resigning will absolve you?" Jiang Wei sneered. "This industry is small. If you wish to continue, you'd better apologize sincerely. Perhaps I might still consider giving you an opportunity." Jiang Wei's threat hung in the air. "What, are you threatening me?" "Indeed, I am. Let me be clear. If you do not satisfy me today, even with your resignation, no pharmaceutical company will dare to employ you," Jiang Wei proclaimed arrogantly. "Did you hear that? Regarding your previous insults, if you don't kneel and apologize today, this matter will not end well," Wang Jing added. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng slowly rose from his seat and approached Jiang Wei. What, you want to hit me? Zhang Wei scoffed. Why would I ever resort to violence? I certainly would not engage in such unbecoming behavior. Ji Feng smiled. I doubt you would dare. Ji Feng remained silent, placing his right hand firmly on Zhang Wei's shoulder and applying pressure. A wave of pain shot through Zhang Wei, prompting him to cry out, "It hurts, let go, Manager Zhang. What seems to be the problem? I merely placed my hand on your shoulder, and you're already shouting in pain. Are you trying to feign an injury?" Ji Feng teased. Zhang Wei's face contorted in agony. Ji Feng's grip was like a vice, inflicting severe pain while rendering him utterly unable to escape. Zhang Wei had never anticipated Ji Feng could possess such strength. Let go, Zhang Wei stammered, struggling to speak coherently. Can you sign this resignation letter now? Yes, I can sign it, then do so quickly. Let us not waste anyone's time. Upon Ji Feng's insistence, Zhang Wei, grimacing from the pain, picked up a pen and scrawled his agreement on the resignation letter. Only then did Ji Feng release him. Had you signed earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Ji Feng began to gather his belongings in preparation to depart. Finally freed from Ji Feng's grip, Zhang Wei stepped back a few paces, seething with anger. Do you think this is over? Let me inform you, I will make a call to HR, and you will not leave this position so easily according to your contract. If HR does not approve, you cannot depart. In this industry, you can forget about finding work in the future. Wang Jing, summon security. Let us see what he does now. Wang Jing hurriedly called for security personnel. Ji Feng's expression darkened. All he wanted was to resign peacefully, but it seemed this fat fool would not relent until he faced dire consequences. Just then, Ji Feng's phone buzzed suddenly. Chapter 8. The plot twist occurs too rapidly. Upon seeing that it was a call from his parents, Ji Feng answered the phone. Son, where are you right now? Came the voice of Ji Jun from the other end. Dad, I'm at the office. The office? Yuri's still working? Huh, your mother and I are here. You ought to come back right away. Dad, I'm currently handling my resignation at the company. Resignation, you say? That's good. Whether you resign now or later, you'll have to leave eventually. When can you come back? That rotund fellow is causing trouble. It might take a while. You and Mom find a place to rest for the time being, and I'll hurry back as soon as I can. Causing trouble, is it? No matter, I've sent Grandpa Wang to pick you up. He'll be there shortly and can help you deal with those issues. Pack up your things first. We can sort out the rest when you return. I'll hang up now. With that, the call ended to Grandpa Wang, which Grandpa Wang, Ji Feng was left bewildered by his father's words, yet he sensed a certain arrogance in his father's tone during the call. However, he would soon find out, and he was too weary to dwell on it any longer. Wang Jing had called for security, and 3 guards arrived, glaring at Ji Feng, ready to prevent him from retaliating. Ji Feng, you naive little brat, you are utterly unaware of your own insignificance. The world is not a playground for someone like you. If you don't kneel and apologize today, I assure you that you will never recover from this, Zhang Wei declared arrogantly. In his eyes, Ji Feng was merely a fresh graduate, oblivious to the realities of life, and he ought to understand the consequences of his actions. Having navigated this sphere for so long, Zhang Wei believed it would be as easy as squashing an ant to ruin Ji Feng's prospects. Ji Feng, you must grasp the gravity of this situation. If you have any sense, kneel and apologize immediately. Perhaps Manager Zhang might show you some mercy, Wang Jing added smugly. Alas, Ji Feng is truly finished, someone whispered. He has acted too impulsively. He is still too young. He stands no chance against Manager Zhang. He won't survive in this industry. What can we do? We are merely small fry, others murmured amongst themselves, none daring to stand up for Ji Feng. The truth is, they were the lowest tier of employees. In this world, offending someone like Zhang Wei made it exceedingly difficult to continue their careers. Zhang Wei had spent years cultivating his connections. A mere nod from him could spell doom for Ji Feng's ambitions of joining a new company. Moreover, resigning required the approval of the department manager, and once that was secured, the personnel department would generally comply. However, this was contingent on the manager not creating obstacles, and while the contractual stipulations were written in a way that seemed binding, they held little weight against the whims of a determined leader. If a superior chose to make things difficult, those stipulations could swiftly become impediments to resignation, creating unnecessary complications. Ji Feng wasn't particularly worried about finding another job. In fact, he had no intention of continuing in this line of work. He simply wished to avoid unnecessary troubles, but now, it seemed increasingly unlikely that he could evade them. The chairman has arrived. Good day, chairman. Suddenly, a stir erupted in the room. A middle-aged man entered, clad in a black suit, with a square face and a stern expression. The atmosphere shifted as everyone present, except Ji Feng, tensed at his arrival. He was none other than Lu Jiangwo, the CEO of the company. Mr. What brings you here? Zhang Wei was visibly taken aback by Lu Jiangwo's presence and promptly donned a welcoming smile, approaching him with exaggerated enthusiasm. What has transpired? Lu Jiangwo inquired in a deep voice. Mr. Lu, this brat has publicly insulted his superiors and colleagues, even threatening me. I am currently administering a fitting punishment. Zhang Wei pointed towards Ji Feng, relishing in the moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo's gaze fell upon Ji Feng. The arrival of Lu Jiangwo had transformed the expressions of the onlookers into ones of sympathy for Ji Feng. The situation had escalated to a point where even the chairman was aware of it. Ji Feng was truly in dire straits. Regardless of who was right or wrong, Mr. would not take action against a department manager. Ji Feng was the one who would bear the brunt of it. Are you Ji Feng? Lu Jiangwo asked. Yes, it's me, Ji Feng nodded. Mr. Lu, this audacious young man has crossed a line. The severity of this incident cannot be overstated. I intend to have the company's legal department hold him accountable, Zhang Wei added, fanning the flames. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Jiangwo coldly interjected, "Manager Zhang, you are hereby dismissed from the company. Pack your belongings and leave at once." Zhang Wei stood there, stunned and incredulous. "Mr.Lu, what did you say?" he asked, hardly able to believe his ears. "I said you are fired. Furthermore, your clandestine dealings will be scrutinized by the company's legal team, and you too, Wang Jing, you are leaving as well," Lu Jiangwo declared, his tone brooking no dissent. The abrupt twist in the narrative left everyone bewildered. What on earth was happening? It was supposed to be Ji Feng facing the consequences, yet Zhang Wei and Wang Jing were being unceremoniously dismissed by the chairman himself. After delivering his pronouncement, Lu Jiangwo turned to Ji Feng, offering an unusually warm smile, a sight that none present had ever witnessed. "I have thoroughly investigated this matter. It is entirely the fault of Zhang Wei and Wang Jing. The company will rigorously pursue the damages caused by their actions. I hope this arrangement meets your approval," Lu Jiangwo inquired, as if seeking Ji Feng's consent. Truth be told, Ji Feng was momentarily taken aback that he held no fear of Lu Jiangwo, yet he had not anticipated such a respectful demeanor. There had to be a reason behind it. Of course, Ji Feng did not believe it was merely a matter of right or wrong. "Mr.Lu acts justly, and I have no objections," Ji Feng replied. "That's wonderful to hear," Lu Jiangwo responded cheerfully, relieved that Ji Feng did not contest the decision. He had nearly allowed the foolishness of Zhang Wei and Wang Jing to jeopardize significant matters for the company, which could have led to substantial losses. "Mr.Lu, what is happening here?" Zhang Wei could no longer contain his confusion and pressed for answers. "I have instructed you both to gather your belongings and leave. The company's legal team will clarify any liabilities arising from your actions. Furthermore, let me be clear, you are now notorious in this industry. Do not expect to continue in this line of work," Lu Jiangwo replied, his impatience growing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei and Wang Jing's faces drained of color. Though they were at a loss as to what had transpired, they understood from Lu Jiangwo's words that their fates were sealed. Chapter 9. This is definitely a big shot. Could it be that my parents are truly concealing something from me? As he observed the scene before him, Ji Feng quietly speculated. The previous phone call and the unfolding events compelled Ji Feng to suspect that his parents were hiding something significant from him. Otherwise, a company president would never treat him with such demeanor. The specifics could only be unraveled upon his resignation and subsequent inquiries. "Mr.Lu, regarding my resignation?" Ji Feng inquired. Fret not, this is no cause for concern. First, come to my office and rest a while. There's no rush," Lu Jiangwo replied courteously, directly inviting Ji Feng to his office. After Lu Jiangwo and Ji Feng departed, the entire department was left in a state of shock, and the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Wow, could it be that Ji Feng has a connection with Mr. Lu? Surely not. From previous interactions, it seemed Ji Feng was not well acquainted with Mr.Lu. Mr. Lu's treatment of Ji Feng is excessively polite. Could it be that Ji Feng has an impressive background? It must be so. Otherwise, how can we explain this? A group of colleagues speculated, convinced that Ji Feng was indeed someone of considerable significance. "I in the office," Lu Jiangwo expressed, "I sincerely apologize for the matter concerning Zhang Wei and Wang Jing. Rest assured, I will handle it with utmost seriousness, and I hope you won't take offense." As he prepared premium tea for Ji Feng, he continued. "Mr.Lu, you are too kind," Ji Feng replied with a smile. Lu Jiangwo was genuinely treating him as a person of stature. "Regarding your resignation, I have already informed HR. It will be processed shortly. All that remains is your signature." Lu Jiangwo cheerfully served Ji Feng tea. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Ji Feng expressed his gratitude. "What is there to thank? It's merely a trivial matter," Lu Jiangwo remarked, carefully scrutinizing Ji Feng, aiming to memorize his appearance. Earlier that morning, just as he was about to step out for a meeting, a phone call nearly startled him to death. The call was from the head of Tianhe Company, succinctly stating that an employee named Ji Feng was in trouble and requested that he handle the matter with care. Failure to resolve it satisfactorily would jeopardize the potential collaboration between their companies. Tianhe Pharmaceutical, a top-tier enterprise in the nation, had recently established a branch in Jinhai City, and Lu Jiangwo was keen to seize this opportunity for collaboration, which promised profits in the range of hundreds of millions. Even the Jinhai branch of Tianhe Company was beyond comparison with his own. The nature of the call indicated that Ji Feng's identity was rather extraordinary. While Zhang Wei was merely the department manager, Lu Jiangwo could overlook his faults most of the time, but now, with such a significant figure involved, he could not afford to be lenient. It would serve as a warning to others. Shortly after, the secretary entered with a document in hand. "Mr.Lu, Mr. Wang has arrived. Additionally, here is Mr. Ji's resignation contract. He merely needs to sign it." "Understood. Please bring Mr. Wang in at once," Lu Jiangwo hastily responded. Ji Feng signed his name on the document. At that moment, the door swung open, and an elderly gentleman in a sharp black suit, radiating vitality, strode in. "Mr. Wang, having you visit my humble company truly brings it honor." Lu Jiangwo warmly welcomed him. Though unaware of the exact identity of this elder, he recognized him as a pivotal figure within Tianhe Company. Lu Jiangwo's words merely elicited a smile from Wang Mang, who then turned his gaze to Ji Feng and said with a smile, "Young master son, I am here to escort you home." The term young master left both Ji Feng and Lu Jiangwo momentarily stunned. A tempest of realization surged within Lu Jiangwo. He had underestimated Ji Feng's standing. In such respectful address from this elder suggested an extraordinary lineage. The implications were unfathomable. Ji Feng was taken aback, as this was the first time someone had referred to him in such a manner. "Are you the Mr. One my father speaks of?" Ji Feng queried. Indeed, it is an honor for me to be addressed as Grandpa Wang by young master, Wang Mang replied with a smile. Have you completed your business? Yes, I have. Then let us depart. Both your father and mother are eagerly awaiting your return. Father and mother, Ji Feng mused, realizing that indeed, his parents must be concealing something significant from him. Ji Feng nodded and stood to leave. Mr. Wang, I apologize for my oversight today. I will host a banquet at the Imperial Hotel at noon to express my regrets, and I hope you and young Master Ji's family will grace us with your presence, Lu Jiangwo offered diplomatically, aware of the rare opportunity. Mr. Lu, you are too courteous. Young master and madam have other matters to attend to. Your kind invitation is appreciated, Wang Meng declined. What a pity, I shall ensure to personally apologize next time, Lu Jiangwo stated, understanding the nuances of propriety. Young Master Ji, let us take our leave, Wang Meng said. Very well. I shall see you both off, Lu Jiangwo insisted. Thus, before the eyes of the entire company, Lu Jiangwo personally escorted Ji Feng and Wang Meng out. This spectacle drew considerable attention from the staff, particularly when they beheld Ji Feng entering a Rolls-Royce adorned with the prestigious Beijing license plate ending in 8888. Many were left utterly astonished. What manner of individual could afford such a vehicle? Clearly, he was a person of immense stature. Lu Jiangwo too was taken aback. Even as a company president, he understood the significance of that license plate, especially one from Beijing bearing the number 8888, a level of opulence that was simply unparalleled. Under Lu Jiangwo's watchful gaze, Ji Feng entered the vehicle, which then roared to life and departed from the company premises. Inside the car, as he marveled at the comfort of the luxury vehicle and the significance of its license plate, Ji Feng's suspicions solidified. His parents undoubtedly possessed considerable connections, and of a very high caliber. After all, what kind of power could possibly secure such a license plate? When Ji Feng considered inquiring about this from the elderly gentleman beside him, Wang Meng seemed to read his thoughts and smiled. Young master, your father and mother have instructed me to assure you that they will clarify everything upon your return. With Wang Meng's words, Ji Feng resigned himself to waiting. It seemed all would be revealed when he finally met with his parents. Chapter 10. I am done pretending, it's time to lay it all bare. The Rolls-Royce glided along the road, yet its destination was not the residential complex rented by Ji Feng, but rather a magnificent villa. The vehicle entered the courtyard and came to a gentle halt. Grandfather Wang, where are we? Ji Feng inquired. Young master son, this is the residence prepared for you and the master and madam. Should it not meet your satisfaction, we can arrange for an alternative, Wang Meng replied, surveying the surroundings. With an outdoor swimming pool and a 3-story villa, the lavish decor and splendid environment were undeniably first class. Ji Feng found himself quite pleased with the accommodations. Young master son, the master and madam are awaiting you in the living room, please follow me, Wang Meng said. Under Wang Meng's guidance, Ji Feng entered the grand hall of the villa. The decor embraced a European style, featuring an expansive carpet and a crystal chandelier hanging from above, exuding an air of opulence and luxury. Finally, this rascal has returned, a familiar voice resonated. Ji Jun and Xia Ling descended the staircase from the second floor. Father, mother, Ji Feng greeted with a smile upon seeing them. Young master, madam, the matter concerning young master son has been resolved. Should you require anything further, please do not hesitate to instruct me, Wang Meng said with a grin. Uncle Wang, thank you for your hard work, Ji Jun replied. Wang Meng smiled and took his leave, allowing the space to be filled with the family of 3. Come, son, take a seat, don't be shy. From this day forward, this place is yours, Xia Ling said with warmth, pulling Ji Feng close and scrutinizing him. Let me see, after not seeing you for some time, have you lost weight or gained it? Oh dear, my precious son has indeed slimmed down. It must be that you've not taken care of yourself while out there, Xia Ling lamented. Mother, I am quite well, what on earth is going on? You two ought to clarify things for me, Ji Feng asked. At this, Ji Jun chuckled, producing 2 cigarettes, lighting one for himself while preparing to offer the other to Ji Feng, but was promptly met with a disapproving glare from Xia Ling. Don't lead my son astray. What is a young boy like him doing smoking at such a tender age? It is harmful to his health, Xia Ling expressed her discontent. Hee, Ji Jun quickly returned the extra cigarette to the pack. Ji Feng observed that his father was smoking a box of Huangalo 1916, the market price of which must be several thousand yuan. Such an extravagant cigarette is not something an ordinary family could indulge in. Father, what a fine smoke. Ji Feng remarked, swiftly taking one from the pack and lighting it for himself. You little rascal, you've even taken up smoking, Xia Ling said. It's nothing at all. He has grown up. What's wrong with having a smoke? Ji Jun interjected with a laugh. Ji Feng chuckled, with his current physical condition, smoking 10 packs a day would pose no harm to him. Son, I had initially intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but instead, you've turned into some sort of son-in-law. I am done pretending, I will lay my cards on the table. I am the eldest son of the Ji family in Yanjing, and you are the grandson of the Ji family, Ji Jun proclaimed flamboyantly. What is the point of boasting in front of your own son? Xia Ling interjected coolly. After all these years away, do you think you can still hold on to your status as the eldest son of the Ji family? I was merely basking in a moment of pride before my son. As long as the old man is around, those people won't dare to overstep their bounds, Ji Jun replied. Indeed, Ji Feng thought to himself, realizing he had been correct in his assumptions. His father truly hailed from a prestigious family, and to think he was the eldest son, which meant that Ji Feng was indeed the grandson of the Ji family. Son, allow me to clarify the events of the past, Xia Ling began, succinctly recounting the circumstances from years ago to provide Ji Feng with a clearer understanding. After listening to his mother, Ji Feng smiled at Ji Jun, saying, Father, you are quite the man. For the sake of love, you were willing to forego your position as the heir. Of course, my love for your mother is genuine. A man should pursue love with the fervor that I have demonstrated, Ji Jun replied, beaming with pride. Stop boasting, your son is now a son-in-law to someone else. It seems your admirable genes have failed to pass down, Xia Ling remarked, still troubled by Ji Feng's earlier mention of being a son-in-law. After all, no parent wishes to see their child take on such a role, as it feels akin to giving their child away. Xia Ling's comments reminded Ji Jun of the main reason for their visit to see Ji Feng today. You little rascal. How much wealth does that young lady possess to warrant you, a grandson of the Ji family, becoming her son-in-law? You are bringing shame upon your father. If word gets out, I might as well not show my face in Yanjing again, Ji Jun gruffly demanded of Ji Feng. Mom and Dad, it's like this. I was quite surprised as well, but the situation is not as you perceive it, Ji Feng explained, detailing the arrangement with Suyu and the contract they had signed. After Ji Feng finished, Ji Jun nodded and could not help but remark, in that case, it certainly wasn't your intention. For the sake of my grandson, you had no choice but to proceed in this manner. What do you mean had no choice? How important could that young lady possibly be? My son is to become her son-in-law. You, as the eldest son of the Ji family, should be aware of how many women aspire to marry into the Ji family, Xia Ling retorted. Wife, do not be angry, you are right, but this young man has already signed the contract. Moreover, he insists it is merely a temporary measure. Once he secures that young lady, the contract will merely be a piece of paper, Ji Jun quickly defended. Exactly, Mom, do not be upset. My decision was only a temporary strategy to placate the situation. Do you not trust in my capabilities? Ji Feng assured them, truth be told, if it were not for the system, he might not have signed the son-in-law contract at all. Though the title carries a certain stigma, the system is paramount. Endowed with its power, Ji Feng felt confident that none of this would pose a problem in the future. Seeing Ji Feng's resolve, Xia Ling decided it was best to drop the subject. Very well, your father and I have yet to ascertain the situation in the Ji family. The fact that you have become someone else's son-in-law might serve as a form of protection for you. Upon hearing this, Ji Jun nodded in agreement, as he and Xia Ling had discussed the potential implications of their return to the Ji family for Ji Feng during their journey. Son, what I am about to tell you is of utmost importance. You must remember it well as it will profoundly impact your future. Do you understand? Xia Ling's expression turned serious. I understand, mother, please go on, Ji Feng replied earnestly. Chapter 11 I aspire to greatness. Within the opulent living room of the villa, in anticipation of their visit to the Ji family, Ji Jun and Xia Ling imparted earnest counsel to Ji Feng. Son, the Ji family is a lineage of business magnates, tracing back to your great-grandfather's grandfather. The family's enterprises span a multitude of sectors. When I departed from the Ji family, our assets already surpassed 100 billion. As for the current state, I am uncertain. However, rest assured, your grandfather remains, and the Ji family will not falter, Ji Jun stated. Ji Feng nearly soared with joy upon hearing these words. Good heavens, over 20 years ago, the Ji family was already a colossal entity with assets exceeding 100 billion. What astronomical figure must they possess now? Society is ever evolving, and while money may diminish in value, the generation of wealth through existing resources is far simpler than starting anew. As long as his grandfather retains his faculties, the Ji family must be thriving even more now. Therefore, conservatively speaking, he would now be considered the scion of a 100 billion family. Indeed, quite impressive. Son, temper your exuberance. I recognize your delight, but the Ji family is not solely your father's domain. We have numerous relatives, both young and old, all eager to claim their share of the family fortune, Xia Ling cautioned, noticing the smile playing on Ji Feng's lips. Fear not, son. If you wish to smile, let it be. After concealing this for over 20 years, such a surprise deserves to be celebrated, Ji Jun remarked. I'm fine, Mom and Dad, please continue. I possess a degree of composure, Ji Feng replied. Son, we are still unclear about the internal dynamics of the Ji family. Having been away for so long, it will likely take time for you to establish a foothold there. Before we go, your father and I need to pose a question, and you must answer truthfully, Xia Ling said. Ask away. I shall respond honestly, Ji Feng assured. Son, do you wish to live a carefree life as a wealthy heir, indulging in pleasures, or do you aspire to cultivate your abilities in preparation for eventually taking over the Ji family? Xia Ling posed a question Ji Feng had not anticipated. Mother, is there a conflict between the two? Ji Feng inquired with a smile. This is what your mother means, Ji Jun explained. If you merely desire to be a leisurely heir, uninterested in business matters, your mother and I will reclaim your rightful share of the family assets. However, if you harbor grand ambitions and wish to achieve something significant, we shall devise a long-term plan for you. Naturally, the principal burden will rest upon your shoulders. Ji Jun and Xia Ling had conferred prior to their arrival. Ji Feng was their only son. Should Ji Feng choose a life of ordinary luxury, they would retrieve their portion of the family wealth for him. Conversely, if Ji Feng possessed ambition and sought to achieve greatness, they would endeavor to pave the way for him within the family. However, the former option would result in the loss of influence within the family, while the latter would demand much more from Ji Feng. Should he prove lackluster, the position of heir would surely not fall to him. Only through his own merit and excellence could he secure it. Son, which path do you choose? Rest assured, whatever you decide, your father and I shall respect your choice, Xia Ling said with maternal affection. She had but one son, and as long as Ji Feng was happy, her heart would be content. Ding, options available. Option 1, live as an ordinary wealthy heir, gaining a charm attribute bonus. Option 2. Achieve greatness and establish a monumental career, gaining a comprehensive understanding of business management. I choose option 2. You have successfully acquired a comprehensive understanding of business management. Ji Feng did not hesitate long before reaching his decision. It was simple. The first choice would render him a passive heir, free from financial worries, yet devoid of meaning. Furthermore, as a man, he ought to be a dragon among men, not a mere insect. By opting for the second choice, Ji Feng understood he would likely face numerous challenges ahead, but what of it? Setting aside the fact that he possessed a system, as a transmigrant, failing to establish a remarkable career would equate to living as a mere fish in a sea of mediocrity. Most importantly, Ji Feng must conquer his unremarkable wife and ensure that their child bears his surname. Mom, Dad, I've chosen the latter, Ji Feng declared with resolve. Are you certain? Xia Ling asked. Yes, I am certain, Ji Feng affirmed, nodding. Given my advantageous circumstances, I refuse to live a life devoid of purpose. Good lad, ambitious and spirited, truly my son, Ji Jun praised. A father naturally felt pride when his son aspired to strive and achieve greatness. Now that you have made your decision, your father and I shall support you wholeheartedly, Xia Ling concluded, then added, Uncle Wang, please bring in the prepared items. Upon her command, Wang Meng entered, carrying various items, which he methodically placed upon the coffee table before them. Son, this is our family's household registration, a bank card with 10 million, and this property deed for the villa, which is in your name. However, these are of little consequence, Xia Ling explained, gesturing to the documents. What truly matters is this. What is it? Ji Feng inquired. One uncle, please convey the details to him. Certainly, madam, Wang Meng replied, smiling at Ji Feng. Young master, this is the presidential appointment letter for the Ji family's Tianhe Group's branch in Jinhai City. From this moment forth, the branch will be entrusted to your stewardship. Mom and Dad, is this your intention? Ji Feng asked. Ji Jun and Xia Ling shook their heads. Wang Meng smiled. Young master, this is your grandfather's directive. The 10 million in this villa are gifts from your grandfather to you, and this presidential appointment serves as a test from him. I have never held a leadership position before. Are you not concerned I might falter in such a large role? Ji Feng chuckled. Rest assured, until you are fully acquainted with the company's affairs, there will be dedicated personnel to assist you, Wang Meng assured. Son, since you have chosen the second option, your grandfather's test is unavoidable. Accept it, Ji Jun encouraged. Lastly, son, let me reiterate, regardless of the circumstances, always be prepared for contingencies, Xia Ling advised, her words laden with meaning. I understand, Mom, Ji Feng replied affirmatively. Chapter 12. How could it be this woman regarding the test set forth by the patriarch of the Ji family? Wang Meng subsequently provided a brief explanation to Ji Feng. It was quite straightforward. The Ji family's enterprises are numerous, and whether from Ji Feng's father's generation or the younger descendants like Ji Feng himself, all possess the right to manage the family business. However, while entering the family enterprise may be relatively easy, ascending to a high position proves to be quite challenging naturally, since the current head of the Ji family is Ji Baishan, Ji Feng's grandfather, Ji Baishan's two sons, Ji Jun and Ji Hai, enjoy additional privileges and considerations. Likewise, the offspring of Ji Jun and Ji Hai receive special care compared to other clan members, essentially placing them at a higher starting line. This regulation has been a long-standing tradition within the Ji family, which all members are obliged to adhere to. Even Ji Feng, despite his blood relation, must undergo rigorous testing to qualify as the heir of the Ji family, assessing each individual's capabilities. Ji Jun himself progressed through these steps, having achieved results during his own trials that garnered unanimous agreement from the entire Ji family regarding his succession. Unfortunately, Ji Jun later departed with Xia Ling for the younger generation like Ji Feng. The Ji family conducts annual performance evaluations, with the most outstanding individuals not only receiving additional rewards from the family but also the opportunity to take over some key industries. Previously, Ji Jun and Xia Ling had presented Ji Feng with two choices, and it was upon Ji Feng opting for the latter that the evaluation officially commenced. The patriarch's assessment within the Ji family is such that neither Ji Jun nor Xia Ling can intervene. As for the 10 million and the villa, they are merely allowances bestowed upon Ji Feng by the patriarch, granting him complete discretion over their use. Inside the villa, with 5 housekeepers present, after having lunch with his parents, Ji Jun and Xia Ling prepared to depart, as their flight was approaching, leaving no time to spare. At the villa's entrance, Xia Ling, with a hint of reluctance, addressed Ji Feng. Son, your father and I are leaving now. Take good care of yourself here, and let us know if you encounter any difficulties. Mom, I believe in you, and I look forward to the day you bring your lovely wife for us to meet, Ji Jun chimed in, adding, make sure to treat my precious grandson well. Understood, Dad and Mom. You can leave without worry, I will manage just fine here, Ji Feng replied with a smile. Remember what I told you, dear, Xia Ling reminded him. I will, Ji Feng assured her. Young master, madam, it is getting late. We should be on our way, Wang Meng quietly interjected. Understood, let us go, Ji Jun and Xia Ling stated as they entered their Rolls-Royce. Young master son, I will take the madam and young master away now. Please take care, Wang Meng said to Ji Feng. Safe travels, Grandpa Wang, Ji Feng responded with a smile. Before long, the Rolls-Royce departed, leaving Ji Feng alone in the expansive villa with the 5 housekeepers, whose duties consisted of maintaining the villa and attending to Ji Feng's daily needs, provided he would continue residing there. After his parents' departure, Ji Feng returned to the villa and reclined on the sofa, relishing the comfortable environment. He felt an immense sense of ease, yet concurrently, he sensed the weight of responsibility pressing upon him. The burden he carried was significant. Having chosen the latter option, he would have to confront numerous challenges ahead. Furthermore, this choice would alter the circumstances his parents faced within the Ji family. To put it plainly, their return was to reclaim the rights and possessions that rightfully belonged to them within the Ji family. If he, as their son, could prove himself, it would bolster his parents' standing when engaging with the Ji family. With this thought in mind, Ji Feng activated the comprehensive business management knowledge rewarded by the system. Detected learnable material. Would you like to begin learning immediately? Yes. Instantly, Ji Feng's mind was flooded with extensive and detailed knowledge regarding business and management. The information was abundant and thorough, and thanks to the system's inherent capabilities, Ji Feng could swiftly assimilate and master this knowledge. In an instant, he transformed from a novice with no prior business experience or management skills into a seasoned expert brimming with knowledge. This newfound expertise provided him the confidence to opt for the second choice, enabling him to rapidly assume control of the Tianhe Group's branch in Jinhai City. By mastering these concepts, he could navigate challenges with authority rather than being led astray like a mere novice. Shortly thereafter, Ji Feng's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a woman's voice emerged from the line. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Ji? This is he. May I ask who is calling? Good day, Mr. Ji. I am your assistant and secretary, Li Wan. Mr. Wang has briefed me, and I would like to know how I may assist you at this moment. Please deliver some important documents and project proposals to me immediately. You should be aware of my current needs. I understand, I will send them right away. After hanging up, Ji Feng was somewhat surprised to learn that the individual tasked with aiding him in managing the company would be a woman, specifically his assistant and secretary. Given her position, she was likely not merely a decorative figure. As he prepared to take over the company's affairs, it was imperative for Ji Feng to conduct thorough preparatory research to familiarize himself with the current state of the branch before officially stepping into his role. Approximately 40 minutes later, a sleek black Mercedes pulled up at the villa entrance. From the vehicle emerged a woman wearing black glasses, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, dressed in professional attire with a pair of nude stockings adorning her legs, exuding a distinctly mature aura. Clutching a stack of documents, she gracefully entered the villa in her high heels. Mr. Ji. As Ji Feng rested on the sofa, momentarily lost in thought, he heard her soft call, accompanied by the alluring scent of her perfume wafting through the air. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld a voluptuous woman beaming at him with a smile. Upon catching sight of her visage, Ji Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. How could it be this woman? Chapter 13. The Art of Adaptability. Familiar features, a well-known physique, and the scent of a cherished perfume. The only distinction today lies in her attire, which is an elegant professional outfit. Memories of a recent incident flood Ji Feng's mind. On that day, he found himself running late for work and, in desperation, summoned a Didi ride. To his surprise, the driver was a woman, a mature beauty exuding an air of sophistication. As Ji Feng settled into the passenger seat, their conversation flowed pleasantly, but what lingered in Ji Feng's memory was how the alluring woman seemed to tease him throughout the journey. In the end, she waived the fare, merely requesting his phone number. However, she never reached out to him afterward. Ji Feng recognized her unmistakably. The graceful beauty was Li Wan, now serving as his assistant and secretary. Hello, Mr. Ji. I am your assistant and secretary. Here are the company materials you requested, along with my resume, Li Wan said, seemingly failing to recognize Ji Feng as she placed the items on the coffee table before him. Ji Feng picked up her resume and examined it. Li Wan, female, 30 years old, majored in business administration at Tsinghua University. Her resume, while not flawless, was commendable, especially considering her current role as merely a secretary and assistant, which felt somewhat beneath her capabilities. Mr. Ji, please feel free to ask me any questions in the days to come. Li Wan smiled, her mature elegance undeniable, her every word and gesture brimming with charm. Indeed, this woman's allure could be considered intoxicating to any man. What's this, Secretary Li? Have you forgotten me? Ji Feng inquired playfully, setting down her resume. At his words, Li Wan paused, scrutinizing Ji Feng before a realization struck her. She instinctively covered her mouth, revealing an expression of astonishment. Mr. Ji, you are the one who took my car that day? Li Wan's words trailed off, her face flushing red as memories of their encounter in the vehicle resurfaced. Who would have thought that Secretary Li moonlights as a Didi driver? Is your salary insufficient? Ji Feng remarked. That's not it at all, Mr. Ji. You've misunderstood, I was merely amusing myself during my free time, Li Wan quickly clarified. I was just teasing you, the reason I called you here is for a matter of importance, so please, make yourself comfortable, Ji Feng chuckled. With that, he began to meticulously peruse the company documents Li Wan had brought. She sat across from him, unable to resist the urge to closely observe him as he concentrated on the files. To her astonishment, Ji Feng appeared even more handsome than he had in her car, particularly his flawless complexion, which seemed more radiant than many women's. This sparked an irresistible impulse within her to reach out and touch him. Especially now, as he immersed himself in work, the aura he exuded was utterly captivating. In an instant, Li Wan felt her cheeks flush. At 30, she had never been in a romantic relationship, yet she had watched her fair share of love stories unfold on screen. Her brief stint as a DD driver was simply a pastime, a way to interact with a variety of people. In that moment, when Ji Feng had ridden in her car, she had merely acted on a whim, hoping to flirt with the striking young man. Little did she know that he would become her boss. After a lengthy hour, Ji Feng finally grasped the essential details of the company documents Li Wan had provided. Secretary Li, there are a few points in these documents that I find unclear. Could you shed some light on them? Ji Feng inquired. I can clarify those points for you, it's quite straightforward. After an hour of thorough discussion, Li Wan addressed all of Ji Feng's queries, and he finally felt he had a foundational understanding of the company he was about to take over. Let us conclude here for today. Should I require any further documents, please feel free to send them directly to me, Ji Feng instructed. Understood, Mr. Ji. I shall take my leave now. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me, Li Wan replied as she rose. Very well, Ji Feng nodded. Once Li Wan departed, Ji Feng fell into deep contemplation. Truth be told, the Tianhe Group S branch he was about to take over ranked among the foremost in Jinhai City in terms of scale. Furthermore, the internal structure of the company was quite well organized. However, an examination of the business reports from the past 3 years revealed a concerning trend of declining annual revenue, although it had yet to reach the point of loss. Ji Feng had even discovered several bad debts amounting to 10 million in the financial reports, all of which remained unresolved. Several key personnel in important departments were distant relatives of the Ji family, and these bad debts were somewhat intertwined with their involvement. The complexities of familial ties in a family business often lead to entanglements, where certain parasites could hinder the company's growth, even becoming its most significant liability. To be candid, taking over this branch was indeed a test for Ji Feng. Nevertheless, he was not without strategies. Until he fully assimilated the myriad details of the company, Ji Feng planned to remain out of sight. For any critical projects requiring decisions, Li Wan would notify him. From his perspective, maintaining a stable annual revenue for this branch was not an insurmountable task, yet the potential for growth was exceedingly limited, primarily due to the company's inherent constraints and the nature of the pharmaceutical market. Ji Feng did not believe that merely managing a branch would suffice to validate his worth within the Ji family. At that moment, Ji Feng recalled his mother's advice, always prepare for the unexpected. A notion began to take shape in his mind. Adaptability was key, particularly in business, where a single shift could yield profoundly different outcomes. Chapter 14. Move in with me. One cannot help but marvel at the luxurious lifestyle of the affluent, a sentiment that Ji Feng now fully comprehends. Residing in a splendid villa, he enjoys sumptuous dinners prepared by a dedicated cook, a culinary expert skilled in a multitude of cuisines, allowing Ji Feng to simply express his desires regarding the meal. A delectable dinner accompanied by a bottle of exquisite red wine brings unparalleled satisfaction. After the meal, Ji Feng remains active, taking a refreshing swim in the outdoor private pool, followed by a film in the villa's intimate cinema, before ascending the stairs to prepare for bed. Just as Ji Feng was about to rest, he received an unexpected call from Su Yu. Yes, I have obtained the household registration book. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, very well. After ending the call, Ji Feng released a long sigh of relief. Su Yu had reached out to inquire about the necessary documents for their marriage certificate, confirming that if all was in order, they would proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau the next day to finalize their union, thereby solidifying their arrangement. As for whether a wedding banquet would be held after obtaining the certificate, Su Yu did not mention it, but Ji Feng could surmise that given the nature of their contractual marriage, she likely would not take the initiative to organize such an event. Nevertheless, Ji Feng was indifferent. For him, it was merely a contractual arrangement. He believed that once he had completely won over this woman, planning a wedding would not be too late, and that ceremony would be all the more meaningful. The following day, at precisely 9 in the morning, Ji Feng arrived punctually at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, where Su Yu was already waiting, this time not in her crimson Porsche 911, but rather in a BMW 5 Series. Have you brought everything? Su Yu inquired, her expression remaining as aloof and unapproachable as ever. Yes, I have, Ji Feng replied with a smile. Then let's go inside, she said, leading the way, with Ji Feng following closely behind. Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau, the crowd was relatively sparse, and it was not long before it was their turn. After taking their wedding photos, they approached the registration desk. The middle-aged woman responsible for their registration could not help but smile upon seeing them. What a handsome young man. And this young lady is truly beautiful. Now that you've obtained your certificate, may you lead a blissful life together, she remarked. Su Yu offered a polite smile. Thank you, Auntie, Ji Feng responded warmly. The registrar, delighted by Ji Feng's compliment, beamed back at him. You are quite the charmer, it's no wonder you've married such a lovely wife. Wishing you both a century of happiness, she cheerfully blessed them. From their arrival to the conclusion of the registration process, a little over half an hour passed. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Yu suddenly asked, Are you going to work? I can drive you to your office. No, I resigned, Ji Feng replied with a grin. Oh, Su Yu responded, her face betraying no change in expression, indicating her disinterest in Ji Feng's resignation. The 30,000 yuan I will provide you each month is for you to manage wisely. If you encounter any debts outside, I will not assist you, as clearly stated in our previous agreement. You should be aware of that, Su Yu stated matter-of-factly. Rest assured, I understand, Ji Feng assured her. Although Su Yu displayed no visible reaction to his resignation, he sensed her underlying thoughts, likely perceiving him as a mere gold digger expecting to do nothing while receiving a monthly allowance. By the way, where are you currently residing? Su Yu inquired. In Mingju Garden, it's a rental, Ji Feng replied, deliberately withholding the exact location, knowing that Su Yu might assume he was frivolously spending on a villa. Since you are not working anymore, you should not stay there, Su Yu declared. Where should I stay then? Ji Feng asked. Now that we have obtained our marriage certificate, we should live together to avoid any gossip, she asserted, producing a set of keys. Leah Courtyard, Building 63, Apartment 402. Here are the keys to I will take you back shortly, and you can arrange for a moving company to transfer your belongings, but ensure they are kept separate from mine. I will be using the master bedroom, and you can choose from the other 2 rooms, she instructed. Su Yu believed that since they had officially signed a contract and obtained a certificate, they were now, in name, a legitimate married couple. Her decision to cohabit was not only a clear defiance against familial expectations but also a demonstration of responsibility toward the child she was carrying. Naturally, as a couple, they would share a home, and considering her busy schedule, she rarely returned home. Ji Feng was taken aback by Su Yu's sudden proposition for him to move in with her. A man and a woman living together, well, they were now officially husband and wife. Rest assured, my invitation for you to reside with me is not an attempt to monitor your actions. You may do as you please outside, as long as you refrain from bringing unsavory individuals into our home, Su Yu remarked nonchalantly, noticing Ji Feng's prolonged silence. She assumed he was grappling with issues of freedom. You're overthinking it. I am not concerned, but rather delighted to free accommodation. I couldn't be happier, Ji Feng replied with a harmless smile. Choosing to live with Su Yu instead of remaining in the villa was not a foolish decision on his part. Regardless of whether it was a villa or a modest apartment, the presence of a beautiful woman made any place desirable. Moreover, cohabiting with Su Yu would allow him to keep an eye on his cheap wife and any potential suitors. If you have no objections, we should leave now. I need to return to the office to handle some matters, Su Yu stated. No problem, let us go. Chapter 15. The whimsical sister-in-law. After escorting Ji Feng to the entrance of the residential complex, Su Yu took her leave. Ji Feng then contacted a moving company to begin transferring his belongings to the elegant Liu Courtyard where Su Yu resided. He had already reached an agreement with the landlord via his mobile phone to terminate the lease, as the rental period was drawing to a close. Liu Courtyard is an upscale community, boasting excellent security and a pleasant environment. Once the moving company delivered his items, Ji Feng busied himself until everything was neatly organized. Su Yu's residence comprised 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room, a bathroom, and a rather spacious balcony. The interior decoration was minimalist yet sophisticated, creating an exceptionally comfortable atmosphere. To Ji Feng's surprise, he noticed that Su Yu had not hired a maid. However, the apartment was impeccably tidy, suggesting that she had maintained it herself during her free time. This style was remarkably reflective of Su Yu's own decisive and efficient manner. Not long after Ji Feng finished arranging his room, he was startled by the sound of the door opening. Didn't you just say there were matters at the company? How could you return so quickly? Ji Feng assumed it was Su Yu returning. The door swung open, revealing a striking figure. She wore form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long legs, enhancing her allure, while a delicate pink sweater added a touch of youthful vibrancy. Upon seeing the girl's appearance, Ji Feng was momentarily taken aback, for she was a beautiful stranger he did not recognize. Initially unaware of Ji Feng's presence in the living room, the girl turned around after changing her shoes and let out a startled scream. Please refrain from shouting. It's broad daylight, there's no need for such theatrics. Ji Feng admonished her, concerned that her outburst might draw unwanted attention from outside. Who are you? How did you get in here? The girl asked, visibly flustered. I could ask you the same question. How do you possess a key to this place? Ji Feng countered. This apartment is my home, she declared. Are you a burglar? Leave immediately, or I shall call the police. Your home? Ji Feng chuckled. Perhaps you should draft your lies better. If this were truly your home, how could I possess the key? If anyone is a thief here, it seems to be you. I am not a thief, you are. By the way, how did you obtain a key to my house? Still lying, are we? Speak up, or I'll call the authorities, Ji Feng threatened, feigning a reach for his phone. How can you be so unreasonable? This is my sister's home, which means it is mine too. Who are you, really? The girl appeared quite youthful, her naivety evident in her demeanor. Your sister's home? Ji Feng remarked in astonishment. Su Yu is your sister? Yes, she nodded. Upon hearing her affirmation, Ji Feng shook his head in resignation. Little did he expect that his first visit to Su Yu's home would lead him to encounter his sister-in-law. You still haven't revealed who you are, the girl insisted. I am your brother-in-law, Ji Feng replied with a smile. Nonsense. My sister is single, and even if she were not, it wouldn't be you. I've never seen you before. The girl was skeptical. Who else could your brother-in-law be? Ji Feng teased. Ma Qiming, the second young master of the Ma family. Surely you've heard of the Jinhai Ma family. I'll have you know that my sister is set to marry him soon, so you should leave at once, you fraud. What second young master of the Ma family? I have never heard of them, Ji Feng scoffed, producing the marriage certificate he had registered with Su Yu. Take a look for yourself and see if I am lying. What is that? The girl inquired. Can you not read the 3 large characters that say marriage certificate? Marriage certificate? Upon hearing those words, the girl momentarily set aside her fear and hurried over to take a look at the document Ji Feng held. After a moment, she exclaimed, "No way, you must have had this forged. My sister would never marry you. You truly are not ve. If you don't believe me, why not call your sister and find out?" "Fine, I shall call. But know this, if you try anything while I'm on the phone, I will scream," the girl warned, her guard up. "I assure you, I have no interest in someone as inexperienced as you," Ji Feng replied. "How dare you speak to me like that?" "You're the one who is inexperienced," she retorted, dissatisfied with Ji Feng's reference to her youth. To ascertain the truth of Ji Feng's claims, she dialed Suyu's number. Before long, the call connected, and Suyu's voice resonated through the line. "Hello, sis. Why is there suddenly a man in your house claiming to be my brother-in-law, and he has a marriage certificate?" "What? What did you say? It's true, he really is my husband." "Sis, you aren't pulling my leg, are you? Have you married him without mom and dad knowing? What about the Ma family?" "Oh, I understand now, sis. I'll hang up." The call ended. "Well, what do you have to say now? I didn't deceive you, did I?" Ji Feng remarked. Now that the truth had been confirmed by Suyu, the girl had no choice but to accept Ji Feng as her brother-in-law. "This is strange. How could my sister do something like this and marry someone like you?" she mused, perplexed. "What's wrong with me? Am I unworthy of your sister?" Ji Feng inquired playfully. "Of course, my sister is exceptional. Countless distinguished young men are vying for her attention," the girl asserted. "Ah, the perspective of youth is so limited, those so-called elite young men are nothing compared to me," Ji Feng bragged. "Ha, are you claiming to be some young master? Or perhaps a rich second generation?" the girl questioned. "I am simply myself. As for being a rich second generation, with both my car and mortgage, I suppose I could be considered a negative second generation." Ji Feng, "I see now, my sister must be using you as a shield. You, poor fool, have no idea how much trouble awaits you," the girl speculated. One could not deny that while her words may have been blunt, they were astute. Suyu's marriage to Ji Feng, aside from the child she carried, was indeed motivated by a desire to use Ji Feng as a shield. The girl's comments left Ji Feng bemused. His sister-in-law appeared youthful yet possessed a whimsical spirit. Life was bound to become entertaining in the days to come. Chapter 16. The easy-to-deal sister-in-law. Suyu's younger sister, who is also Ji Feng's sister-in-law, is named Su Miaomiao. At the tender age of 20, she is currently a trainee at a certain entertainment company. Given Su Miaomiao's dream of achieving the perfect figure and a sweet visage, the path of a star seems quite feasible for her. Moreover, as a member of the Su family, she enjoys a decent familial background, alleviating any concerns regarding financial burdens. The young lady appears to be rather naive and innocent, having had little exposure to the world. After several conversations, Ji Feng managed to extract a considerable amount of information from her. "Ji Feng, may I ask why you decided to marry my sister? What benefits has she provided you?" Su Miaomiao could not restrain her curiosity. "Address me as brother-in-law," Ji Feng corrected her. I refuse to call you that. Who knows when you might divorce my sister?" Su Miaomiao clearly harbored doubts about Ji Feng's marriage to her sister. "You little rascal, we have already obtained a marriage certificate, yet you continue to wish for our divorce," Ji Feng chided with a laugh. "A marriage certificate? What does that signify? We no longer live in a conservative era, divorces can be finalized in mere minutes," Su Miaomiao replied with an air of understanding. "But I am genuinely curious, what prompted you to marry my sister? Is it her beauty? That can't be right. I know my sister well, she does not enjoy physical contact, especially with men. Even if you are relatively handsome, in her eyes, looks and wealth are mere illusions." "Are you so well acquainted with your sister?" Ji Feng inquired with amusement. "Of course. She is my beloved elder sister, and we grew up together," Su Miaomiao declared proudly. "So, tell me, what advantages has my sister bestowed upon you that you are willing to serve as her shield? Is your curiosity so insatiable?" Ji Feng teased. "Yes, do hurry and tell me," Su Miaomiao insisted, her curiosity piqued. "Then say brother-in-law for me to hear," Ji Feng prompted. "I won't. If you refuse, I shan't divulge anything. You're truly infuriating. Brother-in-law, is that satisfactory?" Su Miaomiao finally succumbed to her overwhelming curiosity. "Ah, very obedient, however, I still won't tell you," Ji Feng replied. "How can you be so untrustworthy? Did I ever assert that calling me brother-in-law would guarantee you the answer? Do you dare to bully me? I could easily report you to my sister. Please, go ahead, I won't see you off. Are you not afraid of my sister?" Su Miaomiao was taken aback by Ji Feng's indifference towards her threat of reporting him. "What is there to fear? Can your sister possibly devour me?" Ji Feng retorted. TSK. Su Miaomiao clicked her tongue. "Though I've only recently interacted with you, you give off a vibe distinctly different from those who pursued my sister before." "In what way am I different?" Ji Feng inquired with a smile. "Those suitors would go to great lengths to please my sister, and sometimes even me." "Yet you seem rather nonchalant," Su Miaomiao remarked earnestly. "Those suitors are merely sycophants, and in the end, they achieve nothing," Ji Feng chuckled. "I can agree with that." Gurgle at that moment, Su Miaomiao's stomach growled. "I'm starving. What are we having for lunch?" she asked. "You are asking me, order takeout yourself," Ji Feng replied. Takeout, what is there that is appetizing? I refuse to eat takeout. I desire a grand feast. I am not hindering you, Ji Feng responded. But I have no money. Su Miao feigned a pitiful expression. Are you joking? Your sister runs a company, and your family is quite wealthy. How can the second princess of the household be out of funds? Ji Feng expressed his disbelief. I only receive 30,000 yuan a month as pocket money. It vanishes quickly with a few cosmetics and clothes. Besides, considering this is our first meeting, out of courtesy, shouldn't you treat me to a sumptuous meal? Su Miao explained. As an intern at her company, she has no income, relying entirely on Su Yu, who provides her with 30,000 yuan monthly. However, Su Miao tends to splurge whenever she has money, often seeking to mooch off her sister for food and other benefits during her breaks. What benefits are there? Wow, you are quite straightforward. You wish to treat a beautiful lady to a meal and expect something in return? If not, then forget it, I won't press the issue. Alright, what do you desire? In the future, refrain from addressing me by my name or using you. Refer to me as brother-in-law, understood? Understood, brother-in-law. Su Miao pronounced the term with exaggerated emphasis, as if venting her dissatisfaction, since she felt thoroughly outmatched in their conversation. Internally pleased, Ji Feng found Su Miao relatively easy to manage, resolving the matter of her address with just a meal. At noon, Ji Feng treated Su Miao to lunch at a nearby authentic restaurant. I'd like a serving of charcoal grilled lamb chops, and please add this braised pig's trotter, along with these sweet and sour ribs. Su Miao perused the menu, ordering 7 or 8 dishes, most of which were hearty fare. Are you serious? Can we possibly finish all this food? This seems rather wasteful, Ji Feng remarked, unable to contain his surprise. He was not stingy, but his parents had instilled a strong aversion to wastefulness in him from a young age. Don't worry, I have a hearty appetite. If we can't finish, we can always take it home, Su Miao replied. At the company, I only eat fruits and vegetables daily, with not a hint of indulgence. Now that I finally have a break, I must treat myself. With such hardship, why pursue a career as an artist? Success isn't guaranteed, Ji Feng stated. You wouldn't understand, it's all for the sake of my dreams. Besides, with my intelligence and charm, I am destined to succeed. The young lady remained optimistic. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, its business thriving. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from a nearby table, drawing the attention of the diners. Chapter 17. Dare to make a bet with me. Inside the restaurant, not far from Ji Feng and his companion, a bespectacled man at a nearby table displayed a demeanor of intense agitation, slamming his hands upon the table, drawing the attention of those around him. Zhang Yu, why have you treated me this way? Have I not been good enough to you? Have I not loved you enough? What on earth is the reason? The bespectacled man shouted passionately at the woman seated before him, his face flushed and his emotions running high, each word resonating from the depths of his heart, evoking sympathy in those who listened. Xiao Feng, we are simply not suited for each other. Please, do not be so agitated, others are watching, the woman replied coldly. Upon hearing her words, the man, known as Xiao Feng, did not calm down, rather, he became even more fervent, retorting, not suited? When we were in school, we even planned our future together. Why have you suddenly changed? What have I done to wrong you? Can you please keep your voice down? Are you not afraid of being laughed at by others? The woman expressed her displeasure. Why should I be afraid? Why should I care about the opinions of others? He countered. You, a rigid science student, understand nothing of romance. I tolerated your lack of charm during our school days, but now that we have graduated, you cannot even provide me with what I desire. On what grounds do you claim to love me? As the man persisted, the woman's tone grew sharper. I admit that I am not wealthy at present, but I swear, give me 1 more year, and I will ensure that you live the life you desire. Why do you, like so many other women, chase after superficiality? And what if I do pursue superficiality? I am telling you plainly, I have a new boyfriend. Let us end this relationship, and do not pursue me any longer. Upon hearing this, the man's countenance turned ashen. A new boyfriend? Have we not even ended things, and you have already found someone else? And what if I have? I no longer wish to share a cramped rental with you. Let me inform you, he is not only wealthy but also loves me dearly. He has even arranged my job for me, and I will start working tomorrow. Can you offer me that? The woman boasted with pride. Is that so? Then allow me to congratulate you. Who is this man? What does he do for a living? Surely, I am entitled to know, the man queried, her words piercing his heart like daggers, stripping away even the last remnants of his dignity. You. At that moment, a voice called out. A middle-aged man in a suit entered with a smile. Darling, I'm over here. Upon hearing the call, the woman instantly transformed, adopting a gentle demeanor in response. The middle-aged man approached her. Guo Xiaofeng, allow me to formally introduce my boyfriend, Shi Ming, the department head of Ruifeng Pharmaceutical, earning a 6-figure salary annually. You must have heard of Tianhai Pharmaceutical in Jinhai City. Ruifeng is its branch. My boyfriend has arranged my job for me, and I will start working tomorrow. Can you achieve that? She boasted triumphantly. Young man, you cannot provide you with the happiness she seeks. If you have any sense, it would be wise to let her go. Here is a card with 50,000 yuan, as compensation for your troubles, Shi Ming stated, placing a bank card before Guo Xiaofeng. Guo Xiaofeng did not take the card nor speak, his fists clenched tightly, and many patrons in the restaurant overheard their conversation. Just take it, do not delay the girl's happiness. Indeed, in this day and age, happiness cannot merely be spoken. It must be acted upon. Sigh, receiving compensation for a breakup is quite generous. If it were me, I would demand compensation for the time wasted. Hee hee, these days, even toads aspire to eat swan meat. The women cast disdainful glances at Guo Xiaofeng, thinking it laughable that such a worthless man still dared to pursue romance. Meanwhile, some men viewed Guo Xiaofeng with sympathy, yet none were brave enough to speak out, intimidated by the allure of a six-figure salary. In today's society, wealth holds significant power. They were merely ordinary workers, and any attempt to stand up could result in humiliation without a chance to retort. Sigh, a bunch of gold diggers speaking without shame, but that man has poor taste. Breaking up with a woman like that is for the best, Su Miaomia remarked as she ate. You're quite rational for a young girl, Ji Feng teased. Look at how cowardly you men are. That guy is being ridiculed like that, and none of the men around dare to speak up, Su Miaomia scoffed. Who says no one will? One will speak up shortly, Ji Feng replied. Where? I don't see anyone, Su Miaomia said, glancing around but finding no one willing to step forward. Far yet near. Brother-in-law, you're not actually thinking of stepping in, are you? If I may advise you, it's better not to. Although you're married to my sister, she will surely ignore you if you attempt to leverage her connections. I assure you, I do not require your sister's influence to make that man publicly humiliate himself. Do you believe me? Ji Feng laughed. I do not, Su Miaomia shook her head. He is the department head of Ruifeng Pharmaceutical, one of the top companies in Jinhai City, backed by the Tianhe Group. Even if my sister wished to cause him trouble, she would have to think twice. You should just let it go, do not embarrass yourself. Su Miaomia held no faith in Ji Feng's abilities. If Ji Feng were a scion of a prominent family or a wealthy heir, perhaps he could leverage connections to make a name for himself, but he was merely a pawn used by her sister as a shield, devoid of power or influence. If you do not believe me, how about we make a bet? Ji Feng proposed. A bet? What kind of bet do you have in mind? Su Miaomia inquired. I bet that I can make him embarrass himself in public and slap that woman in front of everyone. Do you dare to wager? Ji Feng grinned. Alright, what are the stakes? Su Miaomia's interest was piqued. If I succeed, you owe me a 2-hour shoulder massage this evening. And if you fail? I will personally donate 10,000 yuan to you as pocket money. Agreed. It's a deal. Just wait to obediently hand over the money. You must be aware of how formidable Ruifeng Pharmaceutical's scale is, Su Miaomia thought gleefully, convinced that she had already won this wager against Ji Feng. Chapter 18 The Eye of the Talon Scout. Ji Feng rose from his seat, determined to stand up for this young man who had been wounded by love. Of course, his motivations for intervening were not solely based on discontent. Just as Ji Feng was about to approach, a mechanical notification sound resonated in his ear. Ding, options released. Option 1, abandon the intervention. You will receive a charm attribute bonus. Option 2, extend a helping hand, you will acquire the skill Eye of the Talon Scout. I choose option 2. The sudden announcement of options took Ji Feng by surprise. However, there was no hesitation on his part. Judging by the rewards presented by the system, he was resolute in his decision to intervene. TSK, why refuse money that is given freely? If I were you, I would gladly accept it, Ji Feng remarked with a playful tone. Who are you? Shiming inquired as he noticed Ji Feng approaching. Guo Xiaofeng, is this your friend? Zhang Yu asked. Guo Xiaofeng glanced at Ji Feng, bewildered, and remained silent. Turns out you don't know him, mind your own business, Zhang Yu observed, recognizing the lack of acquaintance between Guo Xiaofeng and Ji Feng. We may not have known each other before, but now we do, Ji Feng replied with a smile, reaching for the bank card on the table and placing it into Guo Xiaofeng's hand. Why refuse money that is offered? Accept it. I'm telling you, friend, what exactly do you intend to do? You don't even know him. Are you planning to fight for him now? Shiming remarked coldly upon witnessing Ji Feng's actions. I don't want this money, Guo Xiaofeng stated firmly. See? He doesn't appreciate your kindness. You should leave quickly. It's best not to meddle in other people's affairs, Zhang Yu retorted scornfully. Ji Feng disregarded both Zhang Yu and Shiming, focusing instead on Guo Xiaofeng. Take this money. It is for you, consider it nourishment. Nourishment? The crowd was perplexed. This was clearly a breakup. What did nourishment mean? I overheard you say that you knew this woman from school. After being together for so long, you wouldn't still be a virgin, would you? Even if you're breaking up and won't be sharing a bed anymore, you must have expended quite a bit of energy on her over the years. Don't you think it's reasonable to take this money to buy some supplements to recuperate? Ji Feng explained unabashedly. The adults present, regardless of gender, immediately understood Ji Feng's implication. Laughter erupted among the men, who found Ji Feng's words refreshingly candid. Indeed, even if one had been unfortunate enough to date a gold digger, after all that energy spent, it seemed only fair to consider this money as a means of recuperation. After all, one's vitality was not without cost. Brother, this guy is right, you should take it. It's time to replenish your energy, accept it. When someone offers you money for your recovery, why be polite? Guo Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, recalling all the good he had done for Zhang Yu over the years, only to be treated with disdain. With a determined heart, he accepted the money. How dare you insult me? The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Zhang Yue's expression darkened, especially upon hearing the terms used and expenditure, which incited her fury. Retract your words and apologize to my girlfriend immediately, Shiming commanded, his tone icy. Although Zhang Yu was merely a plaything to him, he could not bear the thought of being ridiculed publicly. As a senior executive at Ruifeng Pharmaceutical, he was unaccustomed to being humiliated in front of others. What if I refuse to apologize? Will you bite me? Ji Feng quipped with a smirk. Listen, Shiming, have some standing in Jinhai City. I've given you a chance, and if you squander it, don't blame me. With that, Shiming pulled out his phone, evidently intending to make a call. Zhang Yu, one must take responsibility for their own actions. I've accepted the money, you and your boyfriend can leave now, and from this day forth, I will no longer contact you. Guo Xiaofeng, believing Ji Feng would suffer for his defense, stood up to speak. He felt a mix of anger and helplessness facing Shiming's status, but he could not bear to watch Ji Feng get hurt on his behalf. Don't worry, I'm curious to see who he'll call, Ji Feng replied, his expression unwavering and relaxed. However, he felt quite pleased that Guo Xiaofeng had stood up for him, proving he was not a complete ingrate. Guo Xiaofeng, I offered you an opportunity earlier, and now this person has insulted me publicly without cause. This cannot be overlooked. Zhang Yu see that Shiming had already placed a call. Hello, yes, at the rustic restaurant next to Lia Biyuan, hurry over, someone is trying to show off in front of me. After hanging up, Shiming cast a cold smile at Ji Feng. It is not too late to apologize publicly. I'm giving you this chance. Unexpectedly, Ji Feng paid no heed to Shiming and instead scrutinized Guo Xiaofeng once more. During Shiming's phone call, Ji Feng had learned about his newly acquired skill Eye of the Talent Scout. Exceptional horses are common, but exceptional scouts are rare. A skill for discovering top-tier talent, limited to 3 uses per day. As Ji Feng curiously examined Guo Xiaofeng with the Eye of the Talent Scout, he was astounded by the attributes displayed above Guo Xiaofeng's head. Guo Xiaofeng field of expertise, research qualification, top tier with the Eye of the Talent Scout skill now at his disposal. Ji Feng instantly recognized the unparalleled talent and potential that others could not see within Guo Xiaofeng. This intervention was indeed worthwhile. Not only did I acquire a skill, but I also have the opportunity to unearth a hidden top-tier talent, which is precisely what I need, Ji Feng mused inwardly. As time passed, 10 minutes later, a black business vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, and 4 individuals emerged, making their way into the rustic restaurant. Chapter 19 The man I cannot afford to offend. 4 individuals entered the restaurant. At the forefront was a portly man adorned with tattoos around his neck, followed closely by a slender figure resembling a mere stick, a blonde, and a fellow sporting a pompadour. The 4 of them bore fierce countenances, each radiating an aura that suggested they were no ordinary troublemakers, striding in with an air of aggression. Supervisor Sure, I rushed over as soon as I received your call. Who, in broad daylight, dares to show off in your presence? The hefty man, donning sunglasses, declared with an air of arrogance. To act presumptuously before Supervisor Sure is to disregard our elder brother's authority, and consequently, to disrespect us. Truly, some people must be tired of living, seeking trouble for no reason, relishing the spotlight. If Supervisor Sure is not satisfied today, we shall ensure he leaves in a state of discomfort. The group of 4 exuded an overwhelming bravado, utterly audacious. Brother Ming, did you summon them? Upon seeing the arrival of the 4, Zhang Yu nestled beside Shi Ming, her expression one of admiration. Indeed, old Xiao is quite influential in Jinhai City, Shi Ming replied with pride. Zhang Xiao, the hefty leader, was surrounded by his entourage, who typically engaged in nefarious activities such as loan sharking and overseeing gambling dens for profit. Shi Ming had met Zhang Xiao after emerging from a casino, sharing a Now, with Ji Feng publicly humiliating him, Shi Ming felt compelled to reclaim his dignity, summoning Zhang Xiao's crew to intimidate Ji Feng. Not far away, Su Miaomiao, who had been observing the scene, had already taken out her phone, ready to capture this moment. They've brought reinforcements. I am eager to see how you'll handle this, she said, excitement bubbling within her. Although Ji Feng had indeed gained the upper hand verbally earlier, now that reinforcements had been called, she was keen to see how he would respond. If Ji Feng continued to feign strength despite lacking genuine ability, she would not feel the slightest bit of sympathy. Kid, don't act timid, turn around and apologize sincerely, you might yet stand. Otherwise, my friends here will ensure you leave on a stretcher, Shi Ming announced, his pride swelling as he relished the moment. With Zhang Xiao's crew present, Shi Ming felt emboldened, ready to flaunt his bravado. As they entered, Ji Feng was leisurely sipping tea, his back turned to the entrance. Even upon hearing the commotion behind him, he remained unfazed. In truth, regardless of how many people his adversaries summoned, they were nothing more than insignificant nuisances in his eyes. Slowly placing his teacup down, he turned around and remarked, I'm curious to see who you've brought with you. Upon recognizing the individual summoned by Shi Ming, a smile crept across Ji Feng's face. He had unexpectedly encountered familiar faces. The portly leader was none other than one of the drunken troublemakers from that night at the barbecue stall. The lanky fellow and the blonde were also there, though one was missing. That evening, they had been a total of 5. Well, who would have thought you were so well connected on the streets, fatty? You seem to have quite a few friends, Ji Feng said with a playful tone. You're that guy from that night, Zhang Xiao stammered, the earlier bravado instantly evaporating. He recalled how, that fateful night, they had attempted to act tough at the barbecue stall, only to be effortlessly subdued by a young man, this very young man standing before him. What a coincidence. Weren't there 5 of you? What happened to the 5th? Ji Feng teased. What should we do now, big brother? Oh no, how is it him? What should we do, big brother? The trio of Zhang Xiao and his companions visibly wilted, haunted by the memory of their previous encounter. Overwhelmed by a single opponent, they had been dispatched with ease, their lack of resistance clear evidence that their adversary had skills. Never did they expect to run into him again, and today they were down to 4. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding, Zhang Xiao hastily interjected, eager to avoid another harsh lesson. Old Xiao, what's the matter with you four? Why fear just one person? Shi Ming, bewildered by the situation, questioned. Supervisor Shi, I apologize, but we cannot afford to offend this man. I must take my leave, Zhang Xiao confessed. Fatty, don't run off now. You were quite the tough guy when you arrived, threatening to make me leave on a stretcher, and you three were equally imposing, Ji Feng remarked coolly. Brother, I didn't know it was you. It's all a misunderstanding. Had I known, I would have never come, Zhang Xiao pleaded earnestly. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding, I apologize. Forget everything we said before, please accept my apologies. It's our fault, brother. Just don't boast recklessly in public. Otherwise, some fool might believe you can resolve anything, Ji Feng quipped, his sarcasm directed at Shi Ming. Yes, brother, we'll take our leave now, Zhang Xiao quickly stated before ushering his companions away. Their group relied on observing casinos and engaging in loan sharking for their livelihoods. Encountering formidable opposition was not worth the risk. Should they be apprehended for their earlier bravado, they would have nowhere to turn for solace. The once menacing quartet entered with great fanfare, only to exit with their tails between their legs mere minutes later, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. Shi Ming's face shifted from a shade of green to purple, reflecting his displeasure. He had intended to flaunt his bravado, only to be humiliated as his own reinforcements crumbled before him. Wow, that guy is impressive. He backed down the moment he saw him. This guy is no ordinary person. Absolutely incredible. He is so bold. This guy is exceptionally handsome. Ji Feng's effortless dismissal of the group left onlookers exhilarated, admiration etched on their faces. Su Miao Miao, who had been poised to record the spectacle, now stood in shock, her mouth agape. The developments had unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to her expectations. To be frank, Ji Feng's demeanor just moments ago had been rather dashing. Brother Ming, what should we do now? Zhang Yu whispered. You got lucky this time. We're leaving, Shi Ming growled, casting a venomous glare at Ji Feng as he prepared to depart. Planning to leave, are you? Do take a look outside and see who has arrived. Ji Feng's playful voice resounded once more in Shi Ming's ear as he attempted to lead Zhang Yu away. Chapter 20, Tell your story. Ji Feng's words left Shi Ming momentarily stunned. He gazed outside, somewhat perplexed, and noticed an Audi A6 parked by the roadside. A plump woman emerged from the vehicle. The familiar license plate and the recognizable figure caused Shi Ming's complexion to change drastically, for the visitor was none other than his wife. Indeed, Shi Ming was married, and his ascension to the position of department head at Ruifeng Pharmaceutical Company was largely attributable to his wife's influence. However, she had become both overweight and unattractive over time. Now that he occupied a prestigious role with an annual salary in the millions, he found it increasingly discontenting to return home each day to a hefty woman. Thus, he chose to indulge in an extramarital affair, and Zhang Yu was the latest conquest he had acquired. She was a gold digger fresh out of university, easily ensnared. Wife, why are you here? Shi Ming murmured, unable to contain his surprise. He had meticulously planned the timing of his outings with Zhang Yu, ensuring that his wife would never discover his indiscretions. What, you have a wife? Upon hearing Shi Ming's words, Zhang Yu's face paled instantly. Yet, Shi Ming ignored her and bellowed at Ji Feng, did you betray me? To wish for secrets to remain hidden, one must first abstain from wrongdoing. Ji Feng neither confirmed nor denied the accusation. Soon, the corpulent woman stormed into the restaurant with a fierce demeanor. It must be said that Shi Ming's wife was indeed lacking in both physique and attractiveness. Her arms were as thick as his thighs, and her heavily made-up face was a sight that invoked disgust. Upon spotting Shi Ming, the woman approached him with an aggressive stride. Husband, let me explain, it's not what you think. Shi Ming hastily interjected a slap. To his astonishment, the overweight woman did not grant him a chance to elucidate, delivering a resounding slap across his face. Instantly, a vivid red handprint blossomed on his cheek. You wretched man, after all the effort I put into elevating you to your current position, you dare to cheat behind my back? You've grown quite bold. As she spoke, her jiggling flesh was a nauseating sight. Hey, you foul creature, how dare you strike him, Mingo, are you alright? Zhang Yu, initially stricken with despair upon witnessing Shi Ming's wife's appearance, quickly stepped forward to defend him, eager to curry favor with the wealthy man. Even though he was married, she was willing to accept a future with him should he choose to divorce and marry her. Slap. Just as Zhang Yu finished her sentence, another sharp sound echoed through the room. This time, it was Shi Ming who had struck out. You vile harlot, how dare you insult my wife, get out of here. Shi Ming roared to Zhang Yu, taken aback by Shi Ming's slap, stammered, Mingo, you foul wench, I told you to leave. If it weren't for your incessant whining for me to come here today, none of this would have happened. Shi Ming vented all his pent-up frustration on Zhang Yu, his anger escalating with each passing moment. He had not intended to come out today, but her persistent coaxing had compelled him. Slap. Once more, a crisp sound reverberated through the air. This time it was Shi Ming's wife delivering the blow. You little minx, so young and already enticing men, and you dare to insult me? Get out of my sight. After receiving 2 slaps, Zhang Yu could no longer endure the humiliation and swiftly grabbed her bag to leave. Remaining any longer would likely result in further blows. You, come home with me, the overweight woman commanded Shi Ming. Yes, dear wife, I'll be right there, Shi Ming replied, offering no resistance in the face of his wife's authority. Before long, the plump woman led Shi Ming away, and Zhang Yu departed as well, leaving the restaurant in stunned silence. Many patrons were left speechless, especially those who had previously mocked Guo Xiaofeng and Ji Feng for their materialistic pursuits. Now, they slinked away in shame, unable to face the unfolding events. Just moments ago, they had derided Guo Xiaofeng for being an unworthy suitor, incapable of providing the happiness a woman desired. Ironically, here was a man who could indeed offer such wealth, yet his legitimate wife had arrived to confront him. Meanwhile, the surrounding men reveled in the spectacle, relieved to witness a long-awaited vindication. Bro, impressive. Wow, I'm utterly speechless. The plot twist was too swift. You guys didn't see that group of gold diggers flee faster than anyone else. How could they possibly stay? Their faces were left stinging from the slaps. Ah, this is the true nature of women when confronted with wealth. Even Su Miaomio stood agape, utterly astonished by the turn of events. She had never anticipated such an outcome, prompting her to recall Ji Feng's earlier wager with her. It became clear why he had been so confident. He genuinely held the upper hand. The thought of their wager left her feeling a mix of regret and disbelief, for she had never massaged anyone's shoulders or backs in her life. Thank you. Guo Xiaofeng gradually regained his composure and bowed deeply to Ji Feng. Without him, his last shred of dignity as a man might have been utterly crushed. Though unsure of how Ji Feng had orchestrated such a scene, Guo Xiaofeng felt grateful that Ji Feng had allowed him to preserve his final semblance of honor. Remember, the gentleness of a man without ability is the least valuable of all. To live with dignity, you must first establish your own career. Do you wish to live with dignity in the future? Ji Feng articulated. These words, Guo Xiaofeng looked at Ji Feng, somewhat perplexed by his meaning. Tell your story. I shall be your patron, Ji Feng declared with confidence. Chapter 21 I am your benefactor. Guo Xiaofeng had graduated for over a year with a degree in biopharmaceuticals from a prestigious institution. He initially secured a position at a reputable company post-graduation. However, shortly after beginning his employment, he was dismissed due to his discontent with the working style of certain executives. Following his termination, Guo Xiaofeng resolved to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. Yet, entrepreneurship is not a venture that guarantees immediate success. As of now, his girlfriend of 3 years from university chose to leave him to become the mistress of a high-ranking executive at a large corporation. Upon hearing Guo Xiaofeng's words, Ji Feng maintained an impassive expression, but internally mused, isn't it inevitable that a genius like you, whose expertise lies in research and development, would fail in entrepreneurship? Success in business requires not only managerial skills but also emotional intelligence. Some individuals may not be ill-suited for leadership, however, by shifting their focus, they could achieve remarkable results and attain greater accomplishments. The biopharmaceutical field, particularly research and development, is precisely where I can excel, Ji Feng thought to. Today's events have made me realize my naivety. My personality is inherently unsuitable for entrepreneurship. It would be wiser to return to a stable job, though I am uncertain if any company would want me now, Guo Xiaofeng replied with a bitter smile. After this period of entrepreneurship, he had also identified some of his own shortcomings. Make this call, someone will arrange a position for you. Focus on your research and development, do you understand? If you diligently pursue what you excel at in research and development, there will come a day when your name will resonate far and wide, Ji Feng replied. Ji Feng's words suddenly enlightened Guo Xiaofeng. Indeed, he had studied biopharmaceuticals in school, making a career in pharmaceutical research and development the most suitable path for him. He had demonstrated a natural talent during his studies, finding learning and exploration effortless. Why not continue in a field where he could truly shine? In every profession, excellence can be attained, regardless of the field. Achieving greatness will carve out a space in the world for oneself. I will remember this. Thank you, I will never forget your kindness, Guo Xiaofeng declared with unwavering resolve. The gloom that once clouded his eyes now lifted. He left, clutching the phone number Ji Feng had provided. Of course, the number Ji Feng had given him belonged to Li Wan, his secretary and assistant. Ji Feng had already briefly wanted to facilitate Guo Xiaofeng's entry into the pharmaceutical research and development department, leaving the subsequent details for her to manage. Ji Feng need not worry. Goodness, are you a pig? I haven't even had a bite, and you've devoured so much already. After resolving Guo Xiaofeng's matter, Ji Feng returned to his previous seat. The dishes had all been served, yet Su Miaomio had consumed more than half of them. If you don't eat, it will get cold, and cold food is unappetizing, Su Miaomio retorted, her gaze averted from Ji Feng in a sheepish manner. The matter has been settled. Remember to uphold your end of the wager tonight, Ji Feng said with a smile. Su Miaomio's face instantly fell, as she had hoped Ji Feng would forget about it. Then you must tell me how you managed to handle the situation, she insisted. Her curiosity was piqued, particularly about the way the person summoned by Shi Ming had reacted upon seeing Ji Feng, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, not to mention Shi Ming's wife making an appearance, surely not mere coincidence. Want to know? Yes, Su Miaomio nodded eagerly. I won't tell you. Oh come on, brother-in-law, please just tell me, will you? Su Miaomio switched to a charming, pleading demeanor. One must admit, having such a sweet and adorable sister-in-law plead before you is rather hard to resist. Alright, out of the kindness of my heart, I shall share, Ji Feng began. I had encountered that group before. They are merely a bunch of ruffians whom I had previously dealt with, and they developed a psychological fear of me. As for Ming, he happens to be the supervisor at my friend's company. I simply inquired with my friend and discovered that this fellow is indeed married and quite fearful of his wife, thus, I had him assist me with a small favor. Is that all? What more do you expect? You saw for yourself, Ming embarrassed himself publicly and even slapped that woman. You must not go back on your wager. Understood. Su Miao Miao, always keep my word, I will not default. By the way, what were you and that man discussing for so long? Su Miao Miao asked again. Nothing much, just a heart-to-heart. After all, we are both men, Ji Feng replied. In truth, Ji Feng had not told the whole story. The company Ming worked for was the very one Ji Feng had recently taken over. This department head happened to be one of the individuals linked to the bad debts mentioned in the file Li Wan had given him. Given Ji Feng's current position and influence, dealing with Ming was quite straightforward. Of course, Ji Feng's actions extended beyond mere public humiliation. Soon, Ming would receive notification of his termination from the company. An hour later, Ji Feng and Su Miao Miao concluded their dinner, which had cost Ji Feng over 300 yuan. Considering the abundance of hearty dishes and the authentic flavors of this rustic restaurant, the price was quite reasonable. Su Miao Miao was thoroughly satisfied, patting her flat stomach with a look of contentment. During her time at the company, she had never enjoyed such a delightful meal. Now that we are full and satisfied, shall we head? Otherwise, it's easy to gain weight, Su Miao Miao replied. Ji Feng, Chapter 22. A woman should not be pampered too much. Women, it seems, are often inclined to engage in rather frivolous pursuits. Take, for instance, my sister-in-law, Su Miao Miao, who, while indulging in a lavish dinner, simultaneously frets about gaining weight and insists on exercising. Her notion of exercise, it appears, consists solely of dragging herself to the mall for some shopping. At this moment, Ji Feng finds himself helplessly accompanying his charming sister-in-law through the bustling aisles of a shopping center. Is your idea of post-dinner exercise merely shopping? Ji Feng remarks with a sigh. Of course. It allows for both walking and shopping. What could be better? Su Miao Miao replies earnestly. I suspect you merely wish for me to foot the bill. Ji Feng candidly exposes her ulterior motive. Well, as my brother-in-law, it's only fitting that you buy a little something for your sister-in-law on our first meeting, she retorts, unabashedly presenting her argument. You make a compelling case. I find myself at a loss for words, Ji Feng responds with a chuckle. Indeed, accompanying his sweet and adorable sister-in-law on a shopping spree is not an entirely unpleasant endeavor. Moreover, winning her favor could significantly aid in charming his rather frugal wife. However, the price of such persuasion may be a tad steep. With a sister who is the CEO of a company and a background that affords her comforts, Su Miao Miao has always been rather extravagant in her shopping habits. Otherwise, her monthly allowance of 30,000 yuan would hardly suffice. At this moment, she strides into an LV boutique. Within the confines of such a luxurious brand, one can expect the sales staff to possess both keen insight and eloquence. Not long after her entrance, Su Miao Miao was captivated by the latest handbag on display, further enticed by the salesperson's enthusiastic pitch. Madam, you possess exquisite taste. This bag is a newly launched limited edition. Our branch is fortunate to have one in stock. Should you hesitate, it may be snatched away by another, the salesperson declares. Wow, I saw this bag on the official website and was unaware it had already been released. Su Miao Miao exclaims, her affection for the bag unreservedly apparent. Indeed, you are quite lucky. This new model has only recently hit the market, and our store is the sole location nearby to offer it. Brother-in-law, come quickly, isn't this bag stunning? It would pair perfectly with my outfit today. Su Miao Miao calls out eagerly. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng can only shake his head in resignation as he approaches her. Upon spotting the staggering price tag of 80,000 yuan, his sense of resignation deepens. It seems that spending a woman's money is indeed an effortless task. I find it rather ordinary, Ji Feng deliberately states. While he understands the necessity of winning over his sister-in-law, 80,000 yuan is an exorbitant price. Even though he is not lacking in funds, one must not squander money frivolously. Most importantly, one must never pamper a woman too excessively. Brother-in-law, it's simply beautiful. It's only 80,000 yuan, and there's only this one available. If we don't buy it, it will be gone, Su Miao Miao pouts. She genuinely lacks funds at the moment, her allowance is depleted, and her credit card has long been maxed out. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly purchased it without hesitation. Now, she can only hope that her thrifty brother-in-law will agree to cover the cost. Since you are so eager to buy it, I shall call your sister to see if she can lend you some support, Ji Feng suggests. Just sweet-talk her a bit. She will surely agree, Su Miao Miao nods enthusiastically. Su Miao Miao suspects that Ji Feng is implying he lacks sufficient funds, but she brushes aside such concerns, focusing solely on securing her sister's approval to purchase the bag. Ji Feng then retrieves his phone and dials Su Yu's number. After several rings, there is still no answer. Your sister isn't picking up, Ji Feng remarks. I suppose that leaves us with no options. Alas, Su Miao Miao sighs, disappointment etched upon her face. Her desire for the bag is genuine. Perhaps it's best to let it go, she concedes, realizing her brother-in-law is short on cash and her sister is unreachable. Could you possibly reserve this bag for me? I promise to return tomorrow to purchase it, Su Miao Miao persists, undeterred, addressing the salesperson. I'm sorry, but we have a policy against that, the salesperson replies apologetically. Ah, isn't that Su Miao Miao, here to buy a bag, I see. But judging by your appearance, it seems you're rather short on funds, a mocking voice interrupts, causing Su Miaomiao and Ji Feng to turn. A heavily made-up woman, dressed rather provocatively, strides over. Upon hearing the voice, Su Miaomiao's brow furrows. She recognizes it as Zhang Li, a fellow intern from her company. Their relationship soured after a minor incident during their internship, leading to an ongoing rivalry marked by animosity. Zhang Li, your remarks suggest you are in a position to judge. Perhaps you should refrain from casting stones, Su Miaomiao retorts coldly. While I may not be able to purchase it, my boyfriend certainly can, Zhang Li boasts. Darling, I have my eye on this bag. Would you be so kind as to buy it for me? Of course, if you like it, then buy it, responds a young man beside her, adorned in luxury brands, sporting purple hair and earrings, though his heavy dark circles reveal a lifestyle of excess. Ah, I see you've ensnared yourself a wealthy heir. No wonder you carry yourself with such bravado, Su Miaomiao scoffs. She recognizes the young man, Zhang Hao, a rich heir who had previously pursued her but was rebuffed. Miao Miao, if you desire that bag as well, agree to my previous proposal, and I'll purchase it for you, Zhang Hao states, his gaze appraising Su Miaomiao with unabashed desire. He has long been captivated by her, but her indifference forced him to settle for Zhang Li instead. Zhang Li, behold the man you've entangled yourself with, truly repugnant, Su Miaomiao sneers. Mind your own business. Unlike you, I don't pretend to be innocent, Zhang Li snaps back, though she is aware of the transactional nature of her relationship with Zhang Hao. Her satisfaction lies solely in watching Su Miaomiao squirm. Oh, is this your boyfriend? He appears to be nothing more than a broke loser. How could you possibly find him appealing? Zhang Li remarks disdainfully, casting a dismissive glance at Ji Feng. Chapter 23. Caught in the crossfire. Originally intending to remain a mere observer, Ji Feng's dissatisfaction surged upon hearing Zhang Li's words. What the hell, who had he offended? Their personal grievances should be settled between them, yet they were transferring their animosity onto him. What was the meaning of that? Was he not being unfairly targeted? Are you a rabid dog, biting everyone you see? Ji Feng retorted angrily. Who are you calling a rabid dog? A mere penniless loser dares to speak to me like that? Zhang Li shot back furiously. You've admitted it yourself, of course, you're a rabid dog, Su Miaomiao chuckled, adding, and by the way, he is my brother-in-law, not my boyfriend, you deranged mutt. Honey, they're insulting me, Zhang Li whined, unable to match the verbal prowess of the two, and quickly turned to Zhang Hao for support. Kid, you dare to insult my girlfriend? Do you know who I am? Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to flaunt himself in front of Zhang Li, speaking arrogantly. Who are you? Just the boyfriend of this rabid dog. You're just another dog, Ji Feng replied with a tone designed to infuriate. Su Miaomiao laughed, brother-in-law, your words actually make a twisted sort of sense. If you're not a dog, how could you possibly have an interest in a female dog? You, a worthless loser who can't even scrape together a few tens of thousands, dare to speak to me? My father is Jiang Shihua, and Jiangnan Company belongs to my family. Do you even know that? How dare you address me like that? Jiangnan Company? I'm sorry, but I've never heard of it, Ji Feng replied nonchalantly. He genuinely had no idea. While Jinhai City was not small, he was familiar with the leading companies, and Jiangnan Company was unfamiliar to him. Truly a country bumpkin, unaware of Jiangnan Company, Zhang Li scoffed. You must have heard of Ruifeng Pharmaceuticals, right? My husband's Jiangnan Company has a partnership with them. A bumpkin, do you know how much profit our company stands to make from this collaboration with Ruifeng? At least 10 million, have you ever seen so much money? Zhang Hao boasted, his spirits buoyed by the recent deal his father had struck with Ruifeng, which was estimated to yield a conservative profit of 10 million. This had resulted in a significant increase in his pocket money lately, and if the collaboration went smoothly, their family business could expand further. Go on, you country bumpkin, if you can't afford it, just scram, Zhang Li dismissed him disdainfully. Is that so? Then I really must look into how impressive this Jiangnan Company is, Ji Feng said with a smile, pulling out his phone. He merely sent a WeChat message to Li Wan, issuing his command. I'll take this bag. Please wrap it up for me, Zhang Hao instructed the sales attendant. Certainly, young Master Jiang, the attendant replied with a warm smile, recognizing Jiang Hao as a wealthy second-generation heir from Jinhai City. Honey, you're the best. Zhang Li exclaimed, thrilled as she saw Zhang Hao preparing to buy the latest LV bag worth 80,000 yuan, planting a kiss on his cheek. Brother-in-law, let us leave. This nauseating couple is truly repulsive, Su Miaomiao remarked with a look of disgust. Although she coveted the bag, she realized she couldn't afford it, and it was better to leave than to remain in such an unpleasant atmosphere. Right, you filthy loser, if you can't afford it, just hurry up and get lost, Zhang Hao bloated. You want it? Do you even have the money? Zhang Li exploded in anger. Kid, don't pretend in front of women if you don't have the means. 80,000 yuan, do you earn that much in a year? Jiang Hao sneered. Ji Feng ignored them, addressing the attendant, please wrap it up, I'll settle the payment. Su Miaomiao was taken aback and quickly approached Ji Feng, whispering, brother-in-law, do you have 80,000 yuan on you right now? Ha, this is hilarious. Even she knows you're broke, just stop pretending and leave, Zhang Li taunted before Ji Feng could respond. Don't pay any attention to this filthy loser, wrap it up for me, I'm buying it, Zhang Hao directed the attendant. The sales attendant nodded with a smile, indicating her understanding. We were the first to express interest in this bag, it should rightfully be sold to us first, Ji Feng asserted. I'm sorry, sir, while you were indeed the first to show interest, you did not intend to purchase it. Young Master Jiang has now committed to buying it, so it rightfully belongs to him, the attendant stated, her gaze towards Ji Feng now tinged with disdain. That is simply outrageous. Even if we hesitated for a moment, we haven't left the store yet, why should it be given to them first? Su Miao protested angrily, feeling belittled by the attendant's condescending attitude. I apologize, if you're not buying, don't waste others' time and just get lost. What are you pretending for, without any money? Jiang Hao gloated further. He was enjoying the attention, the store staff were aware of his status and were treating him with respect. I will file a complaint against you, Su Miao declared, thoroughly incensed. Encountering both Zhang Li and Jiang Hao was already distasteful enough, but she never expected to be looked down upon by this sales attendant. If her sister Han Ti always taught her to be humble outside, how could she, a member of the Su family from Jinhai City, endure such humiliation? Was she truly unable to afford an 80,000 yuan bag? Ji Feng remained calm, looking at the sales attendant and asking, how can you be so certain that young Master Jiang can afford it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao burst into laughter. I can't afford it? 80,000 yuan is like 8 yuan to me, do you think I can't buy something worth 8 yuan? He then produced a bank card and handed it to the attendant, saying, charge it. Very well, young Master Jiang, the attendant accepted the card, casting a disdain. A mere 80,000 is insignificant to him. You pathetic loser, today you'll learn what kind of people should shop in what kind of stores. Jiang Hao beamed with self-satisfaction. Chapter 24. A mere trifle compared to him. The sales clerk approached the counter, card in hand, ready to process the payment given by Jiang Hao. Upon swiping the card, an erroneous beep resonated. Undeterred, the clerk swiped again. Beep, another error rang out. A third attempt yielded the same result. Assuming the machine was malfunctioning, the clerk continued to swipe repeatedly, only to be met with the disheartening message that the card had been frozen and was unusable. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao wore a smug expression as he observed Ji Feng, eager for him to witness the extravagant spending habits of the affluent. However, the clerk returned with the card, apologetically stating, young Master Jiang, this card is not functional. Please provide another. Not functional, how can that be? Jiang Hao replied incredulously. It is true, young Master Jiang, I would never dare to deceive you, the clerk insisted earnestly. Never mind, I have another card, Jiang Hao declared, producing another bank card and handing it to the clerk while teasing Ji Feng. Have you ever seen so many affluent bank cards, you pauper? Thank you, young Master Jiang. The clerk took the card and attempted to process it once more. Beep, beep. Still no success. Before long, the clerk approached again, her expression grave. Young Master Jiang, this card is also inoperative. Jiang Hao's temper flared instantly. How can this be? This is a brand new card my father gave me today. It must be your machine that is faulty. Younger master, we have checked thoroughly, the machine is functioning correctly, as you can see. I refuse to believe it, I'll try myself. Jiang Hao strode to the counter and swiped the card. Beep beep beep, yet again, the card failed to process. Darling, what's wrong? Zhang Li sensed something amiss and inquired hastily. Nothing, I'll call my father, Jiang Hao replied, retrieving his mobile phone. Just then, as he prepared to dial, his phone rang. It was his father. Jiang Hao answered immediately. Hello, Dad, why can't I use my card? He asked directly. As soon as he finished speaking, his father, Jiang Shihao, erupted in a furious roar on the other end. You little rascal, where are you? Come home at once. What's the matter, Dad? Don't ask so many questions, just get back here now. Dad, why are you yelling? My card isn't working, I was just about to pay for my purchases. What are you buying? Another handbag for some woman, I presume. I've frozen that card, get back here immediately, or don't bother returning at all. Beep beep beep. The call ended abruptly. Dad. Jiang Hao attempted to protest, but the line was already dead. Darling, what happened? Zhang Li asked, noticing Jiang Hao's distressed demeanor. My father insists I return home now, Jiang Hao replied. What about the handbag? Zhang Li queried. What handbag? All you ever think about is handbags, Jiang Hao retorted, disregarding Zhang Li as he stormed out, utterly humiliated in front of the onlookers. Darling, wait for me. Zhang Li called out, hurrying to catch up. Jiang Hao and Zhang Li left in a huff, leaving the sales clerk dumbfounded, her expression one of sheer bewilderment. What was this? They had promised to make a purchase, and now they were abandoning it? TSK, this is what it means to be wealthy, Ji Feng remarked with amusement. Having learned of Jiang Hao's father's business dealings with Ruifeng Company, Ji Feng realized that dealing with him would be a trivial matter. As a mere distributor for Ruifeng, Jiang Hao was dispensable, easily sidelined. Moreover, Ji Feng had taken a picture to send to Jiang Hao's father, showcasing Jiang Hao's current predicament. To Ji Feng's surprise, Jiang Hao's father acted swiftly, promptly freezing the card. Su Miao was utterly perplexed, unaware of the events that had transpired. The once arrogant duo now departed in disgrace. Although she did not grasp the reasoning behind it, Su Miao felt a wave of satisfaction. Sir, young Master Jiang has left. What about the handbag? The sales clerk inquired, directing her attention towards Ji Feng. After all, if she could sell the handbag through him, her commission would be considerable. Not buying it, such handbags are only affordable for second-generation wealthy individuals, Su Miao quipped. Brother-in-law, let us go. I can't stand such lowly company, she scoffed, exiting the store without a second thought. Seeing Su Miaomiao leave in such haste, Ji Feng shook his head helplessly, realizing that his sister-in-law was genuinely upset. However, he was not about to let it end like this. I'll take the handbag, and I'd like to speak with your manager, Ji Feng stated nonchalantly, pulling out a bank card gifted to him by his grandfather as a token of goodwill. Why would we call the manager if you're going to buy it? The sales clerk replied with irritation. At that moment, the store manager happened to emerge. Upon seeing the card in Ji Feng's hand, he was taken aback and hurried over. I sincerely apologize, sir, how may I assist you? I am the manager of this store, he said, wearing an ingratiating smile. You've had plenty of time to observe the commotion inside. Given the lack of professionalism displayed by your staff, what do you propose we do about it? Ji Feng remarked coolly. The manager, realizing the gravity of the situation, had chosen the wrong moment to appear. You are dismissed, you need not return to work tomorrow, the manager stated sternly to the sales clerk. Manager, the clerk stammered, panic setting in. Is my message unclear? You've offended such a distinguished guest, do not return tomorrow, the manager reiterated. The black card in Ji Feng's possession was not something just anyone could possess. You might want to pay closer attention. Let us settle the payment, Ji Feng said with a smile. Of course, sir, here is my business card. Should you visit our store again, please contact me directly for personal service, the manager offered, presenting his card with utmost respect. After Ji Feng departed, the sales clerk lamented, Manager, why was I fired? You exhibited a complete lack of discernment. The card he used for payment was a black card. There are very few individuals in Jinhai City who possess one. Can you fathom the implications if this esteemed customer complains to headquarters? The manager scolded. If someone of his stature were to file a complaint, my position as manager would be at risk. Couldn't young Master Jiang bring in a black card too? The clerk persisted. Young Master Jiang? Compared to this guest, he barely registers. Hurry up and gather your things, the manager dismissed disdainfully. Chapter 25. A scene unbelievable. My dear sister, I can hardly comprehend this. I am, after all, a member of the Su family, with an elder sister who runs her own business. Why must I always maintain such a low profile? Su Miaomiao grumbled as she emerged from the store, her irritation palpable. In her haste and frustration, she failed to notice that Ji Feng had not followed her out. Where is my brother-in-law? After walking for a while, Su Miaomiao finally remembered Ji Feng's presence. She glanced around, but to her dismay, he was nowhere to be found. Just then, as she searched for him, an unexpected bag appeared before her, startling her. Brother-in-law, why do you appear as if from nowhere like a ghost? You nearly scared me to death. Su Miaomiao exclaimed. Take a look at this, Ji Feng said, waving the item he held in his hand. Upon closer inspection, Su Miaomiao's eyes widened in recognition. Brother-in-law? Did you buy it? She asked, her face lighting up with surprise. Of course, consider this a token of our meeting, are you pleased? Ji Feng replied with a smile. Absolutely. Su Miaomiao eagerly accepted the bag, but as the earlier events in the store came rushing back to her, her expression soured. I adore the bag, but recalling what happened in the store makes me furious. Still angry? Wasn't that young Master Jiang called back by his father? He boasted about buying a bag, only for his card to be frozen. How utterly humiliating. Why are you still upset? Ji Feng chuckled. His arrogance, along with that disdainful shop assistant, makes me want to slap her, Su Miaomiao fumed. Rest assured, when I purchased the bag, I summoned the store manager, and that assistant has been dismissed, Ji Feng assured her. Really? Su Miaomiao inquired. Indeed. The customer is king. If the king complains, how could they not comply? Ji Feng replied. That certainly makes me feel better, Su Miaomiao said, her spirits lifting once more. By the way, brother-in-law, where did you get the money? Didn't you say you were broke before? Su Miaomiao asked. I may have overdrawn my credit card. I'll need to ask your sister for reimbursement later, Ji Feng explained. Yes, you should seek reimbursement from my sister. She bears some responsibility in this matter, Su Miaomiao agreed. How does this involve your sister again? Ji Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. If she hadn't constantly insisted that I remain low-key and interact with others as an ordinary person, and if she didn't only give me a pittance for pocket money each month, would I have faced such humiliation today? Don't you think it's her fault? Su Miaomiao reasoned convincingly. Indeed, your analysis holds merit, Ji Feng replied, suppressing his laughter internally. He marveled at the excellent upbringing of his dear wife. Having such a sweet and charming sister-in-law, who was so well-mannered, was quite a contrast to the spoiled daughters of wealthy families. However, given Su Yu's disciplined nature, it was only natural for her to raise Su Miaomiao in such a manner. By the way, brother-in-law, why do you think Jiang Hao's card was suddenly frozen? He was so smug about his family's partnership with a large company like Ruifeng, Su Miaomiao asked, her curiosity piqued. I'm not certain, but have you ever heard the saying? What saying? Those who flaunt their wealth often invite misfortune. His arrogance might have caught the attention of fate, leading to his punishment, Ji Feng mused. Brother-in-law, your reasoning is quite astute. After these incidents, Su Miaomiao's attitude towards Ji Feng, her unconventional brother-in-law, improved significantly. She at least recognized that her sister had married a man of no power or influence, yet Ji Feng was refreshingly different from other men, not inciting her disdain. In fact, during their time together, she found Ji Feng to be quite interesting. Having such a brother-in-law was rather pleasant that evening. As Suyu returned from work, she was taken aback by the scene that greeted her upon entering. Typically, Suyu would work late at the office and sleep there, but with Ji Feng having moved in and Su Miao back home, she felt compelled to check in. Upon pushing the door open, she was met with the sight of Ji Feng lounging on the sofa, while her younger sister diligently massaged his shoulders and back. "Ah, apply more pressure," Ji Feng instructed, clearly relishing the moment. "Higher, a bit higher," he continued, enjoying the attention. "Yes, right there, so comfortable." "Lower now, lower," he added, basking in the pampering. "Your massage technique is phenomenal," he remarked, clearly in a state of bliss while Su Miao exerted herself to serve him. Of course, her enthusiasm stemmed from fulfilling her wager with Ji Feng and the fact that he had gifted her the bag she adored. "What on earth are you two doing?" Suyu inquired, momentarily at a loss for words. It was quite unlike her sister, who usually shunned household chores, to be so industrious, especially in giving Ji Feng a massage, a luxury she seldom enjoyed herself. "Sister, you're back. I'm just giving my brother-in-law a massage." "Would you like me to give you one as well?" Su Miao offered, her familiarity with the title brother-in-law raising Suyu's suspicions that perhaps her sister had been brainwashed. I think I'll pass," Suyu replied, placing her bag on the table. After pouring herself a glass of water, she turned to Ji Feng. "What have you done to earn her diligence?" "Sister, what are you talking about? It's simply my nature to be hard-working and thoughtful," Su Miao protested. "Come now, you're my sister." "I know exactly what you're like," Suyu retorted. Su Miao's face fell at the comment. All right, time's up," Ji Feng said with a smile, rising from the sofa. He had honored their 2-hour agreement, refusing to take advantage of Su Miao. "Now, tell me, what exactly transpired while I was away?" Suyu inquired. Chapter 26 The concerns of Su Miao. Since Suyu inquired, Su Miao felt compelled to divulge the truth of the matter. Naturally, she needed to request a bit of pocket money from her older sister, which was something she could not conceal. Thus, the young girl put on a performance before Ji Feng, showcasing what it truly meant to possess the qualities of an actress. Her narration was vivid and compelling, particularly when recounting the moment they were looked down upon by a peer from her company and a wealthy heir in the LV store, her emotions almost spilling over into tears before Suyu. "All right, enough with the theatrics. You merely wish for some pocket money," Suyu remarked, cutting through Su Miao's facade. "Hee, you truly understand me, dear sister," Su Miao admitted candidly, no longer attempting to hide her intentions. "Ji Feng, I shall transfer the 60,000 yuan to you shortly to settle the credit card bill. In the future, if this little one wishes to purchase anything, she need only inform me," Suyu stated calmly. She did not want Ji Feng to feel compelled to indulge her sister by overspending on such expensive items. "I understand you will reimburse me." "I called you earlier, but you did not answer," Ji Feng replied with a smile, not declining the offer. Why would he? After all, he had already acknowledged that it was money from a credit card overdraft. Refusing might lead Suyu to think he was being pretentious. The intricacies of a woman's heart, one could only liken to searching for a needle in a haystack, deep and unfathomable. Upon hearing Ji Feng's words, Suyu realized that she had indeed seen the call from him. However, at that moment, she was in a meeting and had not answered, which had caused a delay until now, nearly making her forget about what Ji Feng had to say. Before long, Suyu transferred the 60,000 yuan back to Ji Feng and also sent Su Miao an additional 10,000 yuan as extra pocket money for the month, though there were only a few days left until the month's end. With nothing else to occupy him, Ji Feng took a shower before returning to his own room. After both Su Miao and Suyu finished showering, they returned to the master bedroom. That night, Su Miao and Suyu shared a bed, as two women together always found themselves with endless topics to discuss. Ji Feng was aware that Su Miao would undoubtedly share more about him with Suyu. In the bedroom. "Sis, have you married without informing mom and dad?" Su Miao asked while applying a facial mask. "I haven't told them yet," Suyu replied, also donning a mask. Despite her busy work schedule, she always made time for self-care before bed. "If they find out, they'll be furious," Su Miao remarked. "There's nothing I can do about that," Suyu said nonchalantly. "My marital affairs do not require family approval." While that may be true, Dad holds no authority in the family, and as for Mom, she is quite strong-willed. She had hoped for you to marry Ma Qiming to gain some leverage in the family. With your actions, her hopes are utterly dashed, Su Miao stated. "This matter does not concern you. Children should not meddle in adult affairs," Suyu retorted. "I am no longer a child. Even if you can manage things with Mom and Dad, what about the Ma family? Your engagement to Ma Qiming is already established." "How do you plan to address that?" In truth, this was the issue that troubled Su Miao the most. Whether with the family or the Ma family, this matter was not easily brushed aside. "I have my own methods for dealing with this. You needn't worry about it. How many days off do you have this time? Su Yu inquired. 3 days. I plan to come here and mooch some food off you, but I didn't expect such a surprising revelation, Su Miao Miao replied. Such matters were beyond her wildest imagination, yet considering her sister's nature and style, it was not entirely unexpected. Enough chatter, get some rest. Remember, do not disclose my matters to our family. Otherwise, I shall not grant you a single cent of pocket money in the future, Su Yu cautioned. Rest assured, dear sister, my lips are sealed, Su Miao Miao promised quickly. Without the monthly allowance from Su Yu, her life would indeed be quite challenging. Yet, Su Yu did not respond. On the other side, at a certain villa. Dad, please stop, it hurts. Mom, please say something. Zhang Hao wailed, kneeling on the floor in anguish. Stop hitting him. You'll ruin our son, a richly dressed woman wept. You have spoiled him rotten, just look at what he has become. Zhang Shihao exclaimed, glaring at Zhang Hao with barely contained fury. Today, after much difficulty, he had managed to take a break. His mood was elated until he received a call from the person in charge at Ruweifeng, who announced the termination of the deal. Upon inquiring why, he received a photo of his son, Zhang Hao, misbehaving in an LV store. In an instant, Zhang Shihao understood that his son had crossed paths with someone he should not have trifled with. He promptly ordered the suspension of Zhang Hao's bank card and told him to return home. After learning the details from Zhang Hao, he was nearly driven to the brink of a heart attack. Do you truly think I have such power that you can flaunt yourself recklessly? In Jinhai City, how many people possess more influence than I do? How could you cause me such worry? With that thought, Zhang Shihao lashed Zhang Hao a few more times. But, Dad, those two couldn't even afford an 80,000 yuan bag. How could they possibly be significant figures? Zhang Hao protested, feeling unjustly treated. Silence. Zhang Shihao roared. Do you think everyone is like you, flaunting wealth without consequence? Chapter 27 of the child hanging from the balcony. The following day, when Ji Feng finally rose from his slumber, it was nearly noon. It was not a natural awakening, rather, it was the persistent calls of Su Miao Miao that roused him. Upon getting up, Ji Feng noticed that Su Yu had already left for work, leaving Su Miao Miao alone in the room, sighing despondently as she gazed at him. What troubles you? Ji Feng inquired, observing. You couldn't even muster the initiative to rise early and prepare breakfast, Su Miao Miao reproached. Oh, Ji Feng replied nonchalantly, maintaining an air of calm. What is with that reaction? Su Miao Miao expressed her dissatisfaction. I can't believe I praised you in front of my sister last night. Let us cut to the chase. If you have something to say, please do so swiftly, otherwise, I shall return to my slumber, Ji Feng stated. What is it that you wish to convey? I'm not quite following your line of reasoning, Su Miao Miao feigned ignorance. You performed so commendably in front of your sister last night. Why then do you present yourself so poorly before me? Ji Feng remarked. You claim I failed to prepare breakfast for your sister, yet you two have only just awakened, correct? How did you know? Su Miao Miao exclaimed in surprise. If you are as particular as you claim, would you still be unprepared at this hour? Moreover, given your character, had you risen early, you would have surely awakened me by now, Ji Feng reasoned with sound logic. Su Miao Miao fell silent, for it was true, Ji Feng's deductions were accurate, she had only recently gotten up. Even if I have just risen, what gives you the right to assume I have matters to discuss with you? Su Miao Miao countered. Come now, you are hardly a worry-free individual. You've just awoken, and I wager you have yet to eat breakfast. I suspect you are seeking me out to procure some food, Ji Feng surmised. Su Miao Miao guessed once more, as Ji Feng had hit the nail on the head. Indeed, she desired him to prepare something for her, as she had no inclination to order takeout. Furthermore, so you typically had breakfast at the office, not at home. That is not the case. Su Miao Miao protested, her cheeks flushing as she attempted to deny the truth. Stop pretending. Your stomach is already growling. If you refuse to admit it, I will simply return to my sleep, Ji Feng declared, recognizing that he had struck a chord. A naive child attempting to outsmart him was no match for his experience. Seeing Ji Feng's intent to leave, Su Miao Miao relented. Brother-in-law, must I confess my wrongs? You are entirely correct, I am on the verge of starving, she began to whine. Starving? Have some snacks then, at this hour, where would I go to fetch you breakfast? Ji Feng replied. Snacks are merely snacks. They cannot substitute for a proper meal. Besides, dear brother-in-law, you must consider what we will have for lunch, Su Miao Miao insisted. I have no qualms, I will step out shortly to buy ingredients and prepare lunch. I assure you, it will not impede your chance for a lavish meal, Ji Feng replied with a smile. What, brother-in-law, you truly can cook? Su Miao Miao exclaimed in astonishment. Who informed you that I could not? Ji Feng retorted. No one. Brother-in-law, do take me along for lunch. Do you not wish to showcase your culinary skills before your charming and delightful sister-in-law? Su Miao Miao enticed. You do raise a valid point, however, you should know how to act in my presence from now on, without needing further instruction, Ji Feng remarked. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I am well aware, Su Miao Miao replied, for she understood that as long as there were benefits to be gained, all was negotiable. Ji Feng had ample strategies for dealing with such a quintessentially self-serving sister-in-law. After refreshing himself, Ji Feng set out to procure ingredients. The Liabuan, being an upscale residential complex, was conveniently located near a market. The hallmark of such premium locales lies not only in their comfortable ambience and lavish decor but also in their accessibility to transportation and daily necessities. Upon exiting the complex, Ji Feng leisurely strolled for nearly 15 minutes before arriving at the market. The bustling marketplace was rife with vendors of all sorts. One could find an array of offerings: flying creatures from the sky, swimming beings from the sea, running creatures from the land, and produce from the earth, all available for purchase. Without an awakening system and before his parents had revealed their true identities, Ji Feng had learned a fair bit about self-sufficiency while living alone, and working to IT was a necessity. With a modest salary, one must find ways to economize. Preparing his own meals rather than relying on takeout allowed him to save significantly each month, though such frugality was no longer imperative. Previously, he had cooked to save money. Now, he sought to refine his culinary skills purely for pleasure. After perusing the stalls, Ji Feng purchased pig trotters, ribs, pork, and an assortment of vegetables. In days gone by, when pork prices soared, such indulgences were beyond reach. However, times had changed. Pork may still be costly, yet Ji Feng's fortunes had improved as well. Having gathered his items, just as Ji Feng prepared to return home, he suddenly noticed a commotion ahead. Initially, he thought it to be a lively event, but the voices that reached his ears caused his expression to shift dramatically. "Child, hold on tightly, do not let go. Have the police been alerted? When will they arrive? Has anyone contacted the child's family? At this rate, the child cannot hold on much longer. This is not a viable solution. The child is bound to give in. We're at a loss. The child's parents are absent, and the neighbors are nowhere to be found. There's no way to approach. Hurry, bring some blankets. We need to cushion the fall if the child does drop." Ji Feng looked up to see a toddler, barely 1 or 2 years old, precariously hanging from a 6th-floor balcony. Although the balcony was equipped with security bars, the child's small frame had allowed its head to become stuck in one of the gaps. The helpless little legs flailed in vain, while its tiny hands grasped futilely, unable to find purchase. If this situation continued, the child was at grave risk of falling. Being on the 6th floor, a fall from such a height would most likely result in death for a child so small, with the slim chance of surviving resulting in a lifelong disability. Regardless of the outcome, both scenarios would inflict catastrophic harm upon the child. Chapter 28 Crisis Moment. Ji Feng takes action in a moment of dire crisis. The crowd gathered below, anxiously awaiting rescue, was palpably distressed. However, there was little they could do. The child's home was empty, and the neighbors were also absent, making it exceedingly difficult to approach. Although the authorities had been alerted, the arrival of the police would still take some time, and there was a genuine fear that the child might not endure until help arrived. At that moment, a young man had begun to climb from the 1st floor, utilizing the balcony, air conditioning units, and various footholds to ascend slowly. Yet, the 6th floor posed a significant height, and the available supports were far from ideal. Suddenly, as the young man reached the 2nd floor, his foothold slipped, and he fell. Fortunately, the height was not too great, and the crowd below managed to catch him, preventing injury. "This is impossible. It's far too difficult to climb. Some spots are definitely not safe to step on," he lamented. "Look, the child is rolling his eyes. It's over. The child can't hold on much longer. What should we do? He has been hanging for quite a while. He certainly won't last. How long until the police arrive? At this rate, the child is in real danger." A heavy silence fell over the crowd as they recognized the perilous situation the child was in. If no effective measures were taken soon, he might not survive until the police arrived. Each person wore a worried expression, eager to help, yet feeling utterly powerless. Such a small child, if lost, would be unthinkable to bear. He was but an innocent and adorable child. That just as despair gripped the crowd, a figure suddenly darted past them. When they regained their senses, they saw someone rapidly climbing back up to the 6th floor. It was Ji Feng. He could not stand idly by while such a young life was at stake. The child was the heart and soul of his parents. If anything were to happen to him, it could shatter a family. Witnessing the previous climber's failure, Ji Feng wasted no time and began his ascent anew. "Be careful, young man. Hey, watch your step, some areas are very slippery. You must succeed, may heaven protect you. Is it even possible? Someone just failed, it seems unlikely. Alas, the height is too daunting, and the conditions are not favorable for climbing." However, in the next instant, the crowd was left astounded. Ji Feng moved with remarkable speed, selecting each foothold with precision, ensuring both stability and velocity. His climbing was fluid and unhindered, and he quickly approached the child. "Wow, this guy is incredible. This young man is extraordinary. Could he be a professional climber? Perhaps he is a retired soldier. He is astonishing. This is unbelievable. How can he be so fast and steady?" The young man who had attempted to climb earlier looked on in awe. He had experienced the difficulty firsthand and understood better than anyone how challenging it was. At this moment, Ji Feng had reached the child. Due to prolonged suspension, the child had now rolled his eyes back, his face turning purple, a clear sign of severe oxygen deprivation. The immediate priority was to restore the child to a position that would facilitate breathing. Ji Feng swiftly positioned his right hand as a platform for the child's legs, exerting force to lift him upward, ensuring the child's neck was no longer bearing the weight of his body. For others, maintaining their own position on the 6th floor while simultaneously lifting the child would be a tremendous strain. However, Ji Feng's exceptional physical prowess rendered such exertion trivial. He safely elevated the child onto the balcony's protective railing. Though the child was now secure, the prolonged lack of oxygen had caused him to lose consciousness. Without urgent medical attention, he remained in peril. Yet, given Ji Feng's current position, administering first aid was clearly unfeasible. With no other options, he resorted to a more forceful approach. The window's protective bars were made of aluminum, not particularly sturdy. Ji Feng gripped them with his right hand and exerted force, forcibly dismantling them. 1, 2, 3 bars. He swiftly created an opening large enough for himself to enter. Ji Feng climbed through the gap, cradled the child, and began administering first aid. The onlookers below were left speechless. This was nothing short of extraordinary. He seemed like a superhero, even though the protective bars were made of aluminum. The speed with which he removed them from that position was astonishing. Wow, this guy is unbelievable. Is this even human strength? He must be a soldier, perhaps even special forces. He is phenomenal. The child must be in dire straits. He had no choice but to take such drastic measures to save him. At that moment, an elderly lady, carrying groceries, approached and, upon seeing the scene, exclaimed, "That's my window." The child's grandmother had finally returned. Someone quickly informed her, "Grandma, please open your door quickly. Your grandson was hanging from the window and almost fell. A good Samaritan has already climbed up to rescue him. Hurry." "My grandson." The elderly lady, upon hearing this, panicked and began to weep. However, someone took the keys from her trembling hands and rushed upstairs. This building had no elevator, but the young man's stamina allowed him to reach the door quickly to assist. 2 others stayed behind to keep an eye on the elderly lady, helping her contact the child's parents while preparing to join the rescue effort. Meanwhile, in a nearby CAF, Suyu was engaged in a business discussion with the CEO of a company. "Mr. Joe, I believe this deal is best suited for our Guame to handle." "Ha, Mr.Su, there are several suitable companies in Jinhai City for this cooperation. You must have a compelling reason to persuade me, do you not?" The middle-aged man, referred to as Mr. Su, was about to respond when his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 29, Doing Good Deeds Without Leaving a Name. The man's phone rang. "I apologize, Mr.Su, but I must take this call," he said with a smile. Suyu nodded in understanding, appropriately ceasing her conversation. "Hello, Mom, what is it?" The middle-aged man spoke gently. "What, how is my son doing now? I understand, I will return immediately." The man's previously gentle demeanor shifted dramatically after receiving the call. After a flurry of anxious inquiries, he abruptly stood up. "Mr. Zhou, what is wrong?" Suyu asked, puzzled. "I'm terribly sorry, Mr.Su, but I have an urgent matter to attend to," he replied hastily. The situation was pressing, he could not afford to linger, and he left without further ado. The secretary, who had been waiting nearby, hurried to follow him. "Mr. Zhou, what happened?" she inquired softly, noticing the grave expression on his face, indicating that something serious had occurred. "Have the driver take me home at once," the middle-aged man said darkly. The call he had just received was from someone using his mother's phone, informing him that his child had nearly fallen from the balcony and was now in urgent care, urging him to return swiftly. His heart sank. His wife had passed away, and this son was his cherished treasure, alongside his elderly mother. Despite his position as the head of a company, his son and mother remained his utmost concerns. He was usually occupied with work, and since his mother longed for a grandchild, he had entrusted the child to her care, hiring a dedicated nanny. He had never anticipated such a calamity would occur. After the man departed, Suyu sighed, gazing at the now vacant seat. She had finally managed to arrange a meeting with Zhou Guodong, the president of Huamao Corporation, to discuss a collaboration. Recently, Huamao had secured a significant contract, and several cosmetic companies in Jinhai City were eager to partner with them, but the competition was fierce. In terms of both scale and pricing, her company lacked sufficient advantages. Nevertheless, she believed that with enough sincerity, she could persuade Zhou Guodong. However, she never expected that after just a few exchanges, he would be compelled to leave. What was she to do now? It seemed her luck had run out. "No, I cannot give up. I must secure this deal," Suyu vowed silently, for she was never one to relinquish her ambitions easily. Fortunately, the child merely fainted from prolonged distress and lack of oxygen. "He should be fine now," Ji Feng sighed with relief. After carrying the child indoors from the balcony, he had swiftly administered first aid. After a flurry of activity, the child had finally regained consciousness, though still somewhat shaken from the fright. Thank you. You are truly my savior. I am forever grateful for saving my grandson. Please, allow me to kneel before you," the child's grandmother exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing her grandson safe, as she attempted to bow down to Ji Feng. "Oh, dear lady, please do not do that," Ji Feng quickly interjected, supporting her. It was not right for a woman of her age to show such deference. It could shorten her life. "The ambulance should arrive shortly. If you are still concerned, let them take the child to the hospital for a checkup," Ji Feng suggested with a smile. Yes, kind sir, I cannot thank you enough," the grandmother replied, her face awash with gratitude. "Well done, brother. Impressive, my friend, simply outstanding. You are a hero. Incredible, young man, you are remarkable." Applause erupted around them, as everyone present admired Ji Feng's actions. Soon, the ambulance and police arrived. Upon learning that the danger had passed, the police departed, while the paramedics took the child to the hospital for further examination. Make way. How is my son? What has happened to my son?" Zhou Guodong finally rushed back, breathless. "Mom, are you alright? How is the child?" he asked, spotting his mother. "Guodong, everything is fine. A kind-hearted person saved my grandson, and now the ambulance is taking him for a thorough checkup," the elderly woman replied upon seeing her son. That is a relief. Zhou Guodong's worried heart finally began to ease. How could this happen? "Where is the nanny?" he inquired. The nanny took a leave of absence today and will return in the afternoon, his mother explained. By the way, where is the person who saved my son? I must express my gratitude, Zhou Guodong said earnestly, filled with heartfelt appreciation. His son and mother were everything to him. Had anything happened to his son today, his mother would surely have been devastated, and he himself would have been unable to bear it. Their family would have been irrevocably shattered, regardless of his wealth. Wait, where did that young man go? He was just here. How has he vanished? It seems he has quietly left. Now that is what one calls doing good deeds without seeking recognition. It was only then that the onlookers realized Ji Feng had discreetly slipped away. Wait, I recorded a video of that young man saving the child, someone suddenly exclaimed. Please let me see it, Zhou Guodong requested. After watching the video, Zhou Guodong felt both astonished and relieved his son had truly brushed with death, and the individual who saved him was undoubtedly skilled. However, the footage captured only Ji Feng's back, leaving Zhou Guodong unaware of his appearance. Today, we must all express our gratitude for this incident. I trust that fate will allow us to meet that benefactor again, the elderly woman remarked. Hearing this, Zhou Guodong smiled at those around him, saying, I, Zhou Guodong, will forever remember this day and will ensure to thank everyone properly. You are too kind. Anyone would have helped in such a situation. It was a simple act, there is no need to dwell on it. That young man was so humble, what more gratitude do we need? Anyone would have stepped in. Let us disperse. Everything is fine now. The crowd chuckled and soon departed. In such circumstances, anyone would have lent a hand. No one expected to gain anything from such acts, as they could not fathom engaging in such unscrupulous behavior. Zhou Guodong then hurried to the hospital to check on his son. Chapter 30 of the video went viral across the internet today. Ji Feng felt an immense sense of satisfaction for having acted promptly to save an innocent life, thereby preserving the happiness of an entire family. His actions were entirely instinctive. Performing a good deed could be seen as accumulating some merit for himself. After all, and naturally, once the deed was done, he preferred to leave quietly, shunning the spotlight, believing there was no need to draw attention to his good fortune. Only after ensuring the child was safe did Ji Feng discreetly depart. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a video capturing his incredible act of climbing to the 6th floor to rescue the child was uploaded online by a viewer. It swiftly garnered attention at an astonishing rate. Wow, this guy is a legend, such skills, he must be from a special forces unit, incredible, that was the 6th floor, who would have thought that young man could successfully save the child? He is truly impressive, why only a silhouette? Such a good person deserves recognition. Without a frontal view, he saved a life and vanished. Could this be the epitome of selfless heroism? I'm online seeking this young man's identity. I've fallen for him, absolutely stunning, decisive action and remarkable agility. He is indeed the childless savior. Countless netizens fervently commented below the video, expressing their admiration and respect for Ji Feng. However, the lack of a frontal shot left many lamenting the missed opportunity to see his face. Yet, the impact of Ji Feng's heroic act did not stop there. A lengthy review posted by a user with the ID "If There SA War, Call Me Back" sent shockwaves throughout the internet. I am a retired sergeant, having just completed my service a year ago. Upon viewing this video, I can only say that this individual is outstanding. At the same time, I am filled with profound admiration and astonishment. From a physical standpoint, as a soldier, one could indeed scale the 6th floor, but the speed exhibited by this brother is something I must admit I cannot match. I served for 5 years, witnessed exemplary soldiers in the army, and had the fortune to interact with special forces. However, I must state, in such a scenario, few could match this brother's speed. Even if there are some, they are exceedingly rare. At least, I have never encountered anyone like that. Indeed, in our vast nation, we are never short of masters. I take pride in being born in this great land. In conclusion, if there is a war, call me back. With the publication of this retired sergeant's review, a multitude of netizens respond. I am genuinely moved, tears well in my eyes. Our homeland remains secure because of your existence, strong and prosperous. Truly, there is no such thing as peaceful days, it is merely that some bear the burden for us. Meanwhile, in the community, within her home, Su Miao, having snacked to stave off hunger while awaiting Ji Feng's return with groceries, stumbled upon the rapidly viral video online. Wow, he is so handsome and so compassionate. She exclaimed, momentarily smitten. Women are inherently emotional beings, and the emergence of such a hero is irresistible to any woman. What a pity. Only a silhouette and no frontal view, but this figure seems oddly familiar. Su Miao pondered, feeling an uncanny recognition of the person in the video. Just then, the front door creaked open. I am back, Ji Feng announced cheerfully as he entered with groceries. Brother-in-law, why did you take so long? I'm starving, Su Miao complained. Oh please, you're stuffing your face with snacks and you're starving. Ji Feng retorted without mercy, before heading into the kitchen to prepare the meal. Brother-in-law, if you keep talking to me like that, you might lose me, Su Miao replied, slightly displeased. Ji Feng often managed to counter her arguments so effectively that she was left speechless. Forget it, I'll just watch my hero. He is too cool. Unable to resist, Su Miao rewatched the viral video yet again. Since ancient times, beautiful women have adored heroes, a timeless truth. After an hour of bustling in the kitchen, Ji Feng finally concluded his culinary endeavors. Braised pig trotters, sweet and sour ribs, twice-cooked pork, spicy prawns, and a delicious crushing carp soup. The table was laden with an array of dishes, overwhelming Su Miao with delight as the aroma filled the entire living room. Wow, it smells incredible, she exclaimed, savoring the delightful fragrance. Quickly, let us eat while it's hot. It won't taste as good once it cools down, Ji Feng urged. Brother-in-law, you should eat too, Su Miao suggested. I'll just hang my apron in the kitchen. I'll be right there. With that, Ji Feng removed his apron and turned back toward the kitchen. At that moment, Su Miao inadvertently glanced at Ji Feng's silhouette and suddenly had a realization. She quickly took out her phone for another look. No way, this can't be. Su Miaomia was astounded, for the silhouette in the video bore an uncanny resemblance to Ji Feng, down to the very attire. This must be a coincidence. He merely went to buy groceries. How could he possibly be a hero, if he were? Wouldn't he flaunted in front of me? Su Miaomia muttered to herself. What are you mumbling about? Ji Feng inquired as he emerged. Nothing, I was just saying the food smells great. Su Miaomia deflected. Alright, stop buttering me up, let us eat. Ji Feng chuckled, not giving it much thought. Chapter 31 Zhou Guodong's decision at the Jinhai Children's Hospital. Mr. Zhou, rest assured, the child is perfectly fine. If you still have concerns, we can keep him under observation for a few days before discharge, the director reassured him. Thank you, Director Wang, Zhou Guodong replied gratefully. Not at all, should any issues arise, do not hesitate to approach me directly, the director responded amiably. Within the confines of the VIP ward, Zhou Guodong's son was resting, fortunate indeed to be accommodated in such luxury, thanks to his acquaintance with the hospital's pediatric director. Guodong, my dear grandson is unharmed, isn't he? The elderly matriarch gazed sorrowfully at her slumbering grandson, lamenting the near tragedy caused by her own negligence. Mother, please do not worry. He is fine. A few days of observation, and he shall be well enough to return home, Zhou Guodong consoled his mother. That is a relief, alas, it is all my fault. Had I not left the child alone at home, this calamity would not have occurred, the grandmother said, still burdened by guilt. Mother, it is not your fault. Such things are unforeseen, Zhou Guodong replied with a wry smile. As the head of the company, he often found himself engulfed in work, his late wife having left him solely responsible for their son. He had devoted himself entirely to his business, often neglecting his family. Originally, he had intended to bring his elderly mother to reside in the villa he purchased, yet she had declined, insisting she was accustomed to her old home, despite its 6 floors and lack of an elevator. Fortunately, her health remained robust. However, he had arranged for a caretaker who, on this very day, had taken a leave of absence, leading to this unforeseen incident. Mother, once the child is discharged, I implore you to come live with me in the villa, Zhou Guodong urged. Living on the 6th floor is truly inconvenient and precarious. Residing together would provide me with peace of mind. Very well, but you must promise to devote more attention to home matters. My precious grandson constantly speaks of his father yet seldom sees him. His mother is no longer with us, you cannot allow work to deprive the child of a complete childhood, the grandmother lamented. I understand, mother, you need not worry, I shall no longer allow work to consume all my thoughts, Zhou Guodong promised, his face reflecting shame. My grandson is indeed fortunate to be alive. I am eternally grateful for the kind-hearted stranger who helped him. I sincerely hope to meet him again to express my gratitude properly, the grandmother thought, filled with boundless appreciation for Ji Feng. Rest assured, mother, I have already tasked someone with locating this benefactor. I shall express my gratitude appropriately, Zhou Guodong affirmed resolutely. He held deep regard for the individual who had risked everything to save his son, climbing to the 6th floor without hesitation. The director had warned him that had the rescue not been timely, the consequences could have been dire. Prolonged oxygen deprivation could lead to severe brain damage, potentially rendering the child incapacitated. It was solely due to the altruism of this unnamed hero that disaster had been averted, and Zhou Guodong felt compelled to express his gratitude. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Zhou Guodong turned to see a fashionable young man standing at the door of the ward. He was no stranger to Zhou Guodong, who stepped outside to greet him. Amar.su, your sources are quite impressive. I did not expect you to find me here, Zhou Guodong remarked. Mr. Zhou, what a coincidence, I chanced upon that viral video on my phone and learned of your son's near mishap. I made inquiries and discovered he was here, so I hurried over to check on him, the young man, Su Chao, explained, casually swinging a fruit basket he carried. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su, but I suspect your visit involves more than just this, Zhou Guodong replied, discerning the underlying motive. Su Chao, a member of the Su family in Jinhai City and a competitor for a significant contract with Zhou Guodong's company, smiled. He was also a cousin of Su Yu. Mr. Zhou, I shall be forthright. My purpose here is to discuss a potential collaboration with your esteemed company. You are well aware of our company's capabilities and pricing. We are undoubtedly the best option for your needs, he stated with confidence. In truth, Su Chao had not learned of Zhou Guodong's son through any video, he had received the information from Zhou Guodong's secretary. To secure this contract, he had discreetly provided the secretary with numerous incentives, hoping to gain the upper hand in acquiring first-hand information. He was aware that Su Yu had already made attempts to connect with Zhou Guodong. Given the unfortunate incident involving Zhou Guodong's son, Su Chao surmised that any potential partnership with Su Yu had yet to materialize. Even if he could not secure the deal, he did not want Su Yu to succeed either, hence his visit under the pretense of concern. Mr. Su, we are in a hospital, let us discuss business matters once I return to the office, Zhou Guodong suggested. Mr. Zhou, I assure you that I come with utmost sincerity. I am aware you met with Su Yu from Guomei this morning. I cannot ascertain the terms she offered, but rest assured, my proposal will always be a point lower than hers, Su Chao asserted resolutely. Amar.su, may I inquire why there seems to be animosity between you and Ms. Su Yu, given that both of you hail from the Su family? Zhou Guodong asked, intrigued. She is herself, and I am myself. I represent the entire Su family, while she merely stands behind the small Guomei company. I have extended considerable goodwill, it is clear which partnership would be more advantageous. You are a shrewd man, Mr. Zhou, Su Chao replied with pride. Although Su Yu had founded her company independently, it mattered little to Su Chao. His father was the second son in the family, and with him as the only male heir, he was destined to inherit the family legacy. No matter how capable Suyu was, it would not change his fate. I understand. I hope for a fruitful collaboration this time, Zhou Guodong concluded. Ha ha ha. Su Chao laughed heartily. To a successful partnership, I shall take my leave now, Mr. Zhou. Chapter 32. A step too late. Su Chao had departed, leaving Zhou Guodong to gaze at the fruit basket left behind with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He promptly relinquished the basket to the nurses at the nurses' station. To be candid, Zhou Guodong held Su Chao in low regard. Were it not for the backing of the Su family in his search for collaborative partners, he would have thought twice before considering Su Chao under any circumstances. Although he looked down upon Su Chao, Zhou Guodong found himself at an impasse. Henceforth, he would have to allocate a significant portion of his focus not solely to his work but also to his family. Even if this collaboration did not meet his lofty expectations of perfection, a satisfactory outcome would suffice. Moreover, with the formidable Su family supporting Su Chao, the partnership ought not to be too disappointing. Very well. Emerging from the hospital, Su Chao was in high spirits. His recent words exchanged with Zhou Guodong, coupled with Zhou's reaction, indicated that the deal was virtually secured for Zhou Guodong. With several potential partners in sight, the presence of the Su family behind Su Chao, along with his willingness to lower the price, left no grounds for refusal. The mere thought of having snatched this lucrative contract from Suyu filled Su Chao with delight. That little vixen, thinking she can outmaneuver me just because she is entangled with the Ma family, Su Chao mused to himself. As he approached his vehicle, an Audi A4, he could not help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. His cousin Suyu drove a BMW 5 Series and a Porsche 911, while he was relegated to this modest Audi. However, once the collaboration with Zhou Guodong's company was finalized, he anticipated that his grandmother would reward him with a new car. Just as he was about to enter his vehicle, Suyu arrived at the hospital in her BMW 5 Series. Spotting Suyu inside the car, Su Chao, who had been preparing to leave, switched off his engine, lit a cigarette, and sauntered out of the vehicle. As Suyu parked and exited her car, she encountered an individual she wished to avoid. Step aside, she said coolly to Su Chao, who obstructed her path. I never expected to run into you here. It seems I neglected to consult the almanac before stepping out. What a stroke of bad luck, he retorted nonchalantly, puffing on his cigarette. Uninterested in engaging with Su Chao, Suyu attempted to maneuver around him and enter the hospital. Yet, like an obstinate dog, Su Chao followed closely behind, blocking her way once more. Suyu, I'm speaking to you, are you deaf? Su Chao exclaimed, his irritation palpable. He abhorred Suyu's haughty demeanor, especially when it was directed at him. Could you stop acting like a dog in the way? Suyu shot back coldly. Calling me a dog? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own shortcomings, Su Chao sneered. Do you truly believe that a small company and a connection to Ma Qiming elevate you to a position of significance? You've come here because you learned that Zhou Guodong's son is here, Haven to you? At his words, Suyu felt a sinking sensation within her. She had indeed learned of Zhou Guodong's child narrowly escaping an accident and had come to the hospital primarily to check on the child and offer assistance. As for the contract, she had no intention of discussing it at this moment and planned to schedule another meeting. However, seeing Su Chao here, she sensed trouble. Evidently, he had arrived before her. To be frank, you're too late. Before you arrived, I secured the deal with Zhou Guodong. I've landed that contract with his company, Su Chao boasted. Is that so, just based on your word? Suyu's expression was one of disdain. Indeed, it is based on my word. Regrettably, while my company may lag slightly in market sales, I have the entire Su family behind me. My grandmother has pledged her full support this time. Compared to the Su family backing me, what do you represent? Su Chao gushed with arrogance. Upon hearing this, Suyu's expression grew colder, and an intense fury surged within her. She had tirelessly built her company from the ground up, relying solely on her capabilities without any assistance from the Su family. Meanwhile, Su Chao, a frivolous wastrel, was favored solely due to his gender, entrusted with managing the family business, and now, without a shred of decorum, was receiving unwavering support from their grandmother to compete against her for this deal. The treatment between a direct granddaughter and grandson of the Su family was glaringly disparate. Are you done? If so, hurry back and report your good news, Suyu scoffed, quickening her pace as she brushed past Su Chao and entered the hospital. Even though she had received disheartening news from Su Chao, she was not one to surrender easily. As long as Zhou Guodong and Su Chao had not yet signed a binding contract, she had not yet met defeat. A glimmer of hope remained. What a stubborn woman, refusing to concede even now. She's only making a fool of herself, Su Chao remarked coldly, watching her retreating figure upon entering the hospital. Suyu made her way to the ward where Zhou Guodong's child was located, inquiring with the nurses about the child's room. She gently knocked on the door, then entered quietly inside the room. Zhou Guodong, upon hearing the sound, felt a twinge of headache upon seeing Suyu. He had not anticipated her arrival so soon after Su Chao's departure. Ms. Su, you've arrived, Zhou Guodong greeted with a smile. Suyu nodded. I received word and rushed over immediately. How is the child? Is everything all right? All is well. The doctor advised a few days of observation, but there should be no issues for discharge, Zhou Guodong replied. Daddy, Daddy. During their conversation, Zhou Guodong's son stirred awake in the hospital bed and called out. Ah, wow, I'm right here. Zhou Guodong transformed into a doting father at the sound of his child's voice. As Suyu gazed at the child's cherubic face, her previously simmering anger inexplicably began to dissipate. Chapter 33. Of this time, it truly failed. Suyu was uncertain whether it was due to her potential pregnancy, but she now felt an unusual affinity towards children. Perhaps it was related to the innate maternal love that accompanies the prospect of motherhood. Daddy, who is this beautiful sister? Zhou Guodong's son, Zhou Guohao, inquired upon seeing Suyu. It must be said that beautiful women invariably capture attention. Guohao, greet sister Su. Zhou Guodong chuckled. It is undeniable that, from the depths of his heart, Zhou Guodong held a profound admiration for Suyu. In Jinhai City, who does not recognize Suyu as the Ice Mountain beauty, both her appearance and figure could only be described as breathtakingly alluring. The number of suitors vying for her affection could easily fill an entire football field. Yet, this stunning woman was not merely a decorative figure, she was a formidable woman of strength. Hello, Guohao, look what I brought you. Suyu beamed sweetly, placing the gifts she had brought on the bed, all of which were delightful toys for children. Thank you, Sister Su. The child, upon seeing the toys and fun items, was easily appeased and burst into an even brighter smile. Zhou Guodong observed the scene with a sense of introspection. Regardless of whether Suyu was merely putting on an act, she at least demonstrated genuine care, a stark contrast to Su Chao.ms.su. May I have a word with you outside? Zhou Guodong proposed. Once they exited the hospital room, Zhou Guodong stated directly, ms.su, I want to hide it from you. Before you arrived, Su Chao had already approached me. He wishes to collaborate and has distanced himself from the Su family. I agreed, as I felt I had no other choice. Upon hearing this, Suyu replied with a smile, Mr. Zhou, I respect your decision, but I hope you will reconsider. You are well aware of Su Chao's business approach, ruthless and unorthodox. Even if he has left the Su family, it does not guarantee that he can meet your expectations, does it? Am I not aware? Zhou Guodong sighed bitterly. My son nearly faced a grave incident this time. It was a stroke of luck that he emerged unscathed. I intend to focus on my family now. Even if this collaboration does not achieve the perfection I desire, I am willing to accept it for the sake of peace of mind. I sincerely apologize, Ms. Su. Mr. Zhou, my intention today was not to discuss business matters in the hospital. I merely came to visit your son. However, since you have brought it up, I hope you will grant me another opportunity. Let us schedule a time, and I will present you with a collaboration proposal that will undoubtedly meet your satisfaction. Let it go. ms.su. Chao has stated that regardless of your offered price, he will undercut you by a margin, and he still has the backing of the Su family. I prefer to avoid further complications. Please take my regards. I appreciate your intentions, and I will keep you in mind for future collaborations, Zhou Guodong asserted, his resolve evidently unyielding. Mr. Zhou, can we not discuss this further? Suyu's expression turned somber. She truly did not wish to relinquish this opportunity. Apologies, Ms. Su. Zhou Guodong offered her an apologetic smile, shaking his head in resignation as he returned to the hospital room. Observing Zhou Guodong's demeanor, Suyu felt a profound sense of disappointment. The collaboration with Zhou Guodong's company was an incredibly valuable opportunity for her own enterprise. In her efforts to secure this partnership, she had dedicated herself to market research and the formulation of a collaborative proposal, meticulously overseeing every detail. If successful, her company would have been poised for significant advancement, yet, now, she faced utter failure, a complete and resounding defeat. She had considered the possibility of Su Chao attempting to steal this deal, but she believed Zhou Guodong to be a mature businessman, one who considered the broader picture and paid attention to every detail. Thus, she thought the threat posed by Su Chao was minimal. However, she had not anticipated that a personal crisis involving Zhou Guodong's son would drastically alter his mindset, thereby derailing all her previous plans. Suyu departed in a state of despair, feeling utterly powerless, realizing she was at a loss for what to do next. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Ji Feng was engrossed in a video game within his room. With nothing else to occupy his time, he engaged in a few rounds of gaming to pass the hours. It must be said, having wealth has its advantages. Ji Feng was currently indulging in an online game titled Blood of Heroes, albeit a private server. It was not that Ji Feng sought to save money by playing on a private server, rather, he was drawn to the combat mechanics of this particular version. There was no slow-paced task-oriented leveling. It was purely about action, of course, as long as one had the funds, they could level up or purchase equipment directly for combat within the server. In a remarkably short span of time, Ji Feng had already invested a staggering 100,000 yuan into the game, and he had found himself at odds with another player. Their rivalry began in the novice village, where they exchanged blows, resurrecting and continuing the fight, upgrading and purchasing equipment with their funds, and now, both players had reached the highest level, yet, in pursuit of greater strength, they continued to invest money, acquiring gems and crafting gear. You've got some skills, kid. Today, if I don't defeat you, I want to log off. The player opposing Ji Feng, whose game ID was, Call You Daddy, sent him a private message. Ha, let us see who calls whom daddy, Ji Feng retorted boldly, unfazed, with his own audacious game ID. Everyone below me is my son. The two engaged in a fierce competition in the plaza, purchasing gems and equipment with real money, all the while surrounded by a throng of ordinary players watching the spectacle. The system repeatedly announced their transactions, capturing the attention of numerous onlookers. In the game, the clash between two wealthy players pouring money into combat was undoubtedly the most thrilling spectacle. Chapter 34 of the Game of the Wealthy. Certainly, Ji Feng was not idly engaging in a contest against an unfamiliar millionaire without purpose. The primary motivation stemmed from the system's recent issuance of a selection quest. Option 1 was to engage in a fierce competition with this affluent player through monetary investment, which would yield a staggering 10 million RMB in financial support. Option 2, however, entailed relinquishing the contest with this millionaire, resulting in no rewards for Ji Feng should he choose that path. For Ji Feng, the decision was rather straightforward. He naturally opted for option 1. Why would he refuse such an exhilarating opportunity presented by the system, allowing him to indulge in lavish spending within the game? Ding! You have successfully embedded a level 9 ruby. Ding! You have successfully embedded a level 9 sapphire. Ding! You have successfully enhanced your equipment to 15. Ding! You have successfully enhanced your equipment to... The computer screen was incessantly filled with notifications. Level 9 gemstones represented the pinnacle of rarity within this private server, with each individual gem priced at 3000 RMB. Moreover, enhancing equipment to level 20 required, at the very least, 2000 RMB, while the ultimate enhancement cap reached level 30. Calculating the expenses, one could easily surmise that outfitting a character with top-tier gemstones, supreme equipment, and elite pets would conservatively require an investment of around 4 million RMB. As it stood, Ji Feng had already deposited nearly 1 million, and his rival had likewise spent no less than 1 million. The rivalry between Ji Feng and his opponent drew the attention of the private server's official customer service. In a realm where wealthy players clashed, the profits were undeniably beneficial for the gaming company. To accommodate Ji Feng's burgeoning needs, the private server's company had even assigned him a VIP personal customer service representative. It was evident that if the current trend persisted, their combined expenditures could easily surpass 10 million that very evening. Such an astronomical figure was indeed formidable for a private server. Ji Feng's reckless spending, treating money as if it were inconsequential, left the surrounding players, who merely sought to experience the private server, in utter astonishment. Goodness, is this the world of the affluent? Wow, they truly don't regard money as money. I've already spent over 1 million. Good grief, this is incredible. This is the realm of the wealthy. Why spend over 1 million here when you could do so on the official server? You don't understand. Some wealthy individuals prefer the allure of private servers. Wealthy gamers don't concern themselves with private or official servers. As long as they enjoy the experience, spending is merely a trivial matter. Damn, aren't you tired? My fingers are nearly numb from clicking. As Ji Feng continued to recharge and spend his currency in the marketplace, he received a private message from his rival that amused him. I'm exhausted too. How about we have a match first? Ji Feng proposed. Sure, let's have a match, his opponent agreed. At that moment, both players ceased their spending and entered the arena to commence their duel. This PK, player kill, event attracted the attention of over 1,000 spectators within the private server. Both players were of identical levels, equipped similarly, yet Ji Feng's superior skills and reflexes allowed him to emerge victorious, finishing the duel with a third of his health remaining. Damn it, I can't lose like this. I'll recharge another million, his opponent declared after being defeated by Ji Feng. Alright, I'll match you, Ji Feng replied without hesitation, recharging another million as well. Although Ji Feng possessed a technical advantage, it was imperative that the disparity in their equipment remained minimal. The system announced yet another recharge, further igniting excitement among the other players watching the spectacle. This is madness. Another million recharge, each player has now spent over 2 million. Rich player, I seek your support, I beg for sustenance. Who can withstand this? Playing a private server yet encountering such wealthy competition. Those top-tier gems and equipment are blinding me. This is simply magnificent. Wealthy individuals certainly elevate gaming to a different level. After each investing another million, they busied themselves converting their accumulated game currency into combat prowess before initiating another round of PK. This time, 3 rounds later, Ji Feng once again decisively outclassed his opponent in terms of skill. I refuse to believe this. I'll recharge another million and defeat you with sheer monetary might. His rival was undeterred. Count me in, Ji Feng responded generously, recharging yet another million. To date, both Ji Feng and his opponent had each spent over 3 million. The system issued announcements to highlight the superiority of the spenders, with the company president instructing technicians to repeatedly release notifications within the game. Recharge, spend, fight, recharge, spend, fight. Ultimately, Ji Feng's total expenditure reached 380,000, while his opponent was similarly invested. Both players had achieved the pinnacle of equipment and gems, leaving no room for further enhancement. Yet, in the PK arena, his opponent remained no match for Ji Feng. I refuse to back down. Are you up for a guild battle? His rival challenged defiantly in private chat. A guild battle? Very well, I shall accompany you to battle until the end tonight, Ji Feng replied with a commanding presence. Chapter 35 Suyu was missing. The affluent player with the ID, had now completely set his sights on a rivalry with Ji Feng. For individuals of their financial stature, gaming is primarily an avenue for exhilaration and enjoyment. When faced with someone who disrupts their pleasure, they are compelled to devise ways to restore it. Since he could not match Ji Feng's skills in a one-on-one duel, he decided to rally allies and initiate a guild battle. It is important to understand that the atmosphere and experience of hundreds or even thousands gathering for a guild war is utterly distinctive. Before long, the game's public chat was enlivened by an announcement from a loudspeaker. The Godslayer Guild is currently recruiting members. Guild YY23234, offering fighting accounts, rewards for victories. Upon noticing that the opponent had commenced recruitment within the game, Ji Feng was not one to lag behind. The Immortal Abode is recruiting members, YY13455, providing fighting accounts, with monetary rewards for victories. Upon learning that Ji Feng and another wealthy player were gearing up for a guild battle, the game company promptly offered to provide ready-made fighting accounts. Although these accounts could not rival the characters and equipment that Ji Feng and his counterpart had crafted with real money, they were more than adequate for combat. However, each account required a rental fee of 1000 RMB per hour. Ji Feng proceeded to rent 100 accounts for 2 hours, amounting to a total of 200,000 RMB. At this juncture, the other ordinary players in the game were becoming increasingly agitated. The guild war is about to commence. This is exhilarating, no time to waste. Let us jump into the YY channel and snag an account for the guild battle. This is so impressive, so thrilling. Indeed, the bravado of the wealthy is beyond what we mere mortals can compare. I want to join the immortal abode. The operations of this guild are quite formidable. Meanwhile, the YY channel established by Ji Feng had already been renamed to reflect the guild's name, Immortal Abode, with a constant influx of applications for membership. Soon, the number of participants in the YY channel surpassed 100 and continued to rise. Rich man, I'm here, reporting to the Immortal Abode, seeking an account, seeking to engage in the guild battle, boss. Rich man, I seek sponsorship. I'm beautiful, have a sweet voice, and am not clingy, boss. When are we commencing the guild battle? Observing the messages in YY, Ji Feng declared, all individuals capable of speaking in YY, please enter room 1 immediately. We will cap it at 100 participants, first come, first served. Successful guild battles hinge upon effective command, thus, it is imperative that participants can both speak and heed orders within YY. Ji Feng's youthful voice led many to speculate that he must be a wealthy heir, as such a voice could not belong to anyone else. In no time, room 1 reached its limit of 100 participants. Ji Feng selected 10 individuals who appeared particularly astute and assigned them simple tasks, instructing them to distribute account passwords to each member. These accounts had been rented from the official source, ensuring that security concerns were non-existent. Once the accounts were distributed, Ji Feng instructed, upon logging in, everyone must adopt the title of our immortal abode. Additionally, please change your YY channel aliases to match your in-game names for ease of coordination. We are on the brink of commencing the team battle. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Now, Ji Feng was assuming the role of the overall commander for the guild battle. Thus, in the game, numerous characters adorned with the name of the Immortal Abode emerged in the square, creating an imposing and formidable presence. As Ji Feng's preparations neared completion, was also readying for battle. Characters bearing the name of the Godslayer Guild appeared in the square, and momentarily, their numbers were not inferior to Ji Feng's side. Sent a private message to Ji Feng. Now that the guild battle is underway, are you prepared to engage? Ready at any moment. Thus, within the game, the grand guild battle between Ji Feng's Immortal Abode and the opposing Godslayer Guild commenced. Charge forth, warriors at the forefront, mages, watch your positioning, priests, keep up with the healing. Indeed, follow my lead. Onward. Ji Feng coordinated his character-esque maneuvers while issuing commands in the YY channel. Under Ji Feng's leadership, the Godslayer Guild found themselves retreating under relentless pressure. In the blink of an eye, both sides had engaged in over an hour of fierce guild combat, with no signs of abating. If this trend continued, the cumulative expenditures of Ji Feng and his rival in the game that night would undoubtedly reach millions. Frustrated by their inability to contend with Ji Feng, the opposing guild resorted to renting additional accounts from the official source to bolster their numbers, seeking to gain an advantage in manpower. As both sides reinforced their ranks, a stalemate ensued, yet Ji Feng's team consistently maintained the upper hand. Suddenly, just as Ji Feng was immersed in the game, an urgent knocking echoed from the door. Brother-in-law, it's bad. Su Miao's voice rang out from outside. Ji Feng had no choice but to open the door. What has happened, brother-in-law? My sister still hasn't returned. Su Miao's expression was fraught with concern. Ji Feng glanced at the time. It was already 11:30 in the evening, rather late indeed. She must be working late at the office. He reassured her. She isn't there. I called her, but her phone is off. I reached out to her colleagues, and they said she left long ago. Su Miao responded anxiously. Do you think something might have happened to her? Your sister is not a child. It's unlikely for anything to happen so easily. Ji Feng soothed Su Miao's worries. Go change your clothes. I'll accompany you to look for her. Until 24 hours have passed, the police won't even file a report. I understand. I'll change right away. Su Miao quickly replied. Chapter 36 is mine, and no one can take it away. I must accompany Su Miao to search for Su Yu, which means that the battles within the game must be temporarily suspended. Ji Feng sent a private message to the other party. Otherwise, if he logged off directly, they might think he was conceding defeat. I have something to attend to right now. I'll log off for a bit. What? The fight was going so well, why are you logging off? You're not saying the officials tricked me into spending money, are you? If I were an official, I wouldn't be explaining this much to you. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I'll return shortly. Alright then, I'll wait for you. After Ji Feng conveyed a few words to the deputy commander he had selected in the voice chat, he logged off temporarily. Meanwhile, Su Miao had changed her clothes, and Ji Feng and Su Miao set off immediately. Based on Ji Feng's current understanding of Su Yu, this woman possesses a strong sense of self-protection and vigilance. She is not someone easily deceived. Of course, considering Su Yu's beauty and status, it is not beyond possibility that someone might harbor ulterior motives and challenge the boundaries of the law. Do you know what your sister might be doing at this time? Ji Feng inquired. Searching for someone certainly requires following certain clues and targets. It is unrealistic to aimlessly search through the vast population of Jinhai City. At this time, my sister is either working overtime at the company or has already returned home, Su Miao replied. Is it possible she went to see your parents? Ji Feng asked. That's not possible. Due to the marriage engagement with Ma Qiming, she and my parents are at odds. She wouldn't go back, Su Miao explained. Why don't you give her a call? You might obtain some clues, Ji Feng suggested. Brother-in-law, you make a good point. I'll ask her. Su Miao pondered for a moment before dialing the number. The phone rang shortly. Mom, are you still awake? Su Miao was somewhat surprised when the call connected. How could I sleep? I've been nearly driven to madness today. The voice on the other end, belonging to a middle-aged woman, expressed a tone of anger. What happened? Su Miao asked. It's all because of your sister. What's wrong with my sister? That stubborn girl, she has been unwilling about the marriage engagement with the Ma family, and at home, your father and I have no say whatsoever. Today, Su Chao flaunted in front of your grandmother, boasting about securing a big contract for the family, a contract that was originally meant for your sister, and that little brat claimed your sister was completely incompetent, that her success was purely by chance. I could just scream. Did my sister come home? Home? With her personality, do you think she'd come back willingly? What's the matter? Do you need something? No, nothing, I was just asking. As long as there's nothing, don't be like your sister. Let me have some peace of mind, otherwise, your father and I will never hold our heads high in the Su family. The call ended. Su Miao felt aggrieved, saying, see, I told you, my sister won't go back. I called and got scolded by Mom. Ji Feng, however, had listened intently to the conversation between Su Miao and his future mother-in-law and extracted a crucial piece of information. The collaboration that Su Yu could have secured was snatched away. Given Su Yu's strong-willed nature, losing to someone else in the business world, especially to someone within her own family, would undoubtedly affect her mood. By the way, when your sister is feeling down, is there a particular place she tends to go? Ji Feng asked. Let me think. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I've got it. Brother-in-law, you're suggesting that my sister, feeling upset over the business being taken from her, went out to clear her mind instead of coming home? Su Miao realized the implication. Isn't it? I'll find out if we go check. Ji Feng said. Then let us hurry. Su Miao quickly drove her car with Ji Feng. By the river. At night, the temperature by the river fluctuates greatly between day and night. Su Yu, clad in only a coat, stood by the river, gazing out over the water, feeling a slight chill. Just as she tightened her coat around her, another outer garment was draped over her shoulders. Startled by the sudden arrival, Su Yu quickly turned around. She was met by a familiar face, smiling at her. It was Ji Feng. What are you doing here? Su Yu couldn't help but ask. Since you didn't return so late and weren't at the company, Miao thought you might have been abducted, so she asked me to come out with her to look for you. Ji Feng chuckled. Sister, I found you at last. Su Miao arrived late after getting out of the car. How did you two know I was here? Su Yu questioned. Thanks to brother-in-law, I learned from Mom that your business deal was snatched by Su Chao. He suggested you might be feeling down and came here to clear your head since I know this is your favorite spot. Su Miao sighed in relief. What is so troubling that you would come here to clear your mind? If Miao and I had arrived a moment later, you wouldn't have considered jumping into the river, would you? Ji Feng teased. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile, I'm just a bit frustrated and annoyed, Su Yu admitted, surprisingly letting slip a curse in front of Ji Feng. It shouldn't affect you that much, Su Miao remarked, puzzled. Isn't it normal for businesses to face successes and failures? Su Yu coming here to clear her mind truly indicated that she was deeply unsettled. The deal with the international trade company, if it had been taken by other companies, I wouldn't have much to say, but it's Su Chao. That guy is utterly useless. To snatch this deal from me, he even leveraged the Su family as support. Grandmother truly coddles him, backing him wholeheartedly. It's laughable. So you see that, genuinely infuriated this time. Grandmother has really gone too far this time. Within the Su family, the treatment of her and her sister contrasted starkly with that of Su Chao and his group. So what are you planning to do now? Ji Feng inquired. Joe from the international trade company has already verbally agreed with Su Chao, and his attitude is resolute. What can I do? Su Yu replied. A verbal agreement doesn't mean a contract is signed. As long as it's not on paper, there is still a chance. I'll accompany you tomorrow to negotiate again, Ji Feng suggested with a smile. What good would that do? How would we know without trying? I firmly believe in one thing, what is mine, no one can take away. Upon hearing Ji Feng's words, Su Yu couldn't help but feel moved. Chapter 37. I bear this responsibility. Su Yu has always believed that for a couple to live harmoniously together, their values must align. Although she and Ji Feng are merely contractual spouses, their pregnancy was a serendipitous occurrence. One could say that Ji Feng feels like a stranger to her. They have exchanged few words in the past, and their time spent together has been virtually non-existent. Yet now, Ji Feng's words resonate deeply within her. What I won't give up is mine, no one can take it away. This declaration stirred something profound within Su Yu. She realized that she could not concede. Ji Feng was right. Promises made verbally mean little unless backed by a written contract. Until such a contract is signed, nothing is set in stone, and anyone could emerge as a dark horse in this unfolding drama. Then I will take you with me tomorrow. Just be sharp, Su Yu remarked. Rest assured, Ji Feng replied with a smile. Is it not a sign of progress that this convenient wife of his is bringing him along to discuss a collaboration? Once home, Su Miao and Su Yu quickly retired for the night. Meanwhile, Ji Feng remained in his room, continuing to compete with a wealthy player in the game. By the time he returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning, and to his surprise, the other player was still online, evidently waiting for him. Brother, I've been waiting for you. Can we have a good match tonight? Cut the chatter, let us get started. Thus, the virtual battle commenced once more, enduring until 6:30 in the morning, when Ji Feng's celestial abode finally triumphed over the rivals Godslayer Guild. Throughout the night, Ji Feng and his opponent engaged in relentless clan warfare. When they were unable to secure victory, they rented accounts and recruited additional players, resulting in nearly 1,000 participants from both factions. It can be said that 80% of the players in this private server took part in this clan battle. Ultimately, Ji Feng emerged victorious, forcing his opponent to concede. Brother, that was exhilarating. I concede, let us exchange contact information for future matches. Sure. Ji Feng provided his phone number, and the other player reciprocated, leading them to add each other on WeChat. From last night until now, Ji Feng estimated that he had spent around 5 million in the game, and his opponent likely had not spent much less. This is how the affluent engage in gaming. Money is merely a figure, as long as it brings joy. Of course, that 5 million was provided by the system, which had granted him 10 million in virtual currency. With having endured a sleepless night, Ji Feng felt no exhaustion. His physical resilience rendered such late hours inconsequential. As dawn broke, he had no intention of sleeping, opting instead to shower and venture out for breakfast. Brother-in-law, why are you up so early? Su Miao Miao inquired, having been roused by Su Yu. Su Yu, who never indulged in sleeping in, noticed that Ji Feng had risen even earlier than she had and had already brought back breakfast, prompting her to wake her sister. Aren't I accompanying your sister for a collaboration today? Just a bit excited, Ji Feng jested. You must have stayed up all night, so you bluntly pointed out. The noise from your room last night was clearly from gaming. Excited and unable to sleep, so I played to unwind, Ji Feng replied unabashedly. Having gone without sleep, you'd best refrain from speaking out of turn today. Those who stay up all night tend to be foggy-brained the next day, so you remarked coolly. You felt a flicker of irritation at Ji Feng's decision to game late into the night before an important meeting, as it signified a lack of seriousness towards the day's events. Hee, did my sister scold you? Su Miao Miao interjected gleefully. Ji Feng shot a glare at Su Miao Miao. You can't seem to keep your mouth shut even when there's food. Just a little teasing, she replied playfully. By 9:30 in the morning, Ji Feng and Su Yu set off towards the children's hospital in Jinhai City. On the way there, Su Yu stopped at a toy store, purchasing a plethora of toys beloved by children, along with several designer outfits. It must be said, women have an innate talent for selecting clothing, even for children, making astute choices. Are you quite familiar with Mr. Zhou's son? You seem to know his clothing size, Ji Feng couldn't help but inquire during the ride. I had a general sense when I visited the hospital yesterday, Su Yu replied nonchalantly. Do you have a fondness for children? Ji Feng pressed further, noticing how genuinely delighted Su Yu appeared while selecting toys and clothing, a sentiment that seemed to stem from genuine affection rather than mere obligation for the collaboration. However, Su Yu chose not to respond, and as silence enveloped the car. Ji Feng, feeling somewhat awkward, touched his nose, realizing he might have posed a rather foolish question. Su Yu was pregnant and on the brink of motherhood. Naturally, she would harbor a unique sentiment towards children. By the way, how is the baby? Ji Feng suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy in his role as a father. Don't worry, the last checkup indicated everything is healthy, and there's still some time until the next one, Su Yu replied matter-of-factly. If we secure this deal, you shouldn't overexert yourself. Take care not to tire yourself out. The child's health is paramount, Ji Feng spoke gently. That has nothing to do with you. Now that's not quite right, this is my child too. I'm the father, and I have a responsibility to monitor and understand the child's health, Ji Feng retorted, displeased. Oh, Su Yu replied flatly. Yet despite her continued cool demeanor, a slight smile crept onto her lips upon hearing Ji Feng's words. His sentiments, albeit simple, brought her a flicker of happiness. After a 40-minute journey, Ji Feng and Su Yu arrived at the children's hospital. Ji Feng unloaded the gifts he had purchased for Zhou Guodong's son from the car, his arms laden with bags. Let us go, Su Yu led the way, and Ji Feng hurried to follow. Inside the hospital room, Zhou Guodong's secretary was already present. Mr. Zhou, here is the contract from Yunhai Company. The legal department has reviewed it. If there are no issues, please sign, and I will deliver it. The secretary presented the project collaboration contract with Su Chao's company to Zhou Guodong. As he took it and began to skim the document, the door to the room swung open. Chapter 38. What is this, child? The doors to the ward swung open, startling Zhou Guodong, who had been poised to sign the collaboration project. Setting down his pen, he gazed in bewilderment at Su Yu and her husband, Ji Feng, who was laden with numerous bags. President Su, what brings you here? He inquired, a puzzled expression adorning his face. President Zhou, I have come to visit Guahao, Su Yu replied with a smile. Simultaneously, she noticed the project cooperation document in Zhou Guodong's hand, and her heart sank. Her timing was indeed fortuitous. President Su, may I ask who this is? Zhou Guodong inquired. This is my husband, Ji Feng, Su Yu introduced, her candor momentarily leaving Zhou Guodong taken aback. After all, Su Yu was renowned as the ice queen of Jinhai City, perpetually single, and there had been no whispers of her marriage or romantic entanglements. Who would have imagined that she was already wed? The news, if it were to spread, would surely cause a stir throughout Jinhai City, leaving many young elites in disbelief. After placing the bags down, Ji Feng cheerfully remarked, Hello, President Zhou. I've long heard from you of your esteemed reputation, and meeting you today certainly lives up to the accolades. You're being modest, Mr. Ji, Zhou Guodong chuckled. He then turned directly to Su Yu, stating, if your visit today pertains to collaboration, I must regretfully inform you that I am about to sign this document, which is the project cooperation agreement sent by Yunhai Company. It would be best if you returned. President Zhou, let us discuss the cooperation later. For now, I wish to see Guahao, Suyu replied, her composure unwavering. She gestured for Ji Feng to bring forth the gifts they had purchased. Ji Feng complied, presenting the assortment of gifts. Sister Su, you've come to see me again, how wonderful! Guahao exclaimed, clearly delighted by Suyu's presence. Indeed, look at what I brought you, there are toys and clothes. Do try them on, Ji Feng said, unveiling the garments intended for Guahao. They're so beautiful, thank you, Sister Su, Guahao beamed, then noticed Ji Feng beside Suyu and, with a charming smile showcasing his small tiger teeth, asked, Sister Su, is he your husband? He is quite handsome. Guahao, that's rather impolite, you should address him as brother, Zhou Guodong interjected. Since Guahao referred to Suyu as sister, it was only fitting to call Ji Feng brother. Though, given the age difference, uncle would have been more appropriate. In today's society, it was more common to err on the side of youthfulness. Hello, brother. You are very fortunate to marry such a beautiful sister, Guahao said, unperturbed. Hello, Ji Feng responded with a warm smile. However, upon observing Guahao's features, he was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this child was the very one he had rescued previously? How could he be Zhou Guodong's son, yet, ultimately, whose child it was mattered little? What was crucial was that the childless father was the very CEO Suyu sought to secure a contract with. What a remark! Since Ji Feng had departed after ensuring Guahao's safety, the boy remained unaware that Ji Feng was his savior. Suyu, of course, was oblivious to this connection, as she had already produced the new clothing for Guahao to try on. It fit perfectly and looked splendid on him. I really like this outfit, thank you, sister, Guahao expressed joyfully. Zhou Guodong observed this harmonious and warm scene, momentarily lost in thought. Truth be told, since the past, yet now, an outsider like Suyu had managed to choose perfectly suitable garments for his son, demonstrating genuine thoughtfulness rather than mere token gestures. Zhou Guodong sighed inwardly, recognizing that Suyu's character and approach were beyond reproach. Had this been in the past, he would have undoubtedly been swayed by Suyu's merits to choose her as a collaborator. However, the present was different. Alas, President Su, why put yourself through this? I made my position clear yesterday, your actions leave me feeling indebted to you, Zhou Guodong lamented. President Zhou, let us set aside the matter of collaboration for now. I genuinely care for Guahao. He is innocent and understanding, the gifts I brought are simply tokens of affection from an older sister, Suyu replied with a smile. While I appreciate your sentiments, I am a businessman, not devoid of compassion. I can discern the sincerity of those who genuinely care for my son. President Su, let us do this. I will certainly seek collaboration with you next time, but for this occasion, let us leave it at that, Zhou Guodong stated with a bittersweet expression. To dissuade Suyu, he promptly signed his name on the contract. Witnessing this, Suyu felt a heavy weight in her heart. Her hopes were dashed as Zhou Guodong had already committed. President Zhou, since you have signed, I shall take my leave after spending a little more time with Guahao. Is that acceptable? She managed to smile. I apologize, President Su, consider this a debt I owe you, Zhou Guodong replied. President Zhou, may I have a glance at the project cooperation document in your possession? Ji Feng interjected at that moment. Intrigued, Zhou Guodong asked, Mr. Ji, are you also in business? Not quite, I am merely curious, Ji Feng replied with a smile. Since you are not averse to a little trouble, feel free to take a look. Zhou Guodong handed the contract to Ji Feng. Thank you. Ji Feng accepted it and perused the document. After flipping through a few pages, he remarked, President Zhou, have you thoroughly reviewed this document? The legal department has examined it, I merely skimmed it. Is there an issue? Zhou Guodong inquired. Forgive my candor. Perhaps I am being overly meticulous, but certain sections of this contract appear somewhat peculiar, as if they are playing word games, Ji Feng observed. Having acquired knowledge of business management from the system, Ji Feng possessed a rigorous standard for contract evaluation. While the document seemed sound overall, one particular section was indeed riddled with ambiguous language, easily overlooked without careful scrutiny. Unbeknownst to Ji Feng, upon his utterance, Zhou Guodong said, Chapter 39. Surprisingly, it was accomplished. This is impossible, Mr. Zhou. The company's legal department has already reviewed this contract and deemed it acceptable, which is why I brought it to you for your signature, Ji Feng asserted, his voice resolute. The secretary interjected promptly, let me see it. Zhou Guodong swiftly took the contract from Ji Feng's hands and scrutinized the annotation mentioned. However, upon merely glancing at it, Zhou Guodong's expression dramatically shifted. The annotation indeed contained issues, cleverly employing a form of legalistic wordplay primarily targeting his company. It stipulated that any losses incurred during the partnership due to certain irresistible factors would be entirely borne by Zhou Guodong's company. The term irresistible factors encompasses a multitude of possibilities. Moreover, to hold Zhou Guodong's company solely accountable for the repercussions of such issues was utterly unjust, especially it was ludicrous to expect him to shoulder the losses. Suyu, having observed the situation, coldly remarked, this annotation aligns perfectly with Su Chao's modus operandi. Mr. Zhou, with all due respect, Su Chao has a notorious reputation for conducting business in a rather unscrupulous manner, as you must be aware. Zhou Guodong's expression turned icy. He was indeed aware of Su Chao's poor reputation, however, given that Su Chao had leveraged his family's influence to secure this partnership, Zhou Guodong felt compelled to tread carefully. Little did he expect that the annotation within the contract was merely a trap laid for him. Mr. Zhou, I believe that as long as your company's legal department isn't comprised of incompetent layabouts, they should have noticed this, Ji Feng remarked with a faint smile. In any collaboration, each company typically assigns its legal team to meticulously scrutinize the contract, primarily to guard against any potential traps or deceptive language. Given the stature of Zhou Guodong's company, it was common knowledge that their legal department was comprised of highly qualified professionals, rendering such oversights improbable. Zhou, I did submit it to the legal team, Secretary Wu stammered, her countenance paling, yet she stubbornly defended herself. Very well, I shall now call the company's legal department to inquire whether they have decided to cease their responsibilities, Zhou Guodong declared, pulling out his phone. Mr. Zhou, I was mistaken, it was Su Chao who had someone deliver this directly to me, instructing me to present it for your signature, Secretary Wu confessed, revealing the truth. The reality was that Su Chao had long since corrupted Zhou Guodong's assistant, feigning affection and securing her loyalty through gifts and monetary incentives. He had promised her that upon the successful signing of the contract, she would be allowed to resign and receive a substantial sum of money. Secretary Wu, you are hereby formally dismissed from the company. Please proceed to the HR department to complete the necessary formalities. Furthermore, I will ensure a thorough investigation into this matter, Zhou Guodong stated, unyielding. He was no naive child, having navigated the business world for many years, he could not be easily deceived by mere words. As the situation unraveled, Secretary Wu left in disgrace, casting a furious glare at Ji Feng and Su Yu as she departed. Had it not been for their unexpected entrance, Zhou Guodong would have signed the contract, thereby fulfilling her mission seamlessly. Mr. Ji, I genuinely appreciate your assistance. Without your intervention, I might have fallen into a trap. Zhou Guodong expressed his gratitude. He realized he had been overly complacent, having trusted this secretary who had been with him for several years. Yet, human nature is inherently fickle. Damn it, this is outrageous. After years of navigating the business landscape, I never anticipated nearly falling victim to a mere novice. Zhou Guodong seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration. His anger stemmed from the depths of Su Chao's unscrupulousness, which had surpassed his expectations. The audacity to bribe those close to him and manipulate the contract with such wordplay was infuriating. Mr. Zhou, do not be overly upset. It is not surprising for someone like Su Chao to engage in such underhanded tactics, Su Yu remarked calmly. Mr.Su, I hereby declare the collaboration with Yunhai Company officially null and void. Although it may seem somewhat shameless to say this, if you do not mind, shall we proceed with the partnership as you previously proposed? Zhou Guodong suggested with a smile. Really, Mr. Zhou, are you serious? Su Yu's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Indeed, to express my sincerity, I shall add an additional point to the price as an apology. Had it not been for Mr. Ji's presence, our company could have suffered tremendous losses, Zhou Guodong stated earnestly. He had no doubt regarding the sincerity Su Yu had demonstrated throughout this negotiation. Were it not for his son's near mishap, Zhou Guodong would not have so readily agreed to a deal with Su Chao. He would have undoubtedly compared offers and conducted a thorough review. Even so, Su Yu's unwavering determination had left a profound impression on him. Reflecting on his own journey, he recognized the rarity of such resilience in a woman like Su Yu. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, Su Yu expressed her gratitude. In truth, even if Zhou Guodong had refused to collaborate with Su Chao, there were 3 other companies vying for her attention. Zhou Guodong not only articulated his position clearly but also offered her an additional point on the price, which was indeed generous. Mr. Ji, Mr.Su, please do not leave at noon today. I shall treat you both, Zhou Guodong proposed with a smile. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhou, Su Yu exclaimed, her surprise evident. She had not anticipated such a miraculous turn of events today. Thanks to Ji Feng, the collaboration had indeed been secured. One could argue that had Ji Feng not uttered the words, "Let me see the contract," this miracle would not have transpired. Mr. Zhou, you are too kind, Ji Feng replied with a smile. In their brief interaction, Zhou Guodong's straightforwardness had left a favorable impression on Ji Feng. Mr. Zhou, what about Guahao, can he join us for the meal? Su Yu suddenly inquired. No worries, his grandmother prepared chicken soup for him, and he should be arriving soon. I will have someone deliver some food to him, Zhou Guodong responded, touched by the thoughtfulness of Su Yu. It was heartwarming that she could still think of his son at such a moment. Her kindness was truly commendable. That moment, the door to the hospital room swung open. Zhou Guodong's mother entered, carrying the chicken soup. Upon seeing Ji Feng, the elderly woman froze, her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 40. Ji Feng, the benefactor. Upon seeing Ji Feng, the elderly woman was immediately overwhelmed with tears of joy. She recognized him at a glance. Ji Feng was the benefactor who had saved her grandson that day, effectively rescuing her entire family. Mother, what is the matter? Zhou Guodong was startled by his mother's unusual demeanor. Benefactor. Benefactor, I never expected to see you here, the old woman exclaimed with immense excitement. As she spoke, she attempted to kneel down to express her gratitude to Ji Feng. With quick reflexes, Ji Feng hurriedly supported the old woman. Grandma, I cannot accept such a grand gesture, he said with a smile. Benefactor? The sudden title left both Su Yu and Zhou Guodong momentarily stunned. Su Yu was utterly confused, unaware of what had transpired. Zhou Guodong, after a brief pause, suddenly recalled something, his face lighting up with joy. Mother, could it be that Mr. Ji is? Son, this is the... After saving him, he left without saying a word or even taking a sip of water, the old woman recounted, her voice trembling with emotion. Mr. Ji, you are indeed the one who saved my son that day. Why did you not mention it earlier? Zhou Guodong said, his excitement palpable. Mr. Zhou, anyone would have done the same, there is no need to dwell on it, I did not realize it until I arrived, Ji Feng replied. Admiration filled Zhou Guodong's heart upon hearing Ji Feng's words. If Ji Feng were truly the type to seek rewards for his good deeds, he would have recognized Zhou Guodong's son, Zhou Guohao, upon arrival. The gratitude for saving a life was immeasurable. Had Ji Feng revealed himself as the one who saved his son and demanded compensation, even before discovering any discrepancies in the contract, what could he have done? Mr. Ji, the gratitude I feel for saving my son's life will remain with me for a lifetime. But if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. I will certainly comply, Zhou Guodong expressed sincerely. Mr. Zhou, if you say such things, it loses its meaning, Ji Feng chuckled. Son, what are you saying? If the benefactor were that kind of person, would he have left without a word? Do not apply your business mindset to matters of kindness, the old woman chided disapprovingly. Mother, that is not what I meant, I simply wished to express my gratitude, Zhou bow and thank him. Zhou Guohao obediently knelt before Ji Feng and bowed, while Zhou Guodong also bent down in respect. Ji Feng quickly lifted Zhou Guohao into his arms and said to Zhou Guodong, Mr. Zhou, you are being too courteous. It is only right. I have always taught my son the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. I do not expect him to become an extraordinary person, but I do insist he must first learn to be a good person, Zhou Guodong stated earnestly. Benefactor, the respect shown by the father and son is well deserved, the old woman remarked. Grandma, please do not call me benefactor anymore. If you do not mind, you may call me Ji Feng or Xiao Feng, Ji Feng suggested. Being addressed as benefactor by someone of grandmotherly age felt rather peculiar to Ji Feng. Then I shall call you Xiao Feng, the old woman replied joyfully. Since I am older than you, if you do not mind, I shall call you Ji Laodi, and you may call me Donggu or Zhou Guodong. Please refrain from calling me Mr. Zhou, as it feels too formal, Zhou Guodong added. Very well, Donggu. Ha, Ji Laodi. Xiao Feng, may I ask who this is? The old woman inquired, glancing at Suyu beside Ji Feng. Grandma, this is my wife, Suyu, Ji Feng replied with a smile. Xiao Feng's wife? What a beautiful young lady, marrying a child like Xiao Feng is indeed your fortune, the old woman stated. You are quite right, Grandma, Suyu responded with a smile. Suyu's heart was tumultuous. Today, accompanying Ji Feng, they managed to secure a contract that had seemed lost, which was already a surprise, yet, she had never anticipated that Ji Feng would become the benefactor of the Zhou family so swiftly. Xiao Feng, it is already noon. Do not leave. I will have Guodong treat us to a meal as a gesture of gratitude, the old woman insisted warmly. Mother, rest assured, I mentioned before you arrived that I would be treating for lunch, Zhou Guodong laughed. That is wonderful. The old woman was very fond of Ji Feng, not only because he was the one who saved her grandson, but also due to Ji Feng's demeanor during their brief encounter, which endeared him to her immensely. She treated Ji Feng with the warmth one would extend to a second son. As the three emerged from the hospital, Zhou Guodong remarked while walking, Brother, we must not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated today. Donggu, as long as you are willing, if necessary, we can simply get drunk and not return. I will arrange a hotel for you, provided my sister-in-law agrees. Zhou Guodong laughed. Now, Zhou Guodong referred to Suyu as sister-in-law, while Suyu began calling Zhou Guodong Donggu because of Ji Feng. I have no objections, Suyu replied. See how understanding my sister-in-law is. Zhou Guodong laughed heartily. We have finally met, and today we must celebrate with wine. As Ji Feng spent more time with Zhou Guodong, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It was as if they were kindred spirits who had met too late in life. Very well, then it is settled, you call the shots, Donggu, Ji Feng said generously. Splendid, by the way, sister-in-law, for lunch today, aside from the three of us, I will introduce you to two friends of mine, genuine businessmen with whom I have collaborated for many years. You must seize this opportunity, Zhou Guodong advised. Understood, thank you, Donggu. Suyu expressed her gratitude. She recognized that Zhou Guodong was providing her with an opportunity to expand her network, and she intended to make the most of it. Why are you being so polite? You are my sister-in-law, we are family, Zhou Guodong stated jovially. The lunch venue had already been arranged at the Emperor's Restaurant, a 5-star establishment in Jinhai City, where Zhou Guodong was a member. Chapter 41 is Su Chao's plans. Young Master Su, the plan has failed. Zhou Guodong did not sign the contract. What, failed? What happened? Suyu arrived, and there were issues with the contract, which Zhou Guodong uncovered. How did he discover it? Did you not follow my instructions? I adhered to your directives, but unexpectedly, Suyu's husband intervened and requested to review the contract. Upon doing so, he identified the discrepancies. Suyu's husband? How is that possible? In the hotel room, Su Chao, who had just engaged in a vigorous workout, sat up abruptly upon hearing this. Yikes, young Master Su, you scared me to death. The sudden movement caused the bedding to slip, startling the naked woman beside him, who let out a soft gasp. Is there another woman beside you? Upon hearing the female voice on the phone, Wu Yu's expression shifted, and she hurriedly inquired. It matters not who else is present. Who is Suyu's husband? What exactly transpired? Just clarify it for me, Su Chao replied coldly. I am not certain of his identity, but Suyu claims him as her husband. Zhou Guodong found issues with the contract and has. That is all I am aware of. I have relayed everything to you, young Master Su. When will the remaining payment be made to me? Payment? You expect to be compensated for failing to complete such a straightforward task? Dream on, foolish woman. Beep beep beep. With that, Su Chao terminated the call. Upon hearing the line go dead, Wu Yu stood frozen in place. She had already been dismissed by Zhou Guodong, and now the company would conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. If they discovered her dealings with Su Chao, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. Additionally, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to continue in this circle because of this incident. Originally, Su Chao had promised her 2 million once she completed this task, but now he had reneged, changing his stance more swiftly than she had anticipated. Su Chao, just you wait. I will not let you off the hook. Wu Yu seethed, gritting her teeth and bowing silently inside the hotel. After hanging up the phone, Su Chao's expression darkened. The plan he had deemed flawless had been undermined by Su Yu's husband. The pivotal question arose: Su Yu's husband, how could he have been unaware of this? Could it be Ma Qiming? Su Chao pondered silently. He quickly dismissed this thought, as it seemed unlikely. Ma Qiming had not been in Jinhai City recently, and he knew that Su Yu had never been fond of him. Their relationship had soured due to the engagement with the Ma family. Could it be that Su Yu was involved with another man behind her family's back? Su Chao mused. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed, but he needed to investigate further before drawing any conclusions. If Su Yu truly was entangled with another man, it would indeed be fascinating. Setting aside the family's stance, the Ma family would certainly have something to say about it. At that moment, Su Chao's phone rang again. It was his assistant calling. Amar.su, the international trade company, which had originally agreed to collaborate with us, has abruptly announced the termination of our partnership. What should we do? I understand, I will handle it, Su Chao replied, feeling a surge of frustration. The deal with the international trade company had been as good as sealed, but his desire to manipulate it for greater gain had now led to its complete dissolution. He had even boasted about it in front of his grandmother, and now that it had fallen through, he was at a loss for an explanation. This won't do. I need to find a way to use Su Yu as a scapegoat. With that thought, Su Chao turned his attention to the woman beside him. She was a recent catch, a gold digger who was easily won over by wealthy young men like him. Young Master Su, why are you looking at me like that? You're making me blush, the woman said, displaying a flirtatious demeanor. Rong, you are a trainee from Huayu Entertainment, correct? Su Chao inquired with a smile. Yes, that's right, why do you ask? Does your company have a trainee named Su Miao Miao? Yes, she joined the same batch as I did. Why, do you know her, young Master Su? Just a bit. Do you happen to know if Su Miao Miao has a brother-in-law? A brother-in-law? I haven't heard of that. I don't interact much with Su Miao Miao, but I can ask around for you. Please inquire and let me know. You shall not go unrewarded for your assistance. After saying this, Su Chao caressed the woman. You're so naughty, young Master Su. I have even naughtier plans. Would you care to find out? Su Chao's temper flared again, and a passionate encounter ensued. Su Yu had never envisioned a day when she would bask in someone else's glory, especially when that someone was Ji Feng, with whom she had signed a son-in-law contract. Zhou Guodong hosted a dinner at the Dihao Hotel, attended by only 2 other individuals, both notable company executives with strong connections to Zhou Guodong. After dining, they proceeded to play golf, with Su Yu accompanying them in the capacity of Ji Feng's wife. From the meal to the entertainment, Su Yu reaped significant rewards. Not only did she secure a partnership that had previously seemed impossible with Zhou Guodong, but she also forged connections with 2 prominent bosses, thereby expanding her network. The only cost was that Ji Feng had indulged a bit too much at dinner and was now dozing in the passenger seat. As Su Yu drove home, she couldn't help but glance at Ji Feng. This man had allowed her to witness a miracle today, making her feel cared for amidst the relentless struggles of the business world. This feeling was both foreign and delightful to Su Yu, stirring something within her heart. Chapter 42 The complicated feelings of my sister-in-law. Am I really that attractive? At this moment, Ji Feng's teasing voice echoed in Su Yu's ear. Stealing a glance at Ji Feng, Su Yu realized that, unbeknownst to her, he had already opened his eyes and was locking gazes with her. You weren't asleep? Su Yu inquired. It was worth noting that during lunch, Ji Feng had indulged in quite a bit of alcohol, while Zhou Guodong and his companions were already inebriated. How could I possibly be drunk from that little? Given his current physical condition, although he had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, it was far from enough to intoxicate him. Thank you for today, Su Yu suddenly remarked. With the contract secured and connections established, the fruits of today's endeavors could be entirely attributed to Ji Feng's efforts. After all, we are husband and wife. It's only natural for a husband to assist his wife, Ji Feng replied. That said, I will express my gratitude appropriately, Su Yu asserted, adhering firmly to her principles. She was a woman who disliked being indebted to others, and although Ji Feng's favor was considerable, she would strive to show her appreciation. Suit yourself, Ji Feng responded nonchalantly. In truth, he understood that this woman still did not regard him as a genuine husband. This was to be expected. They had only recently begun to interact. Despite having aided Su Yu today, if she were to be won over merely by such minor favors, he would have overestimated her. Ji Feng recognized that although Su Yu possessed a stubborn temperament and held strong principles, once he truly conquered her heart, she would only have room for him as the sole man in her life. Thus, the revolution was far from complete. Comrades must continue to strive. Upon returning home, Ji Feng and Su Yu discovered Su Miao Miao idly lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Seeing Ji Feng and Suyu arrive, Su Miao quickly sat upright. Sister, how did it go? She asked eagerly. Before Suyu could respond, Ji Feng interjected, it was a failure. Ah? Su Miao's face instantly fell. That's impossible, Ji Feng reiterated. Brother-in-law, you're teasing me, Su Miao pouted, realizing she had been played by Ji Feng. You didn't wait for me to finish my sentence. That's not my fault, Ji Feng boasted, with my direct involvement, success is inevitable. TCH, spare me, you don't know anyone, it must have been my sister's doing, Su Miao retorted skeptically. In truth, it was largely due to Ji Feng, Suyu interjected. He noticed the issues with the contract, and given that he saved Director Zhou's child, Director Zhou was particularly grateful. Not only did he sign the contract with me, but he also extended me considerable favors. Saved someone? What do you mean? Su Miao asked, puzzled. Did you see that viral video of the rescue? I only learned about it today and had to look it up. The person who scaled 6 floors to save the child was Ji Feng, Suyu explained. Due to her busy work schedule, Suyu rarely kept up with trending news online. Had it not been for today's events, she would have remained oblivious to Ji Feng's heroic ACT. To be honest, she had secretly watched that video more than 5 times, each viewing leaving her profoundly moved. You should have been with him that day. Didn't you know? Su Miao was now engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, rendered speechless. She had indeed harbored doubts that day, but quickly dismissed them. Little did she know that the hero in question was her brother Law. It was worth noting that Su Miao had internally idolized that rescuer as her dream man, only to realize that this man was, in fact, Ji Feng, her. This revelation shattered her fantasies of a romantic encounter with her idol. What's wrong with you? Suyu inquired, noticing Su Miao's peculiar demeanor. Nothing, Su Miao replied hastily. At that moment, her feelings were intricate. She felt a mix of disappointment and something else entirely. You can admire me, but please, don't fall for me, Ji Feng joked as he walked into his bedroom to take a shower and change clothes, the scent of alcohol lingering heavily on him. TCH, narcissist, Su Miao thought, feeling inexplicably comforted by his words. By the way, sister, you managed to retrieve the contract from Su Chao. He won't let this go easily, will he? Su Miao asked. What can he do? His greed has led him to engage in unscrupulous practices in business, and now he's tampered with the contract, Suyu scoffed. From now on, he will surely gain make sure to spend it wisely, Suyu replied nonchalantly. Hee, thanks, sister, love you to bits. After Ji Feng finished his shower, he discovered he was the only one left at home. Suyu and Su Miao had seemingly vanished. However, he paid little mind to it. That moment, an unexpected phone call caught his attention. The caller ID displayed a familiar name, Leah, the daughter of the barbecue stall owner he had defended that night. Since they had exchanged WeChat contacts, they had hardly been in touch, and Ji Feng had nearly forgotten about her. Although uncertain of the purpose behind Leah's call, he answered nonetheless. Not long after hanging up, he was somewhat surprised to learn that Leah had invited him to her home for dinner. Chapter 43. Leah's request. At this moment, Suyu and Su Miao were en route to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Wow, sis, you're actually going to gift brother-in-law a Mercedes? That's simply wonderful. Su Miao exclaimed, her face brimming with envy. While Ji Feng was taking a shower, Suyu had taken her out and expressed her intention to buy a car as a token of gratitude for Ji Feng. I owe him a significant favor this time, so naturally, I must repay it, Suyu said nonchalantly as she drove. You two are already married, yet you keep such clear distinctions, Su Miao remarked. Favors must always be repaid, Suyu replied, prompting Su Miao to fall silent, as she understood her sister's character quite well. At that moment, Suyu's phone rang. Hello, what's the matter? Okay, I understand. The call ended. Was that brother-in-law calling? Su Miao inquired. This time, Suyu had driven her own Porsche 911, and upon arriving at the dealership, she instantly attracted the attention of the staff. Once inside, the manager of the dealership personally came out to attend to them. Hello, I am the manager of this dealership. How may I assist you? The manager inquired warmly. I would like to purchase a Mercedes G500. Do you have any in stock? Suyu asked directly. The mention of the G-Class caused the manager to marvel inwardly. After all, one could tell she was indeed someone of means, given her choice of vehicle. We currently do not have that model in stock, but we can arrange for one to be brought in. It should arrive by tomorrow at the earliest, the manager replied with a smile. Very well, I'll take a black one. Let us settle this with a card, Suyu said, producing her bank card. When it came to purchasing a car, Suyu was not particularly knowledgeable and did not fuss over details, she simply wanted something she liked. Certainly, madam, please follow me, the manager remarked, appreciating the decisiveness of affluent customers. After completing the payment, which totaled over 1.6 million, the dealership assured her that they would handle the temporary license plates and all necessary paperwork, sparing Suyu any concern. Since the vehicle would not arrive until tomorrow, Suyu instructed them to contact Ji Feng directly upon its arrival for pickup. The entire car buying process took less than half an hour, and afterwards, she took Su Miao back home. Sister, that was quite the extravagant expenditure, over $1 million, and you didn't even blink, Su Miao said, her eyes shining with admiration. Her own car was merely a modest sedan worth a mere tens of thousands. Once you become a big star, such sums will be trivial to you, so there's no need to envy, Suyu replied. Then could you possibly grant your future big star a bit more support before I rise to fame? Get lost. At the entrance of the community, Leah, who had been waiting, waved cheerfully as she saw Ji Feng step out of the taxi. "Why are you waiting for me at the gate when you already told me the building number?" Ji Feng asked, carrying the gifts he had purchased. "This community is rather old, and my residence is not easy to locate, so I thought I'd greet you here," Leah explained. "Let us go. I bought some supplements for my mother, I hope she likes them." "You're too considerate, Leah, there was no need for gifts," Ji Feng replied. "It's only right." The community did indeed show its age, with the environment being rather average, some building numbers and door signs had faded away, and there was even a lack of security at the entrance. Had it not been for Leah's assistance, Ji Feng would have taken quite some time to find the place. "Xiao Feng is here." Lu Mei called out cheerfully from the kitchen, "Please excuse the smallness of the place. Xiao Feng, please have a seat. Elia, pour some tea for your brother Feng." "Understood, Mom." Ji Feng's visit brought immense joy to the mother. Ji Feng nodded with a smile. Before long, the meal was ready, featuring 5 dishes and a soup, all of Lu Mei's specialties. "Xiao Feng, I truly appreciate your company today," Lu Mei said with gratitude. "Auntie, it's an honor for me to be here," Ji Feng replied with a smile. "The main reason for inviting you was to express our gratitude for your help during our recent predicament," Lu Mei stated. "Auntie, that's all in the past. You being too gracious. It's not mere courtesy, this kindness will be remembered by both Leah and me," Lu Mei emphasized, as she held steadfast to the principle of gratitude. Brother Feng, I have some exciting news to share with you," Leah said. "Oh? What is it?" "I found a job, right here in Hating District, and I have an interview tomorrow." Leah exclaimed with joy. Having just graduated, securing a job so quickly in Jinhai City was indeed a significant achievement for her. Although it was merely an interview, she felt confident. "Is that so? That truly is wonderful news. Do you feel prepared?" Ji Feng asked with a smile. "I do feel prepared, but I have a request. I wonder if Brother Feng could accompany me tomorrow?" Leah said, looking at Ji Feng with hopeful eyes. Chapter 44 A Guiding Light. "Well, alright, could you let me know around what time tomorrow? I'll accompany you then." The sweet-faced young girl gazed at Ji Feng with such eager eyes that he found it difficult to refuse. It was quite understandable for a freshly graduated girl to seek someone to accompany her for her first job interview, hoping to bolster her confidence. "That's wonderful, thank you, Brother Feng," Leah exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon receiving Ji Feng's agreement. After enjoying a meal at Leah's home and spending some time together, Ji Feng prepared to leave. Both Leah and her mother, Lu Mei, escorted Ji Feng to the entrance of the community, demonstrating their earnestness in bidding farewell. "I'm off now. We'll be in touch." Ji Feng waved as he entered the taxi, smiling. "Alright, goodbye, Brother Feng. Xiao Feng, do come over to play at our home whenever you have the time." "Understood, Auntie, goodbye, Leah." After the taxi departed, Leah continued to gaze dreamily in the direction Ji Feng had gone. "Enough of that, if you keep staring, your eyeballs will fall out," Lu Mei teased. "Mom," Leah replied with a hint of playful indignation. "Xiao Feng is quite a remarkable young man. I like him. However, he forgot to ask if he has a girlfriend or anything of the sort during his visit," Lu Mei remarked. "Oh, Mom, that's personal information, never mind, I want to discuss it further." "It's too embarrassing, I'm heading home now." Leah, feeling bashful, hurried away. Sigh, Lu Mei sighed softly. "My daughter, this is not a matter to be shy about. Exceptional young men seldom wait for anyone. I suppose I shall leave her to handle her own affairs." Upon returning home, Ji Feng found that night had fallen. However, Suyu and Su Miao Miao were both lounging on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in the television. "Brother-in-law, you're back." Su Miao Miao greeted him cheerfully. "Did you two go shopping this afternoon?" Ji Feng inquired, noticing the various bags beside Su Miao Miao. I'm going back to the company tomorrow, so my dear sister prepared these treasures for me before I leave," Su Miao Miao replied excitedly. Each time she prepared to depart from Suyu's home, she would indulge in a bit of charm, persuading her sister to take her shopping for various items, from food to cosmetics, as a sort of supply run. "To think there's no gift for me. You two have truly let me down," Ji Feng feigned disappointment as he surveyed the bags filled with feminine items. Brother-in-law, how shameless can you be? My adorable little sister is departing tomorrow. How heart-wrenching." Su Miao Miao retorted. Had it not been for Suyu advising her not to mention that she had already arranged a Mercedes-Benz G-Class for Ji Feng, Su Miao Miao, with her character, would have certainly indulged in some envious banter to extract a gift from him. "Who said I have no gift for you?" Ji Feng declared grandly. "Really? Have you secretly prepared a surprise gift for me, brother-in-law?" The young girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Indeed," Ji Feng said with pride, "sincerely. It turns out you simply wish to bestow upon me a platitude." Su Miao Miao immediately expressed her disappointment. "As if I would give you something as insipid as a platitude," Ji Feng replied. "Then what is it?" "Brother-in-law sees you as clever and lively, a natural performer. Instead of pursuing singing and dancing, why not study acting, attend a prestigious school like Beijing Film Academy or Shanghai Theatre Academy, and after a year or two, I assure you, you will surely become a leading actress." With the eye of a talent scout, Ji Feng assessed Su Miao Miao's abilities. He discovered that while her singing and dancing skills were rather average, her talent for acting was exceptional. By suggesting this path, Ji Feng was indirectly guiding her toward a promising future. However, upon hearing this, Su Miao Miao immediately replied, "Brother-in-law, there is no traffic or hype nowadays. Who would hire you for acting? Our company has resources in this area, but they all favor those with popularity. For me, as a trainee, wanting to act is nothing short of a pipe dream." "Then why not bypass the trainee route and directly study acting? There must be opportunities," Ji Feng suggested. "No way. I've been a trainee for a year now. Starting over with acting would be worse than killing me," the young girl refused vehemently. "Then it's up to you. I've merely pointed you in a direction," Ji Feng remarked. "What kind of direction is that? However, if you have any director friends, I would be more than happy if you could recommend me," Su Miao Miao said, hearing their conversation. Su Yu interjected, "It's better to be practical in your endeavors. Don't spend all day dreaming and relying on others." Su Miao Miao's face immediately fell. "I was just speaking casually, sister. Why do you have to criticize me, brother-in-law? It's all your fault." Indeed, although Su Miao Miao did not believe in the path he suggested now, there would come a day when the success of an individual hinges upon choosing the right path. In fields where one is not adept, the likelihood of success is minuscule. This illustrates the saying, "There are many talented horses, but few discerning trainers." Without the guidance of a mentor, even the most gifted individuals may never reveal their potential. However, as Su Miao Miao was his sister-in-law and Ji Feng held her in high regard, he was more than willing to nurture her talent. The young girl was a bit mischievous and playful, yet she lacked the haughty demeanor typical of a spoiled heiress. Given the opportunity, Ji Feng, as a mentor, would not hesitate to cultivate the potential of his sister-in-law. Later that night, after Ji Feng returned to his room, he received a message from Li Wan. The message was simple and clear. Someone in the company had begun to act unscrupulously ever since Ji Feng intervened as an outsider to handle Shi Ming, a senior executive in the company. Other executives had started making subtle moves. Particularly since Ji Feng had taken over the company, his absence from the office had led some individuals to grow increasingly restless. Chapter 45 of the gift from Su Yu. "Mr. Ji, do you intend to make a public statement at the company?" Li Wan inquired. "Let them continue their antics for a while. I have my plans. Report to me only if there are any significant developments," Ji Feng replied. "Then, is Shi Ming still to be dismissed?" "Of course. Regardless of the chaos he creates, let him go. Just say it was my decision." "Understood." Currently, the primary issue within the company revolves around Shi Ming, who, alongside several executives manipulating events. Over the past few days, Li Wan has been providing Ji Feng with daily updates on the company's affairs. Despite Ji Feng's absence from the office, he remains well informed of the situation, thus remaining unperturbed. Sometimes, it is from the sidelines that one can discern the true essence of matters. In a certain villa, Shi Ming is presently kneeling before his wife, Ji Yali. "Dear, I've followed your instructions, but there hasn't been any effect," Shi Ming said, his expression filled with bitterness. "Useless. Had you not acted recklessly, how could you have left them a handle to grasp? Has the newly appointed company president intervened?" Ji Yali queried. "No," Shi Ming shook his head. "Remarkably composed, I must say." "I wonder what the family is thinking. Not even a hint about the appointment of the new president," Ji Yali replied coldly. "So, my dear, what should we do now?" Shi Ming asked. "What should we do? Do you even have the audacity to ask?" Ji Yali scolded. "I invested so much effort to elevate you to a senior position in the company, and now, new leadership is in place, yet you, this useless fool, have caused the first fire." "My dear, I assure you I won't dare again," Shi Ming lamented. "Could it be due to that young man's incident last time? Can such a mere novice possess the power to unseat you?" Ji Yali scoffed. "I've received news that the young master, who has roamed for over 20 years, has returned home with his wife, and the elder has personally made the announcement. There will surely be changes in the family business, and you, at a crucial moment, can only falter." "Then, my dear, should you go back and speak well of me to father in front of the head of the family?" Shi Ming suggested. "I certainly intend to return, but I refuse to bear this misfortune alone." "Did you seek out the 3 individuals I instructed you to?" "I did." "What did they say?" "They said they would support me." "Those 3 are not to be underestimated. Be cautious, do not let them deceive you without your knowledge." "I will return tomorrow. Inform me promptly of any developments." "Understood, my dear." The following day, Su Miao Miao departed early, and Su Yu headed to the company, leaving Ji Feng as the last to rise in the household. Upon waking, he found the house empty. However, Ji Feng had matters to attend to, as he was to accompany Leah to her job interview. After freshening up, Ji Feng stepped out. Soon, the two met at their agreed-upon location. Today, Leah caught Ji Feng's eye as she donned professional attire for the interview, a fitted blazer over a white shirt, paired with a pencil skirt, nude stockings, and black high heels. The sweet-looking Leah exuded a mature aura, her appearance and demeanor strikingly impressive. "Brother Feng, do you think this outfit is suitable for the interview?" Leah twirled in front of Ji Feng. "Absolutely. With your figure and poise, if you don't get in, it would simply be a case of the blind failing to see," Ji Feng teased. He. The two arrived in front of the company building where Leah was to interview. "Well then, Brother Feng, should I head in?" Leah asked. Ji Feng smiled and nodded. "I'll wait for you nearby. Good luck." "Thank you, Brother Feng." With Ji Feng's encouragement, Leah felt confident. After she entered, Ji Feng planned to relax with a coffee at a nearby CAF. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello, who is this?" May I speak with Mr. Ji Feng? This is he. Mr. Ji, hello, Miss Suyu has ordered a Mercedes G500 for you at our dealership, and the vehicle has now arrived. Would you prefer to collect it personally, or should we deliver it to you? I'll come to pick it up, please provide me with your dealership's address. After hanging up, Ji Feng felt somewhat astonished. Why would Suyu gift him a car? A Mercedes G500 costs over $1 million. Could it be that his thrifty wife truly has money to spare? With this thought, Ji Feng called Suyu. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt it necessary to inquire. When the call connected, Suyu's voice was succinct and to the point. What is it? Why did you send me a car? Ji Feng asked. This is a token of gratitude for your assistance in securing the contract. I dislike being in debt to others. If you find the car unsatisfactory, you may return it, and the money will be yours. The choice is yours. The car is excellent. I like it. Thank you. Very well then, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. After the call ended, Ji Feng shook his head in resignation. It was all for the sake of repaying a favor. However, given Suyu's temperament, it was to be expected. Since it was a gift from his wife, he saw no reason to decline. Moreover, Ji Feng was in need of a vehicle for transportation, so he took a taxi to the dealership. Upon arrival, he presented his identification and relevant documents, successfully retrieving the Mercedes G-Class from the dealership. Mr. Ji, here is my business card. Please feel free to reach out if you have any queries. The enthusiastic dealership manager handed Ji Feng his card with both hands. Thank you, Ji Feng replied with a smile, before driving off in the Mercedes G-Class under the gaze of onlookers. This car truly feels remarkable to drive. On the road, Ji Feng reveled in the performance of the Mercedes G-Class, thoroughly satisfied. Undeniably, there is a fundamental difference between a luxury vehicle worth over $1 million and those costing merely hundreds of thousands. Of course, if we discuss ostentation, the Mercedes G-Class might fall short. Vehicles like Lamborghini or Ferrari are the true symbols of extravagance. Nevertheless, for Ji Feng at this moment, the Mercedes G-Class was undoubtedly the most suitable vehicle for someone like Ji Feng, who has held a driver's license for quite some time. Suyu's gift of the Mercedes G-Class was indeed perfectly timed. One contract secured, and I am gifted a Mercedes G-Class. If I manage to secure a few more, perhaps the company will be bestowed upon me. Ji Feng mused mischievously. Chapter 46, the spirit of the wild Mustang. From the moment he picked up the car to his return, considerable time had elapsed. However, the duration of Leah's interview exceeded Ji Feng's expectations. By the time Ji Feng drove back, Leah was still engaged in her meeting. Nevertheless, based on the timeline, it seemed she would conclude soon. Parking the car by the roadside, Ji Feng took a seat in the CAF across the street to await her return. Just as the waiter placed the coffee Ji Feng ordered before him, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from outside. Before long, the unmistakable sound of a sports car revving its engine pierced the air. A high-octane noise jolted Ji Feng's senses, nearly causing him to spill coffee all over himself. Damn it, is it really necessary to show off like that just for a sports car? Annoyed by the commotion, Ji Feng glanced out the window, and upon doing so, he couldn't help but wear an expression of disdain. A modified Mustang gradually came to a halt by the roadside, a sleek black beast adorned with an upgraded throttle exhaust, front lip, and rear wing. However, upon closer inspection of its exterior details, it was evident that this was merely a 2.3T Mustang, often referred to as a wild donkey in the eyes of the affluent. This model, a creation of Ford, is a budget-friendly sports coupe, with a starting price of approximately 360,000 yuan. Of course, the choice of vehicle is a personal prerogative for each individual, and no one possesses the authority to dictate the preferences of others. However, it is quite inappropriate to drive a wild donkey masquerading as a sports car down the street to show off. If you were to flaunt an 800,005 yuan 0T Mustang, one might find it somewhat justifiable. Yet, those driving BBA vehicles on the streets do not exhibit such ostentation. While revving engines may convey a sense of bravado, they are undeniably disruptive. The Mustang happened to be parked adjacent to Ji Feng's Mercedes-Benz G-Class. As the door swung open, a spirited young man, clad in bean shoes and snug jeans, with a bowl-cut hairstyle, emerged from the vehicle. In terms of both attire and demeanor, he distinctly embodied the essence of a spirited youth. Ji Feng nearly burst into laughter upon recognizing him. It was Hu Fei, his college classmate. Ji Feng suddenly recalled that Hu Fei hailed from Jinhai City, and upon graduation, he had heard that Hu Fei's family had undergone a relocation, receiving compensation amounting to 3 apartments and 2 million yuan in cash. Although he did not instantly transform into a wealthy second-generation offspring, he was certainly no longer impoverished. Hu Fei had transitioned from a previously financially struggling student to a beneficiary of relocation wealth. Ji Feng was quite astonished to encounter him there, but it was evident that despite his newfound status, Hu Fei's demeanor had not quite caught up. Brother Feng, I just finished my interview. Where are you? At that moment, Leah sent a message to Ji Feng. Wait for me at the entrance of the building, I will be there shortly, Ji Feng replied before stepping out of the CAF. Leah, having just completed her interview, was in high spirits. The initial interview was a human resources session, which went exceedingly well. Thanks to her ample preparation and capabilities, she answered the interviewer's questions with remarkable finesse. As for the upcoming second round of interviews, she felt little trepidation. How did it go? Ji Feng inquired as he approached Leah, noticing her cheerful demeanor. It went well, there's another round of interviews, but I am confident, Leah responded. That's great to hear, Ji Feng smiled. Checking the time, which indicated it was already noon, he suggested, to celebrate your success, let me treat you to lunch or feel free to choose whatever you desire. Sounds wonderful, thank you, Brother Feng, Leah replied joyfully. Ji Feng intended to take Leah to a nearby food street for lunch, but just as he was about to leave, a sudden shout caused him to halt. Ji Feng? Is that really you? Your silhouette looked familiar. The voice was unmistakable, it belonged to Hu Fei, the same individual who had earlier paraded about in a modified Mustang. Ji Feng turned around, smiling. Hu Fei, what a coincidence. And, although Hu Fei's youthful appearance was somewhat difficult for her to accept, she recognized him as Ji Feng's college friend. It must be said that Leah's sweet demeanor, particularly today as she donned a professional OL outfit that showcased her distinct charm, left Hu Fei nearly astounded. Upon realizing that such a beauty was a friend of Ji Feng's, Hu Fei felt a twinge of envy. Being a man himself, he believed that having a friend of such caliber could not simply denote a platonic relationship. Hu Fei surmised that Ji Feng must have romantic intentions toward Leah. During their college days, Ji Feng had attracted considerable attention from female classmates due to his remarkable looks, and now that he had entered society, his allure remained unabated. Why was this the case? In the past, he had been labeled a poor loser, but now, he had become a beneficiary of relocation wealth, leading a life devoid of financial worries, complete with a car and a home. Upon entering society, he realized that wealth made it remarkably easy to pursue women. Since his family's relocation, Hu Fei had encountered several women he had previously deemed unattainable. Is it a salary of 3,000 or 4,000 a month? Hu Fei remarked provocatively. 3,000, but I have already resigned, Ji Feng replied. Resigning was the right choice. What can one do with a salary of 3,000 a month? What are you doing now? Would you like me to help you find a job? I have extensive connections in Jinhai City, Hu Fei boasted pompously in front of Ji Feng. These words were directed partly at Ji Feng and partly at Leah. No need. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way, Ji Feng said with an air of indifference. As man, Ji Feng saw through Hu Fei's facade, fully aware of his intentions, yet he found no need to confront him directly. While ostentation could be enjoyable, one must consider the company in which one displays it. Flaunting before a spirited youth held no appeal for Ji Feng. Hold on, old classmate, we must catch up properly, Hu Fei insisted. If Ji Feng took Leah away, how could Hu Fei continue to showcase his bravado? How could he attempt to charm Leah? I need to take her to lunch, we can discuss this another time, Ji Feng said, already feeling impatient. What a coincidence, I happen to have a gathering with friends today. Why not bring her along? Hu Fei suggested. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng responded with a knowing smile. You're gathering with friends? What would it mean if I brought my friend along? It's alright, my friends are very welcoming, and there are some among them that you know, Hu Fei replied. Chapter 47 The so-called friends gathering. Are there any that I know, Hu? Ji Feng inquired. It seemed that his social circle did not intersect much with Hu Fei's. There are a few friends I met in Jinhai City, and some are my university classmates. Today, I've arranged for them to meet. You wouldn't deny me this favor, would you? Hu Fei replied. Do you want to go? Ji Feng asked, smiling at Leah. Sure, it would be nice to meet a few more friends, Leah responded with a grin. Leah was not particularly familiar with Hu Fei, so she naively assumed that Hu Fei was merely inviting Ji Feng out for a meal after such a long time apart, with the added intention of introducing some new acquaintances. Little did she know that Hu Fei's enthusiastic invitation was solely aimed at showing off and mocking Ji Feng later on. Since you want to go, then let us go, Ji Feng said with a smile. Unbeknownst to Leah, Ji Feng's thoughts were as clear as a mirror. Hu Fei had gone through such lengths to invite him merely to flaunt himself later, and now that the stage was set, he would certainly be given a chance to perform. Seeing that Ji Feng and Leah agreed, Hu Fei was elated and said, then let us head out. The dining venue was at a 3-star hotel. As the door to the private room swung open, Hu Fei led the way inside, followed closely by Ji Feng and Leah. Upon Hu Fei's entrance, the atmosphere inside instantly became lively. Hu Fei, why are you so late? Everyone's been waiting for you. You organized this gathering, and yet you arrived late. Brother Fei, your Mustang is simply too flashy. Hu Fei chuckled, look at who I brought along. At that moment, Ji Feng and Leah slowly stepped into the room. Isn't that Ji Feng? It's been ages. The heartthrob from our university class. Wow, I can't believe we're seeing Ji Feng here. A few people expressed genuine surprise upon spotting Ji Feng. He scanned the room, noting 3 men and 4 women seated within. 2 of the men were unfamiliar to him, presumably friends of Hu Fei. The other man and 3 women were faces from his past. One was Zhang Wei, a man with a keen eye for wealth, who believed that whoever had money was the most impressive, as if they were his father. Among the 3 women, 2 were of average appearance and build, but Ji Feng recognized them well. One was named Jiang Shui, and the other Wang Ku. Both had pursued Ji Feng during their university days, but he had not reciprocated their affections. The last woman was named Chen Meng Dai, heavily made up to compensate for her modest natural beauty. Let us not dwell on Ji Feng, I must give a grand introduction for this beauty. Hu Fei intentionally downplayed Ji Feng, redirecting all his enthusiasm towards Leah. This lovely lady is Leah, my friend. Gentlemen, please take good care of her. The 2 men Ji Feng was familiar with immediately perked up upon seeing Leah, unable to contain their excitement. Beautiful lady, I'm Qiu Hao. I'm Chu Yun. please, take a seat. After the self-introductions, Hu Fei's friends warmly invited Leah to sit down, effectively sidelining Ji Feng. You see, please, make yourself comfortable, Hu Fei said with feigned nonchalance. Brother Feng, why not sit next to me? Leah suggested. The overly enthusiastic behavior of the group made Leah feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ji Feng smiled lightly and took a seat beside her. Have we ordered yet? Hu Fei asked. Not yet, we were waiting for you to arrive. You said you'd treat us, so we didn't dare to order without you, Xiao Hao replied with a grin. Xiao Hao, quit pretending. You scammed me out of over 2,000 for a bottle of wine last night, Hu Fei laughed, scolding him playfully. I must say, Hu Fei, you finally showed some generosity spending 30,000 at the Queen's. I am surprised you picked up the tab, Zhu Yun remarked. Pfft, what is 30,000, when will you two treat me? I'm not asking for much, just at the Queen's with a guaranteed minimum spend of 100,000, Hu Fei retorted. You're underestimating us. Only 100,000, that is hardly enough to crown you the spending king of that night. The three bantered back and forth, each comment woven with threads of boasting about their lavish lifestyles. The reactions of those present varied, and Ji Feng observed everything keenly. Lia, however, seemed oblivious to the underlying tension. While Ji Feng maintained a stoic expression, he viewed Hu Fei's performance with the bemusement of an onlooker. In contrast, the former classmates displayed a different demeanor. Brother Fei, Brother Yun, Brother Hao, wow, you guys are incredible, casually spending tens of thousands. Zhang Wei exclaimed, his face filled with envy. This is just the tip of the iceberg, Hu Fei boasted. Last time at the Queen's, these two clashed with some out-of-towner and ended up dropping 200,000. That fool knew better than to say a word after that. That's unbelievably impressive, Brother Yun, Brother Hao, can you take me under your wing? Zhang Wei flattered. Rest assured, but don't forget about me, your old classmate, Yang Shui chimed in. Oh, how I regret missing out on you back in school. Hu Fei, is it too late to express my feelings now? Chen Mengdai shot him a flirtatious glance. Mengdai, matters like these are all about fate. When destiny strikes, you can't resist it, right? Hu Fei replied, brimming with pride. Back in their university days, he had pursued Chen Mengdai, but she had turned him down, and now, her attitude had shifted completely, leaving Hu Fei feeling triumphant, and it seemed that if he wished, he could win her over tonight. This just goes to show that university relationships were merely childish. Back then, we knew nothing. Now, when looking for a partner, one should seek out accomplished individuals like Hu Fei and his friends, Wang Ku asserted. By the way, Ji Feng, I heard you've been working in Jinhai City since graduation. Which company are you with now? Wang Ku smoothly redirected the conversation towards Ji Feng. That is where you're mistaken, Wang Ku, Hu Fei interjected before Ji Feng could speak. What do you mean? Ji Feng just left his job. Asking him this question is akin to reopening old wounds. If it were me, I wouldn't stay in a job that pays only 3,000 a month, that's barely enough to feed a dog, wouldn't you agree? Hu Fei's words elicited a chorus of laughter from those present. Ha, that's absolutely right. Indeed, it's hardly sufficient. My dog's monthly food expenses exceed 3,000. Hu Fei, you're truly hilarious. UVE cracked me up. Chapter 48. I never ride a donkey. It was unmistakable to all present that Ji Feng had become the subject of ridicule in their conversation. How can you speak like that? Leah remarked with discontent. It dawned on her that this so-called gathering of friends was hardly friendly towards Ji Feng. We're just joking, don't take it to heart, Hu Fei chuckled. Little sister, you seem quite young. You must have just graduated, right? Wang Ku inquired. Yes, Leah nodded. As someone with experience, I must advise you, in this day and age, finding love is no easy feat. True happiness lies in securing a partner who has achieved success in their career. Do not let anyone's sweet words deceive you, Wang Ku insinuated. Indeed, in today's world, what romance can flourish without financial stability? Yang Shui chimed in. Due to Ji Feng's earlier rejection of their advances, both women harbored a grudge against him. Now, with a rare opportunity to mock him, they were determined not to miss it. Moreover, they suspected that Ji Feng and Leah were either in a romantic relationship or that Ji Feng was pursuing her, which provided them an ideal chance to disrupt their budding connection. Yang Shui and Wang Ku are right. These days, one ought to seek a boyfriend like Fei Gu, Yun Gu, or Hao Gu, Zhang Wei opportunistically flattered. Although I do not fully comprehend your reasoning, I firmly believe you are mistaken. Material wealth does not encompass the entirety of love, Leah retorted boldly. Alright, let us not dwell on this matter any longer, let us order some dishes, Hu Fei suggested, handing the menu to Leah. You are our guest. Please make the selections. I am fine with anything, you all may choose, Leah declined, leaving Hu Fei somewhat embarrassed. Allow me to handle the ordering, Zhang Wei said cheerfully, seizing the menu to lighten the mood. Hu Fei was pleased with Jiang Wei's flattery, saying, Jiang Wei, feel free to order whatever you wish, today, it's my treat, so don't hold back. Fei Guo is so generous. This is my first time dining in a 3-star restaurant, I'm truly benefiting from your kindness. Heh, Jiang Wei laughed. They ordered a total of 15 dishes and 2 soups, which would amount to nearly 20,000 yuan. Though Hu Fei felt a pinch in his wallet, he could not let it show. Although his family had received compensation from a demolition project and he had some money, dining in such establishments was manageable only occasionally. Frequent visits would indeed strain his finances. The service and the quality of dishes at the 3-star restaurant were commendable, and the exquisite dishes soon arrived at the table. Fei Zi, how did the modifications on your Mustang turn out? If the craftsmanship is good, I'd like to make some changes too, Shu Yun remarked. Count me in, I plan to switch to a Black Warrior wrap. A Mustang without modifications lacks soul, Xiao Hao added. That place is quite decent. I spent only 50,000 on the front and rear modifications, which is quite economical, Hu Fei replied with a smile. Shu Yun and Xiao Hao had met Hu Fei through the Mustang. They were both locals of Jinhai City, whose parents were in business and had a bit of money. In terms of family assets, the three were quite comparable, which explained their camaraderie in the same social circle. Wow, Fei Ge, I've never driven a Mustang. Can I take it for a spin later? Jiang Wei expressed enviously. You want to drive? Here, take the keys, Hu Fei said, feigning nonchalance as he tossed the car keys to him. Hee, thanks, Fei Ge, Jiang Wei exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he caught the keys. Hu Fei, do you have any post-meal activities planned? Wang Ku inquired. Yes, after eating, we should engage in some activities to aid digestion. Otherwise, it would be too dull, Yang Shui laughed. Hu Fei, can I ride in your car after dinner to enjoy the breeze? Chen Mengdai flirted. Rest assured, after the meal, I'll drive you all around to feel the wind, then we can watch a movie, sing karaoke, or go to a hot spring. You can choose your preferred activity. We're all here, so let us have fun, Shu Yun smiled. Fei Ge, Yun Ge, how good, you were so generous. Ha, this is I'll drive you back afterward, Hu Fei offered. No need, I'll take the subway, she replied. Wu, Ji Feng, how unchivalrous of you, taking such a beautiful lady out, and you let her take the subway home, Wang Ku mocked. Ji Feng, this is where you've gone wrong. Even if you lack a car, you should at least have fare for a taxi, Yang Shui jeered. That is not fair, she just resigned from her job and earned only 3,000 last month. Every bit saved counts, Chen Mengdai chimed in with sarcasm. It's alright, Ji Feng, I'll drive you two back afterward, don't worry, I want to ask you for gas money, Hu Fei assured with a grin. Wang Ku and his companions did not disguise their mockery of Ji Feng at the table, while Chu Yun and Xiao Hao reveled in Ji Feng's embarrassment from the sidelines. Jiang Wei perfectly played the role of a sycophant, providing timely flattery to Hu Fei and his friends. Ji Feng slowly set down his chopsticks, picked up a napkin, and elegantly wiped his mouth, saying softly, Can we not enjoy a meal in silence? Ji Feng, can't you take a joke? You're the one enjoying the meal the most. What is wrong with a little teasing? Were you a starving ghost in your past life? Let us not be so harsh, this is a 3-star restaurant, and given the price of the meal, it's probably his first experience here. We cannot. Dante just sit there eating without speaking. Whatever you want, we'll pack it for you, Xiao Hao added with a laugh. If you can't finish these dishes, not packing them would be wasteful. Even if we take them back, they would only be given to the dog, Hu Fei concluded, prompting another round of laughter. Fengge, let us go, Leah tugged at Ji Feng's sleeve, speaking softly. She had come to realize that Hu Fei's invitation for Ji Feng to dine was merely a ploy to create trouble for him and watch him make a fool of himself. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ji Feng slowly placed the keys to the Mercedes G-Class on the table and calmly stated, I'm sorry, but I must clarify that I never ride a donkey. Chapter 49. Did I ever say I was broke? Ji Feng's words left everyone momentarily stunned, plunging the room into an abrupt silence. Subsequently, when Hu Fei and the others caught sight of the Mercedes-Benz key resting on the table, their expressions shifted to one of utter bewilderment. They were not blind. In fact, one need not own a vehicle to unequivocally recognize the emblem of a Mercedes-Benz. In comparison to prestigious brands such as Mercedes, BMW, and Audi, the 2.3T Mustang seems to lose its allure instantly. Although it is classified as a sports coupe, the Mustang remains a vehicle for the masses, starkly falling short when compared to true icons like Ferrari and Lamborghini. When it comes to practicality, the Mustang hardly holds its ground. However, the sudden appearance of a Mercedes key in Ji Feng's hand left Hu Fei and the others momentarily speechless. This a Mercedes? No way, Ji Feng, are you really driving a Mercedes? Jiang Wei exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. So that Mustang parked next to my car belongs to you? I never imagined that in this day and age, someone could flaunt a Mustang like that. Ji Feng maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke to Hu Fei. He genuinely had no intention of showing off in front of Hu Fei and his companions, but their persistent taunts were testing his patience. Dining together should have been a simple affair, but even in their attempts to impress the ladies, they insisted on dragging the conversation back to him, which had become tiresome. Ji Feng's words visibly unsettled Hu Fei. Is that Mercedes G-Class yours? He asked, somewhat incredulous. His own vehicle was parked in a nearby space, right beside the imposing Mercedes G-Class, which he had envied greatly upon seeing. The G-Class far outclassed the Mustang by several streets. Indeed, it is mine, so you need not worry about how I'll get home. Spare yourself the unnecessary concern, Ji Feng replied. His declaration left the group speechless, especially upon realizing that Ji Feng's Mercedes was not just any model, but a G-Class. The shock they felt was indescribable. A Mercedes G-Class, worth over $1 million, rendered the Mustang utterly unworthy in comparison. Chu Yun and Xiao Hao fell silent, aware that while their families were somewhat affluent, they could not afford a vehicle of such caliber. Hey, Feng, you just mentioned you quit your job. How can you afford a Mercedes G-Class? Jiang Wei's tone shifted, addressing Ji Feng as Feng in a display of rapid change that would leave any woman envious. I did resign, would you believe me? I believe you, Feng. I absolutely believe anything you say, Jiang Wei replied earnestly. Wang Ku, Yang Shui, and Chen Mengdai exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their confusion. They had always perceived Ji Feng as merely a handsome man from an average background. While good looks might have held sway in college, in the real world, wealth was paramount, yet now, it seemed they had gravely misjudged him. Have you all fallen silent? Then let us eat. Once I am satiated, you may carry on with your business without concerning yourselves with me. I'll take care of the bill later, lest some individuals claim I have never even dined, Ji Feng continued, nonchalantly picking up his chopsticks. Although Leah was bewildered, she refrained from asking further questions regardless of the truth behind Ji Feng's claims. Seeing Hu Fei and the others humbled brought her immense joy. Their previous remarks and actions had indeed been excessively arrogant. I'll step out to the restroom, Yang Shui said, primarily to alleviate the awkwardness. I'll go too. Me as well. It seemed that women preferred to venture to the restroom in groups, as following Yang Shui's lead, Wang Ku and Chen Mengdai also stood to leave the private room. Hu Fei and his companions sat in an awkward silence, quietly picking at their food, unable to utter a word. What could they possibly say? They could hardly mock someone driving a Mercedes G-Class with their own Mustang that had cost them over 300,000. Eat more. Once you're full, I'll drive you home, Ji Feng said, serving Leah some food. Thank you, Feng, Leah replied with a smile. As time ticked by, and with Yang Shui and the others still absent, a ruckus suddenly erupted outside the private room. We've already apologized. What more do you want? A bottle of red wine worth over 200,000, why don't you go rob someone? If you continue being unreasonable, I might have to call the police. What's happening outside? Jiang Wei, go check, Hu Fei instructed. Sure. He was, after all, the one with the least standing in this situation. Jiang Wei opened the door and soon returned with an awkward expression. Fei Ge, Yang Shui and the others are being harassed by someone. They need you to step in. Let us go see, Hu Fei said, pushing the door open, followed by Chu Yun and Xiao Hao. Feng Ge, should we go check it out? Leah inquired. It's not our concern. Just focus on your meal, Ji Feng replied with a smile. Oh, Leah obediently continued eating. In the hallway, Yang Shui and her companion stood facing two young men, with a shattered bottle of wine lying on the floor. What is going on? Hu Fei asked upon his arrival. Fei Ge, they are being unreasonable. I accidentally bumped into him and broke a bottle of wine. I already apologized, yet he refuses to let it go, Yang Shui explained, relief flooding her as she saw Hu Fei. Come on, give her a break and don't hold a grudge against a woman, Hu Fei suggested with a smile. One of the young men glanced at Hu Fei with disdain and retorted, who do you think you are, why should I give you face? Humiliated in front of the women, Hu Fei's expression darkened. Let us not make this any more unpleasant than it needs to be. How much is it? I'll compensate you. Compensate, fine, 200,000. Pay up 200,000 for a bottle of wine, that's extortion. Jiang Wei exclaimed. You country bumpkin, open your eyes and see that this is a 1990 Roman e-Conti. I had a friend bring it for me. 200,000 was a bargain, the young man sneered, and now Hu Fei found himself at a loss, whether the claim was true or not. Compensating 200,000 for a bottle of wine just to save Yang Shui was beyond his means. That sum was far from insignificant to him. Chapter 50. Encountering an acquaintance. To be candid, the staggering price of 200,000 for a bottle of red wine left Hu Fei and his companions utterly speechless, struggling to comprehend such an exorbitant sum. My friend, if this is your stance, we will have no choice but to involve the authorities, Chu Yun stated solemnly. A compensation of 200,000 for a single bottle of wine was no trivial matter for the three of them. Call the police? Upon hearing this, the man laughed derisively. By all means, do so. A bunch of country bumpkins like you, do I really have any inclination to extort money from your kind? You claim this is a 1990 Roman e-Conti, how can we ascertain its authenticity? These days, counterfeit wines abound, Xiao Hao expressed his dissatisfaction. What a bunch of ignorant fools, the man chuckled. Come on, why not kneel down and taste a drop? Can you discern the difference in flavor? Frankly, I am too fatigued to converse further with such simpletons. Either you compensate me, or you will kneel and lick the wine off the floor, then humbly apologize and say, grandfather, I was wrong, and we can put this matter to rest. The man's words caused the faces of Hu Fei and his companions to shift dramatically. Compensating 200,000 merely to extricate a woman from trouble was a notion they found difficult to accept. The alternative, kneeling on the ground and licking the wine clean while uttering such degrading phrases, was equally unacceptable. At that moment, the hotel manager, having heard the commotion, hurried over. "Oh, young Master Hai, young Master Chang, what a rare sight, what has transpired to evoke such ire?" The manager greeted the two young men warmly. The manager's demeanor caused Hu Fei and his friends' hearts to sink. This was a 3-star hotel, and as the manager, he must have hosted numerous distinguished guests. Although they came from respectable families, in Yunhai City, they were not particularly noteworthy figures. Someone capable of eliciting such cordiality from a hotel manager undoubtedly had significant connections, likely hailing from a family with assets in the millions. "Manager Qian, I entrusted you with the storage of this 1990 Romanée-Conti, as you well know. Today, I brought it out to entertain friends, only for it to be shattered by these bumpkins. What do you propose we do?" the young man referred to as young Master Hai stated coldly. "It is indeed a pity to have such fine wine destroyed," Manager Chen lamented, then turned to Hu Fei and his companions. "I can vouch for the authenticity of this wine with my position as the hotel manager. Since it was you who broke it, please proceed with the compensation." "What am I to do, Hu Fei?" Yang Shui exclaimed, nearly in tears. 200,000 was an insurmountable amount for her. At this moment, her only hope lay with Hu Fei and his friends. The trio exchanged glances, understanding each other as thoughts. Without a word, they collectively resolved to distance themselves from this predicament. Spending 200,000 to impress a woman was simply beyond their means. In terms of physique and appearance, Yang Shui was merely average. With that kind of money, they could pursue some minor celebrities instead. It was hardly worth it to squander such a sum for a single woman. "Yang Shui, since you broke the wine, you should compensate for it yourself." "I cannot assist you," Hu Fei replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Yang Shui's heart sank. "I don't have 200,000, Hu Fei, please help me just this once. I will do anything you ask," she pleaded desperately. "Apologies, but I cannot assist you," Hu Fei said, then turned to the other party with a smile. "My friend, this is her issue. We will not involve ourselves." The man looked on disdainfully. "If you lack the means, do not attempt to pursue women. How shameful." Hu Fei and his companions fell silent, too intimidated to retort. "If you cannot afford to compensate, there is no need for you to lick the wine clean. Just come inside and enjoy a few drinks with us, and this matter will be forgotten. What do you say?" The man proposed to Yang Shui. With her average appearance and physique, she would not be deemed a waste as mere entertainment. Yang Shui could already foresee the outcome should she acquiesce and enter the private room. Though she yearned for a wealthy second-generation heir, she could not accept the current circumstances. "Hurry and make a decision. Either compensate, or agree to my terms. Don't think you're something special," the man urged impatiently. Yang Shui cast her gaze upon Hu Fei and the others, only to find that none dared meet the man's eyes. They all averted their gazes. It was no wonder. 200,000 was no small sum, and none were inclined to assist her with such an amount. She herself could not produce it, and the man before her appeared to have significant backing. In desperation, Yang Shui could only nod through her tears. "I agree to your terms." "Agreed, then let us go inside," the man sneered. "It's far better to play with us than to be with these useless fools." As he spoke, his hand reached for Yang Shui's shoulder, intending to pull her into the room. However, just as his hand was about to descend, he felt as though it had been ensnared by an iron claw, inflicting immense pain and rendering him immobile. It hurts," he cried out in agony. Only then did everyone realize that, at some point, Ji Feng had emerged from the private room. At this moment, Ji Feng had firmly grasped the man's wrist, exerting a slight pressure that rendered him incapable of withstanding the force. "Who the hell are you? Let go of me," the man's companions shouted. Ji Feng effortlessly flung the man to the ground. "Is it too much to expect a peaceful meal? You scoundrel, who do you think you are? If you dare to provoke me, are you courting death?" Bang! Just as the man finished speaking, a dull thud echoed as Ji Feng delivered a kick, sending the man sprawling as he attempted to rise, leaving him kneeling on the ground in pain, speechless. "Mind your language. Just because you dress well, does not mean you can speak without decorum," Ji Feng stated coldly. "How dare you?" One of the nearby men, witnessing the altercation, "Some blind fool is causing trouble." In an instant, 4 individuals emerged from the private room, all impeccably dressed scions of wealthy families. "I say, Hai Zi, Chang Zi, you two are truly pathetic, getting bullied on your own turf," the leader remarked upon seeing his kneeling companion, mocking him. "How gu, spare us the sarcasm. If word of this spreads, we won't be able to show our faces again," another retorted. "Rest assured, I just returned home after a few days and was itching to release some pent-up frustration. Who knew someone would deliver themselves right to me?" Zhang Hao declared, his gaze shifting toward Ji Feng. It was a glance that brought him to a halt, for he recognized an acquaintance. Ji Feng, equally astonished, couldn't help but chuckle, surprised to encounter an old friend in such an unexpected setting. The young man leading the group of wealthy heirs was none other than Zhang Hao, the very individual Ji Feng had met at the LV store while accompanying Su Miaomiao. Chapter 51. The young man has grown wiser in recent days. Zhang Hao has been enduring quite a dismal existence ever since his failed attempt to show off at the LV store, which resulted in his father summoning him back home. He has been confined indoors, his credit card suspended, and forbidden from going out. Today, having just secured his father's permission to dine with friends before returning home, he unexpectedly encountered an unforeseen situation and a familiar face. Ji Feng left a profound impression on Jiang Hao, particularly after the incident at the LV store where he attempted to impress Ji Feng and Su Miaomiao but instead caught the attention of high-ranking officials at Ruweifeng Company, leading to the abrupt termination of their collaborative project. The cessation of this partnership caused his family to incur invisible losses exceeding 10 million, for which he has faced his father's wrath in the form of a leather belt. Jiang Hao could not fathom how the personnel at Ruweifeng Company had discovered his antics. He found it difficult to comprehend how someone who hesitated to purchase an 80,000 yuan handbag could possibly know the executives of such a formidable corporation. Ruweifeng Company, a titan in Jinhai City, boasted an elite cadre of influential figures. "Why are you here?" Jiang Hao inquired, taken aback. "Oh, I never expected to encounter young Master Jiang here," Ji Feng replied with a. Ji Feng was now somewhat intrigued, pondering whether Jiang Hao had managed to infuriate his father. Upon returning home, Jiang Hao's expression shifted, and to be candid, he felt a sense of trepidation in Ji Feng's presence, as he could not decipher Ji Feng's true intentions. "Brother Hao, Hai Zi has already been assaulted. Why waste breath on him?" Chang Zi remarked, ready to charge forward. "Hold your horses," Jiang Hao swiftly intervened. "Brother Hao, what's going on?" The bystanders were perplexed, as this demeanor was uncharacteristic of Jiang Hao. Normally, he would react fiercely if one of their own was harmed. "What has become of Hai Zi? Let us first take him to the hospital. Let us consider this matter settled. The cost of that bottle of red wine will be on me," Jiang Hao uttered, leaving those around him in a state of bewilderment. "Brother Hao, what are you saying? Why should you compensate when it was their people who shattered the wine? Brother Hao, this cannot simply be overlooked." The group voiced their dissatisfaction, as they were all privileged young men, with Jiang Hao at the forefront. When had they ever endured such humiliation? "If you still consider me your brother, then refrain from speaking. This matter is settled as I have decreed," Jiang Hao asserted, his tone resolute and unwavering. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's declaration, the others exchanged glances, ultimately falling silent. With Jiang Hao taking such a stance, they had no recourse but to comply. "Then let us conclude this matter, shall we?" Jiang Hao addressed Ji Feng, his tone now resembling a query for Ji Feng's approval. Ji Feng found the situation amusing. Indeed, a few days' absence had made a world of difference. The last time they met, Jiang Hao had been brash and arrogant, yet today he seemed markedly more astute and subdued. "That won't do," Ji Feng replied slowly. Jiang Hao's expression immediately darkened. "What do you propose?" "Don't be anxious," Ji Feng chuckled. "I am not one to take advantage of others. I shall cover the cost of the wine and medical expenses." With that, Ji Feng produced his black card, handing it to the hotel manager beside him, instructing, "Charge the expenses for the wine and medical bills to my card, as well as the meal in this private room." The hotel manager, who had remained silent during Ji Feng's intervention, now felt a tumult of emotions surging within him upon witnessing the black card. His position as the manager of this three-star hotel attested to his capabilities and keen judgment. Having hosted numerous esteemed guests, however, in his tenure, this was only the second time he had encountered such a prestigious black card. The first instance involved a non-local guest. As far as he knew, fewer than 5 individuals in Jinhai City possessed this black card. The young man, who appeared to be of similar age to his son, was undoubtedly someone of significant stature. "Very well, I shall attend to that immediately." "Please hold on," the hotel manager responded with utmost deference, his demeanor far more respectful than when addressing Jiang Hao and his entourage. Upon Ji Feng producing the black card, it became evident to those around that Jiang Hao's group was not even in the same league. Even if Jiang Hao's father were to appear, upon seeing the black card in Ji Feng's possession, he would likely treat Ji Feng with the same reverence as he would his own father. Possessing such a card spoke volumes about one's identity and status. Jiang Hao's countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing Ji Feng's black card. It was not that he possessed an extensive understanding of its significance. It was merely the first time he had seen it in reality. His awareness of the card's prestige stemmed from a casual remark made by his father, Zhang Shihua, who once expressed envy over a picture of the card, lamenting, "When will I possess such a card?" At that time, you could walk through Jinhai City, or even the entire country, with unparalleled confidence. Initially, Jiang Hao had dismissed his father's words, but he recognized that this black card was indeed remarkable, one that even his father, with his substantial wealth, could not acquire. The individuals who possessed such cards undoubtedly hailed from extraordinary backgrounds. "There's no need to compensate for the medical fees or the wine. My brother also behaved inappropriately. I apologize for the inconvenience. I shall cover the meal," Jiang Hao hastily offered. His words left those around him in a state of shock once more. What was happening? Why had Jiang Hao suddenly transformed, becoming so accommodating? It was baffling that he would not only refuse compensation for the broken wine but also issue an apology. As those near Jiang Hao contemplated speaking, he silenced them with a mere glance. "As I said, I do not take advantage of others," Ji Feng remarked coolly. "Just be more mindful in your words and actions next time." "Yes, yes." Meanwhile, Hu Fei and the others dared not utter a sound, their gazes directed at Ji Feng filled with trepidation and astonishment. Although Hu Fei's circle was not particularly elevated, they had accumulated some wealth and occasionally frequented upscale venues. They were aware of Jiang Hao's reputation as a wealthy heir, who once spent extravagantly in a nightclub for a woman. Without batting an eye initially, they had felt a sense of dread upon seeing Jiang Hao, fearing they would not escape this evening unscathed. However, they were taken aback by Jiang Hao's evident subservience in Ji Feng's presence, devoid of any trace of arrogance typically associated with privileged youth. The only possible explanation was that Ji Feng was even more formidable than Jiang Hao and his companions. A sense of despair washed over Hu Fei. How had he thought it wise to invite Ji Feng to dinner, only to antagonize him? This was truly a self-inflicted predicament, yet, given the current circumstances, it appeared Ji Feng had hardly taken offense. Indeed, Ji Feng seemed to regard him with indifference. After all, no matter how much an ant might leap, it remained an ant. Would a tiger truly squander its time quarreling with an ant? Chapter 52 Mind your own business for the sake of rewards. Before long, the hotel manager approached with a lively demeanor, respectfully returning the bank card to Ji Feng. Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize for the unfortunate incident that occurred during your stay at our hotel. As a gesture of goodwill, we would like to waive your charges this time, the manager said with a smile. Thank you very much, Ji Feng replied, graciously accepting the offer. It is our pleasure. We look forward to welcoming you back to our hotel in the future, the manager added. Prior to processing the waiver, the hotel manager had consulted with his superiors and decided to grant Ji Feng a complimentary stay as an expression of apology. As for Ji Feng's mention of compensating for the wine and medical expenses, that matter was between him and Jiang Hao, unrelated to the hotel, which had no intention of intervening. Their priority was to ensure Ji Feng held a favorable impression of the hotel. Catering to a guest of his caliber was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor for them. Shall we go? Ji Feng said, smiling at Leah. Leah was deeply astonished and held Ji Feng in high esteem. A 200,000 yuan bottle of wine was beyond her experience, and she had initially expected the situation to escalate, but Ji Feng had resolved it effortlessly, leaving the other party without a hint of annoyance. It dawned on her that she had mistakenly regarded Ji Feng as just an ordinary child from a humble background. As Ji Feng and Leah departed, they left Hu Fei, Jiang Hao, and the others in a state of stunned silence, with no one daring to utter another word. Even those wealthy young men who had previously questioned Jiang Hao's decisions now recognized Ji Feng's significance, evident from the manager's obsequious demeanor. Although this was merely a three-star hotel, it had its connections. The manager had always been courteous to them but had never exhibited such deference before. How go? Who exactly is he? Someone could not help but inquire. He is someone we cannot afford to offend. Let us stop lingering here and go inside to eat, Jiang Hao replied, feeling a sense of relief that he was genuinely grateful for his earlier composed decision. Had he entertained thoughts of revenge or obstinacy, he might have found himself at odds with Ji Feng. A person of Ji Feng's stature was not someone even his father could provoke. Meanwhile, Yang Shui, the orchestrator of this incident, stood frozen, watching Ji Feng and Leah's retreating figures, her teeth clenched in frustration. She had never anticipated that Ji Feng would be the one to step in, especially after having made several derisive remarks about him at the dinner table. After some contemplation, Yang Shui hurriedly followed them. Yang Shui, where are you going? Hu Fei asked. However, Yang Shui ignored him. This woman thinks that by trying to ingratiate herself now, Ji Feng will develop a favorable impression of her, Hu Fei muttered in dissatisfaction. Ji Feng, came Yang Shui's voice, calling out as Ji Feng and Leah had just exited the hotel. Is there something you need? Ji Feng turned to inquire. It's nothing of great importance. I merely wanted to express my gratitude and apologize, Yang Shui said sincerely. In truth, she had not always been this way. It was only after entering society post-graduation that she had become so materialistic and superficial. No need for that. Just take care of yourself moving forward, Ji Feng replied, choosing not to prolong the conversation and walked away with Leah. I hope this woman truly changes, Ji Feng thought to himself. His intervention to aid Yang Shui had not been his intention. He was no saint. Given her earlier mockery at the dinner table, he felt no obligation to retaliate, let alone come to her rescue. It was primarily due to a choice task issued by the system at that moment. Choice task 1, step in to resolve the situation and gain the skill of gambling expertise. Choice task 2. Remain uninvolved, with no rewards. Although Ji Feng was uncertain of how the gambling skill would benefit him, as he was not an avid gambler, he believed that having a variety of skills could be advantageous in the world he navigated. Thus, he opted for the first choice and intervened. Moreover, Ji Feng considered the fact that the individual he had confronted had referred to Hu Fei's group as country bumpkins, and since he was dining with them that day, he felt indirectly insulted as well. For that reason alone, he felt compelled to address the issue, viewing it as a trivial matter. They were merely a group of young men relying on their father's wealth, lacking in sophistication, and thus easy to handle. Whether or not there were rewards was inconsequential. He simply enjoyed meddling in affairs. Yang Shui, however, gazed intently at Ji Feng's departing figure, whispering to herself, from this day forward, I shall become a woman who earns your respect. This favor, I, Yang Shui, shall owe you for a lifetime. At times, a woman's vows can be more resolute than a man's. Ji Feng could hardly foresee that his intervention on Yang Shui's behalf would lead to an unexpected encounter years later, where she would appear before him in a capacity he could never have imagined, undertaking everything solely to repay the favor he had granted her that day. Arriving at his luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Ji Feng smiled and said, Get in, I'll take you home. Brother Feng, is this car truly yours? I thought you were just joking at the dinner table, Leah remarked. Since she had arrived by taxi, she had no idea Ji Feng possessed such an impressive vehicle. Do you believe me if I say it was a gift from someone? Ji Feng teased. I don't believe it. Who would gift such an expensive car? Leah replied innocently. Just think of it as my purchase during your interview. Now, hop in, Ji Feng said, not elaborating further. Hee, this is the first time I've ridden in such a fine car, Leah beamed with joy. Ji Feng felt a sense of satisfaction with her performance that day. She was far from the superficial gold digger he had anticipated. At the dinner table, she had actively defended him and remained unfazed by Hu Fei's boasts. In a society like this, possessing such qualities was indeed rare. With a powerful roar, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class accelerated, drawing the attention of passers-by on the street. Its imposing exterior commanded admiration wherever it went. Ji Feng drove off with Leah, embarking on their journey. Chapter 53 of The Enthusiastic Gambler, Pang Dehai. At the prestigious Tihao Club in Jinhai City, the establishment presents itself as a leisure venue. However, it is widely known among the city's elite that beneath its facade lies an expansive underground casino, reputed to be the largest of its kind in Jinhai. Those who venture into this clandestine gambling den are invariably influential figures from various spheres of power, and entry is exclusively reserved for members, each required to possess an initial stake of $1 million in expenditures. Here, even if one boasts a fortune in the tens of millions, it is entirely possible to find oneself destitute overnight, just as one may also experience the fortune of sudden wealth, potentially earning hundreds of thousands to millions in a single night. The casino is backed by a formidable network and adheres to the regulations of gambling, thereby attracting the patronage of many high-profile gambling enthusiasts in Jinhai. Inside the bustling casino, the atmosphere is electric with a constant influx of patrons. All known forms of gambling are available here, and as long as one possesses ample funds, virtually any desire can be fulfilled, including the procurement of high-class companions, facilitated by the casino's staff. Of course, while small wagers may provide amusement, excessive gambling can lead to ruin. Indulging in the thrill is harmless until one becomes ensnared, at which point escape becomes At this moment, within an exclusive VIP room, 999, I want 9. A rotund man fervently flips over his cards, muttering prayers under his breath. His name is Pang Dehai, a resident of Guizhou rather than Jinhai, and he epitomizes the archetype of a super-rich second-generation heir, with his family primarily engaged in the real estate business in Guizhou, and his father, Pang Bo, possessing a fortune in the billions. This trip to Jinhai was inspired by a friend's recommendation, which touted the underground casino as a thrilling and unique experience, prompting Pang Dehai's visit. Upon arrival, he was indeed astounded by the grandeur of the casino and its services, feeling his journey was worthwhile. As a quintessential rich heir, Pang Dehai harbors two passions: gambling and gaming. Yet, despite his affluent background, he possesses a commendable acumen for business, with an initial entrepreneurial fund of 10 million. 8. Damn it, Pang Dehai currently plays a game known as Shuowa, also referred to as Sandy Crab, a poker variant where the arrangement of 5 cards determines the victor. At the onset of the game, each player receives once all 5 cards are dealt, players reveal their hands to compare, with the highest hand declared the winner. Alas, Pang Dehai's hidden card is an 8, leaving him without a straight and only a king as his highest card, while his opponent holds an ace, triumphing over him. Aces win, the dealer announces as both players reveal their cards, declaring the opponent victorious. Damn it, this is ludicrous, Pang Dehai exclaims, unable to contain his frustration. He had previously enjoyed a winning streak, raking in millions within a brief span, but now, he finds himself on a losing streak, having lost not only his earlier winnings but an additional 10 million. Boss Pang, it seems your luck has run dry. Are you sure you wish to continue? A bespectacled middle-aged man chuckles. Of course, I will continue. I've only lost 10 million, Pang Dehai retorts. Brother Hai, perhaps it's wise to call it a night. I brought you here, and I would feel remiss if you kept losing. A younger man beside him suggests, your concerns are unwarranted. It was my decision to come here. Wins and losses are my own affair, and now, please fetch me another 10 million in chips. Pang Dehai commands. Very well, if you insist, the young man replies, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, though he maintains a facade of feigned sympathy as he takes Pang Dehai's check to exchange for chips. Boss Pang, quite the magnanimous gesture, the bespectacled man remarks with a smile. Spare me the pleasantries, unless you return with all the winnings, I won't bear the Pang surname any longer, Pang Dehai declares angrily. Is that so? I, Shin, shall accompany you to the very end. Shin Wenshu responds with a grin. At this juncture, Pang Dehai appears to Shin Wenshu as a fish nearly hooked. All that remains is to entice him further until he is fully ensnared. Unbeknownst to Pang Dehai, his opponent, Shin Wenshu, is a masterful gambler renowned in the gambling city of O City. He has been specifically summoned by the casino to engage in this match, designed to reel Pang Dehai in. While affluent individuals often indulge in gambling, most lack the requisite skills. They are typically driven by the thrill of winning, believing that fortunes are determined by chance. Neither can one win indefinitely nor lose perpetually. Thus, when faced with a loss, nearly all will persist in gambling, hoping to recover their losses. The casino exploits this psychology, initially allowing them to win a little before orchestrating greater losses, gradually ensnaring them until escape becomes nearly impossible. Typically, this casino refrains from exploiting local tycoons and does not employ expert gamblers to compete against them, as they can extract profits from local patrons while maintaining a positive reputation through fair play. Consequently, these local millionaires willingly promote the establishment, attracting new clientele. In contrast, outsiders like Pang Dehai are seen as succulent targets, and since the casino's inception, dozens have lost millions, even hundreds of millions, in a single night. Pang Dehai, having journeyed from afar, has now become the casino's primary target, a fact unbeknownst to him. The moment he stepped into Jinhai, he unwittingly entered a meticulously laid trap. Brother Hai, here you go. The attendant returns with his chips. Here as a token of appreciation for your efforts. Pang Dehai tosses 100,000 in chips toward him. Thank you, Brother Hai. Boss Pang, quite generous, shall we continue? Shin Wenshu inquires with a smile. Let us proceed, but this time, shall we wager a larger sum? Pang Dahai proposes to I assure you, Shin will remain at your side throughout. Shin Wenshu replies, his demeanor unwavering. Chapter 54 of The Fish has taken the bait behind the casino at this moment. The colossal LCD screen was displaying the activities within the luxurious private room of the Pang Dahai casino. The conversation between Pang Dahai and Shin Wenshu was crystal clear in this backstage area. This is quite intriguing. I do enjoy such tenacious fish, remarked a young man, his face alight with fervor. He was Sun Tai, the clandestine proprietor of this casino. Sun Tai was also a prominent figure, yet he was not a local of Jinhai City. Having arrived 3 years ago, he had established a formidable foothold in this city, demonstrating the substantial backing he possessed. Boss, Pang Dahai has quite a reputation in Guizhou. Is it wise to take him down like this? Inquired a subordinate quietly, standing beside Sun Tai. What is there to fear? Does he have the audacity to create trouble for me? Sun Tai retorted. After all, his father is Pang Bo, the owner of Pang Real Estate in Guizhou. If he finds out his son is being treated this way, he likely won't let it slide, the subordinate cautioned. Ha, you underestimate Pang Dhai.do. You think the money we are winning is a gift from his father? Isn't it? This lad is quite the character. He turned the 10 million his father gave him in Guizhou into several hundred million. The money we are winning now is all his own, it has nothing to do with his father. Don't worry, his father won't find out, and he wouldn't dare inform him. Sun Tai declared confidently of the fact that Pang Dahai had traveled from Guizhou to Jinhai City, specifically to gamble in his casino, was no mere coincidence. Someone was ensnaring Pang Dahai, though fundamentally, it bore little relation to Sun Tai. The individual orchestrating the trap had merely assured Sun Tai that he could freely feast upon this lucrative fish without concern for further complications. Moreover, the identity of this individual was such that no one could have anticipated, allowing Sun Tai to comfortably assign a specialist to eliminate Pang Dahai. The sole objective was to claim all of Pang Dahai's personal assets. With the information provided by that individual, it was a simple matter to entice Pang Dahai into the snare. With that thought in mind, Sun Tai spoke into his earpiece to Shin Wenshu. Let him win a little more. You should understand what to do next. Old K speaks, the dealer announced as a card was dealt. 3 million, Pang Dahai declared, tossing in his chips. 3 million right off the bat. Boss Pang truly has a generous spirit. I only have a 7, so I shall refrain, Shin Wenshu replied with a smile. Ha, coward, Pang Dahai scoffed. With Shin Wenshu opting out, Pang Dahai won that. The dealer continued to distribute cards. Red Heart 10 speaks. 2 million. I pass. Why the sudden retreat? Just 2 million and you're scared. Pang Dahai gloated. Boss Pang, my hand is so weak, wouldn't it be foolish to continue? Shin Wenshu replied, unfazed. Hey, even losing the stake could wipe you out, Pang Dahai boasted. As the rounds progressed, Shin Wenshu only followed once before retreating, and in a short span, Pang Dahai had recouped 2 million. The wheel of fortune turns, it appears luck is now on my side. He believed that gambling was merely a matter of luck. Having faced misfortune earlier, he was now convinced that fortune had returned, and he aimed to capitalize on it while the iron was hot. Boss Pang, impressive. Less talk, deal the cards. The dealer continued to distribute cards. Although the dealer was one of Sun Tai's own, he was also a master of the gambling arts, ensuring that no cheating would transpire on his part, as doing so could irreparably tarnish the casino's reputation. In certain matters, Sun Tai adhered firmly to the rules. Observing Pang Dahai's smug expression, Shin Wenshu feigned indifference due to his losing streak, yet internally he was reveling in delight. The fish had taken the bait, it was time to reel it in. Pang Dahai, like many affluent gamblers, believed that a slight improvement in his hand indicated a turn of luck, oblivious to the fact that every move he made was well within the bounds of Shin Wenshu's control. The dealer continued to deal. Old K speaks. 1 million. Energized, Pang Dahai began to raise his bets, each incrementing by 1 million. I have a red heart queen on the table. It would be unreasonable not to call. I am in, Shin Wenshu asserted firmly. At the dealer dealt again. On Pang Dahai's table were 2 kings, while Shin Wenshu held a red heart queen and a red heart jack. Pang Dahai, with a strong hand, spoke again. 2 million. Pang Dahai felt triumphant, his hand now a pair of kings, and the momentum was decidedly in his favor. The dealer dealt the 4th card. To his surprise, Pang Dahai received another king, while Shin Wenshu drew a red heart 10. 3 kings speak, the dealer announced. I have 3 of a kind now, there is no reason not to raise the stakes. 5 million, will you call? Pang Dahai boasted. With such confidence, Boss Pang, are you not concerned that I might have a straight flush? Shin Wenshu teased. Do you think a straight flush grows on trees? I, Pang Dahai, have never believed in such superstitions, he replied dismissively. How amusing, I will call, and raise you an additional 2 million, Shin Wenshu declared, tossing in 7 million in chips. The dealer dealt again, revealing the 5th and final card. The outcome of the game would soon be determined. However, Pang Dahai received a red heart 9, while even with 3 kings, I can still beat you, Pang Dahai proclaimed, pushing all his remaining 7 million chips forward, along with a 10 million check. I'm all in, I'll raise another 10 million. How straightforward. ILL call, let us reveal the cards. At this point, the total pot had amassed to 44 million. Pang Dehai flipped his cards, revealing not a king, but yet another ace. Shin Wenshu slowly smiled and said, Boss Pang, that king you were so proud of, it's right here with me. Shin Wenshu revealed his hidden card, a red heart king, forming a straight flush of 10, jack, queen, king, and ace. Pang Dehai, merely holding 3 kings, was clearly outmatched. His expression turned ashen. Chapter 55 of the company spokesperson is in trouble. I beg your pardon, Boss Pang. It seems that fortune still favors me, Shin Wenshu remarked cheerfully. Having secured a winning hand, he undoubtedly outmatched Pang Dehai, who was holding 3 inferior cards. With his previous losses factored in, Pang Dehai had now incurred a staggering loss of 30 million. While 30 million was not an insignificant sum for Pang Dehai, it was not a trivial amount either. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Pang Dehai was currently in a state of agitation. Damn it, this is outrageous, you can't possibly be cheating, can you? Pang Dehai exclaimed. Boss Pang, if you are going to make such accusations, that would be quite amusing, Shin Wenshu retorted coldly. There are cameras everywhere, I am not foolish enough to cheat under surveillance. In truth, Shin Wenshu had not cheated. The adage that 9 out of 10 gamblers resort to deceit may hold some truth, but true gambling expertise does not equate to outright cheating. A master gambler, when facing an opponent, observes their betting habits and nuances, allowing them to deduce the strength of their hand. In gambling against someone like Pang Dehai, Shin Wenshu felt no need to cheat. Merely understanding his opponent's psychology and patterns was sufficient to dominate him utterly. Upon hearing this, Pang Dehai fell silent, realizing that his frustration had clouded his judgment. Exchange another 20 million in chips for me, he gritted his teeth, producing yet another 20 million check. Although cash was typically required for gambling, the casino accepted various forms of stakes from distinguished guests. Naturally, the casino would conduct a rapid verification process to ensure that Pang Dehai's check was legitimate, alleviating concerns over it being a worthless promise. Despite having assets totaling 300 million, Pang Dehai only had around 50 million in liquid funds at his disposal. Should he lose this additional 20 million, his business. However, he was too consumed by the moment to dwell on such considerations. Boss Pang, shall we continue? If you have doubts about my integrity, feel free to seek another opponent, Shin Wenshu stated nonchalantly. No need for that, I have decided to confront you head on today, Pang Dehai replied, seething with anger. Then let us proceed. At precisely 3:30 p.m. today, the renowned actress Dai Lia was involved in a car accident en route to the Guame Cosmetics Company for a promotional shoot. She has since been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, with her condition currently unknown. At this moment, Ji Feng's attention was captured by this news alert on his phone. While he held little concern for the so-called starlet, the occurrence of a car accident was beyond human control. What truly piqued his interest was that Guame Cosmetics Company was, after all, affiliated with his wife, Suyu. The unfortunate incident involving the celebrity spokesperson hired by his wife's company was what truly drew Ji Feng's focus. Beneath the news article, numerous online comments flooded in. Oh my, how could such a thing happen? Alas, after watching the footage, that truck driver is truly despicable. She is still so young, this is just too tragic. Let us hope she is okay. With such an incident, I wonder if Dai Lia will ever recover. Ji Feng possessed a certain understanding of his wife's company, primarily focused on the cosmetics industry. Suyu had amassed considerable wealth over the years. Moreover, after securing a substantial contract from Zhou Guodong, Suyu's company was poised to reach new heights. Suyu was known to be an exceptionally ambitious woman, and given the current market conditions, she would not let this opportunity slip by, hence, her intention to venture into the high-end cosmetics market. The quality of a fine cosmetic product is paramount, but equally significant is the choice of a suitable spokesperson. The traffic and attention generated by an appropriate celebrity endorsement can be staggering. Dai Lia, though a newcomer, had rapidly ascended to fame. Securing her as the spokesperson for her company's products was undoubtedly a strategic masterstroke. Who could have anticipated that such an incident would occur? If Ji Feng's assumptions were correct, Suyu must be in a highly distressed state right now. At Guame Cosmetics Company, in the president's office, President Su, we have received word from the hospital that Dai Lia is currently undergoing emergency treatment, and the promotional shoot is now impossible, the secretary reported. I understand, you may leave, Suyu replied, her mood considerably darkened. She had recently signed a contract with Dai Lia for the endorsement, considering it a brilliant move. Yet, who could have foreseen that such a calamity would strike? Over the years, the company had sought various spokespersons, but those chosen were mostly second or third-tier celebrities, or even has-beens, yielding minimal impact. Signing Dai Lia, she had invested tremendous effort into this endeavor, and now, with Dai Lia's accident, her plans were jeopardized before they had even taken flight. If a suitable spokesperson could not be found promptly, it could potentially jeopardize the significant contract she had secured from the international trade company, derailing her subsequent plans. However, if it were so easy to find an appropriate spokesperson, she would not be in such a state of anxiety. Suddenly, her phone rang, an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Hello, who is this, Suyu? I suppose it is rather inconvenient for me to call you at this moment, a playful voice echoed from the other end. Upon hearing this, Suyu's expression darkened. Su Chao, what do you mean by that? She replied coldly. I couldn't help but notice the news. Such an incident brings me great satisfaction. Isn't this quite the pleasant surprise? Did you orchestrate this? Without evidence, one must be cautious with accusations. I would never engage in such illegal activities. However, it seems you find yourself in quite the predicament now, struggling to find a new spokesperson, correct? How about we strike a deal? What sort of deal? You hand over the contract with the international trade company to me, and I will arrange a new product spokesperson for you, guaranteed to be a top-tier star. What do you say, fat chance? Ha, don't be so hasty in your judgment, think it over and feel free to call me back whenever you have made your decision. With that, the call ended. Su Chao's call plunged Suyu into despair. Although he had not admitted it, this incident was undoubtedly linked to him. Moreover, she knew all too well that Su Chao had previously exploited the Su family's connections to covertly threaten certain celebrities, preventing them from accepting endorsement contracts with her company. Originally, her swift signing of Dai Lia had been a strategic coup, but she had not anticipated that Su Chao would stoop to such depths. Su now found herself ensnared in a precarious dilemma. Chapter 56, Let us make a bet. Subsequently, Suyu contacted several celebrity artists from various entertainment companies, but either the endorsement fees quoted were exceedingly outrageous, or they had no availability in the near future. In short, to encapsulate, Suyu was unable to find a suitable spokesperson within such a limited time frame. She had devoted extensive effort into penetrating the high-end market with the company's new product and was resolutely unwilling to abandon her endeavor. It was imperative that she select a spokesperson who was both appropriate and flawless. Compromising was out of the question. Doing so would render all her preparations and strategies meaningless. That evening, Suyu returned home, utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. Sayu reclining on the sofa, she could not help but let out a lament. The day had been fraught with anxiety over this matter, having sought assistance from numerous individuals, yet still finding herself at a loss. Welcome back. It seems you've encountered yet another vexing issue, Ji Feng remarked as he emerged from the bedroom with a smile. Suyu lay on the sofa, lost in thought, lacking even the energy to respond to Ji Feng. Let me guess, it's related to the celebrity who had that car accident in the news today. Isn't it? Ji Feng sat down opposite her, chuckling. Suyu did not deny it, merely nodding in agreement. Some matters always seem to arise at the most inconvenient times. Whatever comes, we shall confront it. There is always a solution to every predicament, Ji Feng reassured her. I may truly be at my wit's end this time, Suyu replied with a bitter tone. At that moment, her phone buzzed with a WeChat notification, revealing a phone number. Upon seeing it, Suyu sprang upright from the sofa and dialed the number without hesitation. After a brief pause, the call connected. Hello, may I speak to Miss Lin Wanru? This is Suyu, the president of Guame Cosmetics. How do you do? I would like to invite you to be the spokesperson for our new product. What do you think? Yes, it's within the next couple of days, Miss Lin. Isn't an endorsement fee of 100 million a bit excessive? Beep, beep, beep. Before Suyu could finish her sentence, the call was abruptly terminated. That woman certainly has an inflated sense of self-worth, Suyu fumed, throwing her phone onto the sofa, her chest heaving with agitation. What's the matter? Ji Feng inquired. I managed to obtain Lin Wanru's personal phone number through President Zhou, and when I called to discuss the endorsement, she immediately demanded 100 million for the fee, insisting on aligning with her schedule. It's infuriating, Suyu vented her frustration. After all, she was the president of a company. When had she ever been subjected to such indignities? The other party was merely a celebrity. When did stars become so audacious? Lin Wanru, Ji Feng responded with mild surprise. You don't know, she is the winner of this year's 100 Flowers Award and is rumored to be the next best actress, Suyu elaborated. Why did you choose her as your spokesperson? Ji Feng asked. She is currently very popular. Her mature demeanor aligns perfectly with the positioning of our new product. I anticipated a high endorsement fee, but I never imagined she would quote such an outrageous price. Does she think I'm a fool? Suyu expressed her dissatisfaction. If you truly wish to find a woman to endorse your product, perhaps I could assist you, Ji Feng suggested with a grin. Suyu looked at him skeptically. Do you know her? Not at all. Ji Feng shook his head. Then how can you help? Suyu pressed. That is for you not to worry about. However, I'm curious. If I manage to secure this woman as your spokesperson, what benefits would I receive? Ji Feng smiled. You're quite the pragmatist, aren't you? Even before anything is accomplished, you're already thinking of rewards, Suyu remarked. Agreed, Ji Feng chuckled. Suyu nodded. Alright then, what do you want? If I succeed, then, the child in my belly should bear the surname Ji Feng proposed. That is out of the question. We've signed a contract, and if you're attempting to use this opportunity to change the terms, then there is nothing more to discuss. Suyu's expression turned icy. Calm down, I was merely joking, Ji Feng replied. He had only broached the subject tentatively, and indeed, given his current standing in Suyu's eyes, the topic of children remained a sensitive one, particularly anything involving contract violations. Suyu fell silent, her demeanor still frigid. How about this? If I succeed this time, you must put away that aloof facade whenever you're with me. That's not too much to ask, is it? Ji Feng proposed. I can only promise to try, but I cannot guarantee absolute compliance. Suyu considered before responding. Truth be told, this request was not unreasonable. Of course, her temperament often led to her being perceived as aloof, a habit rather than a deliberate choice. Then it's settled, Ji Feng declared. To be honest, he wasn't seeking any tangible benefits from Suyu, he merely wished to effect a change in her demeanor. To win over a woman like Suyu, one must possess the ability to accomplish what she cannot, earning her respect, admiration, and heartfelt reverence. This task, however, was merely a fortunate coincidence. Ji Feng did not know any stars from the entertainment industry, let alone Lin Wanru, the celebrated award winner who might very well be the next best actress. His audacity to wager with Suyu stemmed from a mutual acquaintance on WeChat who had previously posted a photo of himself vacationing with Lin Wanru, appearing quite intimate. This individual, while familiar to Ji Feng, was also somewhat of a stranger. They had clashed in a game previously. Over the past few weeks, Ji Feng had engaged in several cooperative battles with him, fostering a camaraderie, and they had exchanged WeChat contacts and phone numbers, becoming online friends. The individual was named Pang Dehai. Just as Ji Feng prepared to dial Pang Dehai's number from his contacts, his phone rang first. Speak of the devil and he shall appear, Ji Feng chuckled, amused. The call was from Pang Dehai, arriving at an opportune moment. Ji Feng answered, ready to speak, but Pang Dehai's voice cut in first. Ji Feng, are you currently in Jinhai City? Could you do me a favor? I've been set up. Chapter 57 The discovery of a trap in the casino. Pang Dehai has finally realized that something is amiss. More precisely, it dawned upon him only after he lost a staggering 100 million in cash, accompanied by the loss of a mistress he had kept for years. The young man who had brought him to the casino had mysteriously slipped away, leaving Pang Dehai utterly alone. He had exhausted all available funds at his disposal, even resorting to his last reserves, only to find himself at a complete loss. It could be said that the financial chain of Pang Dehai's company had now snapped, placing it on the brink of collapse. Moreover, in a fit of desperation, he had also lost his longtime mistress, Lin Wanru, to the gambling table. Pang Dehai was not merely a super-rich heir, he was also the benefactor behind the rising star, Lin Wanru. In the entertainment industry, most young actresses, save for a few seasoned veterans who have clawed their way to prominence or those who come from influential backgrounds, hardly hold any weight in the presence of true power players. However, a popular star is not easily trifled with, for they are the cash cows of their management companies. The entertainment world is notoriously convoluted, with major agencies and entertainment firms wielding substantial influence, often comprising scions of powerful families who are keen on protecting their prized talents from any turmoil. Thus, while the majority of actresses may not possess much clout individually, they are typically backed by formidable networks of support. Beyond the protection of management companies, another scenario exists, that of being nurtured and elevated by a patron. Lin Wanru found herself in such a position. A graduate of the Shanghai Theatre Academy, she had been taken under the wing of Pang Dehai even during her university years, as he financed her aspirations to become a star. Throughout her studies, he poured resources into her burgeoning career, and after her graduation, he fully committed to promoting her. However, despite starring in numerous films over several years, Lin Wanru had yet to achieve breakout success, lingering in the shadows of the first and second tiers of stardom until last year, when a single film catapulted her to fame. This success was undoubtedly bolstered by Pang Dehai's efforts, including her sweeping accolades such as the 100 Flowers Award, with even the next generation of leading actresses beginning to rally around her. While some of her achievements stemmed from her genuine talent, others were orchestrated by Pang Dehai's machinations. In a moment of reckless abandon fueled by desperation and provocation, Pang Dehai had wagered Lin Wanru herself. He placed a bet based solely on her estimated worth of 10 million, a figure that grossly undervalued her true potential. Yet, when a gambler is gripped by urgency, they may disregard all prudence, believing that a gamble could reverse their fortunes. However, when that pivotal bet turned out to be another loss, the opposing party, sensing his plight, offered him 100,000 as a parting gift for his return fare. It was then that Pang Dehai began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Though a super-rich heir, capable of building his own empire from the modest means provided by his father, he was no mere slacker living off inherited wealth. Gaming, gambling, and maintaining a mistress were merely personal indulgences for him, yet he was no fool. Perhaps the very individuals who had lured him to the casino in Jinhai City were merely setting a trap, one that he had unwittingly walked into step by step. To be frank, losing 100 million in cash in Lin Wanru might not spell disaster for the Pang family's vast enterprises, but for Pang Dehai personally, the loss was substantial. His father, Pang Bo, had two sons. He was the younger sibling, with an older brother named Pang Shan. Though they were full brothers, they were not born of the same mother, and thus the competition for their father's South real estate empire naturally became a source of conflict between them. Pang Bo, having built a significant legacy from scratch, was no fool in his old age. He established a rule regarding the distribution of his estate. Both Pang Shan and Pang Dehai would each receive 10 million to start their own ventures, and the one who ultimately achieved the greatest success would inherit the family fortune. In the realm of business, Pang Shan was considerably less accomplished than Pang Dehai. With his 10 million, he had achieved only modest results, while Pang Dehai had flourished. Today's gambling scheme was orchestrated by Pang Shan, who, aware of his brother's penchant for gambling, had conspired to entice Pang Dehai to Jinhai City. He had aligned himself with Sun Taidong, ensuring that Sun Taidong's associates would systematically drain Pang Dehai of all possible liquid assets, assuring that Sun Taidong would bear no consequences. With such advantageous circumstances, Sun Taidong certainly would not let the opportunity slip by, especially knowing that the conflict was ultimately a rivalry between brothers. His connections provided him with ample security against the Pang family. By depleting all of Pang Dehai's potential funds, Pang Shan could then implement a subtle scheme that would easily lead to the collapse of Pang Dehai's company. This would grant him a significant upper hand in the eyes of their father, especially as the elder son, giving him a near certainty of success. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Pang Dehai speculated that the scheme was inextricably linked to his half-brother. In his quest for the family fortune, he had initially intended to employ honorable means, yet he had not anticipated that his half-brother would disregard their shared bloodline entirely. In Jinhai City, Pang Dehai had no familiar allies. Even summoning friends from Guizhou was impractical, for a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The sheer scale of the casino in Jinhai City indicated that it was backed by formidable local power, rendering it impossible for him to call upon friends for assistance. After much contemplation, Pang Dehai thought of Ji Feng, an adversary he had encountered in an online game. They had formed a bond through competition, exchanging WeChat contacts and phone numbers. He recalled Ji Feng mentioning that he was indeed from Jinhai City. If Ji Feng could hold his own against him in the game, Pang Dehai surmised he must possess some influence within the city. However, he was uncertain whether Ji Feng would extend a helping hand, given that their relationship had only developed within the confines of the game. Nevertheless, he felt he had no choice but to try. A dead horse could serve as a living remedy. Thus, when the call connected, Pang Dehai wasted no time and directly sought Ji Feng's assistance, all the while fervently hoping that Ji Feng would come to his aid. Chapter 58 The Plea of Pang Dehai. Old Pang, it's me, what happened? I understand, I'll head over right now. With that, Ji Feng hung up the phone and prepared to set off to Pang Dehai's location. What is going on? Su Yu inquired, noticing his demeanor. A friend is in a bit of trouble, and I need to check on him, Ji Feng replied with a smile. Oh, then you should go, Su Yu said, casually asking without any intention of probing deeper. Their relationship remained one where Ji Feng was Ji Feng, and she was herself. After sharing a brief smile, Ji Feng left. After driving for over half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the Dihao Club, where Pang Dehai was waiting for him. Although they had communicated online frequently, Pang Dehai had never seen Ji Feng's appearance. Conversely, Ji Feng had seen photos of Pang Dehai on social media and knew him to be quite portly. Old Pang? Ji Feng called out as he approached the man pacing at the entrance. You are Ji Feng? Pang Dehai exclaimed, taken aback by the strikingly handsome youth before him. Indeed, that is I, Ji Feng replied. I never would have imagined you were so young. It's rather surprising, Pang Dehai chuckled. What exactly has transpired, please clarify, as I need to assess whether assisting you is worthwhile, Ji Feng stated directly. Upon hearing this, Pang Dehai sighed in resignation and recounted the circumstances leading to his predicament. Old Pang, you truly have a knack for trouble. While gambling, you managed to wager away your own woman. How can you bear the thought of someone else enjoying what you once had? Ji Feng teased. Alas, do not remind me. I deeply regret my actions. Brother, does your influence in Jinhai City hold any weight? Can you assist me? Pang Dehai implored. I can assist, but what do you intend to offer in return? Ji Feng inquired with a grin. Upon hearing there was hope, Pang Dehai perked up and hastily responded, Brother, as long as you help me through this crisis, I will provide whatever you desire. Would 50 million suffice? If not, I can offer you Lin Wanru. Let us not be hasty, she has been with you since childhood. It would be inappropriate for me to take her. As for money, I'm not interested. I only require one favor from you, Ji Feng stated. What favor do you need? Speak up, Pang Dehai urged eagerly. I need Lin Wanru to act as a spokesperson for a company for the next few days, Ji Feng requested. Hey, that is hardly a burden. It is a trivial matter. As long as you help me this time, I'll not only arrange for her to be a spokesperson once but will ensure she is available for a lifetime of free endorsement. Additionally, I will forever be indebted to you for this favor, Pang Dehai declared. That is a promise you've made. Indeed, it is. Then let us proceed inside, Ji Feng said as he prepared to enter. Wait a moment, brother, do you know the owner of this casino? Pang Dehai asked. I do not, Ji Feng replied, shaking his head. Then how do you plan to assist me? Pang Dehai questioned, puzzled. Are you one of those influential figures in Jinhai City whose words carry weight? You think too highly of me. My approach is simple. However you lost, I will help you win it back, Ji Feng smiled. Brother, you can't be joking. I was careless and fell for it before, but now I realize, that guy is undoubtedly a professional hired by the casino. To gamble against him is tantamount to courting disaster. Pang Dehai exclaimed. How do you know I am not a professional myself? Ji Feng countered. You are still too young, Pang Dehai replied, disappointment creeping into his voice. His confidence in Ji Feng had fluctuated significantly, from a glimmer of hope to disillusionment, a tumultuous emotional journey. One word: dismay. Enough with the talk. Do you want my help or not? If you don't, I'll leave right now, Ji Feng said, losing patience with the seemingly naive Pang Dehai. I do, but I must warn you, I've already given you a heads up. If things go awry, don't blame me, Pang Dehai cautioned. Rest assured, all you need to do is follow my instructions, Ji Feng assured him with a smile. To enter the casino beneath the Dihao Club, one requires a membership. However, a member can bring a guest once. Thus, with Pang Dehai leading the way, they smoothly made their way into the casino. How many chips do you have left? Ji Feng inquired. 1 million, Pang Dehai replied, becoming irate again. Damn it, that was supposed to be my fare. I need to start bringing more money next time. You truly are unfortunate. You walked around like a king in the game, only to be treated like a dog here, Ji Feng remarked without restraint. Alas, who can deny it? A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If I were not so concerned, I would have demolished this casino today, Pang Dehai grumbled. Strong dragon, demolish a casino. If they dare to play you like this, it means they are not intimidated by your background. Keep such thoughts to yourself, Ji Feng said bluntly, dousing Pang Dehai's fiery spirit. Brother, your temperament is exactly the same as in the game, Pang Dehai remarked with a rueful smile. In the gaming world, he had always found himself at Ji Feng's mercy, and now, in person, the reputation held true. Lead the way, I wish to confront this so-called gambling expert of yours. Under Pang Dehai's guidance, they proceeded directly to a private room. Inside, Shin Wenshu had yet to leave, surrounded by two models who were massaging him while he smoked a cigar and sipped red wine, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Upon noticing Pang Dehai and Ji Feng's entrance, Shin Wenshu chuckled, Oh, Boss Pang has summoned a helper. Enough of the chatter. I am here to gamble with you, are you in or out? Let us wager on what old Pang lost to you today, Ji Feng declared. With that, he turned to Pang Dehai and said, Old Pang, bring out the chips. Pang Dehai, his face flushed, reluctantly produced the meager 1 million chips, which were the only ones he had received as a favor from the other party. How humiliating it was for him to be reduced to gambling with only $1 million. Seeing this, Shin Wenshu burst into laughter. This is hilarious, is Boss Pang's friend really only betting $1 million against me? Pang Dehai, unable to contain his anger, opened his mouth to retort, but Ji Feng interjected, speaking with brazen arrogance, what's the point of discussing it? $1 million is more than enough to win against you. I have plenty of money, if this isn't enough, I can have my father transfer me more. A few tens of millions is trivial. Do you dare to gamble with me? Ji Feng's current demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, resembling a domineering rich second-generation heir, completely contradicting his usual conduct. This transformation left Pang Dehai perplexed, wondering how Ji Feng had suddenly become a reckless youth, almost brainless in his bravado. However, despite his confusion, he refrained from speaking further, recalling Ji Feng's earlier advice to keep quiet upon their arrival. Chapter 59. Ji Feng begins to gamble. Although Shin Wenshu merely smiled at Ji Feng upon hearing his words, he was actually listening intently to Sun Tai's directives through his earpiece. Sun Tai, observing the events unfold in the private room from backstage, remarked, gambling with him is akin to targeting a plump sheep, let's butcher it. Following Sun Tai's instructions, Shin Wenshu declared, since this esteemed friend possesses such confidence, I, Shin, shall accompany you to the end. With that, he signaled for the model beside him to leave, and soon a designated individual entered to organize the card game. As the adage goes, guests are to be treated with respect. What shall we play? You choose, Shin Wenshu said with a smile. Since old Pang plays showhand, let us play showhand, Ji Feng replied. Very well, then it's showhand, Shin Wenshu agreed. Before long, a dealer arrived to prepare the card game. Pang Dehai, seated beside Ji Feng, whispered, brother, it's just 1 million, the minimum bet is 500,000. Take it easy. To his astonishment, Ji Feng responded loudly, old Pang, do you doubt me? For someone like him, 500,000 is more than sufficient. If you utter another word, you can watch from your knees. Pang Dehai was momentarily taken aback, nearly choking with indignation. He had merely offered a friendly warning, yet Ji Feng's reaction was as if he had been shot. His arrogance was palpable. A reckless young pup, oblivious to the vastness of the world, Shin Wenshu mused coldly. From Ji Feng's demeanor since his arrival, he discerned that Ji Feng was merely a wealthy second-generation offspring, lacking any semblance of intelligence, and certainly not a master of gambling. Preying upon such a naive sheep would be child's play for him. True masters of gambling are typically not the young nor the elderly, they are predominantly middle-aged. While the elderly possess experience, their advanced years render them incapable of sustaining focus at the gaming table for extended periods, making it easy for opponents to detect flaws. Conversely, the youth lack the requisite experience, their acumen in gambling heavily reliant on both innate talent and hard-earned experience. Often, experience proves more crucial than talent itself, as the latter is primarily applicable to the honing of techniques, offering little assistance in psychological development. A true gambling virtuoso can discern an opponent's thoughts merely by observing their facial expressions or subtle movements, allowing them to surmise what cards their adversary holds. With a weak hand, abstaining from play is prudent. At worst, one may lose the minimum stake. However, no one dares to wager excessively every round, as such behavior invites scrutiny, and being caught could result in dire consequences according to casino rules. Thus, gambling experts are generally robust middle-aged individuals. Although Ji Feng may appear to possess a commendable demeanor, he is, after all, simply too young and embodies the essence of a brash, inexperienced youth. The more arrogant he is at the outset, the more recklessly he will falter soon thereafter. Deal the cards, Ji Feng stated decisively. In casinos, shuffling is conducted by machines, allowing players to inspect the cards at any moment before dealing. The dealer distributes the cards using a wooden paddle, ensuring no foul play. The shuffling machine emitted a rhythmic sound as it prepared the cards, followed by the dealer's distribution. Ji Feng cautiously lifted a corner of his card to glance at it, while Pang Dehai attempted to see but was intentionally obstructed, thus failing to discern Ji Feng's whole card. The second card was dealt, revealing Ji Feng's hand to be a spade 9. In showhand, 2 cards are initially dealt, with the first hidden and the second revealed. The minimum bet stood at 500,000. Shin Wenshu's visible card was a heart 6, prompting Ji Feng to speak first due to his superior hand. 500,000, Ji Feng declared, tossing the remaining chips onto the table. I call. Shin Wenshu smiled at Wu Chen. A true master always remembers, never underestimate any opponent. The psychological warfare of gambling is paramount. Underestimating an adversary is tantamount to gifting them your money. However, Shin Wenshu perceived Ji Feng as treating him with utter disdain and egregious oversight. Unbeknownst to Shin Wenshu, Ji Feng had everything under control, including what Shin Wenshu ought to do. Though Ji Feng might have been inept at gambling prior, he had acquired specialized skills in the art of gambling from the system, coupled with a wealth of practical experience. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Ji Feng now embodied the essence of a gambling deity, with no one capable of defeating him. Fold. Upon receiving the third card, Shin Wenshu opted to forfeit, as Wu Chen's visible cards included 2 9s, and he aimed to project the illusion of a deteriorating hand. Shin Wenshu was in no rush to deplete Ji Feng's chips. Small wins and losses mattered little to him. He sought a substantial victory, thus he spent the initial rounds observing Ji Feng's tendencies and psychological state. Gambling against a youthful opponent was a game Shin Wenshu knew well. He would initially concede a bit to entice the young man, eventually reaping large rewards. Although Ji Feng's chip stack was modest, he had boasted of his father's wealth. Xin Wenshu had witnessed numerous wealthy second-generation gamblers at casinos, fabricating excuses to extract funds from their affluent parents. After 5 rounds, Ji Feng had won 4 and lost 1, including one round where he folded, resulting in a considerable increase in his chip stack to 5 million. 1 million minimum bet? Xin Wenshu inquired suddenly. Excellent, a larger bet adds to the thrill, Ji Feng replied, brimming with confidence. Fortune has finally arrived, at last. Pang Dehai observed Ji Feng's ascent from 1 million to 5 million with great excitement, believing luck had smiled upon him. In the casino, when fortune favors a player, their hands grow hot, and their cards become formidable. He imagined he might recover the substantial losses from earlier that night. Little did he know, all these displays were being meticulously noted by Xin Wenshu. 5 more rounds ensued. Under Xin Wenshu's deliberate leniency, Ji Feng continued to win more than he lost, amassing a staggering 15 million in chips. In the 11th round, Ji Feng consistently refrained from inspecting his hole cards, appearing highly reliant on luck. Yao Bin revealed as spade K. 1 million, Ji Feng tossed his chips onto the table. I call. Yao Bin followed suit. Deal, call the deal, call the deal, call. By the 5th card, Ji Feng's 4 visible cards were a heart K, a club 8, a club 9, and a spade 2. Xin Wenshu's 4 visible cards were a spade Q, a spade 10, a heart 7, and a diamond 4. Both hands were rather poor, with the best outcome being a pair. Judging solely by the visible cards, Ji Feng appeared to have the upper hand, as he possessed a K, yet he remained oblivious to the nature of his whole cards. I bet all your chips, Xin Wenshu declared, pushing a mound of chips toward Ji Feng with a smile. Chapter 60, Are you trying to deceive me? Xin Wenshu went all in. However, this does not equate to wagering all the chips in his possession, for the rules of all in dictate that it is based upon the player with the least chips at the table. Ji Feng could either call and compare hands, or fold. You possess quite the hand, Ji Feng feigned seriousness before peeking at a corner of his cards. Pang Dehai's heart raced with anticipation. He wished to take a look as well, but Ji Feng denied him the opportunity, leaving Pang Dehai with a countenance of discontent. How could he possibly guard against such tactics? Then I shall go all in. Ji Feng pushed all his chips forward. Young Master Ji, do you dare to add a bit more? Xin Wenshu suddenly proposed, having gleaned Ji Feng's surname from Pang Dehai during the previous rounds. How much more do you wish to add? Ji Feng inquired. How about an additional 50 million? Xin Wenshu suggested, but it seems you may not have that much on hand, young Master Ji. As soon as Xin Wenshu finished speaking, Ji Feng retorted with bravado, you claim I lack funds? It's merely 50 million, I have plenty. With that, he slapped a bank card onto the table. This was merely a gold card, containing a sum of 100 million, which Ji Feng had instructedly wanted to prepare for him. Of course, it was drawn from the company's circulating funds. Although Ji Feng was the company president, mobilizing such a colossal amount of liquid assets at once was rather unorthodox, and should he lose, it would surely result in complications. Nevertheless, Ji Feng harbored no concerns, for he had never entertained the thought of defeat. Gazing at the bank card before him, Xin Wenshu smiled. Young Master Ji certainly possesses a grand demeanor. Unexpectedly, Ji Feng addressed Pang Dehai. Old Pang, the password is 6 zeros. Go exchange it for chips, but ensure that you convert it to 100 million. I intend to raise the stakes by that amount. As soon as Ji Feng uttered these words, Xin Wenshu's expression soured. Through 10 rounds of observation, he had come to believe that Ji Feng was a man who placed great faith in luck, as well as one who approached the game with caution, allowing the size of the cards to dictate his actions. This method of gambling was common among most players. If the initial visible card was favorable, they would maintain a high bet, only revealing their whole cards at the end. Conversely, if the visible cards were not promising, they would check their whole cards early, following suit if they were strong or folding if weak. In this instance, Ji Feng's first visible card was the King of Hearts, consistently larger than the others, thus he chose to examine the whole cards last and opted to go all in. Xin Wenshu's expression turned grave. He sensed that the situation was amiss. His whole card was the Queen of Diamonds. He held a pair, 2 queens. Ji Feng's highest visible card was the King, meaning he would need another king to win against Xin Wenshu's pair. Previously, Ji Feng had not looked at his whole cards, leading Xin Wenshu to believe the likelihood of them being kings was slim. Xin Wenshu deliberately provoked him, hoping to entice him into raising the stakes, believing that regardless of whether Ji Feng called or declined his raise, he would emerge victorious. He desired for Ji Feng to call, and indeed, Ji Feng did call. However, Ji Feng unexpectedly deviated from the usual strategy, directly opting to raise by 100 million. Pang Dehai quickly returned with the 100 million in chips, 20 gleaming chips, each worth 5 million. Ji Feng pushed a box of chips forward with a smile, proclaiming, raise. Xin Wenshu's expression darkened. He hesitated. He assessed that there was an 80% chance Ji Feng's whole card was a king, and such a significant bet indicated that Ji Feng's hand was formidable. Based on his prolonged observation of Ji Feng's character, Xin Wenshu understood that, like most gamblers, Ji Feng would unabashedly raise when he was confident in his hand. Suddenly, Xin Wenshu chuckled, Young Master Ji, you are far too eager. With a strong hand, you think merely to reclaim your brother's funds in one fell swoop. If you had shown restraint and merely raised by 50 million, I would have called. Upon finishing, Xin Wenshu revealed a queen, flaunting it before Ji Feng, then swiftly folded, discarding his cards to the side. This signified that he would not match Ji Feng's 100 million raised. Up to this point, he had lost 21 million, which was inconsequential, for he had previously won 100 million from Pang Dehai. This 21 million had allowed him to fully gauge Ji Feng's temperament, making it a worthwhile gamble. Damn, Ji Feng, your whole card being a king is far too evident. If you had merely held back, you could have won an additional 50 million. Pang Dehai lamented. Had Ji Feng not intimidated Shen Wenshu into folding, he would have recouped a significant portion of his losses. Who says my whole card is a king? It is merely an ace, Ji Feng replied with a grin, revealing his hand. What? An ace? Pang Dehai exclaimed in disbelief. Ji Feng's cards were the ace of hearts, the king of hearts, the eight of clubs, the nine of clubs, and the two of spades. Shen Wenshu's hand consisted of two queens, the queen of spades, the 10 of spades, the 7 of hearts, and the 4 of diamonds. Ji Feng had a high card, with the ace being the strongest. Conversely, Shen Wenshu held a pair of queens, thus, in reality, Shen Wenshu had won this round, yet he had mistakenly believed he had deciphered Ji Feng's gambling style and was deceived into thinking Ji Feng's whole card was a king. Ha ha ha, you are hilarious, Ji Feng. Truly impressive. Pang Dehai burst into laughter, his joy unrestrained. He had endured much frustration until this moment, finally able to release it in this round. Ji Feng had won an additional 15 million from Shen Wenshu. Are you attempting to deceive me? Shen Wenshu fixed his gaze on Ji Feng. It is you who dared not call. Do not blame me, Ji Feng replied nonchalantly. Ha, it has been quite some time since I encountered such an intriguing young man, Shen Wenshu scoffed. Old Pang, please exchange this 100 million. It appears I shall not require it today, Ji Feng instructed. Certainly, Pang Dehai replied eagerly, fully convinced of Ji Feng's prowess. The game continued. Ji Feng possessed 30 million in chips, while Shen Wenshu held 90 million, of which 20 million was his initial stake and 70 million was his winnings. In the subsequent 20 rounds, Shen Wenshu realized that even with no favors granted, it was exceedingly difficult to defeat Ji Feng, as he lost more often than he won. Moreover, Ji Feng's behavior began to elude Shen Wenshu's understanding. At times he appeared timid, at others he would intentionally provoke, and occasionally he would suddenly fold. As the game progressed, even Shen Wenshu, despite his arrogance, understood that Ji Feng was indeed a master of gambling. From the very beginning, Ji Feng's actions were deliberate performances designed to create a false impression. Unbeknownst to him, he had underestimated his opponent. Simultaneously, while Shen Wenshu scrutinized Ji Feng was also observantly analyzing Shen Wenshu's every move. Every change in Shen Wenshu's demeanor, before and after revealing his cards, was noted by Ji Feng. It could be said that Ji Feng was the true master, capable of discerning the strength of his opponent's hand through subtle cues. With the specialized gambling skills acquired from the system, Ji Feng was not to be trifled with. The system's products were indeed of the highest quality. Hence, in the presence of Ji Feng, Shen Wenshu found himself with absolutely no chance. Chapter 61. How can you be so certain? In the 35th round, Ji Feng's chips had swelled to an astounding 50 million. From an initial stake of 1 million, he had amassed a fortune, all of which was, in fact, the result of Long Dehai's losses. Meanwhile, Shen Wenshu was left with a mere 70 million. The whole cards remained concealed, and Ji Feng revealed his second card, which was the 10 of hearts. Shen Wenshu's second card was the 10 of diamonds. 3 million. Call. 5 million. Call. Before long, both players had called their way to the final round. Ji Feng's 4 visible cards were the 10 of hearts, 6 of spades, 5 of spades, and 4 of hearts. Shen Wenshu's 4 visible cards comprised the 10 of diamonds, 6 of hearts, 5 of diamonds, and 4 of spades. Both players had a maximum card value of 10, with the only difference being the suits. I concede. Shen Wenshu declared, going all in. It's getting late, I still have to go for a bath and massage with old Pang. Shall we expedite this? Ji Feng chuckled. What do you mean? Shen Wenshu inquired. Let us skip the formalities and settle this round, Ji Feng responded. I've been rather fortunate, I'll raise by an additional 50 million. Are you attempting to bluff me again? Why not raise it by 100 million this time? Shen Wenshu laughed. From the beginning until now, Ji Feng had not even glanced at his whole cards, and the card he held rendered his chances of winning negligible. His hidden card was the 10 of clubs, which meant he had a pair of 10s, unless Ji Feng's hidden card was the 10 of spades, he could not possibly win against Shen Wenshu. However, if Ji Feng were to raise by 50 million, he currently lacks sufficient chips on the table. He would need to procure an additional 30 million from the casino. The odds were indeed in his favor, but the decision was not solely Shen Wenshu's. It was also influenced by his boss, Sun Tai. Just as Shen Wenshu was about to seek guidance, the door to the private room swung open. A young man with a smile sauntered in. Boss. Upon seeing Sun Tai enter, Shen Wenshu immediately stood up. We're in the midst of a game. Do not act recklessly, lest others think you are attempting to cheat, Sun Tai chuckled. Understood. Shen Wenshu complied and promptly sat down. You are the owner of the casino? Long Dehai asked in a deep voice. Sun Tai smiled. I am Sun Tai. I warmly welcome both of you to my casino, but now is not the time for chit-chat. Let us discuss after this round. With that, he gestured to his subordinates, who promptly brought over 30 million and placed it beside Shen Wenshu. Realizing this, Shen Wenshu understood that Sun Tai was encouraging him to continue gambling. Very well, I shall raise by 50 million. I call, Shen Wenshu stated. Ji Feng once again placed the card containing 100 million on the table. I trust no inspection is necessary. Let us reveal our cards. Shen Wenshu stood up, holding his hidden card, and declared, young man, you are still too inexperienced. Relying on bluffs cannot lead to perpetual victories. Today, I shall impart a lesson. Shen Wenshu was severely agitated indeed. Ever since that round where Ji Feng had successfully bluffed him, he had been under pressure, unable to best Ji Feng, winning small amounts while losing large sums, and having previously won 100 million only to lose it back bit by bit. It was impossible not to feel suffocated. He was a renowned expert in the gambling circles of Australia. If he had been defeated by a seasoned gambling master, it would have been somewhat acceptable, but being bested by Ji Feng, an unknown youth, would surely lead to ridicule, with others saying he was regressing in his gambling endeavors. Now, the moment for release had finally arrived. I refuse to believe it. You haven't even looked at your whole card. How can you possibly win against me? I've been in this game for years, and I've never encountered such novice. I refuse to believe that your luck can defy the heavens. Shin Wenchu's words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, directed at Ji Feng. He was thoroughly agitated, pent up, and now was finally the time to vent. With a loud slap, Shin Wenchu revealed his hidden card, slamming it onto the table, the 10 of clubs. I have a pair of tens. While my hand may not be formidable, your only chance to win against me is with the 10 of spades. Shin Wenchu asserted, leaning over the table, his piercing gaze filled with pressure as he glared. I refuse to believe your hidden card is the 10 of spades. You haven't even glanced at it. Are you truly gambling on luck? Long Dahai's expression shifted dramatically. He had been by Ji Feng's side and had indeed not witnessed Ji Feng glance at his whole card, meaning Ji Feng had been relying purely on chance. Initially, he thought Ji Feng intended to bluff Shin Wenchu once more, but the arrival of Sun Tai seemed to bolster Shin Wenchu's confidence, prompting him to proceed. At this point in the game, Ji Feng's visible cards were already inferior to Shin Wenchu's. Only one card could enable Ji Feng to win at the 10 of spades, for even if Ji Feng were to draw a straight, it would be impossible to match Shin Wenchu's pair of tens, regardless of whether he drew a 4, 5, or 6. Only a pair of tens could secure victory. In all-in rounds, the hierarchy of hands is compared first by their type and then by their numerical value, and if those are the same, by the suit. Only by holding the 10 of spades could both players have pairs of tens, with Ji Feng's spade suit surpassing Shin Wenchu's. However, in this round, 3 tens had already been revealed. The probability of drawing another 10 was exceedingly low. Furthermore, Ji Feng had yet to glance at his whole card, thereby reducing the likelihood to an almost negligible level. This meant Ji Feng was almost certain to lose this round. Sighing, Long Dahai could not suppress his disappointment. This round was already lost, a foregone conclusion. He had harbored overly high hopes for Ji Feng, and the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Not only would he fail to recover all his lost funds, but he would also incur a deficit of 50 million. He should have stopped after winning that initial 50 million. In stark contrast, Shin Wenchu wore a triumphant smile, while Sun Tai, seated nearby, exhibited a similar expression of satisfaction, subtly nodding in approval. He had returned just in time to witness the unfolding card game. Both players had the same numerical value, and although Ji Feng's suit held a slight advantage, Shin Wenchu's hidden card was the 10 of clubs, giving him the upper hand. With 4 tens laid out, the probability of drawing a fourth was exceedingly slim. Ji Feng had not even looked at his whole card. This round was firmly in Shin Wenchu's grasp. Yet, unexpectedly, Ji Feng slammed his hidden card onto the table. Shin Wenchu's pupils dilated in shock, and the color drained from his face. The previously smiling Sun Tai found his expression frozen in disbelief. Long Dahai's mouth dropped open in astonishment, forming a perfect O. What the hell? Long Dahai could not contain his exclamation. Those surrounding Sun Tai wore expressions of shock, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Ji Feng slowly rose, his demeanor unfazed, and calmly stated, "How can you be so certain that I have never looked at my whole card?" Chapter 62, Is one pair of hands enough? Everyone present was acutely aware that placing all bets based solely on luck, without peering at the hidden cards, was tantamount to engaging in reckless folly. Those audacious enough to wager in such a manner were either deranged or possessed an extraordinary confidence in their own fortune. Yet, luck is an elusive concept, intangible and insubstantial, especially under the current circumstances, where only a singular card could secure victory. How could one hope to prevail without glancing at the hidden cards? However, upon hearing Ji Feng's assertion, they seemed to grasp the situation. It appeared that Ji Feng had not, in fact, neglected to check the hidden cards. Rather, they had merely misconstrued his actions, believing he was gambling purely on chance. In reality, Ji Feng had observed the hidden cards, utilizing a remarkably sophisticated technique. Thus, throughout the entire ordeal, Ji Feng was acutely aware of what his hidden card was, all the while feigning ignorance to lead them to believe he was relying solely on luck. But when, precisely, had Ji Feng glimpsed the cards beneath their very noses? You saw the cards? That's impossible. When did you look?" Shin Wenchu exclaimed, his eyes bulging in disbelief, as he began to comprehend the gravity of his losses. In response, Ji Feng smiled, "Would you like to know when I glimpsed the hidden cards? It was right under your nose." "That's impossible. I was watching you the entire time," Shin Wenchu retorted skeptically. "Is that so?" Ji Feng chuckled, lifting his hidden card into his palm and then casually waving it before Pang Dahai's eyes. "Understand now?" Pang Dahai was utterly befuddled. Yet, suddenly, a realization struck Shin Wenchu. "So, your deliberate antics of teasing him and not revealing the cards were all for my benefit," he exclaimed, excitement lacing his voice. "When you waved it in front of him, you already knew what the card was." "You're not as dull as you appear," Ji Feng replied with a grin. "To be frank, your arrogance is quite excessive. I fail to comprehend where your confidence stems from. Did you truly believe that engaging in these games with me would allow you to decipher my strategy? Everything you witnessed was precisely what I intended for you to see." Shin Wenchu fell silent, yet he understood clearly. From the very beginning, he had been misled by Ji Feng's performance. Despite his awareness that gambling demanded humility and respect for others, he had unwittingly fallen into Ji Feng's trap. I wondered why you entered with such a ruckus, acting all high and mighty. Turns out it was all an act, Pang Dehai remarked, enlightenment dawning upon him. Initially perplexed by Ji Feng's brazen demeanor, he had assumed it was a glimpse of Ji Feng's true nature, only to discover it was all a performance. Your acting skills would be wasted if you didn't pursue a career in theater, Pang Dehai commented. Old Pang, this performance owes much to your authentic portrayal, Ji Feng replied with a smile. Had it not been for your occasional distractions and genuine display, he wouldn't have fallen for the ruse so swiftly. Indeed, from the very first round, Ji Feng had been observing the hidden cards. His occasional final peeks were merely misdirection. He had already discerned what his hidden card was. Ji Feng's techniques were so astute and artful that it was nearly impossible for the average person to fathom. From the perspective of onlookers, it was nearly impossible to ascertain when Ji Feng had glimpsed the cards. As Wu Chen spoke, he had already maneuvered around the gambling table and approached Yao Bin. Clap, 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 applause erupted within the private room. Impressive, truly impressive, Sun Tai remarked, rising to his feet. He was internally shaken, completely blindsided by the unfolding scene. Even though he had been intently monitoring Ji Feng via surveillance, he still failed to detect when Ji Feng had glimpsed the cards. Young Master Ji is indeed a master. May the stakes be honored, Sun Tai declared with a smile. At this moment, Ji Feng not only helped Pang Dehai recover the 100 million he had lost but also netted an additional 50 million. However, the affair was far from concluded. Ji Feng picked up a 1 million chip from the table and tossed it directly in front of Shen Wenshu, stating nonchalantly, this million is to buy back Lin Wanru. Do not seek further. Ji Feng's primary motive for assisting Pang Dehai was Lin Wanru. The money was inconsequential to him. What he desired was Lin Wanru herself. What do you mean? We only discussed gambling money. We never wagered Lin Wanru, Shen Wenshu replied coldly. Young Master Ji, a million to buy back Lin Wanru seems rather insufficient. After all, Boss Pang has placed her worth at 10 million, Sun Tai remarked with a hint of disdain. What's the matter? Do you find it lacking? Ji Feng replied, a playful glint in his eye. Do not be overly presumptuous. I concede that I have lost this round, but Lin Wanru is not part of this wager, Shen Wenshu sneered. If young Master Ji is also interested in Lin Wanru, I might consider parting with her, but it would require a billion, Sun Tai chuckled. A billion isn't excessive. However, I could offer an alternative to that billion. Would you be satisfied? Ji Feng inquired. What alternative? Sun Tai asked, puzzled. Without further ado, Ji Feng approached Shen Wenshu. What are you doing? Shen Wenshu exclaimed, immediately on guard, unsure of Ji Feng's intentions. Ji Feng remained silent, instead taking a few steps closer to Shen Wenshu and seizing his left forearm, commanding, do not move. Shen Wenshu was momentarily taken aback, but then reacted like a startled rooster, thrashing about in a frenzy. What are you doing? Let go of me, let go. Yet, he could not break free. Ji Feng's grip was as strong as iron, firmly holding Shen Wenshu's forearm, rendering him immobile. Ji Feng then yanked his left forearm forcefully, causing a playing card to fly from Shen Wenshu's sleeve and land on the ground, face up. It was the King of Spades. Instantly, Sun Tai's expression shifted dramatically. How dare you cheat? Pang Dehai roared, fury etched on his face. He had long suspected Shen Wenshu of foul play during their games, yet lacked evidence to substantiate his claims. Little did he know, Shen Wenshu did not need to cheat while playing against him. Before this round commenced, you requested to inspect the cards, seizing the opportunity to pilfer the ace of spades, which you had concealed in your sleeve. Did you truly think I was oblivious? You underestimated me. I chose not to expose you, simply because I had yet to win everything from you. Ji Feng glared at Yao Bin. You have violated the rules. You must understand the consequences. Shen Wenshu's face turned pale with terror. He had not anticipated Ji Feng would perceive his subtle maneuvering so clearly. In the gambling world, being caught cheating leads to dire consequences, loss of a hand. If his hand were to be severed, he would be rendered incapable of gambling in the future. Boss Sun, do you think these hands are sufficient to exchange for Lin Wanru? Ji Feng inquired with a playful tone. Sun Tai's expression darkened as he remained silent. Boss, save me. Shen Wenshu pleaded desperately. After a prolonged silence, Shen Wenshu finally managed a forced smile, saying, Young Master Ji, you have won, we are square. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng smiled and released Shen Wenshu's arm. Chapter 63 Matters resolved as desired in the end. Shen Wenshu's hands and Lin Wanru. Sun Tai ultimately chose the former. The choice was not difficult. Shen Wenshu was his subordinate, a master of the gambling den, and they had known each other for quite some time. He had proven to be an invaluable assistant, contributing significantly to the casino's profits. To discard him would surely dishearten his loyal underlings. Although Sun Tai recognized that Lin Wanru's worth far exceeded 10 million, she was, after all, a woman whom he had nurtured to this day. Even if she remained by his side, her value paled in comparison to that of Shen Wenshu. He could not forsake Shen Wenshu merely for Lin Wanru. Boss Sun, you truly are straightforward, Ji Feng remarked, as he released Shen Wenshu upon Sun Tai's decision. It was only natural for someone like Sun Tai, who successfully managed such a large casino in Jinhai City, to make a sensible choice rather than act foolishly. Thank you, boss, Shen Wenshu promptly expressed his gratitude, taking his place behind Sun Tai and remaining silent. And what compensation do I receive for my emotional distress? He must have cheated while gambling with me. Pang Dehai immediately voiced his dissatisfaction. When gambling with you, I need not resort to cheating, Shen Wenshu replied, his tone low and resolute. Ji Feng shot Pang Dehai a glance, signaling him to hold his tongue. Consequently, Pang Dehai fell silent, genuinely acknowledging Ji Feng's authority. "Ah, a guest is a guest, how about I host you both properly?" Sun Tai suggested with a smile. "I appreciate your kindness, boss Sun, but I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not take up more of your time." "Old Pang, let us depart," Ji Feng stated. Pang Dehai nodded in agreement. Within the casino, there were dedicated personnel to exchange chips for cash, be it RMB or USD. After Ji Feng and Pang Dehai left, Sun Tai's expression darkened once more. "Interesting, I never anticipated encountering such a figure," Sun Tai remarked solemnly. "Boss, do you require me to find someone?" Shin Wen-shu inquired. "There's no need. A mere few tens of millions is something I can afford to lose. However, tarnishing my reputation would be detrimental. I would, however, like someone to investigate the origins of this Ji Feng," Sun Tai replied. "Understood." After Ji Feng and Pang Dehai exited the Dihao Club, Pang Dehai felt invigorated and elated. Initially, he believed he was doomed and approached Ji Feng with a mere hope for assistance. To his delight, Ji Feng did not disappoint him, alleviating his fears of a financial crisis within his company. Most importantly, the looming threat of competing for his father's fortune had vanished. "Brother, I am truly in your debt. I shall not speak of gratitude, but from now on, you are my sworn brother. Should you need anything, simply ask," Pang Dehai declared earnestly. "Enough with the pleasantries, just fulfill your promise," Ji Feng replied. "Rest assured, I shall make the call right away." With that, Pang Dehai pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Wanru, currently in Thailand. "Hello, it's me." "Where are you, Thailand? Come back immediately and meet with Guame Cosmetics in Jinhai City to sign the endorsement contract. As for the endorsement fee, just a token amount will suffice. Remember to be as polite as possible." Upon hanging up, Pang Dehai turned to Ji Feng with a broad smile. "Brother, is this acceptable?" Ji Feng nodded. "Not bad. I am glad I assisted you this time." He. Pang Dehai chuckled. "Brother, if you don't mind, when Lin Wanru arrives, I could have her keep you company for a few days? Keep your distance. I've made it clear that I'm not interested in women I've already been with." "Your thoughts are rather unsavory," Ji Feng retorted, feigning a righteous demeanor. "Well then, it's getting late, allow me to treat you." "Let's find a place to unwind," Pang Dehai suggested. "You know Jinhai better than I do, you must know the entertaining spots." "At least you have some conscience, let us go," Ji Feng replied. Let us go, let us go." Ji Feng drove Pang Dehai out for some leisure. Given the late hour, he was reluctant to return home, fearing he might disturb Suyu. Moreover, although Pang Dehai had helped him today, their acquaintance was limited, and he saw this as an opportunity to learn more about him and ascertain whether he could be trusted. The following day, at 9:40 in the morning, Suyu did not rise early to head to the office. She faced a dilemma that remained unresolved, and going to the company seemed futile, so she decided to rest at home. However, she was slightly puzzled as Ji Feng had not returned since going out last night. She was not a heavy sleeper, a habit cultivated from years of solitary living, thus she was certain that Ji Feng had not returned all night. She only knew he had left, claiming a friend was in trouble, but she was more inclined to believe he had gone out to indulge with his friends. In today's society, wealthy men had numerous places to enjoy themselves. Suyu poured herself a glass of milk, her mind racing with curiosity. She could not fathom why Ji Feng had dared to bet with her the previous night. What means did he possess to persuade Lin Wanru to endorse his company? Would he recklessly promise an exorbitant endorsement fee? If that were the case, Suyu would certainly reject it. Agreeing to such an outrageous fee would render Lin Wanru's endorsement meaningless. Just then, the door swung open. Ji Feng returned, pulling Suyu from her reverie. As she was about to simply inquire about his whereabouts, her phone rang, revealing it was her secretary calling. "Hello? Really, I understand, I'll head over immediately." Suyu's expression turned to one of shock upon learning from her secretary that the star Lin Wanru had arrived at the company to discuss endorsement collaboration. Without wasting a moment, she hurried to her bedroom to change clothes and prepare to go to the office. As she was leaving, she glanced at Ji Feng lounging on the sofa and couldn't help but ask, "Lin Wanru is here at the company now. Did you orchestrate this? What conditions did you promise her?" Ji Feng smiled. "You'll find out when you go, but don't forget our wager." Seeing Ji Feng's smiling face, Suyu refrained from wasting time on further questions and promptly left in a hurry. "Indeed, she is quite obedient for a woman raised by that fat man," Ji Feng chuckled. Chapter 64. Suyu was stunned inside Gume Cosmetics Company, Limited. Wow, it's really Lin Wanru. She is even more beautiful in person than on television. Why would Lin Wanru come to our company? Is she here to purchase products? Impossible, a star of her caliber only uses the most luxurious items. Lin Wanru arrived alone, without even an assistant, opting for a low-profile appearance with a hat and mask. However, her immense popularity led to her being recognized when she inquired at the reception, instantly causing a commotion. A crowd quickly gathered around her, but fortunately, they were all employees of Suyu's company, which, due to strict work protocols, "Our president Su mentioned she is on her way and asked me to escort you to her office," said Suyu's secretary with a smile. "Thank you," Lin Wanru replied politely with a nod. To be honest, this demeanor was quite uncharacteristic of Lin Wanru. Typically, with someone backing her, she would conduct herself with considerable pride and would never be so courteous to a secretary. However, prior to her arrival, Pang Dehai, her benefactor, had particularly instructed her more than once to be exceptionally polite and to comply with whatever others suggested. This left Lin Wanru utterly perplexed. Just yesterday, she had been filming a new drama in Thailand and had no free time, yet Pang Dahai insisted she come without concern for anything else. Lin Wanru was filled with confusion, especially since she had recently frightened the company's president away with a 100 million endorsement fee. Little did she expect such developments to follow. This made her wonder if the president of this company had a more formidable backing than her own benefactor. Thus, she felt compelled to temper her demeanor, speaking and acting with trepidation, refraining from displaying any anger. Under the guidance of the secretary, Lin Wanru arrived at Su Yu's office. "Miss Lin, please take a seat and wait a moment. President Su will be here shortly," the secretary said with a smile. "Would you like something to drink?" "Just plain water, thank you," Lin Wanru replied with a smile. "Certainly, please hold on." Before long, the secretary brought a glass of water to Lin Wanru. She took a sip to steady her nerves, aiming to prevent any missteps in conversation. Not long after, the office door swung open, and Su Yu entered. "I apologize for the wait," Su Yu greeted. "President Su, you are far too courteous," Lin Wanru quickly stood. "Please, sit." "There is no need for formality," Su Yu replied, prompting Lin Wanru to take her seat. Although Su Yu was not part of the entertainment circle, Lin Wanru felt an immediate sense of awe upon seeing her. This woman was undeniably stunning, with a physique and presence that were truly exceptional. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Wanru felt a sudden wave of inferiority in Su Yu's presence, akin to a swan encountering an elegant swan. What Lin Wanru was unaware of was that Su Yu, having occupied such a high position for many years, had developed an aura of authority that exuded pressure, coupled with her own striking beauty and refined demeanor, which diminished Lin Wanru's stature in comparison. "President Su, I am here to discuss an endorsement for your company's products," Lin Wanru stated directly, cutting to the chase. "Please, go ahead. What are your terms?" Su Yu inquired. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Just yesterday, when she approached Lin Wanru, the latter had been exceedingly proud. Su Yu found it hard to believe that such a transformation could happen overnight. Terms, I have no conditions. I am here voluntarily to endorse, as long as President Su does not mind, Lin Wanru hurriedly explained. Conditions, she wouldn't dare to propose any. "No conditions, then what is your endorsement fee?" Su Yu asked, somewhat surprised by Lin Wanru's demeanor. "This amount?" Lin Wanru gestured with a single finger. 100 million? Su Yu frowned. That fee was exorbitant and simply impossible. No, Lin Wanru quickly shook her head. 10 million? Su Yu, 10,000 is also acceptable. If it comes to that, I can even endorse for free, Lin Wanru suggested, thinking she had perhaps overstepped with her initial request. Su Yu was utterly bewildered. 1 million for an endorsement, even a second-tier star would demand far more than that. Moreover, this was Lin Wanru, a current sensation in the industry. "Miss Lin, you can't be serious," Su Yu said skeptically. "President Su, I assure you, I am not joking. I come with sincere intentions. How we proceed with the endorsement and the fee, I leave entirely to you," Lin Wanru replied. "By the way, may I ask if you are friends with Ji Feng?" Su Yu suddenly inquired. The drastic change in Lin Wanru within just one night led Su Yu to question whether she was experiencing a delusion. There had to be a reason behind this. "Ji Feng, who is that?" "I don't know him," Lin Wanru chuckled. "Then who sent you here?" Su Yu pressed further. "My godfather, he said to come and endorse for you, and I will follow your arrangements," Lin Wanru explained. "But I truly do not know Ji Feng." "Perhaps my godfather knows him." The entertainment industry is notoriously murky, and Su Yu was well aware of this. Even a prominent star like Lin Wanru could have a godfather, which did not surprise her. However, Su Yu was now more curious than ever about who Lin Wanru's godfather might be, as he must be someone extraordinary to have such influence. How could Ji Feng possibly know such a person? Otherwise, Su Yu struggled to comprehend why a star of Lin Wanru's stature would utter such words in her presence. "I understand now, thank you for your willingness to endorse for our company. Now, let us discuss the contract details," Su Yu said with a smile. Of course, Lin Wanru nodded with a smile. Her role here was to unconditionally cooperate with Su Yu. Whatever Su Yu instructed, Lin Wanru would comply, whether it was how to endorse or what price to agree upon. She would not concern herself with anything else. The contract negotiations proceeded smoothly, with no hint of conflict. Essentially, Lin Wanru nodded in agreement to whatever Su Yu proposed. Regarding the endorsement fee, Su Yu initially intended to offer a standard rate for an A-list female star, but Lin Wanru insisted on merely 1 million as a token gesture. Nonetheless, Su Yu was acutely aware that she had secured a significant favor from Ji Feng in this arrangement, one that was not insignificant at all. Chapter 65. A rare call from Mom. Ji Feng was somewhat taken aback. Ever since parting ways with him, his parents, who had gone to the Ji family in Yanjing, had surprisingly initiated a video call. It is worth noting that during this time, his parents had not even sent a single basic WeChat message, leading Ji Feng to ponder whether they had entirely forgotten about him. "Mom, it's quite a rare occasion that the sun rises from the west today, and you actually called me. How extraordinary," Ji Feng teased over the phone. "Not oh, you cheeky child, what nonsense are you spouting? If it weren't for the sake of vying for the family fortune, would I be so busy? I hardly have any time to rest," Xiao Ling retorted, her dissatisfaction evident. Given that he had not taken over the family affairs for years, he would undoubtedly need some time to acclimate. "Is it really that hectic? Nothing out of the ordinary happened between you and Dad, did it?" Ji Feng inquired. "Busy indeed. As for events, if I say there is nothing, it's merely the same old matters. I can't clarify everything over the phone. How have you been lately, you rascal?" Things are alright, I suppose. What do you mean by alright? What about that girl? Don't worry, everything is under control. I must remind you, your father and I have returned this time with many eyes upon us from the family. For now, the focus isn't on you, but you better be prepared mentally. You were the one who said you wanted to make a grand effort. Otherwise, your father and I wouldn't be working ourselves to the bone to secure your inheritance. Got it, Mom. Don't exhaust yourselves too much. By the way, whereas Dad, your old man has been out every day for social engagements. He hardly stays at home. He seems quite pleased. I suspect that upon returning to the Ji family, numerous young and beautiful ladies have begun to gravitate towards him. Mom, you know him well. After being under your thumb for decades, even if he had any ulterior motives, he wouldn't dare act on them. That is true. I'm merely stealing a moment to call you. By the way, I have a question for you. Go ahead. Is it true that you were the one who dismissed Chi Yali's husband from his position? Who is Chi Yali, by relation? She is a distant cousin of yours. Her husband, Ming, is an executive at Ruifeng Company. Ming, yes, I was the one who dismissed him. What of it? Well, he just returned today and has already started stirring up trouble, complaining and protesting. After all, he held a high position at Ruifeng, and with his wife being a Ji family member, albeit a distant one, it's somewhat awkward. What does Grandpa say about it? Your grandfather hasn't uttered a word nor expressed any stance. However, your second uncle might be a different story. There is a possibility that the headquarters will send someone to inform you, so be mentally prepared. Seriously, I, a company president, still have to be investigated by the headquarters for dismissing someone. It's not an investigation, they just want to understand the situation. As for the specifics, you can handle it. If you've stirred up trouble, your father and I will support you. Don't be timid. That is precisely what I wanted to hear. Mom, alright, I'll end the call here. Just a final note, although your grandfather hasn't expressed himself, rest assured he will be keeping a close eye on you. Understood? Please take care of yourselves, Scott, and make sure to handle that girl. I have only one son, and I wouldn't have him being a son-in-law without a proper match. If it weren't for you stopping me, I would have sought out the Su family myself. Don't worry, I've got it covered. After hanging up, Ji Feng felt quite pleased following his conversation with his mother. Although she lamented that life within the family would no longer be as tranquil as before, both parents were undoubtedly busy and engaged in their endeavors for his sake. Thus, Ji Feng resolved to not disappoint them. Of course, with his parents suddenly returning after years and taking over the family business, it was inevitable that there would be some discontented murmurs within the family. If Ji Feng could make a name for himself, it would lessen the idle gossip his parents had to endure in the Ji family. Furthermore, Ji Feng was confident that his management of Ruifeng Company had not yet become common knowledge within the family. Very few were aware of it, otherwise, the discontent would be even louder. With these thoughts in mind, Ji Feng dialed another number. The call connected swiftly. How is everything progressing? Ji Feng inquired. Boss, we have completed the investigation on Ming. The inquiries for the other 3 individuals are still ongoing. How much longer will it take? Approximately a week. I'll give you 3 days. In 3 days, I want a complete investigation. Additionally, I will provide you with 5 million as a bonus. Understood, boss. The call ended. To be honest, having money is quite advantageous. Ji Feng currently enjoyed considerable financial freedom, with over 60 million in his account, 10 million originally from his black card and an additional 50 million won from Sun Tai's gambling den. Although he did not accept the 100 million from Pang Dahai, he had to take the extra 50 million, which Pang Dahai insisted he accept. Ji Feng had no intention of giving it back. As for his grandfather entrusting him with managing this branch, Ji Feng had a straightforward plan. He would replace all key positions in the branch with his own people. Some executives had varying degrees of ties to the Ji family, and he would utilize those he could. Those he couldn't, he would be dismissed. As for the dismissal process, it was simple. Those who had managed to remain in the company while being only slightly opportunistic, yet still competent, were deemed useful. However, any parasites would undoubtedly be eradicated. If Ji Feng could not even manage a branch, how could he ever hope to take over the vast assets of the Ji family? Ji Feng firmly believed his grandfather shared this sentiment and was observing his performance. If he couldn't even handle a mere branch, there was no way the Ji family would entrust him with their considerable fortune. Ji Feng had hired several private investigators at a high price, specifically sourced from outside the city rather than local in Jinhai. Thus, everything remained firmly within Ji Feng's control. Regarding proving his capabilities to his grandfather, Ji Feng had his own strategies. As he pondered this, he couldn't help but think of that rotund figure, Pang Dahai. The mere thought of Pang Dahai made Ji Feng chuckle. He had not anticipated that this seemingly simple-minded man was, in fact, the youngest son of a real estate tycoon from Guizhou. That evening, he and Pang Dahai had merely gone for a simple bath and massage, then sought out a place for late-night snacks and drinks. After a few bottles, coupled with Ji Feng's significant assistance, Pang Dahai had confided in him quite a bit. Their relationship rapidly escalated from mere acquaintances to sworn brothers. Pang Dahai had also shared some familial matters with Ji Feng, which took him by surprise. He hadn't expected this hefty fellow to be the youngest son of a real estate mogul worth tens of billions, currently in conflict with his half-brother over inheritance. Such fraternal strife was not uncommon in large families, and Ji Feng hoped fervently that such matters would not befall him. Yet, should they occur, he would not hesitate to act. Though he was the young master of the Ji family, Ji Feng held no emotional ties to those within the family. Chapter 66, The invitation from Zhou Guodong. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Ji Feng was partaking in his dinner when his phone rang. To his surprise, the caller ID displayed Zhou Guodong's name, leaving Ji Feng puzzled about the reason for the call. Once the call connected, Zhou Guodong's cheerful voice resonated through the line. "Hey, little brother, what are you up to?" he inquired. "Not much, brother Dong. There's something you need?" Ji Feng responded. "Not exactly a necessity, but I was wondering if you're free tonight." "I'd like to take you out for some excitement," Zhou Guodong replied. Well, I suppose I should first hear what this excitement entails, Ji Feng chuckled. Morong Xiao has returned from abroad, Zhou Guodong announced.
Morong Xiao? The name piqued Ji Feng's curiosity.
Yes, she's the cherished daughter of Morong Fu. She just arrived back in Jinhai City from the United States. To welcome his beloved daughter, Morong Fu was hosting a banquet tonight and has invited numerous guests. Each invitee is permitted to bring a friend, and naturally, I thought of you. Though Ji Feng was not particularly acquainted with Morong Xiao, he was well aware of Morong Fu, the owner of the Morong Group in Jinhai City. The group boasts a vast array of enterprises, and Morong Fu himself is a prominent figure with a fortune exceeding several billion. It is no surprise that such a distinguished individual would host a lavish welcome banquet for his only beloved daughter, inviting esteemed guests throughout Jinhai City.
Brother Dong, are you planning to take me along? Ji Feng queried. My son is far too young to attend, and after much consideration, I believe you are the most suitable choice.
So, what do you say? Unbeknownst to Ji Feng, countless young talents were eager to attend this banquet hosted by Morong Fu for his precious daughter. Securing Morong Xiao's favor at the event could potentially lead one to aspire to become Morong Fu's son-in-law, thus reaching the pinnacle of success in life. Alright then, I have nothing pressing to do, so count me in, Ji Feng agreed. With leisure time on his hands, he thought it would be enjoyable to witness the festivities. Then it's settled, the banquet starts at 7, I'll send someone to pick you up shortly. Make sure to wear formal attire, Zhou Guodong instructed.
I understand, let us leave it at that for now.
The call ended. This banquet could be deemed a high-profile affair, with attendees being prominent figures in Jinhai City. Given that invitees could bring a guest, it was likely that many would choose to accompany a female companion. However, for Zhou Guodong, who had lost his wife years ago and had not sought another, his integrity kept him indifferent to such matters. He cherished Ji Feng deeply for a significant favor bestowed upon him previously, considering him a true brother across the years, which is why he thought to invite Ji Feng to enjoy the festivities together. At the banquet, the men would undoubtedly don tailored suits, while the women would likely adorn themselves in elegant gowns or kipeos. Ji Feng possessed formal attire suitable for such an occasion. It must be said that high-quality suits truly enhance a man's charm and charisma, embodying an essence often associated with success. At 5:30, a driver arrived to escort Ji Feng. By 6:30, Ji Feng and Zhou Guodong arrived at their destination, the Jinhai Hotel. The Jinhai Hotel is a 5-star establishment in Jinhai City. For the welcome banquet of his only beloved daughter, Morong Fu undoubtedly invested considerable effort. This evening, he not only reserved the entire venue but also invited a renowned pianist from abroad to entertain the guests. Of course, Morong Fu would not have gone to such lengths merely to enhance the festive atmosphere. It was primarily for his daughter's artistic display at the banquet. Morong Xiao had pursued her studies in classical dance in the United States and had some knowledge of classical music. It was her own enthusiasm that sparked the idea of performing at the banquet. Since his cherished daughter was eager to showcase her talents, Morong Fu was more than willing to facilitate her wishes by hiring a distinguished pianist to accompany her. However, the true purpose of Morong Xiao's return remained unclear to the guests, although some speculated that Morong Fu intended for her to take over the Morong Group. After all, he had only this one daughter. Who else could he entrust the group to? Due to the exclusive reservation of the Jinhai Hotel by Morong Fu, all attendees were invited guests. There were staff members at the entrance responsible for reception, and entry required an invitation. Luxurious cars arrived in succession, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and the like, creating quite a spectacle. It could be said that all invited guests were either wealthy or influential. TSK, Morong Fu has certainly invested considerable effort into his daughter's affairs.
The rumors seem to hold some truth, Zhou Guodong remarked to Ji Feng.
What rumors?
Ji Feng inquired, intrigued. Word has it that Morong Fu was seeking a successor. With only one daughter, who else could he consider? Zhou Guodong elaborated.
Then, if what you say is true, whoever marries Morong Xiao would essentially inherit the Morong Group, Ji Feng mused with a grin.
Exactly.
Just look around, there are plenty who share this ambition, Zhou Guodong responded, gesturing subtly to the surroundings. Of the individuals eligible for invitation were predominantly middle-aged and older, yet surprisingly few brought female companions, with many accompanied by younger men. Look over there, that's General Wang from Huai Aluminum, and beside him is his youngest son.
And that's Mr.
Chen from Ant Group, accompanied by his son. Take a glance at that one. Zhou Guodong, who held a rather indifferent view towards business marriages, attended the event purely for the sake of enjoyment. Little brother, had you been single, your looks and demeanor would certainly afford you more opportunities than those young lads, Zhou Guodong teased.
No worries, brother Dong.
If I am fortunate enough to attract her attention, I could always consider divorce, Ji Feng joked. If your sister-in-law hears that, she might just take you down. Zhou Guodong laughed, well aware that Ji Feng was jesting.
No problem, if you don't mention it, I won't either. No one will be the wiser.
After presenting their invitations to the reception staff, Zhou Guodong and Ji Feng successfully entered the hotel. Chapter 67. Attending the hotel banquet. The hotel lobby has been meticulously prepared. The spacious hall is now adorned with designated viewing stands and performance areas. At the heart of the venue lies a long table, lavishly laden with an array of exquisite desserts and fruits. Waitstaff, each balancing trays of wine, weave gracefully through the crowd, attending to every esteemed guest. Ah, Mr. Wang, it has been quite a while, a voice calls out.
Isn't that Mr. Li, what brings your young master here?
Forgive my intrusion, I brought my son along for a taste of the world, comes the jovial reply. What a coincidence, I am here for the same reason. Among the distinguished guests already present, some inevitably recognize one another or have previously engaged in business collaborations, greeting each other with pleasantries. In stark contrast, the atmosphere surrounding Ji Feng and Zhou Guodong is rather subdued. This is, of course, partly due to Zhou Guodong's aversion to engaging in superficial small talk. He clutches a glass of red wine and seeks refuge in a corner, feeling quite at ease.
Brother Dong, how can you remain so indifferent when such a splendid opportunity to forge partnerships and expand networks presents itself? Ji Feng chuckles. Opportunities for collaboration will manifest in due course. Those that are not meant to be are hardly worth the expenditure of breath, Zhou Guodong replies. Having navigated the business world for so long, he understands the nuances of commerce. Were he younger and faced with such an opportunity, he might have cherished it greatly. However, he no longer places much value on it. Moreover, given his current standing, any potential collaborations are more likely to be initiated by others seeking him out. That is a fair point, Ji Feng nods in agreement. If you are interested and have ideas, I would be happy to make introductions for you.
Zhou Guodong looks at Ji Feng, mistakenly assuming he harbors intentions to cultivate new connections. I think I shall pass. I was merely speaking in jest, Ji Feng responds with a smile. The pair remains in their inconspicuous corner, observing the lively scene in the hall without any desire to engage. The lobby is bustling with guests, and for the moment, no one notices the two men tucked away in their corner. Brother, your little brother-in-law has arrived, Zhou Guodong suddenly remarks with a hint of amusement.
My little brother-in-law? Who might that be? Ji Feng inquires. Who else but Su Chao? He is the younger brother of Mr.Su, and beside him is his father, Suan Kong. You do not recognize them? Zhou Guodong explains. I do not.
This is my first encounter. However, Su Chao is merely a cousin to my wife, so I cannot truly consider him my brother-in-law, Ji Feng states directly. Zhou Guodong nods, refraining from further commentary. He is aware that Su Yu and Su Chao do not share a cordial relationship. During their last business collaboration, Su Chao had been quite vocal in obstructing Su Yu's involvement, hence Ji Feng's unfamiliarity with Su Chao is entirely understandable. Zhou Guodong harbors no fondness for Su Chao either. In the business realm, he has heard whispers of the young Su family's questionable character, but it was only after the last incident that he truly grasped the depths of Su Chao's unseemly disposition. Had Ji Feng not intervened, that collaboration could have led to significant trouble. Ji Feng, however, gazes curiously at the newly arrived father and son duo, intrigued as it is his first glimpse of anyone from the Su family. Could it be that the Su family seeks to align itself with the Morong group through marriage? Ji Feng queries with interest. Do not just consider the Su family. Who in Jinhai City does not covet the Morong family's sole precious daughter? Everyone knows that marrying Morong Xiaoxiao equates to inheriting billions in assets from the Morong group as a dowry, Zhou Guodong replies, then adds, yet, I must say, I have no idea where the Su family derives their confidence from in sending Su Chao here. Judging by his appearance and demeanor, unless Morong Xiaoxiao is blind, there is no way she would ever be interested in him. Zhou Guodong speaks candidly, showing no concern for Ji Feng's presence. Suan Kong bears a square face, and as his son, Su Chao naturally inherits those unremarkable features. As for his aura, the lackluster gait betrays a life steeped in indulgence and excess, leaving him devoid of vitality. Brother Dong, your words resonate with undeniable truth, leaving me at a loss for retort, Ji Feng laughs. Zhou Guodong's forthrightness is what appeals to Ji Feng the most. He speaks his mind without hesitation. Although the Su family may not be among the elite in Jinhai City, they do possess a network of connections. Upon entering the hall, Suan Kong and his son encounter acquaintances, exchanging cordial greetings. Son, make the most of this opportunity. If you can win Morong Xiaoxiao's favor, your grandmother will surely entrust the Su family to you, Suan Kong whispers to Su Chao. Father, even if I do not capture Morong Xiaoxiao's attention, the Su family will still be mine in the future, Su Chao asserts. You insolent boy, take this seriously. Your father has yet to assume control of the Su family, and you dare to speak in such a manner? Suan Kong retorts, visibly displeased. Am I incorrect? Grandmother has always had a low opinion of uncle, and you have only me as your son. If grandmother entrusts the Su family to you, it is only a matter of time before you pass it on to me. Be quiet, if your grandmother hears you, you will face her wrath. Some things are better left unsaid. Keep your thoughts to yourself until matters are certain. Do not speak so confidently, understood? Understood, Su Chao replies, a hint of impatience in his tone. What are you planning to tell your grandmother about the cancellation of the collaboration with the International Trade Company? She will certainly be furious if she finds out. I have not yet figured that out. It is also Yu's fault, Su Chao grumbles, his teeth clenched at the mention of Su Yu. Is it true that Su Yu is already married? This is crucial information. I have dispatched someone to investigate. However, I suspect it is highly likely. You know Su Yu's temperament all too well. When the engagement to Ma Qiming was announced, her reaction was quite telling. If she had nothing to hide, how could she have reacted so vehemently? Investigate promptly. If this is indeed the case, it will provide you with a solid explanation regarding the cancellation of the collaboration with the International Trade Company, and you can place the blame squarely on Su Yu. Rest assured, I know how to handle this. When Morong Xiaoxiao makes her appearance, be sharp and alert. Many eyes are watching this enticing prospect. If you manage to seize this opportunity, your father will benefit from your success. Father, you need not worry, I have been preparing for this day for quite some time. At this moment, on the third floor of the Jinhai Hotel, the host of the banquet, Morong Group's leader Morong Fu, is engaged in conversation with his cherished only daughter.
Chapter 68 Morong Fu's Plans. My dear daughter, today I have invited numerous distinguished individuals from Jinhai City to welcome you home. After a while, why not step outside and see if any of the noble young gentlemen catch your eye? Morong Fu, whose temples had begun to gray, earnestly addressed his beloved daughter, Morong Xiaoxiao. As his only child, he had resolved to entrust the Morong Group's enterprises to her upon her return. However, being a girl, she would undoubtedly require assistance, and the most suitable aid would be her future son-in-law. Within the room, a young woman adorned in a flowing white gown, her countenance sweet and charming, was currently preening before the mirror. Upon hearing her father's words, Morong Xiaoxiao retorted, "Father, here you go again. I have no interest in those young masters. I understand that your standards are high, but I'm not suggesting you must choose from among them. It would be prudent to keep an open mind. Perhaps someone suitable may present themselves," Morong Fu responded. "To be frank, those individuals are merely drawn to the Morong Group's wealth. How can you expect me to search for my future husband among them?" Morong Xiaoxiao replied directly. "I am well aware of their intentions, but I merely wish for you to see if there is any spark of attraction. As for the rest, we can deliberate further." Morong Fu stated that he was acutely cognizant of the fact that nearly all of the guests he had invited today brought their sons along, fully aware of their motives. Naturally, this banquet was organized specifically for his daughter, a welcome home gathering, allowing the notable figures of Jinhai City to become acquainted with her. Furthermore, he hoped to gauge whether his precious daughter could find someone appealing among these young aristocrats. Should that be the case, he could proceed with subsequent arrangements. "They're all frivolous wastrels. I have no desire to engage with them." Morong Xiaoxiao dismissed the young masters of Jinhai City with disdain. Morong Fu chuckled ruefully. "My daughter, pray tell, what sort of man do you seek? After all these years abroad, I have yet to see you bring home a boyfriend. Please, father, you know how antiquated your views are. Even if I were to find a foreign boyfriend, would you truly accept him?" Morong Xiaoxiao inquired. "Perhaps a foreigner is best avoided," Morong Fu admitted, struggling to reconcile the idea of his only daughter marrying someone from abroad. "Well then, rest assured, although I've studied abroad, I am not fond of foreign culture or lifestyle," Morong Xiaoxiao assured him. "As for my future husband, my expectations are not lofty. He must possess a certain proficiency in music, and I must feel a connection with him. If those two criteria are met, I shall be content." Upon hearing this, Morong Fu's expression turned bittersweet. Were those demands truly not high, a man skilled in music would likely be a renowned artist, and he knew that his daughter specialized in classical traditional music, a field in which practitioners tended to be older. As for the second criterion, attraction, he was painfully aware of how discerning his daughter's tastes could be. "Sigh," Morong Xiaoxiao lamented, "Father, you are not getting any younger. The Morong Group will inevitably pass into your hands. You ought to be looking forward to retiring early and spending time with your grandchildren." "Dear, you need not worry about my affairs. Tell me, do I look appealing?" Morong Xiaoxiao asked with a smile as she rose to her feet, slowly turning in front of her father. The white gown accentuated her exquisite features, bestowing upon her an air of nobility that rendered her undeniably stunning. "Indeed, my precious daughter is undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in Jinhai City," Morong Fu praised without reservation. "I cannot accept such a title. Although I seldom return to Jinhai City, I am well aware of who holds the title of the city's foremost beauty. Su from the Su family, am I not correct?" Morong Xiaoxiao remarked. "Well, my daughter, as you have been away from Jinhai City for so long, upon your return, the title of the city's first beauty rightfully belongs to you," Morong Fu said indulgently. "Enough of that. I have no interest in such superficial accolades. The hour grows late, father, let us proceed." Morong Fu nodded in agreement. "Then let us go. You were eager to showcase your dancing skills before everyone, were you not? I have even invited a master pianist to accompany you." Upon hearing the mention of the pianist, Morong Xiaoxiao fell silent, but a glint of mischief flickered in her bright eyes. In order to thwart her father's intention of having her select a suitor from among the young aristocrats, she had quietly devised a plan behind his back. In the grand hall, Morong Xiaoxiao smiled gracefully, her right arm linked with Morong Fu's as they descended from the third floor. The once boisterous hall fell into a hushed silence at their arrival. "Is that Morong Xiaoxiao? Morong Fu's daughter is truly enchanting. Son, be sure to make a good impression on Morong Xiaoxiao later. Opportunity has arrived, son. Do not falter." As Morong Fu and Morong Xiaoxiao made their entrance, whispers rippled through the crowd. Indeed, Morong Xiaoxiao's presence captivated the young men in attendance. Most of them were scions of noble families, accustomed to the company of many women, yet even they could not help but silently marvel at her extraordinary beauty. "Brother, did you see that? That is Morong Fu's daughter, Morong Xiaoxiao. Honestly, she is quite stunning. Look at how those young men are entranced," Zhou Guodong remarked softly. Ji Feng chuckled and nodded in agreement. There was no denying that Morong Xiaoxiao was a great beauty, her sweet demeanor reminiscent of someone he knew, Leah. However, the years spent in a wealthy household and her education abroad had endowed Morong Xiaoxiao with a grace that Leah lacked. If Leah embodied sweetness, Morong Xiaoxiao exuded a noble sweetness. "I am delighted to see you all here today for the banquet I have organized for my daughter. Before we commence, she wishes to perform a dance for you all. I hope you will indulge her," Morong Fu announced, his face beaming with warmth as he addressed the guests. As Morong Fu's words echoed in the hall, the guests dutifully retreated to form a viewing area, eagerly anticipating Morong Xiaoxiao's dance performance. Meanwhile, she gracefully descended the staircase and made her way to the performance area. Morong Fu watched his beloved daughter with affectionate eyes, eager to support her passion for dance. At that moment, however, a figure approached Morong Fu, whispering a few words in his ear, causing his expression to change dramatically.
Chapter 69 Morong Xiaoxiao's plan. The reason for Morong Fu's change in demeanor stemmed from the news delivered by his subordinates, informing him that the piano maestro he had specially invited from the United States had departed without so much as a farewell. This unexpected departure incensed Morong Fu. As a magnate worth billions, he had invested a substantial amount to bring the master over, only to have him leave abruptly. With the time for his beloved daughter's piano accompaniment fast approaching, he found himself in a precarious situation. Given the limited time, even if he sought another pianist, it would be impossible to arrange in such haste. Esteemed guests, I apologize, but the piano maestro I engaged has encountered an unforeseen matter and is unable to attend. I kindly ask for your patience. Morong Fu announced. He urgently needed someone in Jinhai City to find a pianist, regardless of their renown, as he could not afford to dampen his precious daughter's spirits. Upon hearing Morong Fu's words, the guests in the hall nodded in understanding, their smiles indicating that they bore no ill will. Given Morong Fu's influence in Jinhai City, it was only natural that they would extend him this courtesy. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, Morong Fu simmered with anger. How could a mere pianist dare to stand him up? In the eyes of capitalism, anyone who could be hired with money was deemed insignificant. As Morong Fu prepared to dispatch someone to find a replacement pianist, Morong Xiaoxiao turned to him with a smile and said, "Father, there is no need to look for anyone else. It was I who asked Frank to return." Frank was the name of the esteemed piano maestro whom Morong Fu had paid handsomely to invite. Upon hearing Morong Xiaoxiao's statement, a resigned smile spread across Morong Fu's face. At that moment, he understood her intent. Knowing his daughter as he did, he realized she must have orchestrated her own plans for the evening, resulting in the sudden departure of the maestro without informing him. This revelation confirmed that the evening's arrangements had been made without his knowledge. Contemplating this, Morong Fu felt a mix of resignation and curiosity. What clever scheme was his astute daughter concocting for the evening? He nodded in acknowledgement to Morong Xiaoxiao, indicating his understanding. Her face brightened with joy, for she recognized that her father had tacitly approved her plans. My father mentioned that among the guests present today, aside from my elders, there are also the young talents of Jinhai City. Therefore, I have a wish. I hope one of these young gentlemen will come forth to accompany me on the piano. Might any of you be willing to fulfill this desire? As Morong Xiaoxiao finished her invitation, Morong Fu maintained a smile, yet his sense of helplessness deepened. He now comprehended her objective. It was to assert herself among the elite young men of Jinhai City. Finding a pianist among these privileged heirs was no small feat. Moreover, given that his daughter was a dancer with a discerning ear for music, she would not settle for anything less than an accomplished performer. While she presented her request with apparent politeness, should the chosen pianist falter, Morong Xiaoxiao would not hesitate to critique them openly. As expected, after her invitation, many of the young scions displayed expressions of discomfort. Play the piano, such a skill was beyond their capabilities. The tedious process of learning the instrument paled in comparison to their pursuits of luxury cars and romantic conquests. Since Miss Morong has spoken, I shall not shy away from the challenge. A young man stepped forward, drawing the attention of the room. Isn't that Li Hang? Old Li, your son is quite the achiever. Wow, Li Hang has learned a few piano skills to impress the ladies. What a clever move. This was Li Hang, the youngest son of Li Youfu, the owner of a construction enterprise. His bold advance stirred a considerable commotion among the attendees. Hearing the murmurs around him, Li Hang felt a swell of pride. He had taken up piano lessons solely to woo women. Though he was merely a novice, still, he could manage to play simpler pieces by reading the sheet music. Little did he expect that this skill, acquired for romantic pursuits, would serve him well in this setting, granting him an advantage with the esteemed Morong family. Greetings, Miss Morong. I am Li Hang, he said, presenting himself with a charming demeanor. If young Master Li has no objections, shall we commence? Morong Xiaoxiao smiled. Seeing her up close, Li Hang was once again captivated by her exquisite features. The thought of impressing the wealthy elite, particularly Morong Xiaoxiao, filled him with exhilaration. He approached the grand piano, a lavish instrument worth over $1 million. Yet, as he reached it, confusion washed over him. Where were the sheet music? How was he to perform? Observing Li Hang's perplexed expression, Morong Xiaoxiao remarked, "Young Master Li, surely a simple piano piece does not require sheet music." In response, Li Hang forced a smile. Of course, no problem at all. May I inquire which piece Miss Morong wishes for me to play? Despite his lack of confidence, he was now committed and had no choice but to feign bravado, hoping that the piece she requested would be one he could manage. The Concerto of Love. This classic piano piece should pose no challenge for you, young Master Li, Morong Xiaoxiao said slowly. Upon hearing her choice, Li Hang's heart sank, and he regretted not having practiced this particular piece, which he had been instructed to learn but had neglected. Chapter 70 Zhou Guodong's proposal. The Concierto d'Amour, more precisely known as the G major minuet, is a quintessential piano piece composed by Johann Sebastian Bach. When Morong Xiaoxiao mentioned this piano composition, Li Hang felt an overwhelming wave of regret wash over him. During his piano lessons, his instructor had insisted he practice this very piece. However, he was never truly passionate about playing the piano, and his motives were merely to impress others. Consequently, he only learned a couple of other classic pieces and familiarized himself with the sheet music before ceasing further study, as this was sufficient for his pursuits in romance. Thus, when Morong Xiaoxiao brought up the Concierto d'Amour, he lamented his earlier decision not to master it. Li Hang strained to recall the sheet music for this piano piece. He glanced at it but, after a considerable time, found himself unable to play, ultimately opting to abandon the attempt. What is the matter, young Master Li? Is the piano not to your liking? Morong Xiaoxiao inquired teasingly. Li Hang, his face flushed with embarrassment, rose and said, I apologize, Miss Morong, but I am not familiar with this piece.
Might we select another?
It was indeed splendid to initially take the spotlight, but failing to deliver only led to a mortifying experience. I'm sorry, young Masterly, but the accompaniment I use for my dance is indeed this Concierto d'Amore. Since you are not familiar with it, I suggest you step aside and observe, Morong Xiaoxiao implied, hinting that it would be best for him to exit and spare himself further embarrassment. With a grim expression, Li Heng descended, eliciting a chorus of murmurs from the onlookers. The pride he felt ascending was now replaced by the discomfort of descending. Li Yofu, who had initially beamed with pride at his son's boldness, now wished to bury his face in shame.
The humiliation was indeed profound. Is there anyone here who can play the Concierto d'Amore?
After Li Heng departed, Morong Xiaoxiao scanned the crowd with her gaze. A group of affluent young men exchanged glances, none daring to meet her eyes. They didn't even know how to play the piano, let alone perform her designated piece. To step forward would only lead to embarrassment and a negative impression, making it wiser to refrain.
Ah, the Concierto d'Amore?
I too have a fondness for this piano piece, a voice emerged. The crowd turned to see Su Chao striding forward with the confidence of a proud rooster, a smile beaming on his face.
Su Chao, when did he learn to play the piano? Is this for real? Does he intend to steal the show?
Damn, I should have known. I saw him entering the piano room the other day.
Could it be that he was already aware of Miss Morong's preference for piano music? Where did he acquire such information?
As Su Chao stepped forward, the elite young men could not help but murmur amongst themselves. Although the Su family held a modest reputation in Jinhai City, in the presence of numerous business magnates and influential families, they appeared rather ordinary. Thus, when Su Chao emerged, ready to seize the moment, he inadvertently drew the ire of some in attendance. However, brimming with self-assurance, Su Khan watched his son approach with unwavering confidence. While the Su family may not hold the upper hand in status here, they had come well prepared. Su Khan had previously dispatched individuals to gather intelligence from the Morong group regarding Morong Xiaoxiao's return to Jinhai City, allowing them to make necessary preparations. They even went to great lengths to find specialists overseas to investigate her interests and hobbies, all in preparation for his son, Su Chao. Among the findings, they learned that Morong Xiaoxiao specialized in classical dance, adored classical music, and particularly favored the Concierto d'Amore. In the days leading up to this event, Su Chao had devoted considerable effort to learning the piano, focusing specifically on this piece. After all, mastering a piano piece does not yield results in just 2 or 3 days, but with dedicated practice on a single composition, one can achieve significant improvement. Thus, upon encountering this opportunity, he was determined to seize it.
My name is Su Chao. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Morong, he said with a smile. Young Master Su, did you just say you also enjoy the Concierto d'Amore?
Morong Xiaoxiao inquired with a smile. Indeed, Su Chao affirmed, I have many favorite piano pieces, but this one is my utmost favorite.
In that case, might I request young Master Su to showcase his skills for us?
Morong Xiaoxiao suggested. It would be my honor, Su Chao replied. With a heart full of confidence, Su Chao approached the piano, settled himself, placed his hands on the keys, and positioned his feet on the pedals, all in one seamless motion, exuding an air of professionalism. Brother, this Su Chao is quite impressive. He has evidently put in considerable effort for Morong Xiaoxiao, Zhou Guodong remarked. Having spent many years in the business world, his discerning eye quickly recognized Su Chao's thorough preparation. Ji Feng added with a chuckle, while playing the piano may not be difficult, mastering a piece is no simple feat.
It remains to be seen whether Morong Xiaoxiao truly understands piano music or is merely dabbling. Brother, can you play the piano?
Zhou Guodong suddenly asked. I'm merely a novice, Ji Feng replied with a smile. He indeed possessed some knowledge of piano from a previous life, yet playing well and merely playing were two entirely different concepts. Mastery of the piano requires not only innate talent but also years of dedicated instruction.
Moreover, to convey the essence of a piece, one must express its soul, an essential element of any piano composition.
I doubt Su Chao possesses the capability to succeed. Should he falter, will you step up and showcase your talents?
Zhou Guodong proposed.
However, just as his words settled in the air, a familiar system notification echoed in Ji Feng's ears.
Options available. Option 1. Accept Zhou Guodong's proposal, granting you master-level piano skills. Option 2. Decline Zhou Guodong's proposal, granting you expert-level piano skills.
Faced with these choices, Ji Feng felt a sense of resignation. Regardless of his selection, he would acquire piano skills. Therefore, it was prudent to choose the superior option, even if it bore the scent of pretension.
I choose option 1.
Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level piano skills.
Brother, what say you? Are you interested? Zhou Guodong queried once more.
Brother, since you have extended the invitation, I shall indeed take the stage to demonstrate, Ji Feng replied, accepting the challenge with a smile. Chapter 71. The facade of nonchalance is not easily worn here. Su Chao was fully prepared to perform. However, Morong Xiaoxiao had no intention of dancing alongside him. She aimed to evaluate this young master of the Su family. Su Chao's performance was evidently proficient. He could play the piece, but what Morong Xiaoxiao sought was not merely someone who could play the tune, but rather someone who could play it exceptionally well. Though she specialized in dance, she understood the resonance between music and movement, possessing a considerable talent for music herself, and nonetheless, she chose to focus on dance, without completely abandoning her musical aspirations. She was not only an exceptionally skilled dancer but also a discerning listener with a unique understanding of music. The quality of a piano performance was something she could immediately discern upon hearing it. As the piano's notes resonated, Su Chao, who had diligently practiced, executed the love concerto with remarkable fluency. The elegant piano melody filled the hall, reaching the ears of the audience. It must be said that the pure music of a piano indeed possesses a soul-cleansing magic. Those who appreciate piano music find immense joy in the performances of master pianists. He's got a few tricks up his sleeve.
Su Chao is quite impressive. He doesn't seem like a novice at all.
Damn, I didn't expect this kid to pull off something so good.
Su Kong's son is commendable, he plays with flair.
As Su Chao expertly played the love concerto, whispers circulated among the onlookers, though spoken in hushed tones, as no one would dare disrupt the atmosphere with unnecessary noise. Such behavior would only reveal their lack of decorum before Morong Xiaoxiao. The attendees were all members of high society, yet true aficionados of piano music, those with specialized insights, were few and far between, almost negligible. However, among them stood Morong Fu, who watched the spectacle from the second floor. Initially, he held some expectations for Su Chao's reappearance, yet, upon hearing the first note struck by Su Chao, he inwardly shook his head. The performance was lacking, the necessary finesse was absent, and it could be said that there was no understanding of the piece's essence. Perhaps it was the affection for his daughter, who cherished both dance and music, coupled with his own status, that led him to enjoy listening to the performances of piano maestros in his leisure time. Years of dedication had cultivated this habit within him, allowing him to discern the quality of a piano piece. However, while Su Chao's proficiency might impress the layman, to those knowledgeable, it was evident that he had barely scratched the surface. The crux of a piano piece lies in its soul. If one can express the essence of the music, it undoubtedly signifies a masterful level of artistry. Yet, Su Chao's performance could only be described as merely playing the notes, a chasm away from true excellence.
Moreover, Morong Xiaoxiao's standards for piano music were far more rigorous than his.
Yet another young man with futile efforts, with this level of skill, not even I would pass, let alone my precious daughter, Morong Fu mused to himself. I didn't expect this kid to have some talent, Zhou Guodong remarked, though he lacked understanding of piano music.
Su Chao's ability to play the piece smoothly surprised him. What do you think, brother? Ji Feng inquired with a smile.
Feelings, I have none, I don't understand music, Zhou Guodong replied bluntly.
If you can't feel anything without understanding music, do you think those who do will feel anything? Ji Feng retorted.
Upon hearing Ji Feng's words, Zhou Guodong wore an expression of realization. Ji Feng's implication was clear. Su Chao's performance was subpar. If even they, who were musically untrained, felt nothing from the piece, how could Morong Xiaoxiao, a professional, possibly feel anything? The answer was undoubtedly negative. The complete love concerto lasted a mere 3 minutes, and soon enough, Su Chao had played it from start to finish. As he concluded, he sighed in relief, a smile gracing his face as he confidently rose and bowed to the audience, displaying impeccable courtesy. The audience responded with polite applause, though they felt little in terms of emotional impact. Still, the fact that he had performed the piece without sheet music was impressive enough in their eyes. Just as Su Chao basked in his confidence, awaiting Morong Xiaoxiao's newfound respect or perhaps an invitation to accompany her officially, a voice filled with profound disappointment pierced through the air, leaving him momentarily stunned.
Is this truly the expression of your fondness for this piano piece?
Morong Xiaoxiao's face bore an expression of deep disappointment, to the extent that she could hardly be bothered to look at Su Chao.
Miss Morong, what do you mean by that?
Su Chao inquired, perplexed. Setting aside everything else, your playing technique was riddled with flaws to a degree that I scarcely know how to articulate, Morong Xiaoxiao criticized directly. Where you should have been assertive, you were as soft as a woman. Where you should have been gentle, you struck like a butcher. You failed to convey even 1% of the soul encapsulated within this love concerto.
As she delivered her scathing critique, Su Chao's expression darkened considerably.
He understood that mastering the piano was not an overnight endeavor, yet achieving a complete and fluid performance within just 2 or 3 days was commendable in his eyes. As for the notion of soul, it was an alien concept to him.
Alas, you have truly disappointed me.
I had intended to stop you mid-performance, but seeing how hard you worked, I couldn't bring myself to do it. You have my condolences, Morong Xiaoxiao said coldly. Following her words, Su Chao's face turned a mottled shade of blue and purple. He had believed victory was assured, only to find himself subjected to such harsh scrutiny. Those who had previously thought Su Chao had gained an advantage couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Morong Xiaoxiao's assessment. Particularly, Li Hang's smile was unabashedly evident. Did you really think it would be easy to show off? Li Hang was no fool. When Morong Xiaoxiao specified a piano piece yet deliberately withheld the sheet music, he recognized that the young lady from the Morong family was not to be trifled with. At that moment, Su Kong's expression was equally grim. As Su Chao was publicly humiliated by Morong Xiaoxiao in front of so many people, the father's pride was thoroughly diminished. Representing the Su family, it was clear that their dignity had been severely compromised. Miss Morong, with all due respect, I acknowledge my limitations in piano skills, but if you are searching for someone among us young people who can play a piece to your satisfaction, I fear you may be disappointed, Su Chao stated solemnly. Chapter 72. This foolish lad is spouting nonsense, Su Chao thought to himself, unable to suppress his anger after speaking. By uttering such words, did Su Chao not imply to those around him that he was the most formidable presence here, with no one else to rival him? If such a statement had come from Morong Xiaoxiao, it might have been more acceptable. However, with so many witnesses present, Su Chao's declaration only served to create enemies for both himself and the Su family. As expected, after Su Chao's words, many attendees wore cold expressions, indicating that they had begun to harbor resentment toward him. In response, Morong Xiaoxiao merely smiled and remarked, since young Master Su has made such a statement, it seems that I shall have no opportunity to showcase my dance today, which is truly regrettable.
Realizing his blunder, Su Chao hastily replied, Miss Morong, you have misunderstood my intent. I merely wish to express that if you could grant us a moment, we have long admired your graceful dance. I'm sorry, but I adhere to my principles. Without a satisfactory accompaniment, I shall not perform. It is rather disappointing that, in such a grand city as Jinhai, there is not even one person capable of playing the piano, Morong Xiaoxiao stated bluntly, her words offending many of the prominent young men present. On the second floor, Morong Fu covered his face in despair that he knew full well that his precious daughter was putting on a show for his benefit. Her stance was unmistakable and none of these young men were worthy of her attention. Yet, was it truly necessary to offend so many at once? Although Morong Fu appeared indifferent, he recognized that Morong Xiaoxiao was equally unconcerned about the sentiment of those around her. The Morong Group, being a premier establishment in Jinhai, possessed its own sense of pride and strength. Despite the harshness of her words, none dared to openly confront her, for such a reaction would indicate a lack of the social standing necessary for their current positions. Su Chao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the young lady from the Morong family would be so demanding, offering no regard for his status as a young master of the Su family. Miss Morong, your dedication to music is truly admirable. May I dare to perform a piece? I wonder if you might grant me this opportunity?
A voice emerged, and from the shadows, a figure stepped forward. It was, of course, Ji Feng, who, having chosen to follow the system's option, was determined to fulfill it. As Ji Feng took the stage, Zhou Guodong couldn't help but mentally chastise himself for his earlier words, expressing a desire to see Ji Feng showcase his talent. Now, Ji Feng was indeed stepping forward at this inopportune moment.
If he faltered, he would surely offend a multitude. Ji Feng's entrance elicited a flurry of curious glances. Who is this person? His face is unfamiliar. Which family does he belong to? I don't recognize him. I've never seen him before. To seek the spotlight at such a time is simply asking for trouble.
The crowd was taken aback by Ji Feng's appearance, especially since they did not recognize him. However, all those present at this gathering were esteemed figures of Jinhai, and Ji Feng was an unknown to them.
Who are you?
Morong Xiaoxiao inquired, her curiosity piqued by Ji Feng's imposing demeanor, which distinctly set him apart from the so-called aristocratic youths. Miss Morong, he is my friend, Zhou Guodong interjected, not allowing Ji Feng to bear the pressure alone.
Ah, so he is a friend of Mr. Zhou, may I know your name?
Morong Xiaoxiao smiled. This was the remarkable quality of Morong Xiaoxiao. Despite her infrequent visits to Jinhai, she had memorized the guest list for today's event.
My surname is Ji Feng replied with a smile. Ah, Mr.
Ji, Morong Xiaoxiao responded, it is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your company. Miss Morong, you are too kind, Ji Feng replied. The exchange between Ji Feng and Morong Xiaoxiao left Zhou Guodong momentarily stunned, as did the surrounding attendees. It was noteworthy that Morong Xiaoxiao had not previously offered such courteous remarks to those taking the stage. At this moment, Morong Fu's attention shifted to Ji Feng, scrutinizing him with curiosity and nodding subtly. The young man's demeanor and appearance were indeed impressive. Upon hearing Morong Xiaoxiao's words, Morong Fu discerned that her attitude toward Ji Feng was at least one of mild favor, elevating him above the other young men present.
Mr. Ji, do you also have knowledge of piano compositions?
Morong Xiaoxiao inquired with a smile. I have a modest understanding, Ji Feng replied humbly.
Since you wish to showcase your talent, I wholeheartedly welcome it.
Please, go ahead, she gestured invitingly. Thank you, Ji Feng replied, casually passing by Su Chao without a glance and seating himself at the piano. Instantly, all eyes shifted to Su Chao, who felt an acute sense of humiliation, first ridiculed, now entirely ignored. You bastard, I shall see just how impressive you truly are, Su Chao seethed inwardly. As Ji Feng settled at the piano, he turned to the now overlooked Su Chao and remarked, Young Master Su, in future discourse, please refrain from generalizing your opinions to encompass everyone. Each individual has their own interests, and it is unjust to belittle others for their differing tastes.
Ji Feng's words sparked a ripple of reactions. This guy is right. While I cannot play the piano, I excel in singing. Su Chao should be more mindful. He cannot measure others by his own limited abilities.
Well, Su Chao, you have some nerve to look down on everyone here. I respect that. Su Chao's face paled. Ji Feng's comment had undoubtedly thrown him into the pit he had dug for himself. Su Ankan's complexion darkened as well, visibly infuriated. Simultaneously, Ji Feng's words garnered a measure of goodwill from many attendees. Although Ji Feng was also seeking the limelight, he was at least less detestable than Su Chao. This person is quite intriguing, Morong Xiaoxiao mused, smiling at Ji Feng.
Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now present my humble performance.
With that, Ji Feng gently placed his hands on the piano keys, closing his eyes slightly, entering an ineffable state. Today, it was I, Ji Feng, who would take the stage. Chapter 73. A masterful interpretation before performing. A piano maestro invariably seeks to find their own state of being. Once immersed in that state, their artistry reaches its zenith, and their expression becomes profoundly authentic. The same applies to Ji Feng. Naturally, with his masterful piano skills, Ji Feng's prowess eclipses that of any contemporary piano virtuoso. Furthermore, he is capable of flawlessly executing any piano piece, perfectly conveying the very soul of the music. A pianist who can evoke the spirit of a piece is worthy of the title master, and only a true grandmaster can express that essence with perfection and utmost finesse. Though Ji Feng is youthful, his system endows him with extraordinary capabilities. Indeed, it is akin to possessing an unfair advantage. Initially, Ji Feng had no intention of showcasing his prowess, but since the system has granted him the opportunity and strength to do so, he sees no reason to refrain. As Ji Feng pressed the first key, producing an enchanting sound, Morong Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with realization. Yes, this is the sound. On the second floor, Morong Fu also felt a surge of interest. Despite being mere novices, the audience, captivated by the performance of a master pianist, could find their own feelings within the music and revel in its beauty. There exists a type of music that must be listened to with the heart, a type that must be felt with love. A piece that can evoke the warmth and tenderness of a beloved, dispelling the winter's gloom and ushering in endless sunshine. This is the gift that the love concerto offers its listeners. At this moment, Ji Feng had entered a state of perfect performance. His fingers danced upon the keys like lively sprites, each note resonating throughout the hall. The captivating melodies enveloped everyone present. Morong Xiaoxiao undoubtedly felt the deepest connection. She was irresistibly moved, following the rhythm of Ji Feng's playing in a graceful dance, reminiscent of a proud swan showcasing its beauty before an audience. The spectators watched in awe as Morong Xiaoxiao danced elegantly, appreciating her exquisite movements while simultaneously immersing themselves in Ji Feng's enchanting melodies. The entire composition was suffused with boundless sunshine and a sense of carefree joy, a seamless blend of happiness and delight, a natural crystallization of love and beauty, lifting the spirits of all present. The flawless fusion of dance and piano performance between Morong Xiaoxiao and Ji Feng was akin to a perfect partnership, yet the result resembled that of seasoned collaborators. Their synergy was exquisite and harmonious. One might even argue that Morong Xiaoxiao's exceptional dance foundation, combined with Ji Feng's impeccable playing, transcended mere collaboration. It was a natural amalgamation of perfection. The entire love concerto flowed like a gentle stream, its delicate intricacies infused with a silvery clarity, devoid of any clumsiness or hesitation. The melody poured forth from Ji Feng's fingertips, soothing the hearts of the wounded and alleviating their suffering. This piece could be regarded as a balm for the soul post-depression, a comforting refuge during sleepless nights, a warm breeze in the chill of winter, evoking romance, happiness, and bittersweet emotions that could bring one to tears. Particularly, when Ji Feng reached the rich and deep overlapping octaves, the sound resonated powerfully yet remained uplifting, akin to soft snow brushing against the soul, causing goosebumps to arise. Though the performance lasted just over 3 minutes, it felt as though 3 hours had passed, as every individual was deeply touched by the beautiful melodies, fully immersed in the experience. As the final notes faded and the dance concluded, Morong Xiaoxiao ended her performance flawlessly. After a brief moment of silence, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, their appreciation resounding throughout the space. Even Morong Fu on the second floor joined in the fervent clapping. This was a moment of pure enjoyment, a quintessential experience. Morong Xiaoxiao gazed at Ji Feng with an expression of incredulity. It was her first time feeling compelled to dance spontaneously after hearing music. Not even when she had listened to the performances of world-renowned piano masters had she ever experienced such a state. Yet, this young man before her possessed an extraordinary ability to evoke such a response, leaving her utterly astonished. She even felt that Ji Feng's piano skills rivaled, if not surpassed, those of the world's leading virtuosos, a sentiment she could only voice internally, for Ji Feng's youth was striking. At such a tender age, his talent could only be described as that of a genius among geniuses. Beautiful music, exquisite dance, one said. This guy is incredible. Even someone like me, who knows nothing about music, felt goosebumps. Truly delightful. Miss Morong's dance is exceptionally graceful. What a spectacular performance, it was utterly breathtaking. In comparison, Su Chao's earlier performance was hardly worthy of mention. Despite the audience's initial pride, they could not help but concede. Especially in light of the previous 2 comparisons, Li Hang, who readily admitted his lack of skill, and Su Chao, who had performed but claimed superiority over all present. Now, however, he faced a stark reality check, as Ji Feng's performance rendered his efforts almost laughable. Impressive, impressive. True talent emerges in youth. This love concerto is undoubtedly the most beautiful I have heard in years, Morong Fu remarked as he descended from the second floor, unreservedly praising the performance. Mr. Ji, what you call a mere understanding is beyond comprehension. If this is merely a hint of talent, then those who truly possess it should dig their own graves, Morong Xiaoxiao quipped, eliciting laughter from the crowd, all aware she was referring to Su Chao. Forgive my intrusion. Miss Morong's dance left me utterly captivated, Ji Feng replied with a smile. You're lying, you had your eyes closed while playing, so you couldn't have seen my dance, Morong Xiaoxiao teased in a playful tone. Ji Feng chuckled, I didn't need to see, their reactions told me everything. Morong Xiaoxiao's sudden playful demeanor left the surrounding young men momentarily stunned, quickly followed by expressions of envy and jealousy. This was indeed a remarkable display of charm. Chapter 74. I would like to hear another melody. Morong Xiaoxiao's current demeanor and tone towards Ji Feng evoke a profound envy among the young gentlemen present. It is worth noting that throughout their interactions, she has never employed such an attitude or tone with them. At this moment, Su Chao's expression resembles that of one who has ingested something distasteful. He had believed himself thoroughly prepared to seize this opportunity, intending to showcase his talents before Morong Xiaoxiao and outshine the others. However, the anticipated outcome not only eluded him but resulted in public criticism from Morong Xiaoxiao and a veritable pitfall of dissatisfaction among many. Now, the pit he had dug for himself remains unfilled and, worse still, has been further deepened by the unexpected arrival of Ji Feng. Observing the unfolding scene, Zhou Guodong feels an overwhelming admiration for Ji Feng. His initial jest about suggesting Ji Feng display his skills has unexpectedly turned into reality. Much to Zhou Guodong's chagrin, it became abundantly clear to all that Morong Group's young lady was not to be easily trifled with. If his words had led Ji Feng to lose face before such a large audience, Zhou Guodong would have felt considerable remorse. Fortunately, Ji Feng astonished him by indeed showcasing his remarkable talent, leaving the other young gentlemen in a state of dismay and causing Morong Xiaoxiao to gaze at him in admiration. Although Zhou Guodong is not well versed in piano music, Ji Feng's performance sent shivers down his spine, as if something profound was striking at the very core of his being. One could hardly overstate the skill of a person capable of playing the piano in such a manner. You play the piano exceptionally well. Who is your teacher? Morong Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. Would you believe me if I said I am entirely self-taught, relying solely on innate talent? Ji Feng replied with a smile. If I said I believed you, would that surprise you? Morong Xiaoxiao retorted, fixing her gaze upon Ji Feng's eyes. Whether you believe it or not is your concern. I have no reason to be surprised. Ji Feng met her gaze steadily. You have a rather intriguing way of speaking, Morong Xiaoxiao remarked, momentarily taken aback as she withdrew her gaze. She had been attempting to glean something from Ji Feng's eyes, yet found herself utterly unable to decipher him. His gaze was both profound and pure. Alright, Xiaoxiao, it's getting late. Since the music has been played and the dance has been danced, let us officially commence this gathering, Morong Fu announced. He also intended to observe Ji Feng closely, for it was rare to find a young man of his daughter's age who could elicit such a demeanor in tone from her. Moreover, a young individual capable of playing the piano to such a high standard surely was no ordinary person. Wait a moment, Dad, Morong Xiaoxiao interjected. Before the gathering begins, I have a request that I hope Mr. Ji can fulfill. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Ji Feng once more. Miss Morong, please feel free to speak your mind, Ji Feng replied with a smile. I would like to request that Mr. Ji perform another piece. I wish to hear one more melody. Could you possibly grant me this request? Morong Xiaoxiao implored, her eyes filled with anticipation. Ji Feng's piano performance had left her in awe. She felt fortunate to have had him accompany her during the previous piece, Lover's Concerto. It was not often that one could dance with such a virtuoso providing the musical backdrop. The level of Ji Feng smiled and said, if no one objects, I would be more than happy to oblige. I have no objections, my friend, please, play another piece. It is delightful, came one voice. To be able to listen to such a high-caliber piano performance is a rare privilege. We would never object, another added. Since Miss Morong has spoken, let us enjoy another piece, a third voice chimed in. I fully support Miss Morong's request, someone else stated. Mr. Ji, as you can see, everyone is utterly captivated by your artistry, Morong Xiaoxiao remarked. Then please, Miss Morong, select a piece for me, Ji Feng replied. Morong Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight as she replied, I would like to hear Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Ji Feng smiled but remained silent as he approached the piano and took a seat. Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, originally titled Piano Sonata No. 14 in C-sharp minor, is one of the world's 10 most celebrated piano compositions. This piece is divided into 3 movements. The first movement expresses a subtle melancholy through its gentle melody, the second is brief yet exquisitely beautiful, and the third conveys a sense of fervor and spirited defiance. As Ji Feng began to play, the audience fell into a profound silence, captivated by the elegant melodies reverberating throughout the hall. No one dared to break the serenity, for after experiencing Ji Feng's piano performance once, each person present longed to hear it again. Regardless of their level of expertise, all shared a common desire to quietly savor Ji Feng's artistry. The enchanting quality of Ji Feng's piano playing seemed to possess a mystical allure, striking deep into the souls of those listening and evoking a profound resonance within their hearts. Morong Xiaoxiao, who had chosen for Ji Feng to play Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, was utterly immersed in the experience. No one knew better than she the essence that this piece sought to convey. Ji Feng did not disappoint her. He once again brought forth the soul of the Moonlight Sonata. As for why she had requested this particular composition by Beethoven, it is because it is accompanied by a beautiful tale. One evening, as Beethoven strolled the streets, he overheard a young woman lamenting that she adored his music and wished she could witness a live performance, yet the tickets were far too expensive for her modest means. Upon hearing this, Beethoven knocked on the door, and upon seeing the moonlight streaming through the window, he spontaneously composed and performed the Moonlight Sonata for her. Of course, this story may be apocryphal, but the romance and surprise it embodies are dreams cherished by every woman. Morong Xiaoxiao is no exception. One could say that she now envisions herself as the young woman from the story, while Ji Feng embodies the Beethoven of her heart. If given the choice, she would wish to hear Ji Feng's piano melodies every day henceforth. Chapter 75 She is not a simpleton. The banquet, which lacked substantial value, concluded shortly after Ji Feng had finished showcasing his talents. It can be said that amidst the gathering of numerous local young elites from Jinhai City, the most striking presence was not any of the young masters present. The moment Ji Feng took the stage to perform the Concerto of Love, all the young masters present were overshadowed. When he continued with the Moonlight Sonata, although the banquet had just been officially announced to commence, it was essentially over. All the limelight of the evening had been claimed by Ji Feng, who had single-handedly captivated the audience. In the car on the way back, Zhou Guodong remarked, "You've hidden your talents well. Today's banquet was practically your personal showcase." "Brother Dong, but you did urge me to demonstrate my skills," Ji Feng replied with a smile. "Alright, don't get too cocky. Did you notice the way Morong Xiaoxiao looked at you?" Zhou Guodong inquired. "Looked at me? In what way?" Ji Feng asked, puzzled. "You didn't see how she gazed at you while you played the piano. It was as if she wanted to devour you whole," Zhou Guodong said, curiosity piqued. "But I find it odd that your attitude towards her seems rather indifferent." At the banquet, Morong Xiaoxiao had been quite proactive in engaging Ji Feng in conversation, yet he responded with mere pleasantries, displaying an utter lack of interest. However, the more aloof Ji Feng appeared, the more enthusiastic Morong Xiaoxiao became before the banquet concluded. She even specifically invited Ji Feng to attend a piano recital next week in Jinhai City, only to be met with a direct refusal. I have no intention of developing any relationship with her. There is no need to be overly cordial, Ji Feng replied nonchalantly. To others, the daughter of the Morong family was undoubtedly a prized catch, but to Ji Feng, she was merely an ordinary girl. Nonetheless, he understood that Morong Xiaoxiao was far from the sweet and innocent persona she portrayed. Getting close to her would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications, for during the banquet, Ji Feng had curiously assessed her talents with a discerning eye and discovered that her innate abilities lay in disguise and scheming. This indicated that Morong Xiaoxiao was not a simpleton, she possessed a profound cunning. After hearing Ji Feng's words, Zhou Guodong nodded in agreement. After all, Ji Feng was already married, and his wife was none other than Suyu, the most beautiful woman in Jinhai City. Hence, it was indeed prudent for him to maintain a distance from Morong Xiaoxiao inside the Jinhai Hotel. After the banquet had concluded, Morong Fu and his daughter, Morong Xiaoxiao, chose not to depart. They stood on the balcony of a presidential suite on the third floor, gazing at the nightscape of Jinhai City while sharing a heartfelt conversation.
Did you have any unexpected gains today? Morong Fu inquired with a smile. Are you referring to Ji Feng?
Morong Xiaoxiao replied. Morong Fu nodded. It has been quite some time since I witnessed you speak to a young man with such demeanor and tone. He truly surprised me. He is rather intriguing. I just can't tell if he was deliberately putting on an act or if he had done his homework in advance, Morong Xiaoxiao mused.
Some things require no preparation. You didn't give any face to the Su family, did you?
Morong Fu chuckled. He understood well what Morong Xiaoxiao meant by having done his homework. The Su family, particularly Su Chao and his son, had gone to great lengths, even bribing a minor supervisor within the Morong group, to gain advanced knowledge of Morong Xiaoxiao's return to Jinhai City. They had even sent someone to investigate her preferences at the school she attended. Morong Fu was aware of this, as was Morong Xiaoxiao.
The Su family?
Upon hearing this, Morong Xiaoxiao scoffed. Ever since the passing of the Su family as elder, they have been declining year by year. They can't rely on an elderly matriarch for long. The only aspect that piques my interest is Su Yu. That girl is indeed remarkable. She recently reached a cooperation deal with Zhou Guodong and has evidently invested considerable effort in finding a new spokesperson for the company. It seems there will be significant developments, Morong Fu remarked. I wonder what that old lady of the Su family is thinking with such a capable granddaughter, yet she favors her useless second son and grandson. If only she would assist Su Yu, her achievements would undoubtedly surpass what she has now. Morong Xiaoxiao, unlike her previous sweet and charming self, seemed transformed. Morong Fu chuckled. Every family has its own struggles. Everyone has their own thoughts. However, Ji Feng is a stranger to me. It's rare for you to find a man who captivates your interest. If you wish, I won't oppose you getting to know him better.
Let us see.
My intuition tells me he is different from those young masters, Morong Xiaoxiao responded. Follow your instincts and act according to your own plans. Today's performance was sufficient for the board members to witness. Tomorrow, I will formally announce your appointment as the vice president of the group, Morong Fu declared. A self-made tycoon and a prominent figure in the Morong group, Morong Fu was no ordinary man, and naturally, his only daughter, Morong Xiaoxiao, was far from ordinary as well. Over the years, she had been studying abroad, but Morong Fu had begun orchestrating the plan for her to take over the Morong group since she first entered university. As his only daughter, he had invested immense effort into her upbringing, leading to her possessing a duality of character. In the eyes of outsiders, Morong Xiaoxiao presented herself as a lively and charming girl, yet when it came to matters concerning the Morong group, she transformed into a deeply calculating individual. Consequently, after spending years studying abroad, Morong Fu could no longer guarantee that he could fully understand his daughter's inner thoughts. Years of meticulous nurturing had shaped Morong Xiaoxiao into a person with two distinct personas. However, what Morong Fu did not realize was that the true self of Morong Xiaoxiao emerged only when she was deeply engrossed in listening to piano performances or dancing with complete devotion. Moreover, her return was not solely for the formal task of taking over the Morong group. I will uncover the truth behind the events of that year, Morong Xiaoxiao murmured softly, her gaze unwavering and resolute. Chapter 76 Su Yu's curiosity. Upon returning to the residential complex, Ji Feng found that it was already 11 o'clock at night, yet Su Yu had not yet come home. Due to unforeseen circumstances surrounding the originally hired spokesperson, the company had switched to a new ambassador, resulting in a myriad of tasks that required rearrangement. Consequently, Su Yu was quite busy during this period. As a dedicated career woman, it was commonplace for her to work late into the night, even spending the night at the office on occasion. Just as Ji Feng assumed he would be alone at home tonight, the door swung open. A visibly exhausted Su Yu stepped inside. She was utterly fatigued. Carelessly placing her bag on the shoe rack, she kicked off her high heels and slipped into a pair of comfortable slippers, her delicate feet adorned in nude stockings. You're back? I thought you might have stayed overnight at the office, Ji Feng remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. There are still many pressing matters to attend to. Burning the midnight oil doesn't seem to make a difference. It would be more beneficial to get a good night's rest and tackle everything afresh tomorrow, Su Yu replied, though her gaze towards Ji Feng was tinged with complexity. The wager between them had concluded with Ji Feng as the victor. Initially, she had thought he was merely speaking for effect or attempting to assert his presence, but she never anticipated the outcome of their bet would unfold so swiftly. Merely a night passed, and the following day, Lin Wanru arrived at the office, earnestly seeking the spokesperson role. Her demeanor was strikingly different from their previous telephonic interactions. Su Yu had assumed Lin Wanru was coming with expectations influenced by Ji Feng's potential promises. However, upon Lin Wanru's arrival, Su Yu was taken aback. Lin Wanru seemed devoid of conditions, objections, or demands, approaching the situation with an attitude reminiscent of subservience, diligent and without a hint of complaint. Thus, Suyu was left astonished and perplexed. Even though she was aware of the benefactor behind Lin Wanru, she could not fathom how Ji Feng might be acquainted with such a person.
Have you eaten?
Suyu stammered, her voice somewhat hesitant.
It's quite late. I've already had my meal. What about you, haven't you eaten yet? Ji Feng chuckled.
I've eaten as well, Suyu replied, her cheeks flushing slightly, feeling a tad embarrassed. Was her mind muddled from a long day of work?
How could she have blurted out such a thoughtless question? Have the spokesperson arrangements been resolved? Ji Feng inquired.
Yes, everything is settled. We have signed the contract with Lin Wanru, Suyu answered.
Did she propose any unreasonable conditions? Ji Feng pressed further. None at all.
She was exceptionally cooperative, only requesting a nominal spokesperson fee, Suyu stated.
Then, does this mean I have won our wager?
Ji Feng asked, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Suyu. Indeed, you have won, Suyu nodded, not one to shy away from defeat or breach a promise. Ji Feng had fulfilled the terms of their wager, thus, he had undeniably triumphed. Since I have won, you ought to be a bit more gentle in my presence from now on, Ji Feng declared. I will do my best, Suyu responded, but could not suppress her curiosity any longer.
She could not help but inquire, are you aware of Lin Wanru's benefactor?
I am aware, Ji Feng nodded, not denying it.
Do you know her benefactor personally? Suyu pressed again.
Yes, I do.
How on earth do you know someone like that?
Suyu was genuinely intrigued. The kind of person who could support someone like Lin Wanru must possess considerable influence, certainly more than she did. Furthermore, such individuals are not easily encountered. Additionally, Lin Wanru's benefactor was likely not from Jinhai City. Otherwise, Lin Wanru would have made various excuses to visit the city, yet, she had never set foot there, indicating her benefactor was likely a figure of significance from elsewhere.
Are you really eager to know?
Ji Feng inquired with a teasing glint in his eye. Yes, Suyu affirmed with a nod, her curiosity piqued by the complexities of capability and the mysteries surrounding it. Then come here and give my shoulders a massage, and I shall divulge the information, Ji Feng smiled. Suyu nearly choked in exasperation. This man was completely devoid of romantic sensibility. She had just returned from a long day at work, utterly exhausted, and he expected her to massage his shoulders. Yet, her desire to know the truth waged a war against her irritation, leaving her in a state of indecision.
What's the matter? Is this such a trivial request that you can't comply?
That seems rather insincere, Ji Feng remarked, observing her hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu let out a resigned sigh. Fine, I will give you a massage. She approached Ji Feng, preparing to oblige his request. Seeing Suyu genuinely coming over, Ji Feng smiled. It was evident that her curiosity was genuine. With her delicate hands resting upon his shoulders, a faint fragrance wafted into Ji Feng's senses, quite pleasant indeed. She began to knead his shoulders, and Ji Feng closed his eyes, relishing the moment.
Now may I have your answer?
Suyu inquired as she continued her ministrations. You already know how I came to know Lin Wanru's benefactor, Ji Feng said.
I know? How could that be? Suyu was skeptical. Do you remember the night before I accompanied you to meet Zhou Guodong for the collaboration? Ji Feng prompted. That night, weren't you out with Miao Miao looking for me? Suyu recalled. After I found you and brought you home, what do you think I did that night? Ji Feng hinted again. Let me think.
Oh, right, you played video games all night in your room, Suyu suddenly remembered, having heard the sounds of gaming emanating from his room, which had somewhat irritated her the next morning. Exactly, I met him through gaming, Ji Feng chuckled.
You met him through gaming?
You must be joking, that is quite a coincidence, Suyu remarked, still incredulous. Let me tell you something even more coincidental, Ji Feng added.
What is it?
On the night we made our bet, that person was indeed in Jinhai City. I mentioned I was going out that evening. I was actually meeting him, Ji Feng revealed. Upon hearing this, Suyu was engulfed by a profound sense of astonishment. Truthfully, she harbored doubts about the veracity of Ji Feng's words, yet the logical connections he made were tight-knit, suggesting that he was not fabricating tales. Furthermore, Ji Feng had no reason to deceive her. If he wished to keep it a secret, he could simply have chosen not to disclose anything, leaving her powerless to pursue the truth.
Chapter 77, Taking Advantage of You. Did you truly not see this coming?
Ji Feng inquired with a playful smile. Suyu nodded, unable to fathom how Ji Feng was acquainted with Lin Wanru's godfather, yet she dared not surmise that their connection stemmed from gaming. The mystery that lingered in her heart found resolution in Ji Feng's words, prompting her to cease her current activities. She felt utterly exhausted, and with the hour growing late, she decided it was time to retreat to her room for some much-needed rest. Just as Suyu prepared to leave, she suddenly felt a firm hand grasp her wrist. What are you doing? She exclaimed, startled and instinctively trying to pull away from Ji Feng's grasp. However, his strength proved formidable, rendering her attempts futile. Observing her instinctive self-defense, Ji Feng chuckled softly, remaining silent as he continued his actions. Seated beside her on the sofa, he effortlessly drew her arm toward him, pulling her into his lap. This was Suyu's first experience sitting on a man's lap, and the closeness of their contact ignited an immediate urge to struggle.
What are you doing? Let me go.
Stay still. If you keep squirming, I might genuinely do something, Ji Feng's voice whispered in her ear. At his words, Suyu relented, though her heart raced with uncertainty about his intentions. Nevertheless, she managed to maintain her composure, having gleaned from their interactions over the past few days that Ji Feng was not one to act recklessly. Soon after, she felt a pleasant tingling sensation in her shoulders, leading her to comprehend Ji Feng's intent. He was giving her a shoulder massage. Suyu was taken aback. He was holding her firmly on his lap merely to relieve her tension? I am not one to exploit others. Since you have given me a shoulder rub, I shall reciprocate, Ji Feng remarked nonchalantly. His hands skillfully kneaded her shoulder acupoints with just the right amount of pressure, so you found herself enjoying the sensation, yet her innate shyness compelled her to retort, I massaged your shoulders at your request. Ji Feng chuckled, unabashed, and replied, then I shall endure a slight loss and give you a massage, allowing you a taste of advantage. Let me go. I refuse to take advantage of you. Years of strong self-preservation instincts had rendered Suyu unaccustomed to such intimate gestures with a man even though she had previously been intimate with Ji Feng. That encounter had occurred while she was entirely unaware. Suyu made one final attempt to escape, but Ji Feng remained steadfast, teasing, do not forget our wager, be gentle and do not move around. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she realized she had not anticipated Ji Feng's bold actions. Yet the soothing sensation emanating from her shoulders was undeniably pleasurable, and fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Unable to extricate herself from Ji Feng's hold, Suyu ultimately closed her eyes, surrendering to the fleeting comfort. After a brief while, Ji Feng noticed the sound of heavy breathing and realized that Suyu had fallen asleep in his lap. With a resigned shake of his head, he ceased his ministrations and gently lifted her in a princess carry, making his way toward her bedroom. At 5 in the morning, Suyu awoke. Despite having spent an exhausting day at work, her habitual sleep schedule ensured that she rose after only 5 hours of rest. As she stirred from slumber, she found herself in her own room. The previous night's fatigue had clouded her memory, leaving her uncertain as to when she had fallen asleep. She recalled Ji Feng's shoulder rub and was suddenly jolted into realization. Had she indeed dozed off while seated on his lap? The thought struck her. Ji Feng must have carried her back to her bedroom. Glancing about, she noted that her coat had been removed, yet her other garments remained intact, indicating that Ji Feng had returned her to her room without any untoward actions. Do I truly possess no allure whatsoever? Suyu mused aloud, unable to suppress her thoughts. Women, after all, are peculiar creatures. For instance, if Ji Feng had taken advantage of her while she slept, she would have been furious and sought retribution. However, Ji Feng's restraint left her feeling insecure about her own desirability. Unbeknownst to Suyu, Ji Feng's place in her heart was suddenly shifting. At 9:30 in the morning, the sun hung high in the sky. Ji Feng stretched languidly as he emerged from the bedroom, having just risen. On the dining table sat a plate with 3 slices of bread, 2 poached eggs, and a glass of milk. Breakfast prepared by Suyu before she left. Although she typically departed for work early, today was an exception. She had taken the time to prepare a meal for Ji Feng. As he savored the breakfast made especially for him, a smile crept across Ji Feng's lips. Could this be seen as progress? At the very least, it indicated that Suyu, his somewhat unconventional wife, had considered him while undertaking her tasks. Meanwhile, Su Chao emerged from the Su residence in a foul mood. He had been thoroughly reprimanded by his grandmother for the events of the previous evening's banquet. Feeling aggrieved, he had intended to impress Morong Xiaoxiao at the gathering, only to find himself digging his own grave instead. Furthermore, the fallout from the failed collaboration between their company and the Guama Corporation was a topic he dared not mention. To do so would surely incur his grandmother's wrath. In his frustration, he sought to shift the blame onto Suyu. Although his grandmother had never favored Suyu and had always shown him preferential treatment, he still needed evidence to substantiate his claims. Thus, Su Chao found himself increasingly eager to discover whether Suyu was indeed married. Chapter 78. Upon departing from the Su family, Su Chao made his way directly to the underground parking lot of Huayu Entertainment Company. Upon arrival, he sent a message, and shortly thereafter, a young woman appeared in the parking area. Spotting Su Chao's BMW 5 Series, she promptly opened the door and slid into the passenger seat. Young Master Su, I've missed you so much. Kiss, please, he cooed, adopting a playful demeanor. With a smile, Su Chao leaned over and planted a kiss on Hirongrong's cheek, inquiring, how has your investigation into the matter I asked you to look into progressed? I've made a point to engage with Su Miaomiao over the past few days and have also bribed those who are close to her, yet she hasn't revealed anything, Hirongrong replied. Not a single piece of information? Su Chao frowned. None at all, Hirongrong shook her head. That girl, Su Miaomiao, is quite astute. No matter how I pressed her, she remained tight-lipped. Could it be that Su Miaomiao is entirely oblivious to Su Yu's circumstances? Su Chao pondered silently. Previously, he had bribed Zhou Guodong's secretary, Wu Yu, which allowed him to keep a close watch on Zhou Guodong's activities. However, when their originally planned scheme fell through, an unexpected variable emerged in the form of a man who claimed to be Su Yu's husband. At that moment, Wu Yu could not have fabricated such a story out of thin air. Even if she had attempted to do so, she could not have conjured something as absurd as Su Yu having a husband. Young Master Su, I've put in quite a bit of effort these past few days to assist you with your inquiries. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Hirongrong pouted, her tone playful. Despite not obtaining the desired information, she felt it inappropriate to leave empty-handed. The allure of a woman who plays coy is potent. Su Chao felt a sudden surge of desire gazing at the enticing Hirongrong. He smirked and said, rest assured, I shall treat you well. With that, he signaled for her to commence the prelude to their more serious business. Right here, young master? Hirongrong gasped, taken aback, as this was the company's underground parking lot, a place where others could arrive at any moment. Right here, what is there to fear? Su Chao insisted, craving the thrill of the moment. Left with no option but to comply, He Rongrong acquiesced to his request. Suddenly, the car door was flung open. Su Chao had neglected to lock it.
Get out of the car. Hurry up and exit, do you hear me? Get out, you bastard.
A group of individuals had gathered beside the vehicle, brandishing weapons such as wooden sticks and metal rods, their demeanor menacing.
Do you know who I am? Su Chao retorted angrily.
I don't care who you are, get out.
Are you deaf?
The leader, a tattooed brute, seized Su Chao by the hair and yanked him from the car. He Rongrong was similarly dragged out. Having indulged excessively of late, Su Chao's body was weakened, and he was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. With his zipper still undone, he sprang up, about to speak when he heard, "Young Master Su, I didn't realize you had such a penchant for playing with other men as women."
Upon recognizing the speaker, Su Chao was taken aback. Boss Wei, what brings you here?
Su Chao's expression faltered, anxiety coursing through him. The man before him, in his 50s and known as Wei Xian, was a figure of significant stature in the underworld, having gradually laundered his operations over the years. He owned 2 nightclubs, 10 bars, and over 30 arcades, wielding considerable influence. Su Chao was aware that He Rongrong was Wei Xian's longtime mistress, yet he had still dared to pursue her behind Wei Xian's back. "How could I not be here? If I weren't, I would have missed such an intriguing spectacle," Wei Xian sneered. He Rongrong was known to be his mistress, who in the underworld was unaware of this. The audacity of Su Chao to pursue his mistress while fully aware of the situation was tantamount to donning a green hat on Wei Xian, an affront that could ruin his reputation. Indeed, it was not mere coincidence that he had caught Su Chao and He Rongrong in such a compromising situation. Someone had discreetly alerted him. A message from an unfamiliar number had come through to his phone, and though he had attempted to trace it, the sender had clearly wished to remain anonymous.
"It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding, Boss Wei.
I had no idea He Rongrong was your woman. Had I known, I would never have touched her," Su Chao hastily explained. For those of their social standing, mingling with the underworld was a grave taboo. While ordinary thugs could be dealt with, Wei Xian was a formidable figure with powerful connections.
"A misunderstanding, you say? Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Do you think I'm easily fooled?"
Wei Xian retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent Su Chao sprawling to the ground.
"Boss Wei, I was wrong.
Please forgive me just this once," Su Chao pleaded, realizing there was no way to smooth talk his way out of this predicament.
"Forgive you, you've cuckolded me, how can I possibly let this slide? Name your price, what will it take?"
10 million, not a penny less, Wei Xian declared, his demand exorbitant. The sheer sum drained the color from Su Chao's face. "Boss Wei, 10 million is far too much, how am I supposed to come up with that?"
"Can't manage it? Do you want me to pay a visit to your grandmother?"
"Let her see the kind of grandson she raised," Wei Xian threatened.
"Please, don't let my grandmother find out, Boss Wei, I beg you, but could you possibly lower the amount?"
Su Chao implored, fully aware that if his grandmother learned of this, it would spell disaster. The fallout would not only tarnish the Su family's reputation but also link him to someone like Wei Xian, which was utterly unacceptable. "Very well, given your pitiful state, I'll offer you a discount 8 million. Not a penny less, and I expect the payment within 3 days. If you fail to comply, I will pay your grandmother a visit." With that, Wei Xian, disinterested in further banter, instructed his men to escort He Rongrong away. Naturally, he could not let her off lightly for her betrayal.
"Damn, how can I be so unlucky?"
Su Chao gritted his teeth in frustration. 8 million, his savings barely amounted to 2 million. He would have to extract some funds from his father and surreptitiously siphon off a portion from the company's coffers to cover the rest. Chapter 79. Everything is within grasp. In the underground parking lot, Su Chao soon left in a dejected manner. His quest to find He Rongrong today not only yielded no information but also left him caught red-handed by Wei Xian, resulting in a loss of 8 million. For Su Chao, this sum was far from trivial. He had expended considerable effort to amass it. Regarding someone like Wei Xian, who was unflinching in the face of the Su family, Su Chao dared not confront him directly, as he knew he could never outmatch Wei Xian, a man with roots in the underworld. Thus, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and accept his defeat, unaware that this entire ordeal was no coincidence, but rather a carefully orchestrated scheme against him. After Su Chao's departure, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. She had recorded the entire scene with her phone. This individual was Wu Yu, the secretary who had been bribed by Zhou Guodong. However, after the plan fell through, Su Chao reneged on his promise to compensate Wu Yu. Women, particularly those with a vengeful spirit, are known to harbor grudges. Wu Yu dialed a number. "Boss, the plan was successful, and I have captured the video. Would you like to see it? The 1 million should have been transferred to your account by now. Check for yourself." Wu Yu glanced at her phone and indeed received a notification of the bank transfer, with an additional 100,000. That extra 100,000 is a bonus for your effort. I will not shortchange you for your service.
"Thank you, boss. I will send the video to you immediately." Wu Yu felt a surge of joy. This time she had learned to be shrewd, not expecting such generosity from her employer, in stark contrast to the shameless Su Chao. "I received it. Let us leave it at that for now. Goodbye, boss. Feel free to reach out if anything arises." Once the call ended, Wu Yu was in high spirits. After Su Chao reneged on their prior agreement, she had borne a grudge against him. For the past few days, she had covertly followed Su Chao, deliberately sabotaging his plans. She was also aware of Su Chao's attempts to approach someone from Huayu Entertainment to get close to Su Miao Miao, and in retaliation, she had leaked some information to Su Miao Miao beforehand.
Of course, had it not been for Wu Yue's prior disclosure, she would not have earned the 110,000 for the assignment. Shortly after she tipped off Su Miaomiao, an unfamiliar caller reached out to her, instructing her to orchestrate today's setup. In this scheme, she was merely a messenger responsible for filming and discreetly notifying Wei Xian.as for Yu Rongrong being Wei Xian's mistress. Wu Yu was genuinely unaware of this fact. Nevertheless, she was unconcerned about the identity of the individual who had commissioned her, as long as they provided payment, they were her boss. At home, how intriguing. Ji Feng was engrossed in the video Wu Yu had sent him. The footage was clear, capturing the dialogue between Wei Xian and Su Chao with precision. Indeed, Ji Feng was the mastermind behind hiring Wu Yu for this task. It was quite a coincidence that after Wu Yu discreetly informed Su Miaomiao about Su Chao's intentions to investigate her elder sister's husband, Ji Feng, Su Miaomiao promptly reached out to Ji Feng. Logically, she should have first consulted Su Yu about this matter, yet for reasons unknown, her immediate thought was to contact Ji Feng instead. Su Miaomiao was not foolish. She understood that if Su Chao discovered her sister was now married to someone other than Ma Qiming from the Ma family, he would undoubtedly create a stir before their grandmother, causing trouble for her sister. The news of her elder sister's marriage could not be concealed for long. Eventually, it would come to light. However, in Su Miaomiao's view, it was preferable for Su Yu to acknowledge it herself rather than have Su Chao uncover it. If Su Chao were to investigate and establish this fact first, it would place Su Yu in a more vulnerable position within the family, especially since the Su matriarch had always disfavored the two sisters. Thus, Su Miaomiao informed Ji Feng of Su Chao's actions and analyzed the implications over the phone. Upon learning the details, Ji Feng devised a plan. Since Su Chao seemed so interested in him that he resorted to covert investigations, Ji Feng felt compelled to respond in kind. Upon discovering that Su Chao's current interest, He Rongrong, was the mistress of Wei Xian, a key player in Jinhai City's grey industry, Ji Feng formulated a strategy. He instructed Wu Yu to execute today's performance. It appeared that the execution of this scheme had been quite successful, yielding favorable results. Although Ji Feng had expended 110,000 to acquire this video, for him, it was a negligible expense. What mattered most to Ji Feng at this juncture was not the money, but rather establishing an unassailable foundation in Jinhai City. Jinhai City is neither exceedingly large nor insignificantly small. If he could develop a network of connections involving key figures within the city, it would greatly facilitate his plans. To build such a necessary network, what he required were dedicated individuals to serve him. If he could obtain something of value, spending a little money was of no concern. As for the matter of his marriage to Su Yu and when their status would be officially revealed, Ji Feng did not fret. Su Yu had her own considerations, and Ji Feng was aware that once their identities were publicly disclosed, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir in Jinhai City. After all, Su Yu held the title of the most beautiful woman in Jinhai City. Moreover, given Su Yu's status, the Su family would inevitably face complications, alongside the Ma family, to which Ma Qiming, who had an engagement with Su Yu, belonged. Marriages between prominent families are fundamentally driven by mutual interests. Su Yu's decision to marry him in defiance of her engagement would surely not sit well with either the Su or Ma families. However, Ji Feng was unperturbed by the prospect of conflict with the Ma or Su families. He merely wished to avoid unnecessary complications until he had firmly established his own foothold. For now, the identity of a son-in-law served as the perfect guise for Ji Feng. At this moment, everything was firmly within Ji Feng's control. Chapter 80 Sun Tai's sister. In recent days, the business circle of Jinhai City has experienced significant upheaval. Morong Group, currently valued at nearly 10 billion, has announced the promotion of Morong Fu's daughter, Morong Xiaoxiao, who recently returned from abroad, to the position of vice president. Despite nearly half of the board members expressing vehement opposition to this personnel decision, Morong Fu appears resolute, dismissing the dissent. The news has caused quite a stir in Jinhai City. It is evident that Morong Fu was determined to have Morong Xiaoxiao take the reins of the Morong Group. Of this conglomerate, valued at almost 10 billion, has garnered attention, particularly with rumors circulating that Morong Xiaoxiao is still single. The opportunity to become the son-in-law of Morong Fu was indeed a coveted prospect that could alleviate a lifetime of struggle for anyone fortunate enough to seize it. In contrast, another piece of news, while seemingly minor compared to the upheaval within Morong Group, has nonetheless sent ripples through the entirety of Jinhai City's cosmetics and beauty industry. The well-regarded Weimei chain beauty salon is officially entering the beauty market of Jinhai City, with preliminary plans to establish no fewer than 40 branches throughout the city. The beauty salon industry may be somewhat unfamiliar to most men, but for women, it is an everyday reality. Especially with the Weimei brand, which, although relatively new, has quickly built a strong reputation for both effectiveness and customer satisfaction. Unexpectedly, Weimei Beauty Salon has chosen to venture into Jinhai City, aiming to open numerous branches. The arrival of Weimei Beauty Salon will undoubtedly disrupt the existing beauty salon landscape in Jinhai City, yet it simultaneously presents a significant opportunity for the cosmetics industry, collaborating with such a Furthermore, women who frequent beauty salons for maintenance generally possess substantial disposable income. If the results are satisfactory, they will not hesitate to purchase the recommended products. This clientele, characterized by high purchasing power and considerable promotional potential, represents the most desirable demographic for cosmetics companies. At the Emperor's Club in Jinhai City, Sun Tai was engrossed in an underground casino when he received news from his subordinates regarding his sister's arrival. He hurriedly made his way to greet her. "Wow, you've been living quite the charmed life in Jinhai these past 2 years, haven't you? No wonder you hardly come home anymore," she remarked, her casual attire failing to conceal her striking figure. With an exquisite face and an air of aloofness, she epitomized the goddess archetype. She is Sun Jia, Sun Tai's elder sister, the heiress of the Sun family, and the owner of Weimei Chain Beauty Salon. Hee, Sun Tai chuckled sheepishly. In his sister's presence, he always felt like a child. They had grown up together, sharing a deep sibling bond, and she was the only one in the family who could keep him in check.
Sister, I saw the news, are you really planning to expand in Jinhai City?
Sun Tai inquired, bewildered by the reports he had seen earlier that day. He was well aware of the beauty salon industry, having witnessed his sister's success in establishing Weimei, which had garnered a solid reputation over the years. However, he had not anticipated her sudden decision to enter the Jinhai market.
What's wrong? Are you worried that your sister won't be able to make it in Jinhai?
Sun Jia replied nonchalantly. Sister, with your capabilities, there's no way you wouldn't succeed. I'm just curious why you suddenly decided to come to Jinhai, Sun Tai responded with a smile. The profit margins in the beauty salon industry are substantial, and while Jinhai has its share of beauty establishments, there are no particular advantages to be found in the market. As for connections, he had managed to establish some over his 2 years in the city. It's not that complicated, I was compelled by the family, Sun Jia candidly explained. They are trying to arrange a marriage for me, and I refused. Things have become quite tense, so I decided to come to Jinhai, and it just so happens you're here.
No way, sister, who are they trying to marry you off to?
Sun Tai asked, a hint of concern in his voice, as he had been somewhat oblivious to family matters while in Jinhai.
You know him, Song Xiaofeng, she replied. Ah, the eldest son of the Song family?
I've heard of him, he has quite the reputation for being petty. His abilities are rather underwhelming, Sun Tai commented. His character and capabilities are irrelevant to me, what matters is that I want to be in control of my own life, Sun Jia asserted. You're quite clever to have come to Jinhai 2 years ago and made a life for yourself here, free from family obligations.
Of course, Sun Tai said, beaming with pride. Stop boasting in front of me.
I am new to Jinhai and still not particularly familiar with the local cosmetics companies. You've been here long enough to know better, do you have any recommendations? Sun Jia inquired. Forming a partnership with a reputable cosmetics company upon her arrival would undoubtedly provide a strong start for Weimei's market entry. As for cosmetics companies, I'm not entirely sure, but I can gather information on the mid-sized cosmetics companies in Jinhai for you to review. You're more knowledgeable about this than I am, Sun Tai offered.
Good, Sun Jia nodded, not wanting to linger on formalities.
Arrange a place for me to stay, I'll be residing with you for the time being.
Not a problem.
I'll have all the information on those cosmetics companies delivered to you tonight, Sun Tai replied. After a moment, he couldn't resist asking, Sister, are you truly prepared to go to war with the family over this?
Sun Jia nodded, her gaze unwavering. I will not yield even a fraction on this matter. What if the family comes after me?
Sun Tai said, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. His sister's arrival in Jinhai and her plans to establish a branch would certainly have reached their family's ears. Given that Sun Tai was also in Jinhai, the family would undoubtedly look to him for information, considering the sibling bond he shared with Sun Jia. What will you do? You'll have to figure that out for yourself, Sun Jia replied coolly. Understood, sister, Sun Tai said, resolute. He had always unconditionally supported Sun Jia's decisions, that would not change now, for she is his sister. Chapter 81. Ikin. Since Sun Tai demonstrated remarkable efficiency in handling matters. As this was to assist his elder sister, he mobilized the greatest amount of manpower and resources in the shortest time possible. Furthermore, since it merely involved investigating and gathering information about cosmetic companies in Jinhai City, detailed company data was procured by the afternoon.
Sister, I have sent you the information, you received it, right? Sun Tai called Sun Jia.
Sun Tai owned a villa in Jinhai City, and upon Sun Jia's arrival, arrangements were made for her stay there. I received it, please come to my place tonight, I have some questions for you, Sun Jia replied.
Understood, sister.
The call ended. Within the villa, Sun Jia was meticulously reviewing the materials compiled by Sun Tai. After careful consideration, she decided to categorize the potential partner companies within the mid-range bracket. If the companies were conversely, if they were too large, there could be significant business conflicts, thus she was disinclined to pursue partnerships with them. Her decision to establish a branch in Jinhai City stemmed from a recent rift within the family, which meant her prior market research in Jinhai was somewhat limited and not very thorough, primarily due to the haste of her arrival. Throughout the afternoon, Sun Jia diligently analyzed the information collected by Sun Tai. In the evening, she presented her findings to Sun Tai. From those 10 companies, I have selected these 3. Take a look. She handed him a list of companies she considered satisfactory after her extensive review.
Guame Cosmetics Company, Limited, Liren Cosmetics Company, Limited, and Yashu Cosmetics Company, Limited.
Sun Tai murmured the names of the 3 companies. Without delay, Sun Tai made a decision. Guame and Yashu are worth further consideration. Please elaborate, Sun Jia requested. I assess Liren, and they have been rather conventional over the years, lacking distinctiveness. Guame, on the other hand, has been performing admirably and recently secured a collaboration with Guamao, Sun Tai explained with a smile.
Yashu appears to be the weakest among these 3. Why include it in your selection? Sun Jia inquired further.
Indeed, Yashu's strength is somewhat lacking compared to the others, yet it has influential backing, Sun Tai responded.
Who?
The chairwoman of Yashu, Zhao Yashu, is the wife of Lu Guangjuan, one of the 10 wealthiest individuals in Jinhai City. He owns the largest real estate group in the city and serves as a representative in the People's Congress. His influence in Jinhai is substantial, and he is well known for his affection towards his wife, Sun Tai elaborated. Upon hearing this, Sun Jia gained clarity. Among the three companies she was considering, Liren was of moderate strength yet too conventional, leading her to dismiss it. Guomei stood out as the strongest, especially after its recent collaboration with a major corporation like Guomao, indicating a thriving trajectory. Although Yashu was the weakest, the connection to Lu Guangjuan, a prominent figure and reputedly doting husband, suggested potential advantages should they choose to collaborate. Sister, which of these two do you intend to select? Sun Tai inquired with a smile. There's no rush. I will first meet with the executives of both companies, Sun Jia replied. For now, all she had were textual information and her judgments. Prior to any partnership, she needed to engage with the company leaders. You're back? Yes. Suyu had returned from the company, her face radiating uncontainable joy. Gradually, she had developed a new habit of returning home rather than staying overnight at the office, regardless of how late it was. Did you go out today? Suyu asked as she spotted Ji Feng on the sofa. No, Ji Feng replied with a smile. He had indeed stayed home today, yet had made considerable progress. He had orchestrated a scheme through Wu Yu to investigate Su Chao, and the detectives he engaged had sent the desired intelligence regarding the company's senior executives. Oh, Suyu responded, not probing further. You seem in good spirits. Did something pleasant occur? Ji Feng asked. Suyu's joyful demeanor had not escaped his notice. Following recent events, her attitude towards him had noticeably improved. She no longer maintained the icy demeanor she had when they first met. Whether intentional or not, this change was certainly a positive development. Sort of, Suyu replied while changing her shoes. Are you familiar with Weimei Beauty Salon? Weimei? Is that the chain beauty salon making headlines for entering the Jinhai beauty market? Ji Feng inquired, having kept abreast of the city's trending news. Yes, that's the one, Suyu confirmed. Weimei's foray into the Jinhai beauty market could present an opportunity for me. Oh? How so? Ji Feng asked with a smile. As an external beauty company making such significant moves into the Jinhai market, they are bound to undertake substantial initiatives. If my conjecture is correct, Weimei will likely seek partnerships with local cosmetic companies as their first step, Suyu candidly shared her thoughts. Are you so certain? Ji Feng feigned skepticism, though he harbored similar thoughts himself. A businessperson must possess a keen sense of the market conditions of their own industry. Absolutely, Suyu asserted. Jinhai has other beauty salons as well. While Weimei enjoys a solid reputation, to swiftly capture market share, they will need to collaborate with cosmetics companies like ours to access our customer base, which could become their primary clientele. From what you've said, do you have a plan in mind? Ji Feng asked further. Yes, tonight I need to accurately assess Weimei's specific situation and draft a partnership proposal, Suyu stated. Ji Feng recognized that Suyu would be working late once more and smiled, saying, Don't stay up too late, take care of your health. I'll heat up some milk for you. Thank you, Suyu expressed her gratitude. Don't mention it. I merely feel for my son, who is such a dedicated mother striving for her career, Ji Feng remarked, causing Suyu to blush slightly. Truth be told, as her pregnancy progressed, Suyu could feel her body changing day by day. Chapter 82 Leah's plea. After preparing a warm cup of milk for Suyu, Ji Feng returned to his own room. Suyu was currently pregnant, albeit in the early stages, and appeared to be in good spirits, which reassured Ji Feng. After all, the child growing within her was his own. Should anything amiss occur with Suyu, Ji Feng would not allow this formidable woman to act recklessly. Not long after he had settled into his room, Ji Feng's phone rang. It was a call from Pang Dahai. Old Pang, what is the matter? Ji Feng inquired directly. Brother, do you know Zhao Yushu? Pang Dahai asked. Zhao Yushu, I don't know her, why do you ask? Ji Feng responded, puzzled. Damn it, I don't know her either, but I found out some information. Last time I fell into a trap, she was one of the main instigators behind it. I had someone look into it, and all I discovered was that she is the owner of a cosmetics company in Jinhai City. I swear I don't know her, why would she set me up? Pang Dahai exclaimed angrily. The last time he had been ensnared was at Sun Tai's casino in Jinhai City, where he nearly lost everything he had built over the years. While those ventures were not of utmost importance to him, the inheritance of his father's group was at stake. Naturally, Pang Dahai would not let this matter rest. He suspected that his half-brother, Pang Shan, was involved in this scheme and had tasked someone to investigate the individual who had received him in Jinhai City. It turned out that the person who had welcomed him was sent by Zhao Yushu. The crux of the matter was that he had no acquaintance with Zhao Yushu at all. Are you certain? Ji Feng inquired. I am certain. Without local assistance in Jinhai City, my brother would never be able to extend his reach so far, Pang Dahai asserted. The situation was quite straightforward. His brother Pang Shan had set a trap for Pang Dahai. The best way to do so was to lure him to a foreign locale. In Gue City, Pang Dahai was a notable figure and difficult to manipulate. Choosing an outside city, particularly one where Pang Shan's influence was strong, indicated that there were certainly individuals in Jinhai City with close ties to Pang Shan. If you truly wish to you must help me with this. I cannot let this injustice go unaddressed, Pang Dahai replied. Given his familiarity with the people in Jinhai City, Ji Feng knew that the investigation would be both convenient and advantageous. I understand. I will inform you once I have found something. I will never forget this favor, brother.
The call ended. Zhao Yeshu, Cosmetics Company?
Ji Feng mused, intrigued. He conducted a brief online search, knowing that company information is typically registered with the local administration and can be readily accessed. Before long, he uncovered the basic details. Yeshu Cosmetics Limited, Ji Feng murmured to himself. Indeed, there was a cosmetics company in Jinhai City owned by Zhao Yeshu. In terms of scale, it was slightly less impressive than Suyu's, though the difference was not substantial. Ji Feng suddenly recalled that Suyu was deeply immersed in the cosmetics industry, and perhaps she might possess some pertinent information regarding Zhao Yeshu. Thus, Ji Feng opened the bedroom door and spotted Suyu diligently working on a proposal at the sofa.
With a smile, he asked, "Do you have a moment? I need to ask you something." "Go ahead," Suyu replied, her fingers busily tapping away at her laptop keyboard. "Do you know Zhao Yeshu?"
The owner of Yeshu Cosmetics Limited, Ji Feng stated. Upon hearing his words, Suyu's fingers paused mid-typing. Ji Feng could tell that she was indeed familiar with this individual.
"I know her." "Why do you ask? What suddenly piqued your interest in her?"
Suyu questioned, her gaze fixed curiously on Ji Feng. "I'm just inquiring on behalf of a friend," Ji Feng replied with a smile. Suyu, without suspicion, continued, "It's not because we are in the same industry that I speak ill of her. Her character is rather questionable, though her husband is quite decent."
"Her husband? Who is he?"
Lu Guangjuan, a well-known real estate tycoon in Jinhai City, also a representative in the local People's Congress. He has a good reputation both in business and among friends, and is famously devoted to his wife, Suyu explained.
Zhao Yeshu's company would not have reached its current standing without her husband's financial backing.
Of course, to him, that money is merely a trivial pursuit.
"I see, thank you," Ji Feng replied, smiling.
"No need for thanks, such information is common knowledge among those in our circle," Suyu remarked before returning to her work. Of course, there were matters that Suyu was unaware of, but Ji Feng was well informed. He was now quite curious. According to Suyu, Zhao Yeshu had a husband who was a real estate magnate in Jinhai City, and since she had no connection to Pangdahai, it seemed illogical for her to ensnare him. What benefits would that bring her? No one desires to create unwarranted enemies. While pondering this, Ji Feng sent a message to Wu Yu, requesting her assistance in the investigation. The situation was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared, and delving into Zhao Yeshu's affairs would likely yield valuable information. The next day, Leah suddenly called Ji Feng, seeking assistance. Speaking of Leah, she had successfully secured a position at the company she had interviewed for, thanks to her genuine abilities. Upon joining, her competence quickly caught the attention of her superiors, leading to her placement in a frontline position for development. Occasionally, her social media posts revealed her working late into the night, but her spirit and enthusiasm remained remarkably high. As the call connected, Ji Feng said, "What a surprise to hear from you, Leah. We haven't been in touch lately. Have you forgotten about your phone go?" "Apologies, phone go. I've been exceedingly busy lately," Leah replied, sounding apologetic.
"Ha, I was just teasing you."
"I didn't think you'd take it seriously," Ji Feng chuckled.
"Phone go, could you do me a favor?" Leah asked. "What is the matter?" Ji Feng inquired.
"I wanted to ask if you know any lawyers," Leah stated.
"A lawyer? What is going on? Have you found yourself in legal trouble?"
"Not exactly. It's about one of my senior sisters, not her directly, but rather her brother. He defrauded a loan platform online, racking up over 2 million, and now the loan company has discovered it and is pursuing them," Leah explained. "The loan company is demanding compensation. Otherwise, they will resort to litigation. My senior sister is worried her brother might end up in prison and is desperately seeking help."
"What sort of compensation is the loan company demanding?" Ji Feng asked. "Well, it's actually a usury company.
My senior sister mentioned they are willing to repay the full 2 million and restore their website to its original state, but the other party refuses to agree and is demanding an additional 2 million in compensation. Otherwise, they LL sue. The representatives from the loan company have been harassing them incessantly," Leah elaborated. Chapter 83. "This is not trouble, but rather a friend of my senior sister. It is not my own concern, and yet asking Ji Feng for assistance feels somewhat inappropriate. However, Leah possesses a kind heart, and her senior sister has often extended her help. Now, faced with such a predicament, she finds it truly difficult to turn a blind eye and remain indifferent." Leah thinks of Ji Feng, recalling how he had once intimidated a group of wealthy young men at a 3-star hotel, and contemplates that Ji Feng might have extensive connections, possibly possessing the means or acquaintances to resolve such matters.
"Where is your senior sister's family located?" Ji Feng inquires. "They are locals from Yunhai City."
My senior sister lost her job due to harassment from a loan company, Leah replies.
"Send me the address, I will head over immediately."
"I truly appreciate your help, Fenggu. Please ensure your safety."
"Understood." As the call ends, Ji Feng's eyes gleam with excitement.
This is no mere trouble, it is an opportunity beckoning him. Ji Feng is elated. What Leah perceives as a troublesome situation appears to him as a valuable prospect. With the plethora of online lending platforms available, it is essentially a covert form of usury, where exorbitant interest rates loom ominously, and failure to repay invites relentless harassment against the borrower and their family. Remarkably, Leah's senior sister's brother has audaciously hacked the lending platform, embezzling over 2 million, an undeniable feat achievable only by a remarkable talent. The threats posed by these loan sharks are merely veiled attempts to extort money. When confronted with unreasonable and unlawful behavior, at times, force proves to be the most effective remedy. As for the notion of litigation, it is merely a tactic to intimidate. In such scenarios, involving the police may complicate matters further, particularly since Leah's senior sister's brother was the one who initially hacked their website and software, thus he bears some culpability. Therefore, having connections and influence to resolve the issue privately is the most prudent course of action. Ji Feng has always welcomed talent with open arms. From Leah, Ji Feng learns that the hacked lending platform is named Eli Chen, operated by Eli Chen Financial Company, Limited, headquartered in Yunhai City. This explains how, after the hack, the company was able to trace the brothers' residence. Following the address provided by Leah, Ji Feng drives directly to Guangming District. In Guangming District, Building 201 of Mingzhu Garden Community. "Are you going to pay up or not? Your time is up," a brash man with yellow hair declares, flanked by 4 tattooed thugs in the cramped living room. Facing them are a pair of young siblings of the brother, named Wu Hao, is bespectacled and appears scholarly, while his sister, Wu Haiqing, possesses an air of maturity and striking beauty. "We have already returned the 2 million, and the software and website have been restored. I cannot afford the 2 million in compensation you are demanding," Wu Haiqing asserts firmly, displaying no fear in the face of the intimidating group. Behind her stands her only family member, her younger brother. She must not show weakness at this moment. "What you did was expected, but who told your brother to be so bold as to hack our company's website? If not you, who should compensate us? Perhaps we should report this to the authorities," the yellow-haired man retorts arrogantly. "Please don't involve the police, the compensation is far too excessive for us to manage. Would 10,000 suffice to settle this matter?" Wu Haiqing proposes. She understands that these men are loan sharks, but fundamentally, her brother was at fault for hacking their website and absconding with funds. While police intervention might limit the compensation, it would leave a blemish on her brother's record for life, and he is still young. 10,000 is an insult. 2 million, not a penny less, the yellow-haired man insists obstinately. "You are loan sharks, what gives you the right to act so brazenly? If you have the courage, go ahead and call the police." "We shall see who fears whom," Wu Hao retorts angrily. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for loan sharks, as they drove his father to his demise and left his mother insane in a psychiatric hospital, prompting him to hack this loan company. "Impudent brat, it appears you need a lesson to understand your place," the yellow-haired man sneers. "Grab this kid. Let him see why we are so fearless. Don't you dare touch my brother." Wu Haiqing steps protectively in front of him as the thugs prepare to strike. "Oh, so the beautiful lady wishes to defend her brother," the yellow-haired man smirks. "Anyone who lays a hand on my brother will face my wrath," Wu Haiqing declares resolutely. "Calm down, beautiful. This is a society governed by law, and we are civilized individuals," the yellow-haired man grins slyly. "How about this? Given your predicament, if you are willing to make a small sacrifice, we can certainly negotiate the terms." Upon saying this, he leers at Wu Haiqing, taking in her beauty and voluptuous figure, an intoxicating allure for men. Just then, a bench comes crashing down, striking the yellow-haired man on the head. "Anyone who dares to target my sister will have to answer to me." Wu Hao shouts, ready to charge forward. "Damn it, this kid is asking for trouble. Beat him," the enraged yellow-haired man barks. As tensions escalate and both sides prepare for a confrontation, a knock on the door suddenly interrupts the chaos. Chapter 84. Then follow me. The sudden sound of knocking at the door caused both parties, who were poised to act, to halt. "Did you call the police?" the blonde-haired man asked anxiously. "I did not," Wu Haiqing replied with a shake of his head. "Shall we see who it is?" The blonde man gestured for one of his underlings, who was near the door, to check. The individual approached the door, peered through the peephole, and upon seeing a stranger standing outside, inquired, "Who is it?" "I am a friend of Wu Haiqing, here to deliver some money." Naturally, it was Ji Feng at the door. He had arrived quite timely, having heard the commotion from the hallway. "Boss, it's just one person." "Let him in," the blonde man instructed. The underling opened the door, and as Ji Feng stepped inside, the door was swiftly shut behind him. "Kid, you claim to be Wu Haiqing's friend?" "Here to deliver money," the blonde man questioned. However, Ji Feng disregarded him entirely, focusing instead on Wu Haiqing and Wu Hao. Utilizing his skill of discerning talents, he was pleasantly surprised to discover two exceptional individuals before him. After employing the skill, the attributes above Wu Haiqing and Wu Hao were distinctly revealed. Wu Haiqing area of expertise management, qualification top tier. Wu Hao area of expertise hacking, qualification top tier. Upon witnessing their attributes, Ji Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, they were two remarkable talents. "Kid, are you choosing to ignore me?" the blonde man shouted upon realizing Ji Feng was unresponsive. "Are you both alright?" Ji Feng asked Wu Haiqing and Wu Hao. "We're fine," Wu Haiqing replied with a nod. "That is good," Ji Feng smiled, then turned his gaze towards the blonde man. "So, you're here to collect a debt, are you?" "And what if we are?" the blonde man retorted arrogantly. "Where is the money for us?" "There is no money, but if you leave now, you might still have time," Ji Feng replied coolly. Hearing this, the blonde man scoffed. "Do you think I'm easily intimidated?" Smack, before he could finish, Ji Feng delivered a swift slap, sending the blonde man crashing to the ground, knocking out a tooth in the process. "Filthy-mouthed scoundrel." The blonde man was taken aback by Ji Feng's sudden aggression and shouted to his companions, "What are you staring at? Get him."
Bang, bang, bang. Despite having the numerical advantage, the vast disparity in strength rendered them utterly futile. Ji Feng effortlessly dispatched them one by one. Wu Haiqing and Wu Hao stood by, utterly dumbfounded. This was astonishing. A single individual could easily take down so many. This was a scene fit for the silver screen. You're finished. We are under the command of Big Brother Wei, and this matter is far from over. The blonde man, now frightened, resorted to invoking his boss's name in an attempt to intimidate Ji Feng. Big Brother Wei? Which Big Brother Wei? Ji Feng raised an eyebrow. I don't know him. Wei Xian, you don't even know Big Brother Wei? Ah, Wei Xian, so you're one of his underlings. Alright then, let me ask you, is this how you educate your subordinates?
Ji Feng found it amusing to discover that this group was associated with Wei Xian.
With that, he took out his phone and sent a brief message to Wei Xian, informing him of the situation regarding the betrayal, which was orchestrated by Su Chao. Although it had been a setup, Wei Xian owed Ji Feng a favor, and regardless of whether he wished to acknowledge it, the matter could be resolved. Trying to scare me? Just a moment ago you claimed not to know him, now you suddenly do?
The blonde man sneered, convinced that Ji Feng was bluffing and pretending to be acquainted with his boss. Ji Feng, uninterested in conversing with such a lowly thug, sent a message to Wei Xian's phone. Shortly after, the blonde man's phone rang.
Hello, boss, yes, I understand. I'll head back immediately.
After hanging up, the blonde man wore an expression of disbelief. Wei Xian had actually called him, stating that this matter would be dropped and instructing them to return at once.
Do you believe me now? Ji Feng teased.
You're something else, we'll leave, the blonde man conceded. With their boss's orders, he dared not make any further decisions, especially since they were no match for Ji Feng. Soon, the blonde man and his entourage left in defeat. After their departure, Ji Feng smiled. I'm Ji Feng, a friend of Leah. She sent me to resolve this issue.
You're a friend of my junior sister. Nice to meet you. I'm Wu Haiqing, and this is my brother, Wu Hao. Thank you for intervening on our behalf.
Wu Haiqing finally realized, having previously been puzzled as to how she did not recognize Ji Feng.
No need for formalities, Ji Feng replied, then turned his attention to Wu Hao. I heard from Leah that you hacked their website and managed to siphon off 2 million, is that correct?
That was me, Wu Hao admitted without hesitation. Impressive work, young man, Ji Feng remarked with a smile. This is precisely how one should deal with such individuals.
So you agree with my methods? Wu Hao asked, elated at Ji Feng's validation. I do acknowledge it, but have you considered the consequences of your actions?
Ji Feng shifted the conversation. You might have felt satisfaction in the moment, but the fallout is that these thugs have come to harass you and your sister. Now, you're unable to defend yourselves, and your sister's job is at stake. Have you thought about how worried she must be, not daring to report this to the authorities?
Wu Hao was taken aback by Ji Feng's probing questions.
Indeed, he had not contemplated the repercussions before undertaking such actions.
Do you realize where you went wrong? Ji Feng pressed.
I do, Wu Hao nodded, observing her brother's acknowledgement of his mistakes. Wu Haiqing felt a sense of relief. She understood that her brother's intentions were noble, not driven by greed, but his approach was reckless. Xiao Hao, why are you still standing there? Quickly fetch Mr. Ji a chair and some tea, Wu Haiqing urged.
Understood, sister.
Wu Hao, now filled with admiration and gratitude towards Ji Feng, dared not delay. However, the living room was somewhat disheveled due to Ji Feng's earlier actions. I apologize for the mess in your home, Ji Feng noted, having inadvertently caused some damage. It's quite alright, Wu Haiqing quickly reassured him.
Ji Feng continued, rest assured, this matter has nothing to do with you two anymore. May I ask what your plans are moving forward? Due to this incident, I lost my job and need to seek new employment.
Wu Hao just graduated from university and is uncertain about his next steps, Wu Haiqing explained.
In that case, why not come work with me?
Ji Feng proposed, uttering words that Wu Haiqing had never anticipated.
Chapter 85 Decision to acquire a target. May I be so bold as to inquire, Mr. Ji, what occupation do you pursue?
Wu Haiqing could not help but ask at the sight of so many ruffians being effortlessly subdued by Ji Feng, coupled with the swift resolution of the matter through a mere phone call, rendered Wu Haiqing intrigued by Ji Feng's enigmatic nature. However, mystery aside, even though Ji Feng was now their benefactor, she and her brother would certainly refrain from associating with him should his business ventures prove unscrupulous. In response, Ji Feng smiled and said, do not overthink it. I am merely contemplating the acquisition of a company and am in need of talented individuals. If you two are willing, I would be delighted to have you on board. In truth, the idea of establishing a company under his own name had long been on Ji Feng's mind. He possessed resources and connections, and merely assisting the Ji family in managing the well-established Ruifeng company seemed rather unworthy. Furthermore, he recalled his mother's words about preparing for all eventualities.
Mr.
Ji, please do not misunderstand, I harbor no doubts about you, Wu Haiqing quickly clarified.
Brother Feng, regardless of your profession, from this moment on, you shall be my idol, Wu Hao declared with evident admiration.
Ji Feng's effortless defeat of a gang of thugs had truly impressed him. Mr. Ji, please forgive my brother, he has a tendency to speak his mind without a hint of tact, Wu Haiqing chided Wu Hao with a glare. It is quite alright, Ji Feng chuckled, if you have any further inquiries, feel free to ask.
None at all.
We are truly grateful for your consideration, Mr. Ji. I would be honored to work for you, Wu Haiqing replied with a smile.
Brother Feng, I too am willing, Wu Hao quickly affirmed. Then it is settled.
I warmly welcome the both of you to join me, Ji Feng responded with a smile. Of course, until the acquisition of the company is finalized, you both still have time to attend to your own matters.
I will notify you when the time comes.
Wu Haiqing and Wu Hao nodded in agreement. To an outsider, their swift acceptance of Ji Feng's invitation to work for him might appear abrupt, especially considering they had yet to discuss remuneration. However, to Wu Haiqing, this was more than an opportunity, it was a chance that, if missed, might never return. Should they seize it, their fates could very well be transformed forever. Unbeknownst to Wu Haiqing, her decisive action today would lead to the emergence of a globally renowned working goddess in the years to come. After exchanging contact information with the siblings and politely declining their invitation to dine together, Ji Feng drove away. On the way back, he found himself deep in thought. Having spent the last couple of days mostly indoors, he was primarily contemplating his acquisition plan. Currently, he was particularly interested in a nearly bankrupt entertainment company. It had been some time since Ji Feng had traversed into this world. Upon his arrival, he quickly realized that while the culture of this parallel universe bore striking similarities to that of his previous life, there were also notable differences. Classic cultural references familiar to him were present in varying degrees here. For instance, Beethoven remained a master of the piano, with his work still celebrated. Had he not awakened his extraordinary abilities and had his parents not revealed their long-concealed identities, Ji Feng would have simply settled into a mundane existence as a ghostwriter. However, with the unexpected emergence of his talents and the privileges of being a scion of a prominent family, he abandoned the idea of a modest life as a ghostwriter. After all, he had not retained extensive knowledge of the works from his past life. Relying solely on that would eventually lead to a creative impasse. Why not embrace the comforts of being an affluent capitalist instead? Now, however, circumstances had changed. He possessed ample funds and connections, and entering these industries as a capitalist would yield significantly different returns. It is decided, I shall proceed with the acquisition of that entertainment company, Ji Feng concluded. He currently had several million in his account, sufficient for an initial acquisition. Although the Huayu Entertainment Company, where Su Miaomiao worked, dominated the market in Jinhai City, Ji Feng had an advantage, a certain Lin Wanru, who was being supported by the rotund Pang Dehai. At present, Lin Wanru was immensely popular, and Ji Feng was confident that should he approach her to sign with the company he was acquiring, Pang Dehai would not object in the slightest. Of course, if the venture proved fruitless, he might reconsider. However, Ji Feng was more inclined to believe that such a scenario was unnecessary. Just as Ji Feng's thoughts solidified, an unexpected figure suddenly darted into the path of his vehicle. Although his attention was slightly diverted, he reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes. The tires screeched against the concrete, leaving a dark mark in their wake.
Damn it, a scammer. Ji Feng cursed as he exited the vehicle.
He had braked in time, and the impressive stopping power of his Mercedes-Benz G-Class ensured he had not collided with the individual. Should that person dare to engage in deceit, Ji Feng would show no mercy. As Ji Feng stepped out, ready to vent his frustration, he was taken aback by the identity of the figure that had appeared. It was a woman, her hair disheveled and cascading about her shoulders, clad only in a thin shirt, her complexion pale, and barefoot, standing less than 3 centimeters from the front of his car. Though devoid of makeup, her features were exquisite, undeniably marking her as a beauty. Had Ji Feng's braking been even a moment later, this unadorned beauty might very well have met a tragic fate. Upon exiting, the woman's gaze fell upon Ji Feng, and he was momentarily stunned. Her eyes, devoid of vitality, conveyed an unsettling emptiness, as though she were a mere shell of a person, devoid of a soul.
Hey, are you alright? Do you need me to call for help?
Ji Feng inquired tentatively. In response, the woman remained silent, instead turning to face an oncoming vehicle speeding towards them. As the car approached, she abruptly moved as if to throw herself into its path.
Madwoman.
Ji Feng could not allow this unfamiliar woman to endanger herself before him. Even though he had no inkling of what had transpired, he could not let her take such a reckless step. Conscience would not allow it. With swift reflexes, Ji Feng seized her just as she was about to rush forward, pulling her into his embrace. She struggled against him, but it was futile. She could not break free from his grasp. Let go of me, let go, the stranger screamed. Amidst her protests, tears began to stream down her face. Chapter 86, The system asks me to mind others' business. In his arms, the young woman wept bitterly, her sorrow palpable. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, as if she sought to expel every grievance lodged within her heart. Ji Feng felt the fabric of his shirt becoming increasingly dampened by her tears.
Could it be that she has suffered some indignity?
Ji Feng pondered silently. The woman's hair was disheveled, her clothing remained intact yet scant, and she was barefoot. Coupled with her overwhelming sorrow, it lent credence to Ji Feng's suspicions. After a prolonged silence, Ji Feng gently spoke, "It seems you have cried enough for now, might you take a moment to collect yourself?"
This cannot continue indefinitely.
His vehicle was halted on the roadside. Fortunately, they were in the suburbs where traffic was sparse and there were no surveillance cameras, lest he incur some penalties. "Thank you," the woman murmured softly, her voice tinged with gratitude. Sensing her emotional state had calmed somewhat, Ji Feng gradually released his hold. She stepped away from his embrace, slowly retreating. "Alas, I wonder which brute has inflicted this upon her," Ji Feng muttered under his breath before turning to enter his vehicle. To be frank, he had no intention of involving himself in this matter. After all, it is often better to avoid unnecessary complications. Although the sight of the fragile, pitiable woman stirred sympathy, he knew better than to judge solely by appearances. As Ji Feng prepared to drive away, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind.
Options formally presented.
Option 1, intervene in this matter, and you shall receive a memory extraction capsule.
Option 2.
Decline to involve yourself, and you shall receive a cash reward of 1 million.
I choose option 1.
Hearing the system's options, Ji Feng shook his head in resignation. It appeared that the system was insistent on his involvement. While both options offered rewards, the monetary prize seemed trivial compared to the potential utility of the item. Since he was destined to intervene, he resolved to do so judiciously. Observing the woman gradually disappearing into the distance, Ji Feng activated his hazard lights and followed her slowly. She traversed the vehicular lane, and he trailed behind not only to discern her destination but also to alert any approaching vehicles to exercise caution. Her name was Yu Bingxin, evoking the imagery of purity and grace. Indeed, she embodied these qualities since her school days. She had been perceived as the quintessential obedient girl, an academic prodigy often referred to as the child everyone wishes for. Upon reaching high school, she discovered her passion for singing, dancing, and performing, leading her to enroll in the finest music academy. Though she lacked the advantageous family background of many, her household's modest prosperity allowed her to graduate successfully. With her striking appearance and exceptional talent, she secured a contract with an entertainment company. However, she soon found herself ensnared by the underhanded machinations of the company's executives, who sought to exploit her. One particular executive took an unhealthy interest in her, attempting to coerce her into compromising situations. Yu Bingxin, resolute in her refusal, narrowly escaped his advances on one occasion, yet, this encounter ignited a vendetta against her, resulting in her being sidelined for 3 long years. The prime years of her youth, a time brimming with vitality, were squandered in obscurity due to the machinations of the company. Tragically, her father also lost his job as a consequence of her plight. In her desperation to seek help, she was met with scorn, and those willing to assist were often driven by ulterior motives. Overwhelmed by despair, she felt utterly alone. Finally, today, she resolved to end her life wandering aimlessly. She found herself on a bridge overlooking a vast river that flowed into the Yangtze. So be it, she whispered resignedly, preparing to leap. But then, a pair of strong arms encircled her waist, halting her descent. Such beauty should not meet such a tragic end. It would be a pity. What troubles you? Why not share your burdens with me? The voice of a man resonated in her ear. Turning to the source of the voice, she recognized the handsome face adorned with a disarming smile, the very man who had prevented her from crashing her car moments ago. Is even death so difficult for me? Yu Bingxin's emotions spiraled as despair washed over her. She felt as though the heavens were punishing her for her plight. Death is not difficult, but seeking a quick escape seems rather irresponsible, Ji Feng replied calmly. Your parents raised you not for the sole purpose of ending your life. His words were blunt, understanding that the young woman's emotional state was precarious. Gentle persuasion would not suffice, she required a firmer approach. I have wronged them, but living only brings them further suffering, Yu Bingxin lamented. Do you truly believe that in death, you will spare them from your troubles? Ji Feng countered, his voice rising with frustration. What insurmountable obstacle weighs upon you? Speak it aloud. I shall bear it, even if the sky were to fall. You would bear it? Yu Bingxin exclaimed, her voice tinged with madness. You are no different from the others, merely seeking to exploit me. Even in death, I shall not allow you to fulfill your desires. I am Yu Bingxin, and I shall never sell my body or soul. Seeing her unravel, Ji Feng furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of compassion. What had transpired to push such a vibrant young woman to the brink? With a decisive movement, he struck her neck with just the right amount of force, rendering her unconscious. In her current state, communication was futile. She needed to rest and regain her composure. Of course, in broad daylight, such an action could easily be misconstrued as abduction. Ji Feng swiftly placed her in the back seat of his car, draping his coat over her. He then lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. Poor woman, he mused quietly, reflecting on her plight. He had no intention of leaving. He would wait in the car until she awoke, lest he be embroiled in complications with the authorities. With a curious gaze, he examined Yu Bingxin's unconscious form, her talents, singing, dancing, performing, and creation, qualifications exceptional. What a remarkable all-rounder, Ji Feng remarked, his voice echoing in the confines of the vehicle. Chapter 87. The place where you can sing. Ji Feng realized that he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. It was no wonder that the system, that little rascal, had urged him to meddle in affairs. It seemed that, in addition to rewards, there were indeed benefits to be reaped. With the discerning eye of a connoisseur, Ji Feng identified Yu Bingxin's areas of expertise as singing, dancing, acting, and composing. These talents are indispensable for any contemporary star or artist. Mastery of even one of these gifts can lead to remarkable achievements in their field, yet Yu Bingxin possessed them all, and her abilities were of the highest caliber. In terms of appearance, physique, and beauty, Yu Bingxin embodied all the qualities expected of a modern celebrity, requiring no cosmetic enhancements whatsoever. As for her talent, it was likewise top tier. With just a modicum of cultivation, she could achieve significant success. It was as if the system had delivered a pillow just when he felt drowsy. Ji Feng was contemplating investing in an entertainment company and needed a candidate capable of assuming the role of the leading lady. Now, she had arrived. Ji Feng was confident that, with a slight investment of resources and a mere opportunity, Yu Bingxin would undoubtedly rise to fame. As time passed, he remained unhurried, patiently awaiting her awakening in the car. The sky gradually darkened. In the suburbs, though there were streetlights, the streets were nearly devoid of passing vehicles and pedestrians after nightfall. If you're awake, stop pretending to sleep, Ji Feng said, leaning back in his seat. He closed his eyes to rest, yet he could still hear the movements from the back seat. Yu Bingxin's breathing pattern had shifted from when she was asleep, indicating that she was now awake. Who are you? Upon realizing she had been discovered, Yu Bingxin sat up in the back seat, her hands clutching her clothes protectively while she checked to ensure they were intact. Now you're afraid? If I hadn't stopped you earlier, your parents would be kneeling before your corpse, weeping, Ji Feng replied nonchalantly. At his words, Yu Bingxin fell silent. She had merely been knocked out, not left with amnesia. She still remembered the events that transpired before she lost consciousness.
Thank you for saving me, but why didn't you take me to the police station? What do you intend to do with me?
Yu Bingxin remained vigilant.
What do I intend to do?
I merely wanted to hear your story after witnessing you cry and shout about how you'd never sell your soul or body, Ji Feng stated. Upon hearing this, Yu Bingxin fell silent once more.
I am an excellent listener.
Share your thoughts with me, and perhaps I can assist you. Ji Feng smiled, observing her hesitation. He added, rest assured, I won't ask for any bodily repayment. I have a wife. This remark finally eased Yu Bingxin's wariness, allowing her to slowly recount her experiences over the past 3 years at the company. After listening, Ji Feng said, you were kept in the shadows for 3 years, and your father lost his job, so you considered giving up. How foolish, I thought you had been violated and were distressed. Initially, Ji Feng had genuinely believed Yu Bingxin had been subjected to some form of violation. However, it appeared he had overthought the matter. She simply found it increasingly unbearable to cope with such pressure and torment. The darkness before her obscured any glimmer of hope, leaving her in despair.
I just want to sing and write songs. Why is this so difficult for me?
Yu Bingxin said, her face etched with hopelessness.
Do you truly wish to sing? Ji Feng inquired.
Yes, Yu Bingxin responded emphatically.
Very well, I shall take you there. With that, Ji Feng started the car.
Yu Bingxin, looking puzzled, asked, where are you taking me? To a place where you can sing and express yourself, Ji Feng replied with a smile. Driving with the bewildered Yu Bingxin, they arrived at a quaint bar 3 kilometers away. Unlike a typical bar, this establishment, known as Elegant Abode, differed in design, music, and service, with few patrons and ample seating available. A young singer was performing gentle, slow-paced music. The ambience of the bar was serene, tranquil, and inviting. Due to Yu Bingxin's somewhat casual attire, their entrance drew some attention. However, upon seeing Ji Feng, others assumed they were in a romantic relationship and did not express undue surprise. Ji Feng approached the stage and exchanged a few words with the performing singer, who nodded with a smile and relinquished the microphone to him. Ji Feng addressed the audience. Next, we will have Miss Yu Bingxin take the stage to perform for you all. I hope you will show your support, and as a gesture of gratitude, I will cover the tab for the evening. His words instantly elicited cheers from the crowd. Who wouldn't relish the opportunity to hear a beautiful woman sing while someone else picked up the bill? Yu Bingxin was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Ji Feng's proclamation.
Can we get some applause to encourage her?
Ji Feng said. Noticing Yu Bingxin's stillness, the room erupted into enthusiastic applause. Although Ji Feng and Yu Bingxin's appearance had temporarily disrupted the bar's tranquility, such occurrences were not uncommon in this setting. While the bar valued serenity, a touch of surprise and romance was always welcome. Listening to the long-desired applause resonate in her heart, Yu Bingxin felt tears welling in her eyes. Wiping away the moisture at the corners of her eyes, she took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage to receive the microphone from Ji Feng's hands. The applause from the audience grew even more fervent. Chapter 88, The Return of Yu Bingxin. Yu Bingxin's voice is remarkably gentle and ethereal. She effortlessly sings the popular songs of the moment, and her renditions are genuinely delightful. Most importantly, her singing is not mere imitation. It is a true expression of her unique style. The audience is utterly entranced, captivated by her enchanting performance.
Beautifully sung. The lady sings exceptionally well. Such melodious tones, it feels as though my ears are being serenaded into bliss. Her vocal prowess is extraordinary, rivaling that of any professional singer. The crowd erupts into enthusiastic applause, showering her with admiration. The owner of the bar is drawn to the stage, joining in as a supportive listener. I wish to sing one last song, an original piece titled Dawn, which I will perform for the first time today. I hope you all enjoy it. Yu Bingxin smiles warmly at the audience. The stage lights illuminate her face, highlighting her exquisite features. Even without makeup, she appears flawless under the glow, as if touched by divine hands. Despite having cried earlier, leaving her eyes slightly red and traces of tears on her cheeks, her beauty remains undiminished. In this moment, her delicate charm is fully on display, evoking a sense of tenderness. Without any accompaniment, Yu Bingxin begins to sing her original song. As she opens her mouth, the audience watches with bated breath. You are the brightest light in the darkness. This song, infused with her emotions, speaks of the quest to find the journey is fraught with difficulty, and it remains uncertain whether one can persevere. The sentiments in the song are filled with hope yet laced with confusion. As she sings, it feels as though she embodies a wanderer in the desert, desperately seeking water, or a soul lost in darkness, yearning for a flicker of light and unsure of what the future holds. Yet, she clings to a heart filled with admiration and longing for hope. Her voice resonates deeply, completely immersing the audience in her performance. Some are moved to tears. As the final notes fade, tears glisten in her eyes as well. The room erupts into thunderous applause, heartfelt and genuine, celebrating her voice, her talent, and the story woven into her song. Ji Feng gazes at Yu Bingxin with a sense of pride. Although she had faced turmoil, singing is undoubtedly the best balm for her wounds. Yu Bingxin feels immense gratitude towards Ji Feng. Her voice has captivated everyone present, and some audience members approach her for photographs, including several men. However, with Ji Feng by her side, many assume he is her boyfriend and wonder if he would mind, yet, Ji Feng merely shrugs, indicating that it is of no concern. After all, it is just a photo, and he is not her guardian. Yu Bingxin beams with joy. Despite the modest audience, she feels fulfilled. Thank you, she expresses her gratitude to Ji Feng. It's a small matter. I'll help you with the breach of contract fees. Come work at my company. How does that sound? Ji Feng smiles, getting straight to the point.
Yu Bingxin is taken aback, completely unprepared for this proposal.
I've said before, as long as you let me know, I will assist you with your matters. I'll support you through thick and thin. How does that sound?
Ji Feng assures her. Upon hearing his words, Yu Bingxin replies, but the breach of contract fee is quite substantial.
Don't worry, I'll cover it. It won't come out of your pocket, Ji Feng reassures her.
I just want to sing and write songs. I won't handle anything else, she adds. Ji Feng chuckles. As I mentioned, I have a wife.
So, what do you think?
Yu Bingxin nods, feeling a distinct positive connection with Ji Feng. Seeing her agreement brings him joy. As the evening grows late, Ji Feng plans to escort Yu Bingxin home. He also follows through on his earlier promise to pay for everyone's bill. When settling the tab, he is somewhat surprised. Less than 2,000, he exclaims in astonishment. The owner, a middle-aged man, awkwardly responds, there's not much we can do. This area doesn't attract many patrons, and my bar lacks any unique features I've been wanting to sell for a while.
Ji Feng's interest peaks. Are you planning to sell? How much are you asking?
The owner, straightforward, replies, I spent over $1 million on renovations alone, and I've been operating at a loss for years. If you're interested, I'll let it all go for $3 million. I'll offer 280,000, Ji Feng counters.
Deal, the owner agrees, gritting his teeth, eager to exit the venture. The bar, located in a sparsely populated suburban area, has always struggled with business, and the owner has long wanted to sell. If not for the fact that it serves as a storefront, it would hardly be worth 280,000. Before long, they finalize the contract, and Ji Feng pays the amount, making the bar officially his. Why did you suddenly buy this place?
Yu Bingxin asks, astonished.
She never expected such a move.
In due time, I'll have it renovated, expanded, and renamed Bingxin Garden, Ji Feng replies with a smile.
Bingxin Garden?
Yu Bingxin muses, realizing that Ji Feng has named it after her.
Don't flatter yourself.
Soon you'll understand why I purchased this place, Ji Feng dispels her concerns. He genuinely believes that the entertainment company Yu Bingxin was previously associated with has squandered her talent. He certainly wouldn't make such a foolish mistake. He intends to nurture her potential. Once Yu Bingxin rises to fame, this bar will undoubtedly gain notoriety. It is, after all, the venue where she performed prior to her ascent, and occasionally inviting her to sing a few songs will significantly enhance its value. Ji Feng possesses an unparalleled acumen for business and vision. Chapter 89. Acquiring Tianfang Entertainment. After escorting Yu Bingxin back, the hour was not excessively late. Ji Feng was taken aback, for Yu Bingxin had traveled to such a distant suburb in a taxi, driven by her despair. Fortunately, tragedy had been averted. Having decided to acquire the struggling entertainment company, he wasted no time and promptly contacted the current owner of the firm. The company in question was Tianfang Entertainment Company, Limited. At present, it boasted no first-tier artists, only a single second-tier one, who was already past their prime, along with 7 or 8 lesser-known stars. Given the current lackluster market conditions and the presence of a large entertainment corporation, Huayu Entertainment, in Jinhai City, it was exceedingly challenging for smaller enterprises to survive. Upon hearing that someone was interested in taking over the company, Dong Yunhai, the owner of Tianfang Entertainment, was overwhelmed with excitement. The company had been operating at a loss, and he had initially invested 30 million yuan, accumulating considerable debt. Although the scale of the business was not large, the artists signed to the company had failed to gain traction, resulting in limited profits. Coupled with the prevailing market downturn, the company was now teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, he had treated his artists well, and as a result, they had not left him in droves. Those who remained were mindful of his kindness. It was not that Dong Yunhai had mismanaged the company. Rather, its modest size and the lack of prominent artists had rendered it unattractive. With no stars capable of dazzling the public, the company lacked recognition and profitability. In a desperate bid to salvage the situation, Dong Yunhai resolved to sell the company. Yet, with Huayu Entertainment dominating the market, potential buyers were scarce. Thus, when he was finally contacted, his excitement was palpable. Dong Yunhai, disregarding the late hour, already 11 o'clock, hastened to meet Ji Feng at the agreed location. They were already familiar with each other's names from their phone conversation. Mr. Ji, don't you think your offer is rather harsh? 15 million is simply too low for me to accept, Dong Yunhai lamented. He had initially quoted a price of 25 million, which included all the artists still under contract, only to have Ji Feng cut the offer by 10 million right off the bat.
Mr. Dong, you are well aware of your company's current predicament. I need not elaborate, Ji Feng replied with a smile. As for the artists, if they could generate profit for the company, would you even consider selling it? I understand that, but could you possibly raise the offer?
This is simply too little, Dong Yunhai insisted. Very well, let us settle on 19 million as a firm price. Additionally, if you are willing, you could remain as a vice president of the company, receiving dividends and a guaranteed annual salary of 300,000, Ji Feng proposed earnestly. He had researched Tianfang Entertainment and recognized that the situation was not a result of Dong Yunhai's mismanagement but rather a stroke of bad luck coupled with market challenges and underperforming artists. Moreover, since Ji Feng intended to acquire the company, he valued Dong Yunhai's experience in its operations.
Really?
Dong Yunhai was taken aback. He had not anticipated Ji Feng would propose allowing him to stay on.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Dong?
Ji Feng inquired with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Dong Yunhai steeled himself and nodded. I appreciate your consideration, Mr. Ji. I accept your offer of 19 million, and I will continue to work at the company. Dong Yunhai had come to a resolution. He was now married with children and could not afford to be reckless. He had experienced the challenges of being a boss firsthand, with someone finally willing to take over and allowing him to remain involved. The terms were not excessively high, but they did represent a gamble that he deemed worthwhile. After all, at his age, what else could he do if the company was sold, start anew? He lacked the energy for such endeavors, and his family circumstances did not permit it.
Then it is settled. I am ready to proceed with the transaction at your convenience. Mr. Dong, you have brought the contract, I presume?
Ji Feng smiled. Dong Yunhai chuckled and retrieved the prepared documents from his bag. With a few adjustments to the price, they signed and stamped the contract, thus rendering it effective. After reviewing the contract and finding no issues, Ji Feng signed and initiated the transfer. At that moment, Tianfang Entertainment officially changed hands, becoming Ji Feng's personal enterprise. Mr. Ji, I hope to receive your support in the future, Dong Yunhai expressed, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders as he stood up, extending his hand. Ji Feng shook his hand warmly, saying, work diligently, and you will come to appreciate the wisdom of your decision today. Dong Yunhai smiled. Truth be told, he found Ji Feng somewhat youthful, yet he surmised that Ji Feng must come from a well-off background to be able to afford such a sum. While he viewed Ji Feng's words as mere platitudes, he resolved to dedicate himself to the company, as his remuneration was tied to its annual profits.
Mr. Ji, shall we head to the company together to take a look? Dong Yunhai suggested, genuinely impressed by the young man's decisiveness.
There is no need. I will arrange for someone to visit the company tomorrow. You can simply inform the staff then, Ji Feng replied. Understood. Dong Yunhai nodded. After parting ways with Dong Yunhai, Ji Feng called Wu Haiqing to relay the details. Initially, Wu Haiqing had anticipated a delay, so she was pleasantly surprised by Ji Feng's swift action. However, it suited her well, as she was not one to rest idly. Having work to do made her feel more fulfilled. Once she understood her current task, she readily agreed to arrive at the company on time to familiarize herself with its operations. Another task at hand was to settle Yu Bingxin's breach of contract compensation. In truth, Yu Bingxin had yet to make a public appearance since joining the entertainment company. The former owner had intended to leverage her talents after establishing a personal rapport, but Yu Bingxin had resisted, resulting in her being sidelined until now. Therefore, while the penalty was not insignificant, it was manageable for Ji Feng. This modest sum to secure Yu Bingxin was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment, and he felt he had struck a lucrative deal. Chapter 90. Sun Jie comes to visit. Today is Saturday. For the majority of 9-to-5 workers, this day marks a well-deserved respite. Out of the week, there are only 2 precious days to truly unwind. Of course, for those who own businesses, the concept of a day off is ambiguous. They can choose to rest every day if they wish, or work tirelessly without pause. It all boils down to one word of freedom. Suyu is not one to indulge in sleep-ins, even though she has granted herself a day off today, primarily due to work commitments. After breakfast, she was diligently crafting a collaborative proposal on her computer in the living room when she noticed Ji Feng emerging from the bedroom. She took the initiative to say, breakfast is on the table.
Please wash up and join me.
Alright, Ji Feng replied with a smile. The previous night, when he returned home, Suyu was already asleep. She had not inquired about his day, and their current dynamic was characterized by a mutual understanding to refrain from unnecessary interference in each other's lives. After freshening up, Ji Feng approached the dining table and began to eat breakfast. I heard from Miao Miao that you can cook, and quite well at that. Is it true? Suyu suddenly inquired.
Not too bad, I suppose. Why do you ask?
Ji Feng responded with a smile, curious about the sudden question.
Well, I have a favor to ask. Could you prepare a few exquisite dishes for lunch? We have a guest coming over, Suyu said.
A guest?
Who is it? Do I know her?
Ji Feng queried. You don't know her. It's Sun Jie, the owner of the Weimei Beauty Salon, whom I mentioned to you before. She contacted me to discuss a collaboration, and I've invited her over for lunch to talk in detail, Suyu explained. Yesterday, Sun Jie had reached out to her, albeit only via phone. Suyu recognized the potential of this opportunity. Weimei indeed expressed interest in collaborating with cosmetic companies like hers, and she promptly extended the invitation for Sun Jie to join her for lunch today. Collaborations between female business owners tend to be less complicated than those involving men, at least in terms of dining etiquette. By inviting Sun Jie to her home, Suyu aimed to create a more personable atmosphere, and having Ji Feng cook rather than ordering from a restaurant would convey greater sincerity. As a woman in business, Suyu possessed her own set of strategies when dealing with female counterparts.
Have you secured the collaboration? Ji Feng inquired further. Not yet. Yesterday was merely an initial contact over the phone. Today's lunch is an opportunity to seal the deal. Will you assist me with this?
Suyu requested. Of course, it's a small matter, Ji Feng chuckled. Preparing a meal was trivial for him.
Are there any specific preferences for the dishes? Ji Feng asked.
Nothing too spicy or overly sweet, just a standard flavor would suffice, Suyu replied, having inquired about Sun Jie's culinary tastes the previous day. Understood, Ji Feng said, not lingering on the matter. After finishing breakfast, he promptly set out to buy groceries with great efficiency. Seeing Ji Feng's decisiveness brought a smile to Suyu's lips. Having someone at home who can cook is rather nice, she mused quietly. If Ji Feng weren't around, she would have had to resort to ordering prepared meals from a hotel, as she herself was not skilled in the kitchen. Half an hour later, Ji Feng returned with an abundance of ingredients and began his preparations.
Do you need any help? Suyu asked. No need, just focus on your own tasks, Ji Feng replied. He had planned a delightful array of dishes for lunch. A Buddha jumps over the wall, braised pig trotters, dongpa pork, mapo tofu, among others, 7 dishes and 1 soup in total. As Ji Feng busied himself in the kitchen, Suyu finalized the review of her collaborative proposal in the living room. This proposal was merely a preliminary draft that she had hastily compiled over the past couple of days. She was juggling the endorsement of a new product by Lin Wanru alongside the impending market entry of Weimei, leaving her quite occupied. Having been in business for quite some time, Suyu understood the importance of seizing every potential opportunity. Preparation is key, only then can one grasp the chance when it arises. Suyu had arranged for Sun Jie to arrive at her home at 11:30. She had shared her address with her. Sun Jie is known for her punctuality, and at 11:29, the doorbell rang. Suyu went to answer it. Upon opening the door, she found Sun Jie, who had chosen a casual outfit that made her appear more like a guest visiting a friend than someone here to discuss business. She carried with her a bottle of fine red wine. "Miss Sun, you're here," Suyu greeted with a smile. "Ms.Su, I couldn't pass up such a gracious invitation to your home." "Of course, I had to arrive on time, and look, I even brought good wine," Sun Jie replied with a grin. "How generous of you, please come in, no need to change your shoes. The dishes will be ready shortly," Suyu welcomed her inside. In the kitchen, Ji Feng was busy preparing the meal. Hearing the commotion outside, he opened a door and leaned out, smiling. "Ms. Sun has arrived, welcome, the food will be ready soon, please make yourself comfortable." The sudden appearance of a male voice caught Sun Jie off guard. She hadn't anticipated the presence of a man in Suyu's home. "Ms. Su, would you be so kind as to introduce us?" Sun Jie inquired playfully. "Miss Sun, this is my..." Before Suyu could utter the word husband, Ji Feng interjected, "Miss Sun, I am Suyu's boyfriend. She doesn't cook, so I'm here to lend a hand, I hope you won't mind." The reason Ji Feng interrupted was that the distinction between husband and boyfriend carries significant implications. In this context, the title of boyfriend sufficed without the need for further elaboration. Suyu nodded with a smile, refraining from offering any explanation. However, Sun Jie felt a surge of curiosity. She had been informed through her own inquiries and her brother Sun Tai that Suyu, the most beautiful woman in Jinhai City, was supposedly single. If she had a partner, it was commonly known that she was betrothed to Ma Qiming of the Ma family. Yet, the man before her was not Ma Qiming. Despite her confusion, Sun Jie understood that Suyu's personal life was not her concern, so she merely smiled and chose not to pry further. Before long, Ji Feng had finished cooking and presented the dishes, filling the table to the brim. The trio clinked glasses, toasting with the exquisite red wine Sun Jie had brought, valued at several thousand yuan a bottle. At the dining table, Ji Feng assumed the role of an outsider, enjoying his meal while occasionally sharing a light-hearted jest. Suyu and Sun Jie, on the other hand, engaged in conversation as if they were long-lost friends, making Ji Feng reflect on the nature of relationships among women, either allies or rivals. Chapter 91 Eye-popping intelligence news. After dining, the two women began to delve into the main topic. Regardless of whether this collaboration would come to fruition, both women were keen to show courtesy to one another. Naturally, Ji Feng refrained from eavesdropping on the business discussions of Suyu, recognizing that she was quite capable of managing her affairs independently. He relinquished the entire space of the living room to the two women. Approximately 40 minutes later, Sun Jie slowly rose, smiling as she addressed Suyu. "Thank you once again for your gracious invitation, President Su. Your satisfaction is all that matters," Suyu replied with a smile. "Then I shall take my leave. I look forward to inviting you next time," Sun Jie stated as she prepared to depart. "I eagerly anticipate your invitation, President Sun," Ji Feng remarked, though he was not present in the living room, and Sun Jie left without acknowledging him. It was only upon hearing the sound of the door opening that Ji Feng emerged from the bedroom. "Has she left?" Ji Feng inquired. "Yes," Suyu nodded. "How did the discussion go?" Ji Feng asked. "I'm not entirely sure," Suyu shook her head. She seemed pleasantly surprised and satisfied with the preliminary collaboration proposal I prepared in advance, but she did not convey a definitive stance on whether to proceed with the partnership. Having conversed with Sun Jie for over 40 minutes, Suyu gained a newfound understanding of her. This woman was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Her behavior indicates that she is considering partnerships with multiple companies, not just yours, Ji Feng observed. That is precisely what I believe, Suyu concurred. If Sun Jie were only interested in collaborating with Suyu, given the thorough preparation she had undertaken, securing the partnership would be a certainty. In my view, the options available to her in Jinhai City are rather limited, so I remain optimistic, Suyu asserted. Ji Feng chuckled softly. Indeed, based solely on corporate strength, Suyu was well positioned to secure this collaboration. However, he feared that sometimes, a company's strength alone is not the decisive factor in achieving a partnership. After leaving Suyu's residence, Sun Jie entered her car, which was driven by a dedicated chauffeur, knowing she would indulge in a bit of wine that day. "Where to now, President Sun?" the driver inquired. "To Yashu Cosmetics Company," Sun Jie replied. She had arranged meetings not only with Suyu but also with Yashu Cosmetics president, Zhao Yashu. She had begun her day with lunch at Suyu's home, followed by afternoon tea with Zhao Yashu. Of course, the primary objective was to establish a personal rapport with both individuals and determine which partnership would yield the greatest benefits. Later that afternoon, Ji Feng received some photographs and a video from Wu Yu. The content of the images and video was nearly shocking to Ji Feng. The timestamps indicated that the footage was captured between 11 at night and 5 in the morning. Both the images and video were remarkably clear, suggesting the use of high-quality equipment for covert filming.
The video was particularly revealing, showcasing a flamboyantly dressed young woman linked arm in arm with a middle-aged man, resembling a couple in the throes of romance as they entered a hotel. Ji Feng immediately recognized the woman in the footage as Zhao Yashu. As for the middle-aged man, Ji Feng did not know him, but he was certain he was not Lu Guangjuan. The man in the video had well-defined features and was somewhat handsome, while Lu Guangjuan was bald and lacked the physical attributes that distinguished the other man. Since Suyu had informed Ji Feng about Lu Guangjuan's background as a wealthy and influential individual, Ji Feng had taken the liberty of researching Lu Guangjuan's information. Furthermore, Lu Guangjuan had been attending meetings out of town as a representative of the Jinhai City People's Congress and had only returned that morning. The sight of Zhao Yashu entering the hotel with this unfamiliar man in the dead of night and not emerging until 5 in the morning suggested that she was indeed engaging in an extramarital affair. This left Ji Feng perplexed. Given Lu Guangjuan's wealth, power, and reputation for being a devoted husband, why would Zhao Yashu betray him? Both the video and photographs bore no signs of alteration, confirming their authenticity.
Well done. Do you have any further intel?
Ji Feng messaged Wu Yu, generously transferring 2 million to her. Boss, here are the hotel check-in details for Zhao Yashu and her companion. I managed to bribe the front desk clerk to obtain this information. Wu Yu replied eagerly upon receiving the payment, promptly sharing the remaining evidence she had gathered. Though Wu Yu realized that the information in her possession was worth far more than 2 million, she was shrewd enough to recognize that some matters were best left untouched. Working for this unseen employer, who compensated her so readily without requiring a face-to-face meeting, made her feel both secure and profitable. Since she began her investigation, Wu Yu discovered she possessed a natural talent for this line of work.
Excellent. Should I need your assistance again, I will reach out, just be careful not to expose yourself.
Understood, thank you, boss. Ji Feng examined the hotel registration details Wu Yu had sent regarding Zhao Yashu and her companion.
Zhao Yashu, Pang Shan. Pang Shan? Is that his surname?
Ji Feng muttered, repeating the name twice before suddenly realizing something. He promptly forwarded the photo of Zhao Yashu linked with Pang Shan to Pang Dahai, asking, Fatty, do you recognize the man in this photo?
Before long, Pang Dahai responded. Damn, that man is my brother, Pang Shan.
Where did you get this photo?
Don't concern yourself with how I obtained it. Are you certain this is your brother?
Rest assured, I would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes.
Has your brother ever been to Jinhai City?
I'm not sure, but I can find out.
Useless.
No wonder you fell into a trap last time. Hurry up and investigate whether your brother has visited Jinhai City before, how many times, and how long he stayed each time. Don't worry, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Ji Feng now harbored a bold hypothesis, yet he could not be certain. Judging by their intimate demeanor, it was evident that their relationship was not one that had formed recently. Moreover, considering their ages, if they sought clandestine encounters, there were certainly younger individuals available to them, given their social standings. In terms of infidelity, it was clear that both parties were outside of each other's typical age range for such pursuits. This left only one possibility: the connection between Pang Shan and Zhao Yashu had likely been ongoing for a considerable time. Chapter 92 Sun Jia's choice. The notion that Zhao Yashu and Pang Shan might have been entangled in an illicit affair for quite some time incessantly took root in Ji Feng's mind. Although he could not ascertain its veracity at this moment, the likelihood seemed substantial. All that remained was to await the intelligence that Pang Dahai would gather regarding his brother, Pang Shan. If true, the revelation of such news would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Jinhai City. It was quite straightforward who was Lu Guangjuan, a real estate magnate in Jinhai City, with a personal fortune nearing 100 billion, rivaling even the Morong Group. Moreover, it was widely acknowledged within their circle that Lu Guangjuan was exceedingly devoted to his wife, yet, it would be quite the irony if the woman he cherished so dearly had, unbeknownst to him, been unfaithful for an extended period. Should Lu Guangjuan become aware of this betrayal, one could only imagine the fury that would ensue. Regarding the explosive revelation that Wu Yu had uncovered about Zhao Yashu, Ji Feng harbored no doubts about its authenticity.
The videos and photographs remained unaltered, presenting an undeniable reality point. One might ponder why Zhao Yashu had the audacity to check into a hotel with Pang Shan using her own identification in Jinhai City. Considering the city's vastness, while there were certainly individuals of stature, they were relatively few for 99% of Jinhai's populace. Naming these affluent figures would prove a challenge, let alone claiming acquaintance with them. The few names that might spring to mind were likely those frequently reported in the news. It could be said that no one would believe Zhao Yashu capable of such actions, as they could scarcely fathom what benefit this would confer upon her. Consequently, no one would intentionally seek to investigate Zhao Yashu. With Lu Guangjuan's presence, she would remain perpetually overlooked. Thus, when Wu Yu commenced her focused inquiry into Zhao Yashu, the information came to light with surprising ease. At present, Ji Feng could only bide his time, awaiting the intelligence that Pang Dahai would furnish. If the information proved accurate, possessing such sensational details would serve as a double-edged sword for Ji Feng. Of course, if managed wisely, it could yield significant advantages. What are you pondering?
At that moment, Suyu, noticing Ji Feng lost in thought on the balcony, inquired with curiosity. Ji Feng snapped back to reality, smiling as he replied, "Oh, nothing much. I was merely contemplating whether it is good or bad for a woman to seek a wealthy man in this day and age."
What are you trying to convey?
Suyu asked, perplexed by Ji Feng's intentions.
I was just curious, do you think a man as wealthy as Lu Guangjuan would engage in an affair behind his wife's back?
Ji Feng deliberately probed.
Impossible.
He is renowned in our circle for his affection towards his wife, they share a deep bond, Suyu asserted without hesitation.
Then is it conceivable that his wife might be the one seeking companionship elsewhere? Ji Feng continued. That kind of talk should not be taken lightly. They have children, and their eldest is already in their teens. It is hard to believe they would engage in such behavior, especially when Zhao Yashu has no apparent need for it, so you responded. True enough. I was merely inspired by some amusing news snippets I came across online, Ji Feng chuckled. You truly are rather dull. Hey, sister, how is it going? Have you made a decision regarding which company to choose? Upon Sun Jia's return from afternoon tea with Zhao Yashu, Sun Tai hurried to inquire. I'm a bit conflicted, and it feels somewhat regrettable, Sun Jia admitted. What do you mean? Sun Tai probed further. Between Suyu and Zhao Yashu, I find Suyu to be a formidable woman, intelligent and astute. She anticipated the need for collaboration and had prepared a comprehensive proposal well in advance. Collaborating with someone like her would undoubtedly instill confidence, Sun Jia explained. As for Zhao Yashu, she exudes a rather mercenary demeanor. Her manner of speaking and conducting affairs is rather crude. Upon hearing my interest in collaboration, she immediately asserted that she was the best candidate, even suggesting that if we partnered, she would leverage Lu Guangjuan's connections to facilitate our endeavors, Sun Jia elaborated. I see. That is indeed quite the conundrum, Sun Tai acknowledged, nodding. However, a choice must be made, and you should act swiftly. I am aware of that. Alas, I can only apologize to Suyu for not being able to reciprocate her goodwill, Sun Jia reflected, feeling a twinge of regret for not achieving the collaboration she desired for the first time. So, sister, are you leaning towards partnering with Yashu? Sun Tai inquired. Yes, Sun Jia confirmed with a nod. While Zhao Yashu may be somewhat rough around the edges, her husband, Lu Guangjuan, is indeed a significant figure. Partnering with her should enable me to establish a foothold in Jinhai City swiftly. Under normal circumstances, Sun Jia would have undoubtedly chosen to collaborate with Suyu. Trusting someone like her brought immense peace of mind, as collaboration was inherently a mutual endeavor, and achieving a win-win outcome was the ideal scenario. However, she found herself in a position where she needed to plant her roots in Jinhai City without delay, otherwise, the family would pressure her into marriage, placing her at a disadvantage. By the way, didn't you mention that Suyu, the most beautiful woman in Jinhai City, is single? Sun Jia suddenly recalled, inquiring with curiosity. Yes, she is single. Why do you ask? Is that Ma Qining from the Ma family back in town? Sun Tai responded. I encountered Suyu's boyfriend today at her residence, but he is not Ma Qining, Sun Jia revealed. How can that be? Sun Tai exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Suyu has always been single and only had a betrothal with Ma Qining. Everyone knows this. Why would I deceive you? The dish I had for lunch was prepared by her boyfriend, Sun Jia asserted. Do you know his name? I still find it hard to believe, Sun Tai pressed. Her boyfriend is named Ji Feng. He is quite the catch in terms of both physique and appearance, and his culinary skills are exceptional. He likely does not belong to our circle, Sun Jia explained. Ji Feng? Upon hearing that name, Sun Tai froze. It resonated deeply within him. This was the very person who had bested his subordinate, Xin Wenshu, at his gambling den, not only reclaiming the lucrative Pang Dahai but also winning an additional 50 million from his establishment. He had dispatched someone to investigate Ji Feng but had received no updates thus far. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Sun Tai murmured, unable to contain his astonishment. What are you mumbling about? Sun Jia asked, having not caught his words. Sister, could you arrange for Suyu to join us for dinner, bringing her boyfriend along? I would like us four to dine together and get acquainted, if possible, Sun Tai suddenly suggested. Why the sudden urge to have dinner with her and her boyfriend? Sun Jia questioned, sensing something unusual in her brother's request. I simply wish to see what the boyfriend of Jinhai City's most beautiful woman looks like, Sun Tai replied with a grin. Speak honestly with me. You are my brother, and there is no need for pretense, Sun Jia stated directly. Alright, sister, I will confess, but please don't hit me, Sun Tai said, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing as he recounted the events that transpired at the gambling den that day. Simultaneously, Sun Jia's expression turned icy. Chapter 93. The actions of the astute Sun Jia was not incensed by Ji Feng winning 50 million from her brother's casino, rather, she was angered by her brother's conduct. It is true that casinos involve both wins and losses, yet exploiting out-of-towners as easy prey may be tolerable once or twice, but repeated offenses will inevitably raise suspicions and lead to significant trouble. She perceived that Sun Tai was playing with fire, risking igniting a conflagration that could engulf him at any moment, particularly when he was deliberately setting traps from the outset. If this were to be uncovered, would others simply let it go without repercussions? Sister, what troubles you? Sun Tai inquired, noticing Sun Jia's troubled expression. I wonder if you believe that since you arrived in Jinhai City, I can no longer exert influence over you, thus emboldening your audacity, Sun Jia replied coldly. How could that be, sister? I would never entertain such thoughts. Sun Tai hastily responded. Throughout his life, his greatest fear had always been his sister. He might disregard the opinions of others, but he dared not ignore her words. Do you truly believe that? Your boldness has grown increasingly reckless. I refrain from commenting on your clandestine gambling venture. As long as you do not take it too far, with your standing, few would dare challenge you. However, meddling in others' affairs and ensnaring them in traps, what were you thinking?
Before her own brother, Sun Jia held nothing back, expressing her thoughts candidly. Sister, I did not interfere in their affairs. I merely lent a small hand. If anything goes awry, Pang Shan will bear the burden. It has nothing to do with me. Sun Tai asserted. He harbored no illusions with his sister, admitting that it was Pang Shan who initially contacted him, revealing some of Pang Dahai's gambling habits and assuring him to proceed with confidence in exploiting this lucrative target without concern for repercussions. Sun Tai was no fool. Had Pang Shan not guaranteed certain outcomes and offered a handsome sum of 1 million as incentive, he would not have pursued his brother-in-law to such an extent. Furthermore, his intent had merely been to exploit Pang Dahai, with no desire to involve himself in other matters. To his surprise, not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he ended up losing 50 million to Ji Feng. So, when you heard me mention that Suyu's boyfriend is Ji Feng, your curiosity was piqued, and you were eager to meet him to ascertain his identity? Sun Jia continued. Indeed, Sun Tai nodded. Even if he were not the one, I would still be intrigued by the boyfriend of Jinhai City's most beautiful woman. How about this? I shall invite Jia Yashu as well, and the decision on whom to partner with will depend on the sincerity each side presents, Sun Jia proposed. Sister, you truly are astute, Sun Tai admired. Sun Jia had already made her decision regarding whom to partner with. Jia Yashu, as her husband, Lu Guangjuan, wielded considerable influence in Jinhai City. With his assistance, the expansion of their venture would have a promising start. Initially, Sun Jia intended to meet Suyu alone to express her apologies and regrets. Even if this collaboration did not come to fruition, she was still hopeful for future opportunities. Unexpectedly, she discovered that Suyu's husband, Ji Feng, was likely the very individual who had won 50 million from Sun Tai's casino. Although there were surveillance cameras in the casino, it was inconvenient at the villa, and there was no need to delve into it unnecessarily. Should Ji Feng indeed be that person, Sun Jia's refusal to collaborate with Suyu would clearly offend her. However, bringing Jia Yashu into the equation transformed the dynamics. The one who demonstrated greater sincerity would prevail. If she ultimately chose Jia Yashu, it would be due to the more favorable terms offered, for a businessperson naturally prioritizes profit, thus avoiding offense. If anyone were to be offended, it would be a matter solely between Suyu and Jia Yashu, as they were the true competitors. Sun Jia's plan was, without doubt, a masterstroke. Sun Tai, recognizing his sister's clever maneuvering, felt a surge of admiration. Without further ado, Sun Jia set the meeting for the following day, Sunday, and promptly called both Suyu and Jia Yashu to extend the invitation. The gathering was to take place at her brother's Dihao Club. Sun Jia has invited me for dinner with you tomorrow, Suyu informed Ji Feng after receiving Sun Jia's call. Have you accepted? Ji Feng asked with a smile. Yes, I have. Not only will it be you and me, but she has also invited Jia Yashu. I suspect tomorrow will mark the announcement of her chosen partner, Suyu replied. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. Sun Jia sought collaboration not only with her but also with Jia Yashu, explaining why she had refrained from making a decision today. What's the matter, you seem a bit apprehensive, Ji Feng observed, noting Suyu's furrowed brow. If Sun Jia were to focus solely on Jia Yashu as an individual and her company, I would have no worries. The crux of the matter lies in my knowledge of Jia Yashu. She will undoubtedly leverage Lu Guangjuan as a bargaining chip in negotiations, Suyu explained. She had previously interacted with Jia Yashu in the cosmetics industry, where Zhao had been the first to establish her business. However, due to Zhao's limited business acumen, her venture had struggled, and without Lu Guangjuan's financial assistance on multiple occasions, her company would have long since collapsed. In contrast, Suyu's company thrived solely due to her own capabilities. Are you losing confidence? Ji Feng remarked with a chuckle. Suyu remained silent. Truth be told, she felt a lack of confidence. Not necessarily, I perceive that you possess considerable advantages, Ji Feng encouraged with a grin. You might be overestimating me, this woman is more cunning than I had anticipated. By inviting both of us, she is undoubtedly prioritizing profit, and I suspect she has already made her decision, Suyu asserted. Don't overthink it, we'll find out tomorrow. Where did she suggest we dine? Ji Feng inquired. Dihao Club, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late, Suyu instructed before retreating to her room. Dihao Club? Ji Feng was no stranger to the venue. He recalled that the last time he assisted Pang Dahai, it had been at the underground casino within Dihao Club, and he remembered that the owner of both the club and the casino was Sun Tai. Sun Tai? Sun Jia, could it be that they are relatives? Ji Feng mumbled, realizing they shared the same surname. If that were the case, things could become quite entertaining. In Ji Feng's view, it was evident that Sun Jia would choose to partner with Jia Yashu. Although Jia Yashu lacked strength, her husband Lu Guangjuan provided her with substantial leverage. Of course, this assumption was based on the information he possessed prior to receiving any explosive intel. The photographs and videos he currently held were sufficient to plunge Jia Yashu into a deep abyss. One wonders whether Lu Guangjuan will be present tomorrow, Ji Feng pondered silently. Chapter 94 of the Methods of Pang Dahai Gue City. 11 o'clock at night, Black Nightclub. At this moment, within a private room. Damn it, are you going to talk or not? A middle-aged man lay bound and helpless on the floor, clad in nothing but his undergarments. His body was a canvas of lacerations, each wound a testament to the saltwater-soaked whip that had inflicted them. The saltwater, upon contact with the skin, exacerbated the agony, burrowing deep into one's soul. Master Hai, I truly do not know, I swear I don't, please, spare me. The man pleaded desperately. He was Huang Bo, a supervisor at Pang Real Estate, but more importantly, he was a trusted aide to Pang Shan, the son of the company's owner, Pang Bo. His capture and subsequent torture were primarily due to this allegiance. Before Huang Bo sat a corpulent figure, flanked by two young models, one diligently kneading his shoulders while the other tenderly fed him peeled grapes. This rotund man was none other than Pang Dahai. With a casual spit of a grape seed, Pang Dahai, his demeanor icy, remarked, "Considering you are an employee of my father's company, I have afforded you a chance. Whether you can seize it is entirely up to you." With that, he signaled to a brutish man adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck. The man immediately understood, gesturing to his subordinate, who promptly resumed wielding the whip. Crack, crack, each lash tore into Huang Bo's flesh, leaving him a quivering mass of agony. His anguished cries reverberated within the confines of the room, yet, the nightclub buzzed with noise, and the soundproofing of the private room ensured that his screams remained unheard. Pang Dahai observed Huang Bo's torment with an expression devoid of empathy. He had changed, becoming ruthless. After returning from Jinhai City, he understood a vital truth: unless he adopted a more vicious demeanor, he would inevitably be overshadowed by his half-brother. Thus, when Ji Feng presented him with a photograph and urged him to investigate whether Pang Shan had visited Jinhai City recently, he sought out the infamous local gangster, Chi Hu. Chi Hu, who had risen from the gravel business to establish a formidable presence, had shifted his focus to nightclubs, bars, and KTV establishments in recent years. Pang Dahai had a good rapport with Chi Hu. Despite his vices of gambling and womanizing, he was known for his straightforwardness, generosity, and loyalty, earning him a circle of friends in Gue City. To swiftly extract information regarding Pang Shan, he knew he had to target the confidant closest to him. Huang Bo fit this description perfectly, having served Pang Shan for many years and earned his trust. Consequently, he enlisted Chi Hu's help to apprehend Huang Bo, hoping to glean intelligence about Pang Bo from him. However, thus far, Huang Bo remained resolute, refusing to divulge anything. Enough, Pang Dahai finally spoke. Chi Hu's subordinate ceased his assault. Huang Bo, battered and bruised, gazed at Pang Dahai with despair in his swollen eyes, uncertain of what fate awaited him next. Pang Dahai produced a photograph and inquired, "Do you recognize this person? Please, I beg you, do not harm them. They know nothing, they are innocent." Huang Bo's voice was frantic, for the image depicted his wife and daughter. "Then you must cooperate and tell me the truth. I refuse to believe that after all these years by my brother's side, you would be unaware of his character or have no contingency plans for yourself," Pang Dahai retorted with a cold smirk. He recognized Huang Bo's intelligence. It was precisely this cleverness that had allowed him to remain in Pang Shan's inner circle for so long. Without some leverage over Pang Shan, Huang Bo would eventually disappear, knowing too much. "Master Hai, if I provide you with what you seek, will you spare my wife and child?" Huang Bo's mental defenses finally crumbled. He understood the nature of Chi Hu's gang, and the fear instilled by Pang Dahai, who was no longer the same man he once knew. "Your family's tickets are prepared. Bring the information tonight, and tomorrow, they will be sent abroad. There are 5 million in your account, and with your savings, you should be able to live comfortably overseas," Pang Dahai stated matter-of-factly. "Furong Road, Lucky Hotel, room 301, there is a USB drive hidden in the groove of the television cabinet. Everything you want is on that drive," Huang Bo revealed. A wise man, Huang Bo had spent years gathering evidence, knowing that should Pang Shan ever turn against him, he would need protection for his family. He had secured everything on a USB drive, kept in a hotel room he had rented for an extended period. Chi Hu promptly dispatched one of his men to retrieve the USB drive from the hotel Huang Bo mentioned. An hour later, the subordinate returned with the drive in hand. Pang Dahai inspected the contents on his computer and, after a moment, withdrew the USB, satisfied with its contents. "Master, I have given you what you wanted. Will you spare my wife and child?" Huang Bo pleaded once more. "Brother, make sure to take care of him, send him and his family abroad first thing tomorrow," Pang Dahai instructed as he rose. "Are you truly letting him go? Aren't you concerned about potential repercussions?" Chi Hu interjected with a chuckle. Having been in this line of work for so long, he preferred to eliminate any threats completely. Huang Bo's heart sank at this remark. His greatest fear had been voiced. Pang Dahai cast a cold glance at Huang Bo and replied, "There is no need, sending his family abroad is sufficient. If he dares to pull any stunts, you can handle it, Chi Hu." Huang Bo knew too much about Pang Shan's secrets. In the grand scheme, he posed little threat. Having obtained what he desired, there was no reason for bloodshed. Moreover, with the information now entrusted to him, Huang Bo would undoubtedly flee. Gue City abroad was his safest option, for Pang Shan would never let him live if he discovered the truth. "Understood, my brother. I appreciate your disciplined approach to matters," Chi Hu replied with a grin. After years in this business, he had garnered a following of loyal subordinates due to his principled conduct. Although Pang Dahai had used Huang Bo's family as leverage, it was more of a scare tactic. In truth, his men had never pursued Huang Bo's wife and child. Chapter 95. At the Imperial Club at 9 o'clock in the morning, Ji Feng and Suyu arrived punctually at the Imperial Club, marking Ji Feng's second visit to this prestigious establishment. He was driving the luxurious Mercedes G-Class gifted to him by Suyu, which boasted ample space and comfort. The entrance of the high-end club was always adorned with an array of luxury cars. Every day, prominent figures from various circles gathered here, as the elite favored venues such as upscale clubs, racetracks, and sports arenas for their social gatherings. At their level, these meetings transcended mere amusement. They were primarily aimed at forging connections. After all, the adage "more friends, more paths, more enemies, more walls" resonated deeply with them, especially at this stage of their lives. Today, Suyu exuded the aura of a powerful businesswoman, impeccably dressed in a tailored ensemble that radiated competence, while Ji Feng mirrored her sophistication in a well-fitted suit. Together, they epitomized the phrase "a match made in heaven." Under the attentive guidance of the staff, the pair entered the club.
Mr. G, ms.su, welcome.
Sun Jia, who had been awaiting their arrival, greeted them with a warm smile. Hello, Sun, Suyu replied, her face lighting up with a smile, while Ji Feng reciprocated the gesture. President Zhao has yet to arrive, but I believe he will be here shortly, Sun Jia continued.
Allow me to introduce you to a friend.
As she spoke, a young man emerged from within. Ji Feng recognized him immediately. Sun Tai. Upon seeing Ji Feng, Sun Tai's expression remained unchanged. He had mentally prepared himself for this encounter, thus his surprise at recognizing Ji Feng as the individual from the casino was minimal. Nevertheless, he offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Ji Feng responded with a courteous smile.
Mr. G, ms.su, this is my younger brother, Sun Tai, Sun Jia introduced.
Pleasure to meet you, Suyu said, somewhat taken aback, as she had not anticipated that the owner of the Imperial Club, Sun Tai, was Sun Jia's brother. The club was renowned not only for its lavish amenities but also for housing a large underground casino, a favored gambling venue for the city's elite. Although Suyu had never visited, she was aware of its reputation and knew that the owner, while not a local, held considerable influence.
Hello, Ms.
It is indeed a privilege to encounter the most beautiful woman in Jinhai City today, Sun Tai remarked. You're too kind, Sun, she replied graciously. Sun Tai then shifted his gaze to Ji Feng.
Mr. G, it is a pleasure to see you again.
Indeed, it has been a while, Sun, Ji Feng responded nonchalantly. The familiarity in their exchange left Suyu increasingly puzzled and intrigued. Their dialogue suggested prior acquaintance, and she couldn't help but wonder about the nature of their relationship.
Do you two know each other? Suyu inquired, unable to contain her curiosity.
Of course, we are friends. Mr. G visited me previously, Sun Tai replied with a chuckle. Suyu nodded, surprised to learn of Ji Feng's gambling habits and the extent of his involvement with Sun Tai.
Ah, Ms. Sun, Ms.
Su, Mr. Sun, long time no see. A sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. A middle-aged woman adorned in extravagant attire, her face heavily made up, approached them.
President Zhao, welcome, we have been expecting you, Sun Jia exclaimed upon recognizing Zhao Yashu's arrival.
Good to see you, President Zhao, Suyu said, her tone rather neutral. Having had previous encounters with Zhao Yashu, she held a less than favorable impression, as they were competitors, rendering any excessive warmth unnecessary.
Oh, and who might this be?
Zhao Yashu asked, scanning the group. While she knew everyone present, Ji Feng was a stranger to her. Allow me to introduce Mr. Ji Feng, Miss Su's boyfriend, Sun Jia explained. Boyfriend, how intriguing, our city's first beauty seems to have a penchant for keeping younger men, Zhao Yashu mocked without reservation. She was well aware of Suyu's engagement to Ma Qiming, and the sight of her arriving with a new partner was certainly unexpected. President Zhao, I would appreciate a bit more discretion in your remarks, Suyu retorted coldly. Zhao Yashu's unfiltered nature irked her greatly. She often spoke her mind, emboldened by her husband's influence, and was notorious for her tactlessness within their circles. Am I mistaken, Ms. Su, you are engaged, after all? It appears you might be more adventurous than you let on, Zhao Yashu replied with a mocking tone.
May I ask, President Zhao, has considerable investment gone into your nose and face? They seem a tad asymmetrical. I trust your surgeon was competent?
Ji Feng interjected playfully, unable to contain himself any longer. Zhao Yashu's insult had crossed a line, and to Ji Feng, she now resembled a mere jester.
What did you say?
Zhao Yashu snapped, her composure faltering. As someone who had undergone significant cosmetic surgery, she was particularly sensitive to comments regarding her appearance. Previously a mere foot massage therapist, her life had transformed upon her association with Lu Guangjuan, leading her down the path of affluence.
Let us not escalate things.
Mr. Ji was merely jesting, Sun Jia interjected, sensing the rising tension.
Why don't the three of us ladies discuss our matters while the two gentlemen entertain themselves?
Suyu found Ji Feng's rebuttal quite refreshing. Sun Jia took the opportunity to steer her and Zhao Yashu aside.
Mr. Ji, do you play snooker?
Sun Tai inquired with a grin. Truth be told, Ji Feng's earlier exchange with Zhao Yashu had surprised Sun Tai. While he was not overly concerned about Zhao Yashu, he recognized the power of her connections, particularly with Lu Guangjuan. Since I have no pressing engagements, I would be delighted to play, Ji Feng replied with a smile.
Wonderful.
It has been a while since I last played, so please bear with me, Sun Tai remarked. The club offered an extensive array of services, including bathing, sauna, dining, accommodation, fitness, beauty treatments, karaoke, foot massages, tea, and coffee lounges, among others. The room they had chosen was spacious, featuring a large snooker table with balls arranged in perfect order. After selecting their cues, Sun Tai said, as our guest today, Mr. Ji, please go ahead and take the first shot.
Chapter 96.
I said I would win for most individuals. Playing billiards generally adheres to conventional methods. Snooker, however, is an international variant of billiards, utilizing the same cue ball to strike the object balls. There are a total of 21 object balls. 15 red balls worth 1 point each, a yellow ball worth 2 points, a green ball worth 3 points, a brown ball worth 4 points, a blue ball worth 5 points, a pink ball worth 6 points, and a black ball worth 7 points. The opening shot requires the cue ball to hit a red ball. As the guest, Sun Tai allows Ji Feng to take the first shot. In the realm of billiards, for the adept, it can be said that the initial advantage is crucial. Some snooker experts can conclude a game with a single stroke, yet there are instances where a subsequent player may seize an advantage after the first shot. The cue ball is placed on the designated spot, and Ji Feng initiates the game. With a sharp crack, the cue ball collides with the red ball, producing a crisp sound. A red ball clinks into a pocket, and thus, the game commences. With the red ball pocketed, Ji Feng continues his turn, while a dedicated scorekeeper stands nearby. The sequence of play in snooker involves alternating the pocketing of red balls and color balls until all red balls are cleared from the table, after which the color balls are pocketed in ascending order of their point values. The order for striking color balls follows the sequence of yellow, green, brown, blue, pink, and black, continuing until there are no balls remaining on the table. Ji Feng, whose physical prowess far exceeds the average, demonstrates perfect control over his strength. The yellow ball rests closely to the edge of the table. Should Ji Feng choose to exert himself, he could easily pocket it, yet he deems it unnecessary, as the first game is merely for entertainment, and there is no need to display overwhelming dominance.
With the yellow ball left unpocketed, the turn passes to Sun Tai. Sun Tai likewise begins by striking the cue ball. Mr. Ji, are you well acquainted with Boss Pang? Sun Tai inquires, feigning nonchalance. A friend, Ji Feng replies. Regarding the last incident with Boss Pang, I may have overstepped. If the opportunity arises, I hope you could facilitate a meeting with him, so I might host a banquet to apologize, Sun Tai states, as he pockets a red ball. I will convey your message, but whether he comes or not is ultimately his decision, Ji Feng responds. If you were to speak on the matter, I am certain Boss Pang would be inclined to grant me this chance, Sun Tai asserts, pocketing the yellow ball and maintaining his turn. Sun Tai is indeed modest, his skills are commendable, and soon another red ball finds its way into the pocket, followed by a green ball. In a short span of time, he has pocketed a third of the balls on the table. Mr. Ji, it is your turn, Sun Tai remarks with a smile, as he fails to pocket the brown ball. At this moment, the arrangement of the balls on the table is intriguing. Nearly all are positioned near the pockets, and barring any novice errors, there is an 80% probability that the remaining balls can all be pocketed, primarily due to the advantageous position of the cue ball. For Sun Tai, this situation directly contradicts the tactical principles of snooker. The primary strategy in snooker is to position the cue ball in a manner that obstructs the opponent's ability to play, effectively forcing them into penalties and securing victory. Sun Tai, having displayed his skills, understands this concept yet deliberately opts to position the cue ball in a manner most favorable to Ji Feng, signaling his intent for Ji Feng to prevail. His demeanor is clear. Sun Tai is indirectly expressing his sincerity at the table. Sun Tai is now brimming with confidence, believing Ji Feng can discern his genuine intentions and presuming Ji Feng will not decline. Yet he is mistaken. Ji Feng has not accepted this overture. On the final ball, Ji Feng intentionally misses, a calculated decision. Coincidentally, the last shot falls to Sun Tai, and it is guaranteed to succeed, as Ji Feng has meticulously arranged the fall of the final ball, ensuring that any billiards enthusiast could pocket it. Clearly, Ji Feng has no intention of acknowledging Sun Tai's gesture. Mr. Ji, what is the meaning of this? Sun Tai's expression shifts as he queries. I apologize, my hand slipped. It seems it is not my fate to pocket a ball, Ji Feng replies with a smile. Sun Tai, with a grim countenance, pockets the final ball, claiming victory in this round. Mr. Ji, what do you desire? Is the previous sum of 50 million insufficient to satisfy your appetite? Sun Tai inquires, referring to the incident where Ji Feng had previously won 50 million from him and departed unscathed. Boss Sun, your assertion is misguided. Gambling relies on skill. To be outperformed is not a matter of personal favor, Ji Feng retorts. I am a person who never engages in ventures lacking assurance. My friend has stated unequivocally that he intends to uncover the truth behind that incident. Sun Tai's expression darkens further. Ji Feng is hinting at him to disclose who has been orchestrating the setup against Pang Dahai at the casino. Sun Tai even suspects that both Ji Feng and Pang Dahai are aware of who initially manipulated him into this predicament. Yet, they wish for him to acknowledge it openly. Once he does so, he will no longer be a mere bystander capable of playing both sides. The faction of Pang Shan will perceive him as having aligned himself with Ji Feng, thus thwarting his original plan to play both ends against the middle. Is Mr. Ji so certain of his victory? Sun Tai inquires once more. Ji Feng does not respond directly. Instead, he smiles. Shall we have another round? Very well, Sun Tai nods in agreement. Last time I broke, this time, you shall, Ji Feng states. Sun Tai does not refuse. He breaks the shot, deliberately employing a technique that, while failing to pocket any balls, leaves the arrangement on the table unfavorable, with the cue ball surrounded. Boss Sun, who do you believe will win this round? Ji Feng queries. Sun Tai shakes his head. He truly does not know. Although his skills are commendable, he lacks the confidence to assert that he will win this round. Likewise, he does not believe Ji Feng can triumph from such a position of the cue ball. I say I will win, Ji Feng declares, ceasing further conversation and focusing intently. With a crack, the cue ball under Ji Feng's cue strikes at an exceptionally acute angle, sending a nearby red ball into the pocket. Sun Tai watches in astonishment. This technique eludes him. He cannot replicate it, yet he believes that even professional billiards players would find it challenging, yet Ji Feng accomplishes it effortlessly. The pocketing of the first ball seems to trigger a chain reaction. Each time the cue ball strikes, it lands favorably for Ji Feng. 1 ball, 2 balls. This moment has entirely transformed into Ji Feng's showcase performance. Before long, as the final ball is pocketed by Ji Feng, he emerges victorious, with a score of 147 points to Sun Tai's 0, a resounding triumph. Mr. Ji, you have won, Sun Tai concedes. Regarding the previous matter, Pang Shan contacted me. I merely assisted him with a favor, and I am oblivious to the rest. Sun Tai has resolved. From the beginning to now, Ji Feng has exuded an air of mystery that he cannot decipher. He does not wish to create any rift with such an individual, even if they cannot become friends. He certainly does not wish to become an adversary. Chapter 97, Is it worth a bet?
Upon hearing Sun Tai's words, Ji Feng chuckled, "No more gambling for me, I've satisfied my urge with just a couple of rounds of perhaps next time, I shall indulge again." Sun Tai nodded with a smile at his response. For Sun Tai, this reaction indicated that Ji Feng had finally moved past the events of their previous encounter. In truth, the incident had not significantly impacted Sun Tai, but he adopted the mindset of preferring to have one more friend rather than an enemy, which motivated him to display sincerity towards Ji Feng today. However, he did not anticipate that Ji Feng would be dissatisfied with his display of goodwill, insisting instead on knowing the identity of the mastermind behind the schemes.
"Mr. Ji, may I inquire about your profession?" Sun Tai asked with a smile.
"As for me, I am merely an idle wanderer," Ji Feng replied. Naturally, Sun Tai found this claim hard to believe. An idle wanderer, setting aside the fact that Ji Feng had genuinely wagered 100 million during his last visit, he chose not to press further since Ji Feng seemed unwilling to divulge more.
"Would it be convenient for you to share your contact information?"
"I would very much like to befriend you," Sun Tai suggested. Certainly, Ji Feng shrugged, and the two exchanged phone numbers, also adding each other on WeChat. In this day and age, WeChat had become the primary means of communication among adults. Meanwhile, Suyu and her companions continued their discussions regarding business matters. However, Suyu's expression was far from pleasant, in stark contrast to Zhao Yushu, who appeared to be in high spirits. Observing this, Ji Feng turned to Sun Tai and remarked, "Boss Sun, in your opinion, who do you think will secure this collaboration, Suyu or President Zhao?" "I cannot say, that is a matter for my sister, and I prefer not to involve myself," Sun Tai replied.
"I believe collaborating with my girlfriend would undoubtedly yield better results. What do you think?"
Ji Feng's tone was laced with implication. Sun Tai frowned at this, stating, "In business, one must prioritize benefits, the choice of collaboration hinges on maximizing profits, and I never interfere in my sister's affairs." She would not heed my advice. Ji Feng's words left Sun Tai somewhat displeased. He perceived Ji Feng's insinuation as an attempt to manipulate him into facilitating a partnership between his sister and Suyu. Sun Tai felt that Ji Feng was overstepping his bounds, displaying an unwarranted arrogance. Although he had previously shown sufficient goodwill, it did not imply that he was a pushover to be molded at will.
"Haha, Boss Sun, please do not misunderstand. I merely spoke in jest. Since we have some time to spare, how about a friendly wager?"
Ji Feng suggested playfully.
"What shall we wager on?" Sun Tai asked, increasingly perplexed by Ji Feng's intentions. "Let us bet on whom President Sun will ultimately choose to collaborate with."
"I wager that it will be my girlfriend," Ji Feng proposed.
"Since we are to wager, it would be more interesting with a stake involved. What do you suggest, Mr. Ji?"
Sun Tai maintained a composed demeanor, though he considered Ji Feng's confidence somewhat excessive.
"What do you propose, Boss Sun?" Ji Feng countered. 5 million, Sun Tai stated firmly.
"Let us make it 10 million for a round number," Ji Feng laughed. Upon hearing this figure, Sun Tai scrutinized Ji Feng intently, attempting to glean insight from his expression. Ji Feng's confidence baffled him. What warranted such self-assurance? While he acknowledged Suyu's exceptional capabilities, she was still his sister. What gave Ji Feng the audacity to set such a wager? "Agreed, 10 million it is," Sun Tai conceded, determined to uncover what Ji Feng was truly capable of. He was eager to discern whether Ji Feng genuinely possessed the confidence or if he was merely being presumptuous. After a brief interlude, Suyu and her associates finally concluded their negotiations. The competition for the collaboration naturally resulted in a mix of joy and sorrow. The expressions on their faces spoke volumes about the outcome. Zhao Yushu exuded triumph, while Suyu wore a cold demeanor. Approaching Ji Feng, Suyu stated, "Let us leave."
"Leave? Where to?" Ji Feng inquired with a grin.
"Back," Suyu replied curtly.
"Are we not having dinner?" Ji Feng pressed.
"I cannot dine in the company of those who repulse me," Suyu declared unabashedly.
"President Su, do take care as you escort your little gigolo home."
"Drive safely, we wouldn't want you to lose your temper." "Haha," Zhao Yeshua's stunning voice echoed.
"Are you coming or not?"
Suyu asked Ji Feng. "Of course, if you leave, I shall follow," Ji Feng replied with a smile. Without hesitation, Suyu turned and walked away, prompting Ji Feng to hastily keep pace with her. Witnessing this exchange, Sun Tai opened his mouth to speak, but Ji Feng interjected with a grin, "Boss Sun, do remember to transfer the money to my account later."
"I shall send you the account number."
Sun Tai was bewildered, questioning whether he had misheard. He had clearly won the bet. Why was he being asked to send money? Was Ji Feng unable to bear the loss or simply out of his mind? At that moment, Sun Jia approached.
"Sister, did you discuss it?" Sun Tai inquired.
"Yes," Sun Jia affirmed, nodding. "I have agreed with President Zhao on the collaboration between our two companies." "Oh," Sun Tai responded. Why was Suyu so upset?
"She wouldn't even join us for a meal?"
Sun Jia remained silent, merely gesturing towards Zhao Yushu in the distance. To be honest, after their two encounters, she had not developed much fondness for Zhao Yushu, primarily due to her connection to Lu Guangjuan. "I noticed you and Ji Feng conversing for quite some time."
"What was the discussion about?" Sun Jia asked.
"It was merely a wager," Sun Tai replied candidly. He recounted the events briefly, to which Sun Jia responded, "That doesn't seem right. Ji Feng does not strike me as the type to be overly arrogant."
"I also find it somewhat odd."
"Perhaps I overestimated him during my previous visit," Sun Tai admitted. "Nonetheless, there is no way he can back out of a 10 million bet. If he refuses to pay, I'll approach Suyu for it. Perhaps it would be wise to let this go." It would reflect poorly on us and hinder future interactions, Sun Jie advised. There's no need to accord him excessive respect in the future. Sun Tai nodded, recalling how intimidated he had felt by Ji Feng earlier.
He now regretted it.
It feels frustrating, as though I'd been deceived. Mr. Sun, Boss Sun, it's getting late. When can we begin the banquet? I'm rather hungry, Zhao Yashu's voice chimed in, oblivious to the conversation between the Sun siblings. Yet, she remained unconcerned, as she had already secured what she desired. Very soon, President Zhao, Sun Jie replied with a warm smile. Just as Sun Jie was about to arrange for the dishes to be served, Sun Tai's phone suddenly pinged with a notification. Upon glancing at it, he saw it was a WeChat message from Ji Feng.
This guy, could he actually be sending me his bank card details?
Sun Tai mused, feeling a surge of irritation upon noticing it was a picture message. However, when he opened it, he was left utterly stunned. Chapter 98 Personally inviting them back. The notification on WeChat indicated that the other party had sent a picture. Sun Tai initially believed that Ji Feng had truly lost his mind and had sent him a screenshot of his bank card account. However, upon opening the message, he was utterly taken aback. It was indeed a photograph, but it was not a screenshot of a bank account. Rather, it depicted a middle-aged couple embracing each other at the entrance of a hotel. The image was remarkably clear, allowing for a distinct view of the couple's features. Judging by the time and location captured in the photo, they appeared to be a couple deeply in love, enjoying a night together. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that he recognized the individuals in the photograph. Of the woman, particularly with her surgically altered face and nose, was unmistakably Zhao Yashu. The middle-aged man beside her was also known to Sun Tai, not Lu Guangjuan, but Pang Shan. Zhao Yashu and Pang Shan were having an affair. A thought burgeoned within Sun Tai's mind, one he had never dared to entertain before.
This is impossible. Sun Tai could hardly believe it. He understood well the seismic repercussions this photo would unleash in Jinhai City if it were to be circulated. Who was Lu Guangjuan? It could be said that everyone in Jinhai City was acquainted with his formidable reputation. Even the Sun family, which stood behind Sun Tai, would never dare to claim dominance over Lu Guangjuan, the local power broker.
What's wrong? Suddenly noticing her brother's change in expression, Sun Jie inquired.
Sister, look. Sun Tai showed her the photograph sent by Ji Feng while discreetly glancing at Zhao Yashu.
He noticed that Zhao Yashu was engrossed in her phone, oblivious to their conversation. Upon seeing the picture, Sun Jie's expression shifted dramatically. She recognized Zhao Yashu in the photograph, though she did not know Pang Shan.
However, she was certain that the man was not Lu Guangjuan.
Zhao Yashu was cheating on Lu Guangjuan. A similarly incredulous thought formed in Sun Jie's mind. Who sent this to you? She asked hastily. Ji Feng, Sun Tai replied straightforwardly.
Who is that man?
Sun Jie whispered.
Pang Shan. The one looking for you?
Sun Jie pressed further. Sun Tai nodded with a wry smile. A sense of foreboding washed over Sun Jie as she realized that matters were far more complex than she had initially assumed. Whether Pang Shan approached her brother to ensnare Pang Dehai at the casino, or whether her choice of collaborative partner was straightforward, nothing was as simple as it seemed. If the photograph were genuine, these two incidents were inextricably linked. She and her brother found themselves in a precarious position in both scenarios.
Sister, do you think this photo is real or doctored? Sun Tai asked quietly. He wouldn't use a fake photo to deceive us. The implications are too significant, Sun Jie responded. This was certainly not a matter to be taken lightly. Sun Tai nodded, recognizing the truth in her words. In this day and age, using a fake photo was futile, as it could easily be exposed. Gazing at the photograph on his phone, Sun Tai fell into contemplation. After a moment, a long-forgotten mystery resurfaced in his mind. When Pang Shan had approached him directly, he had been curious as to why a prominent figure from Guizhou would seek to establish a foothold in Jinhai City and specifically request his assistance. Without some degree of influence in Jinhai City, such a scheme would be easily compromised. However, if Zhao Yashu and Pang Shan were indeed having an affair, it would elucidate everything. With Zhao Yashu's involvement, Pang Shan would not be entirely unfamiliar with Jinhai City and could leverage her connections to orchestrate various matters. Sister, the more I think about it, the more I believe this photo is authentic, Sun Tai said bitterly. Quickly, let us send someone to bring Suyu and Ji Feng back. They just left and shouldn't have gone far.
Sun Jie urged without delay. Right, Sun Tai immediately dispatched someone to pursue them. Simultaneously, he hastily messaged Ji Feng. At the roadside parking space.
Why aren't we leaving? Suyu asked in confusion.
After emerging from the club, she and Ji Feng had gotten into the car and had been sitting there for a while, yet Ji Feng showed no intention of driving away. Patience, Sun Jie still needs to discuss collaboration with you shortly, Ji Feng replied. He was deliberately waiting there, knowing that once the photo was sent, Sun Jie and Sun Tai would swiftly deduce its authenticity and the potential ramifications it held for them. He regarded these siblings as astute individuals. At that moment, Ji Feng's phone chimed with a WeChat message. Mr. Ji, where are you now? I've sent someone to pick you up. My sister has important matters to discuss with Mr. Su, Sun Tai wrote. Ji Feng chuckled and replied directly, I'm in the car outside, comforting my girlfriend. She was quite upset earlier, and unless I cheer her up, she won't concern herself with anything. It was a jest. Now realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that if he did not personally come out to greet them, it would not convey sincerity. Sun Tai showed Sun Jie Ji Feng's reply. Upon reading it, the clever Sun Jia immediately suggested, "You should come with me to personally invite Ji Feng and Suyu back." "Sure, sister," Sun Tai agreed without hesitation, and the two of them proceeded to leave.
"Hey, where are you two going?"
Zhao Yashu inquired hastily upon seeing Sun Jia and Sun Tai suddenly depart. However, they paid her no heed. At this moment, Zhao Yashu was akin to a fish on a cutting board, her fate entirely at Ji Feng's discretion.
"Sister, do you think Ji Feng will hold a grudge against us over the collaboration?" Sun Tai asked as they walked.
"No," Sun Jia asserted confidently. For if Ji Feng truly bore resentment towards them, he would never have sent this photo to Sun Tai. He could have waited until their collaboration with Zhao Yashu's company was formally underway to unveil the photograph, which would have undoubtedly enraged Lu Guangjuan. Her earlier plan to leverage Lu Guangjuan's influence through Zhao Yashu to rapidly penetrate the market would have collapsed entirely, resulting in significant losses for her. It was even possible that Lu Guangjuan would redirect his fury towards the siblings, leading to disastrous consequences. However, Ji Feng had not done so. Instead, he had proactively sent the photograph immediately after leaving the club. This gesture provided the siblings with an opportunity, a sign of goodwill. Reflecting on it, Sun Jia even believed that Ji Feng's wager with Sun Tai was a deliberate hint. Ji Feng had likely known all along that she would choose to collaborate with Zhao Yashu and understood her motivations for doing so. Sun Jia suddenly felt as though she were being expertly manipulated within someone else's game.
Chapter 99 Another bet with Suyu inside the car. Suyu spoke with a tone of disbelief. "Stop dreaming. This time, Sun Jia has chosen to collaborate with Zhao Yashu, and for the foreseeable future, there is no possibility of her working with me." Her expression was a canvas of defiance. Upon hearing Ji Feng mention that Sun Jia would soon seek her out for collaboration, Suyu dismissed it as mere folly. During their previous discussions about collaboration, Zhao Yashu had continuously flaunted her superiority in front of Suyu, leveraging her personal capabilities and the strength of her company to establish a competitive edge. However, Zhao Yashu had crossed a line, directly assuring Sun Jia that if their two companies were to partner, she could enlist the help of Lu Guangjuan to pave the way. Naturally, business is driven by profit, leading Sun Jia to favor Zhao Yashu. Even though Sun Jia had sincerely apologized to Suyu and subtly indicated that she would reach out to her for future opportunities, Suyu could only acknowledge her defeat. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the thought of Zhao Yashu's triumphant demeanor stirred her resentment. "What's wrong? Do you not believe what I say?" Ji Feng inquired with a smile.
"Stop dreaming about the impossible," Suyu replied.
"Hurry and drive us back. Staying here is making me anxious."
Ji Feng chuckled. "That may not be the case. I believe those two siblings are not fools. They should be able to discern who the best collaborator is."
"Since you doubt me, how about a wager?" "Again?"
Suyu realized with amusement how fond Ji Feng was of betting. "Are you daring enough? I bet that Sun Jia will change her mind and soon come out to invite us back," Ji Feng proposed.
"Are you sure you're not muddled by Zhao Yashu's antics?" Suyu retorted. "If you take that woman's words to heart, you would be doing yourself a disservice."
"I am fully aware of what I am saying, but I have a premonition, and my instincts have always been accurate." "So, what do you say? Will you take the bet?"
Ji Feng replied with a grin.
"What are the stakes?" Suyu asked, intrigued by Ji Feng's confident demeanor. Recalling her previous loss to him, she decided to accept the bet. "If I win, you shall call me husband," Ji Feng said with a playful smile.
Suyu was taken aback by the unexpected wager, her cheeks flushing as she shot back. "And if you lose?"
"If I lose, I will take care of all the household chores for a year," Ji Feng declared. "Very well, it's a deal," Suyu agreed.
"I appreciate your kindness, but losing is losing."
"I can accept defeat, yet your method of coaxing is rather crude," Suyu added. This time, Ji Feng had no chance of winning. Suyu understood that in terms of business acumen and insight, she would be utterly outmatched by Zhao Yashu. However, Sun Jia valued the influence and connections of Zhao Yashu's husband, Lu Guangjuan, and while she herself was competent, she was simply not on the same level as him. Aware that the bet was likely to end in her loss, Suyu perceived Ji Feng's challenge as a way of lifting her spirits, albeit through a rather transparent approach that she found rather inept. While she appreciated the sentiment, she believed such clumsy attempts at consolation were unnecessary, as she was not one of those naive young girls.
"Stop being so self-absorbed," Suyu's remark elicited laughter from Ji Feng.
He found it amusing that his wife believed he was merely trying to placate her with a wager. Just as Suyu was about to respond, two figures emerging from the Dihao Club caught her attention, rendering her momentarily speechless. A man and a woman stepped out, surveying their surroundings. After being alerted by those nearby, their gazes landed on Suyu and Ji Feng. It was none other than Sun Jia and her brother, Sun Tai. They really came out. How could this be? Watching as Sun Tai and Sun Jia approached their vehicle, Suyu was taken aback, her mind swirling with questions. She had not anticipated their appearance. What could be the reason for their sudden exit? Could it be, as Ji Feng suggested, that they had indeed reconsidered and wished to collaborate with her? That seemed implausible. As Sun Jia and Sun Tai approached, the window of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class was rolled down.
"Ms. Sun, do you two have something to discuss?"
Suyu could no longer contain her curiosity. "Ms.Su, I sincerely apologize for earlier. After some consideration, I believe collaborating with you is the best choice, so I rushed over to invite you back to discuss the specifics," Sun Jia stated directly.
"Ms. Sun, I find your words puzzling. Did you not just choose Zhao Yashu?"
Suyu questioned, doubting her own hearing as Sun Jia truly seemed to be seeking her out for collaboration.
"I had not considered all aspects previously.
I genuinely wish to work with you, ms.su, and I hope you will grant me this opportunity. Sun Jie smiled. This statement left Suyu utterly astonished. It had barely been 10 minutes since she had arrived.
How could Sun Jie have changed her mind so dramatically?
Mr. Ji, ms.su, my sister, and I extend another sincere invitation to you both, hoping you will honor us with your presence. Sun Tai addressed Ji Feng. On their way here, his sister had provided him with a brief analysis of the situation's pros and cons. He felt immense gratitude that Ji Feng had chosen to send him that photo, indicating that Ji Feng did not view him as an adversary. Sun Tai was relieved he had not underestimated Ji Feng before. Sun Jie was exhibiting considerable sincerity. As Suyu stood in stunned silence, she opened the car door and, like a warm-hearted sister, took Suyu's hand, exclaiming, Ms. Su, please do not hold a grudge. This collaboration will undoubtedly satisfy you. Before Suyu could protest, she found herself gently pulled from the car, walking arm in arm with Sun Jie as if they were sisters heading back into the club. Mr. Ji, thank you. Sun Tai expressed his gratitude to Ji Feng as the two women entered. There's no need for thanks. I've sent you my card number. Remember to transfer the 10 million from our bet to my account, and we will be evening. No debts between us, Ji Feng replied coolly as he stepped out of the vehicle. Rest assured, Mr. Ji, I fully accept my defeat in this wager. The 10 million is on its way now, Sun Tai assured, promptly transferring 20 million to Ji Feng's bank account from his phone. Mr. Ji, the first 10 million is the wager, and the additional 10 million is a token of gratitude from my sister and me. Please accept it, Sun Tai said earnestly. Had Ji Feng intended to deceive him, the losses incurred by him and his sister would far exceed 20 million. One must acknowledge that Sun Tai and his sister were not only astute but also adept at handling matters. Ji Feng chuckled and gently patted Sun Tai's shoulder, saying, let's go, I'm quite hungry. At this, Sun Tai's face lit up with joy. Chapter 100. Ji Feng takes action. President Su, why have you brought this pretty boy back? I thought you had left. What, still not willing to give up? In the club, upon seeing Ji Feng and Suyu return, Zhao Yashu immediately mocked them. Mr. Sun, Miss Sun, I must say, you two were in such a hurry to leave that I assumed it was for some urgent matter. It turns out you were merely trying to save face for President Su, offering her a way out, Zhao Yashu continued with a sarcastic tone. In Zhao Yashu's eyes, Sun Tai and Sun Jie's earlier departure was merely a charade to invite them back, a gesture to provide Suyu with an escape route. Ignoring Zhao Yashu, Suyu took a seat under Sun Jie's warm invitation. President Zhao, I specifically invited Mr. Ji and President Su back. I have an announcement to make, Sun Jie said with a smile. Enough. I know you are capable, Mr. Sunday. I'm quite hungry. Can't we discuss matters after we have eaten? Zhao Yashu replied with dissatisfaction. She currently felt a sense of superiority, believing herself to be the most distinguished person present, insisting that everything be done according to her wishes. It's merely a matter of a few words, Sun Jie smiled. Then do share, Zhao Yashu conceded, not wishing to dwell on such trivialities. Regarding the collaboration we discussed earlier, I am now officially announcing our partnership with President Su. President Zhao, our previous agreement is hereby rendered void. I trust you will understand. Sun Jie stated directly. Zhao Yashu, who had been radiating confidence, was suddenly rendered speechless upon hearing Sun Jie's words. Mr. Sun, what do you mean by that? Zhao Yashu asked coldly. It means simply that I believe President Su is the most suitable partner, Sun Jie replied indifferently. Suyu, what benefits have you promised Mr. Sun behind my back, have the audacity to speak them in front of me? Zhao Yashu directed her ire at Suyu, convinced that Suyu had engaged in some underhanded dealings. In truth, Suyu had been momentarily taken aback by Sun Jie's announcement, but she quickly regained her composure. Having witnessed numerous such situations, her mental fortitude was not lacking. Observing Zhao Yashu's flustered demeanor brought her unexpected satisfaction. After all, this collaboration was a result of her own efforts. How dare Zhao Yashu, an inept individual, secure this contract merely by uttering that her husband would fulfill all her desires? Now, the tides had turned. Although she was unaware of the reason behind Sun Jie's sudden change of heart, witnessing Zhao Yashu's distress was exhilarating for her. President Zhao, please refrain from making baseless accusations. I have not promised anything, Suyu remarked calmly. Seeing Suyu maintain her composure, as if unaffected by the situation, only fueled Zhao Yashu's anger. In the realm of cosmetics, Moreover, Suyu was young and beautiful, holding the title of the most stunning woman in Jinhai City. These two factors alone fueled Zhao Yashu's jealousy towards Suyu. Mr. Sun, what conditions has Suyu offered you? Speak plainly, whatever she can offer, I can double it, Zhao Yashu stated to Sun Jie. President Zhao, you are mistaken, President Su has not proposed any conditions. I merely realized that collaborating with her is the wisest choice, Sun Jie clarified. Damn it, are you two conniving against me? Zhao Yashu was infuriated, her anger reaching a boiling point as she uttered a curse. No one had ever dared to treat her this way, to suddenly renege on an agreement. Typically, it was she who withdrew from commitments, not the other way around, especially since this collaboration was a matter of competition between her and Suyu, something she deemed critical, having resolved not to let Suyu secure this contract even at a loss. Previously, when Sun Jie had announced their partnership in front of Suyu, Zhao Yashu had reveled in Suyu's apparent defeat. However, now that Sun Jie had reversed her decision in front of Suyu, she felt utterly humiliated. Slap, slap. Just as Zhao Yashu finished speaking, Ji Feng stepped forward and delivered two sharp slaps, the resounding sound startling everyone present. Despite the makeup, red handprint marks appeared on both sides of Zhao Yashu's face. One slap is for my girlfriend, and the other is for Mr.
Son, a foul-mouthed harlot, Ji Feng stated. Generally, he refrained from striking women, but to him, Zhao Yushu was no woman, she was merely a pretentious lady of leisure. Ji Feng's actions took Suyu, Sun Jia, and Sun Tai by surprise. You dare hit me? Zhao Yushu exclaimed, clutching her face, utterly stunned. Since becoming the wife of Lu Guangjuan, no one had ever dared to treat her this way, Sun Tai observed coldly from the side, his expression unchanging. After seeing that photograph, Zhao Yushu had become nothing more than a pretentious woman in his eyes. Whether Ji Feng struck her or not, he would have done so regardless, for she had insulted his sister. President Zhao, perhaps it would be wise to leave, further escalating this situation would not be beneficial, Sun Jia remarked indifferently. Truthfully, even though she was aware of the details, she preferred to remain uninvolved in this matter, thus offering a final piece of advice out of goodwill. Having lived in luxury for so many years, Zhao Yushu had never encountered such indignity and was not about to take it lightly. Fine, so you two have conspired against me, have you? You dare strike me, this matter is far from over, I will not rest until I see your esteemed club in ruins, begging for mercy. Zhao Yushu was now akin to a madwoman, the facade of a refined lady stripped away, revealing her as nothing more than a street ruffian. With that, Zhao Yushu pulled out her phone to call Lu Guangjuan. Sun Tai and Sun Jia did not intervene, allowing Zhao Yushu to contact Lu Guangjuan, or essentially, they were not key players in this affair. The crux lay with Ji Feng, and they were curious to see how Ji Feng would handle Lu Guangjuan's arrival. Ji Feng remained calm, understanding that Zhao Yushu had brought this upon herself. He had not intended to act so swiftly, but she had effectively walked into a trap among those present, so you felt the most anxious. She did not pity Zhao Yushu, rather, she was apprehensive of Lu Guangjuan. She was well aware of Lu Guangjuan's influence in Jinhai City, and his well-known affection for his wife meant that he would not easily let Ji Feng off the hook for slapping Zhao Yushu. Gritting her teeth, Suyu resolved that if Lu Guangjuan truly arrived, she would have to step forward to shield Ji Feng from the brunt of the responsibility. Chapter 101 Lu Guangjuan arrives. Lu Guangjuan did not live up to the reputation that circulated within his circle regarding his devotion to his wife. Upon receiving a telephone call from Zhao Yushu, who tearfully recounted her mistreatment and assault, Lu Guangjuan promptly set aside his affairs and hurried over. He arrived in a remarkably short span of just over half an hour. With his distinctive bald head and clad in a grey suit, his figure had become somewhat portly, with a noticeable paunch. His appearance was certainly not worthy of admiration. However, at Lu Guangjuan's esteemed status, considerations of looks and physique were trivial at best. Having returned to Jinhai City just the day before at around 10 in the morning, Lu Guangjuan led a remarkably busy life, with little time to spare. Nevertheless, upon hearing of Zhao Yushu's distress, he rushed over without hesitation. Darling, you've come, I was nearly bullied to death, Zhao Yushu exclaimed as she spotted him, dashing over to him, seeking solace and affection. Do you see my face? Zhao Yushu pointed to the handprints on her cheeks, her expression one of deep grievance. At once, Lu Guangjuan's demeanor darkened, who in Jinhai City possessed the audacity to lay hands on his wife. Everyone in the city knew that his greatest affection was reserved for her. Sweetheart, who did this to you? Lu Guangjuan asked, disregarding the presence of others, his voice laced with concern. It's him, the kept boy of Suyu, Zhao Yushu stated candidly, pointing directly at Ji Feng without a hint of hesitation. Lu Guangjuan surveyed the room. Aside from Ji Feng, he recognized the other three individuals present. He strode purposefully towards Ji Feng. And you are? Lu Guangjuan asked in a low, stern voice. His anger was palpable. How could anyone in Jinhai City dare to strike his wife? Fueled by indignation, Lu Guangjuan bypassed formal pleasantries with Suyu and the others, directing his inquiry squarely at Ji Feng. Mr.Lu, this is my boyfriend, and today's incident is not his fault, Suyu interjected, gritting her teeth as she stood up. She was acutely aware of Lu Guangjuan's fury. Having met him on several occasions, she understood that his usual demeanor was not one of such intensity. Ms.Su, this is your boyfriend. Lu Guangjuan's tone was laced with skepticism, yet it remained unforgiving. Just as Suyu opened her mouth to speak, Ji Feng interposed. Mr.Lu, I have long admired your reputation. I am Ji Feng, a pleasure to meet you, he said with a smile, displaying no signs of anxiety or fear. This was Ji Feng's first encounter with the legendary figure of Jinhai City. Externally, Lu Guangjuan was hardly someone who would draw attention. However, those familiar with his past would undoubtedly hold him in high regard. Did you strike her? Lu Guangjuan asked directly. Having ascended from humble beginnings, Lu Guangjuan was no ordinary man. Even in his current state of anger, he would not act in an indiscreet manner. Yes, I did, Ji Feng admitted without offering any justification. You struck her and yet present yourself with such an air of righteousness. Lu Guangjuan's tone grew colder. Ji Feng's demeanor only served to aggravate Lu Guangjuan further. Knowing who he was, how could Ji Feng dare to maintain such an attitude? She spoke disrespectfully, directly insulting my girlfriend and Mr. Sun as whores. Do you think it was inappropriate to retaliate? Ji Feng retorted, unflinching, his gaze fixed on Lu Guangjuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Guangjuan turned to Zhao Yushu, who wore a pained expression. Why did they conspire against me? She attempted to justify her actions. Lu Guangjuan shot her a glare, aware of her tendency for caustic remarks. While her insults are unacceptable, you must not resort to violence. I will ensure she apologizes to Ms.Su and Mr. Sun, but you must allow her to return the favor with a couple of slaps. We will consider the matter settled, Lu Guangjuan stated firmly. He was not merely a businessman, he was also a representative of the people in Jinhai City. In public, he could not afford to act inappropriately. However, he was equally determined that his wife would not be wronged. The most fitting resolution was to let matters unfold as they should. Sun Jie and Sun Tai stood nearby, silently observing, with no intention of interjecting. They understood that even if they did, Lu Guangjuan would not heed their input. Meanwhile, they were eager to see if it was merely a matter of a photograph. Persuading the two of them might be feasible, but convincing Lu Guangjuan would be far more complex. Zhao Yushu regarded Ji Feng with a cold smirk, already plotting to strike him back with sufficient force, ensuring her long nails left a lasting mark on his face. The most anxious of all was Suyu. Based on her understanding of Ji Feng, he would be reluctant to comply, leading to a confrontation with Lu Guangjuan that could spiral out of control, leaving her powerless to mediate. Lu Guangjuan's gaze remained fixed on Ji Feng, awaiting his decision. This incident demanded an explanation. No excuses would suffice, even if Ji Feng possessed a formidable background. M or Lu, your proposed resolution is indeed commendable, yet from my perspective, it falls short, Ji Feng replied with a smile. Speak plainly, Lu Guangjuan urged. I believe the optimal solution is for your wife to apologize to my girlfriend and Mr. Sun in person. As for the 2 slaps I owe her, I would prefer to substitute them with a few words, Ji Feng articulated. And what words might those be? Lu Guangjuan inquired. M or Lu, those words are not suitable for discussion in front of so many witnesses, Ji Feng replied with a smile. In response, Lu Guangjuan glanced at Sun Tai, who immediately understood and said, there is a private room at the back with excellent soundproofing. Let us proceed there, Lu Guangjuan commanded. He was in no rush. In fact, he was eager to witness what trick Ji Feng had up his sleeve. After you, Ji Feng replied, exhibiting an air of nonchalance as if nothing were amiss. Mark my words, if today's matter does not meet my satisfaction, there will be consequences, Lu Guangjuan warned as he and Ji Feng departed. Once they were gone, Zhao Yushu spoke with a haughty demeanor. Suyu's expression was cold, yet her mind raced with anxiety. She was uncertain of Ji Feng's intentions. She pondered how to bring this matter to a close. Meanwhile, Sun Jie and Sun Tai regarded Zhao Yushu with disdain, their faces reflecting their contempt. Sun Jie and Sun Tai were confounded, questioning how someone of Lu Guangjuan's stature could be enamored with a woman as crude and talentless as Zhao Yushu. Moreover, this woman dared to cheat on him, displaying a remarkable ignorance of the peril she faced. Chapter 102. A stunning scheme. The partition area was not excessively spacious, yet it was far from cramped. It featured a coffee table and a sofa, adorned in a style that exuded understated elegance, evidently crafted with intention. Speak plainly, Lu Guangjuan said with a stoic expression, his gaze fixed on Ji Feng, his voice low and serious. At this moment, Lu Guangjuan was engulfed by a tempest of anger and confusion. The enigma lay in the fact that Suyu's betrothed was Ma Qiming of the Ma family when had an unfamiliar boyfriend emerged from the shadows? Furthermore, what was Ji Feng's true identity? From the outset, this young man had exhibited an unsettling ease and composure in his presence. Who was he? Lu Guangjuan, a man of stature, found it incomprehensible that this youth had assaulted his wife yet remained so unfazed. Did he truly believe that Lu Guangjuan could be easily intimidated, or did he possess an unwavering confidence in his own lineage, assuming that merely revealing his background would compel Lu Guangjuan to relent? If that were indeed the case, it could only be said that this young man was woefully ignorant and arrogant. You have been wearing a green hat courtesy of your wife. Indeed, she has adorned you with it for over a decade, Ji Feng stated bluntly, eschewing any pretense. You insolent wretch, do you truly believe that my patience has rendered me defenseless? Lu Guangjuan's countenance darkened. In his youth, he had been quick-tempered and had suffered numerous setbacks, yet it was precisely through transformation and the acknowledgement of his flaws that he had advanced to his current position. However, Ji Feng's words were undeniably incendiary. No man could endure such affronts to himself and his spouse. I am well aware of who you are, Lu Guangjuan. Would I make such claims without evidence? Ji Feng replied with a smile. And where is this evidence? Ji Feng produced several photographs and a video clip. Lu Guangjuan's expression soured as he scrutinized them, and upon finishing, he coldly retorted, you think a handful of photographs and a mere video can sway my belief? You are playing with fire. Having navigated his way through life, Lu Guangjuan had learned never to take appearances at face value, even if the individuals depicted were indeed his wife and another man. Photographs and videos could easily be manipulated. Ji Feng continued, you are in denial. Deep down, you know the truth. Even if I had not presented this today, you would have begun to doubt your wife. Have you not noticed how increasingly dissimilar your son appears to you? If not for the confidential information about Pang Shan that Pang Dahai had sent him earlier that morning, he would have found it difficult to accept. Lu Guangjuan indeed harbored a grave affliction, not one that would lead to his demise, but rather one that rendered him incapable of fathering children. In his youth, his impetuous nature had led him to engage in acts of loyalty that resulted in injury. It was during that incident that his body faltered, and his sperm lost its vitality, rendering him sterile. This was a truth Lu Guangjuan was acutely aware of. Ji Feng's revelation left Lu Guangjuan in shock. Only he and Zhao Yushu were privy to this secret. Whether my son is truly mine can be verified through a paternity test, Lu Guangjuan said, his voice low and steady. Upon discovering his condition, despair had initially enveloped him, yet shortly thereafter, Zhao Yushu had become pregnant. At that moment, Lu Guangjuan had perceived it as a divine gift during his time of hope. He had felt joy, and being a cautious man, he had insisted on a paternity test after the child was born, which confirmed that the boy was indeed his. To commemorate this, he had even rewarded Zhao Yushu with 20 million. The paternity test is a fabrication. Zhao Yushu colluded with Pang Shan to orchestrate this ruse. If you doubt it, you may investigate further. The doctor who conducted the test for you may no longer be affiliated with that hospital, Ji Feng said nonchalantly.
From the intelligence he had obtained, coupled with the information provided by Pang Dehai, Ji Feng was profoundly shaken. This was an intricate and audacious scheme. The architects of this plot were Zhao Yashu and Pang Shan, with Lu Guangjuan as the unwitting target. Their conspiracy aimed at Lu Guangjuan's nearly 10 billion in assets. In his youth, Pang Shan had visited Jinhai City once, during which he had become entangled with Zhao Yashu, resulting in her pregnancy. At that time, Zhao Yashu was already wed to Lu Guangjuan, coinciding with the burgeoning success of his career. Upon learning of her pregnancy and Lu Guangjuan's infertility, Zhao Yashu had felt despondent. She contemplated fleeing or terminating the pregnancy, but Pang Shan had intervened. Subsequently, as Lu Guangjuan's career flourished, Pang Shan had conspired with Zhao Yashu to devise this monumental scheme. Not only did it ensure that Lu Guangjuan would raise his son, but it also set its sights on Lu Guangjuan's fortune, as he had only this one heir to inherit his legacy. From the outset, they had deceived Lu Guangjuan. Over the years, Pang Shan had clandestinely rendezvoused with Zhao Yashu during Lu Guangjuan's absences, meticulously timing their encounters to coincide with his business trips. Lu Guangjuan held unwavering trust in Zhao Yashu, as she had been his companion through every trial, and he was a man who valued loyalty. Thus, he never suspected her infidelity. However, as their child grew, Lu Guangjuan began to notice the striking differences in their appearances, which ignited his suspicions. Yet, due to his deep-seated trust in Zhao Yashu and their shared history, he never pursued an investigation until now, when Ji Feng unveiled these revelations before him. Your claims are baseless. Do you possess concrete evidence? Lu Guangjuan, though now partially convinced by Ji Feng's assertions, clung to a sliver of hope that this was merely conjecture. Here, Ji Feng presented the compelling evidence he had meticulously compiled for Lu Guangjuan. This evidence, extracted from the USB drive provided by Pang Dehai, documented the dates and frequency of Pang Shan's visits to Jinhai City over the years, alongside substantial corroborative material, rendering the evidence irrefutable. As Lu Guangjuan examined the evidence presented by Ji Feng, his body trembled. Despite having traversed a myriad of challenges in life, he found himself unable to maintain his composure. Rage, immense, unbridled rage. He had been ensnared in a web of deceit spun by his own wife and another man for over a decade. Ji Feng's earlier assertions resonated as undeniable truths. He could no longer feign disbelief. There exist no secrets that remain concealed. If his wife Zhao Yashu had not engaged in such treachery, it would have been impossible for anyone to uncover such extensive information. Chapter 103. A good news. Falsehoods abound. All of it is a mere fade. Even his only son is but an illusion, and the affection his wife professes is nothing but a pretense. Lu Guangjuan had long believed that his life had been worth living. From his early days as a wayward youth, engrossed solely in brotherhood and loyalty, he had gradually ascended to his present circumstances. With a harmonious marriage, a blissful family, and the blessing of a son, coupled with a thriving business, he deemed himself fortunate. Yet today, he uncovered the staggering truth. For all these years, he had unwittingly played the role of a pawn in someone else's elaborate scheme.
Why are you revealing this to me? Lu Guangjuan inquired.
I had no intention of disclosing it to you, but your wife's incessant prattling compelled me. Since you need to confront this matter, allow me to offer you a solution, Ji Feng replied. He observed that the usually composed Lu Guangjuan now bore bloodshot eyes, a testament to the profound shock the revelation had inflicted upon him. Witnessing Lu Guangjuan's current state, Ji Feng felt a twinge of sympathy. Frankly, he held a certain admiration for Lu Guangjuan, particularly upon learning of his arduous journey to the present, a figure of resilience. Yet, this very individual had been ensnared in a deceptive web for over a decade, and most distressingly, his only bloodline was not even his own. One could only imagine the depths of anguish and despair tormenting Lu Guangjuan's heart.
I comprehend your current emotions.
However, I bear another piece of news that may be regarded as good tidings. Ji Feng spoke slowly. Go on, Lu Guangjuan responded, for it was challenging for him to perceive any news as truly bad.
Upon hearing that name, Lu Guangjuan's countenance shifted, and he hastily queried, how do you know her? What has happened to her?
The mere mention of her name ignited a sense of urgency and unease within him. Yang Ping represented a chapter of his past, a memory long buried. If anything were to befall her, he would never forgive himself. Calm down, Ji Feng reassured him, sensing the significance of this individual in Lu Guangjuan's life.
She is unharmed.
It is merely that someone is investigating her and her child.
Her and her child, is she married? Lu Guangjuan murmured.
The information I have indicates that she is not married, Ji Feng replied. Among the intelligence provided by Pang Dehai, one piece piqued Ji Feng's interest immensely. Pang Shan had instructed Zhao Yashu to investigate a woman and her child in Jinhai City. The investigation, which had commenced a year prior, had yielded no leads until now. If Ji Feng's suspicions were correct, this woman and her child were undoubtedly connected to Lu Guangjuan. It was simple logic. Having deceived Lu Guangjuan for over a decade, if Pang Shan allowed Zhao Yashu to create a significant stir in Jinhai City, the information would inevitably leak, posing a risk of the entire scheme unraveling. Yet, he still urged Zhao Yashu to spare no effort in the search, indicating that these two individuals could very well be the final straw that would break Lu Guangjuan.
After all, what man has not had his share of youthful indiscretions?
Ji Feng mused, doubting that Lu Guangjuan had only known Zhao Yashu throughout his life. Ji Feng's words brought a sigh of relief to Lu Guangjuan, who managed a bitter smile as he said, she was my first love, my childhood companion. Back when I was involved in the underworld, she was always by my side, but then she left, and I never heard from her again. As he spoke, a sudden realization seemed to dawn upon him, his breath quickening as he fixed his gaze on Ji Feng, as if anticipating something momentous.
You are a clever man.
You should have guessed as much. I think the same, but I couldn't be certain, Ji Feng remarked. Indeed, the child belonging to Yang Ping was likely Lu Guangjuan's own flesh and blood.
Lu Guangjuan had lost his ability to father children due to an injury, yet before that, he had been with Yang Ping for quite some time. A woman would not wish for her child to be born to a father with a criminal past. Thus, when pregnant, Yang Ping chose not to inform Lu Guangjuan and departed instead. As for how Pang Shan acquired this information, Ji Feng remained unaware. Ping Ping and I grew up together. I know her well, there's no mistaking it, Lu Guangjuan said, his excitement palpable, leaving him at a loss for what to do next. Such a reaction was understandable and anticipated by Ji Feng. I cannot provide specifics about the whereabouts of the mother and child, but I can offer you a general area, Ji Feng stated. Please, do tell. Yanghai District. The rest is up to you, Ji Feng concluded. Thank you, brother, I shall never forget your kindness, and from this day forth, you shall be my sworn brother, Lu Guangjuan declared with fervor. The information Ji Feng had imparted was of paramount importance, fundamentally altering the course of Lu Guangjuan's life. Furthermore, Ji Feng could have leveraged this knowledge to demand considerable favors and conditions, yet he refrained, demonstrating his integrity. Lu Guangjuan's loyalty and deep-seated values had earned him the respect of many, and it could be said that Ji Feng now owed him a significant debt of gratitude. Ji Feng smiled, for he sought precisely this acknowledgement from Lu Guangjuan. Deep down, he admired such a person and was eager to forge a friendship with him. Brother Lu, are you satisfied with the solution I proposed? Ji Feng inquired with a grin. Absolutely satisfied. Once their discussions concluded, Lu Guangjuan and Ji Feng emerged from the private room. Lu Guangjuan draped an arm around Ji Feng's shoulders, exuding warmth and camaraderie. Despite the age difference, it had no bearing on their burgeoning friendship. Their display left the onlookers utterly astonished. Suu, Sun Jie, Sun Tai, and Jia Yashu all stood in stunned silence, wondering what had transpired within that room. What had Ji Feng said to prompt such a transformation in Lu Guangjuan? Darling, what has come over you? Zhao Yashu finally asked. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Guangjuan swiftly retaliated with a slap to her face, leaving Suu, Sun Jie, and Sun Tai in shock. What on earth was happening? Chapter 104. Everyone is bewildered at this moment. Zhao Yashu covered her face, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Guangjuan had actually struck her, and that too in front of so many people. Especially after hitting her, his expression was as dark as a storm cloud, and she understood that this was a manifestation of his immense anger. Having been with Lu Guangjuan for so many years, she was well aware of his habits. The angrier he was, the calmer he appeared. Could it be that he has discovered my secret? A thought suddenly burst into Zhao Yashu's mind. That is impossible. She swiftly dismissed the notion, knowing all too well the dire consequences she would face if Lu Guangjuan found out about her clandestine affairs over the years. There was no way he could know. She had been exceedingly discreet, and for over a decade, everything had remained untouched. It was inconceivable that anything could come to light now. Sun Jie and Sun Tai were equally perplexed. Although they were somewhat privy to the underlying circumstances, the current situation had surpassed their expectations. Even if Ji Feng had informed Lu Guangjuan about Zhao Yashu's infidelity, it hardly warranted such public reprimand. The only plausible explanation was that Ji Feng had divulged something far more outrageous, something far graver than merely Zhao Yashu's betrayal. Upon this realization, both Sun Jie and Sun Tai couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They were increasingly unable to decipher Ji Feng's true character. What kind of person was he, and what knowledge did he possess that could elicit such a drastic change in Lu Guangjuan? The only individual entirely oblivious to the unfolding drama was Suu. She was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the events transpiring around her. Initially, she had been preoccupied with figuring out how to downplay the situation, but now, while Ji Feng remained unchanged, Lu Guangjuan's transformation was striking. Honey, you hit me, Zhao Yashu said, her voice tinged with grievance, tears welling in her eyes. In the past, Lu Guangjuan would have been heartbroken, never capable of striking Zhao Yashu. Over the years, she had caused her fair share of trouble with her sharp tongue, yet he had always managed to smooth things over. However, the woman he had cherished all this time had betrayed him, conspiring with her illicit lover to harm him. Apologize to President Su and President Sun immediately, Lu Guangjuan commanded coldly. Honey, Zhao Yashu attempted to interject but was abruptly silenced by Lu Guangjuan's firm tone, which brooked no dissent. I will say this one last time. Apologize to President Su and President Sun at once. This was the first time Zhao Yashu witnessed such fury from Lu Guangjuan, and fear gripped her heart. She dared not defy him, as guilt gnawed at her conscience. President Su, President Sun, I am truly sorry. I was in the wrong, and I apologize to you both, Zhao Yashu said, her voice shaking with sincerity. After her apology, before Suu and Sun Jie could respond, Lu Guangjuan smiled and said, I am aware of the cooperation at hand. President Sun, you have made a wise choice in collaborating with President Su, who in Jinhai City does not recognize President Su's decisiveness and vision. She is also a friend of mine, and I have great faith in your partnership. I shall not intrude further. I will take my leave now. With that, Lu Guangjuan left with a visibly chastened Zhao Yashu. However, his words resonated differently in Sun Jie's ears. Lu Guangjuan was subtly indicating his support for Suu regarding the collaboration. Contemplating this, Sun Jie could not help but glance at Ji Feng, whose demeanor remained unperturbed and smiling throughout the encounter. What kind of enchantment had Ji Feng cast upon Lu Guangjuan to provoke such a response? Suu, on the other hand, was completely taken aback. Although she had heard of Lu Guangjuan's illustrious name, she had never interacted with him. Why was he now expressing support for her? It must have been due to something Ji Feng had shared with him. It's getting late, President Sunday. Could we perhaps begin serving the dishes? I'm quite hungry, Ji Feng suggested with a smile. Of course, everything is prepared.
I will arrange it immediately, Sun Jia replied hastily. Soon, a procession of waitresses clad in kipeos appeared, presenting exquisite dishes. President Su, to be honest, it is truly an honor to collaborate with you. Today, my sister and I must celebrate in style, Sun Jia declared enthusiastically.
President Sun, I am not much of a drinker, Suyu replied. Mr. Ji, since President Su cannot drink, it shall be left to us men to indulge.
We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated, Sun Tai chimed in, eager to engage Ji Feng.
What do you think? Ji Feng playfully handed the decision back to Suyu. Since President Sun is in high spirits, let us drink to our heart's content, Suyu replied, recalling Ji Feng's impressive drinking capacity, which alleviated her concerns. The banquet concluded amid the warm hospitality of the Sun siblings. For Suyu, what had initially begun as a gathering marked by defeat and ridicule had transformed into an astonishing turn of events, thanks to Ji Feng. On the way back, with Ji Feng having indulged in alcohol, Suyu took the wheel. Alright, stop pretending to be asleep, I know your tolerance, you haven't consumed nearly as much as you did with Zhou Guodong, how could you possibly be drunk? Suyu remarked, noticing Ji Feng feigning sleep in the passenger seat.
Indeed, my dear wife, you are becoming increasingly perceptive, Ji Feng grinned, opening his eyes with a mischievous smile.
What on earth happened today?
What did you say to Lu Guangjuan? He completely overlooked your striking his wife and even extended goodwill towards me, Suyu couldn't help but inquire, her mind swirling with confusion. The joy of securing the partnership had been overshadowed by her bewilderment, leaving her feeling detached from the entire resolution.
Let us not rush. Isn't it time to fulfill our wager?
Ji Feng teased, recalling their bet that if they secured the collaboration, Suyu would have to call him husband.
At this, Suyu's face flushed. First, tell me what transpired. No way, you must first honor the wager and call me that, or I shall keep you in suspense, Ji Feng teased.
Suyu hesitated, struggling to find a retort.
The thought of calling Ji Feng husband left her blushing, as it felt too embarrassing to utter. 5 million to forego that wager, what do you say? Suyu proposed, seeking an alternative.
Absolutely not, Ji Feng replied decisively.
You wouldn't be trying to back out, would you? Who said I would back out?
I, Suyu, am a woman of my word, she insisted, her face still crimson. Then go ahead and say it, Ji Feng urged, and the atmosphere in the car became decidedly tense. Chapter 105 of the journey continues. The term husband felt rather foreign to Suyu, although she and Ji Feng were now legally married, having obtained a marriage certificate. Addressing him as husband seemed entirely normal, yet, their union was merely contractual. Suyu had always believed that men were creatures with which she would not have significant ties, a conviction solidified by her family's arrangement of a betrothal with Ma Qiming of the Ma family. It was only after that fateful night at the bar that everything changed. She was a novice when it came to alcohol, it was her first experience at a bar, and she became inebriated after just a few sips. Who would have anticipated that she would end up in a hotel with Ji Feng? Naturally, her memory of those events was hazy. Upon awakening, she did not echo the sentiments of most women, demanding responsibility. Instead, she departed quietly. However, upon discovering her pregnancy, coupled with the pressures of the familial alliance, she began to entertain the notion of considering the father of her child the only man who had ever touched her as her husband. She was proud and naturally had expectations for the man she would call her husband. One such expectation was the contract of a son-in-law. Even if Ji Feng refused, she would seek another man to fulfill this role, though it would only be a matter of a contractual marriage. Yet, after spending some time with Ji Feng, Suyu realized that he was not at all as she had envisioned. He exceeded her expectations in innumerable ways. Although their relationship had grown significantly closer since their initial encounter, the thought of addressing him as husband still filled her with a sense of embarrassment. Nevertheless, Suyu was a woman of her word. Having made a wager with Ji Feng, she felt compelled to follow through. Who husband? Suyu's voice barely rose above a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. What did you say? I didn't catch that, speak up, Ji Feng replied, placing a hand comically to his ear. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she raised her voice. Husband, is that satisfactory? Indeed, it is. As expected of President Su, you keep your promises, Ji Feng teased. Knowing her temperament, he had come to understand her well, coaxing her into uttering that word was no small feat, and further teasing might provoke her ire. Now, tell me, why has Lu Guangjuan changed so drastically? What did you say to him? Suyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. It's quite simple. Zhao Yashu was having an affair with another man behind Lu Guangjuan's back, and I happened to discover it, evidence in hand, Ji Feng replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of revealing the full extent of the situation, including the fact that Zhao Yashu had conspired with outsiders against Lu Guangjuan, and that Lu Guangjuan's current son was not biologically his. Some truths were better left undisclosed to Suyu. What? Suyu exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. You can't be joking. Why would I? What would I gain from deceiving you? Exposing a man to such humiliation can drive him to madness, especially someone like Lu Guangjuan. Naturally, he was furious. I helped him catch his unfaithful spouse, and he expressed his gratitude. Isn't that only logical? Do you have any photographs? Suyu pressed further. Of course, without them, how could Lu Guangjuan possibly believe it? Ji Feng responded. Have Sun Jia and her brother been informed? She asked again. Yes, I sent them the photographs, Ji Feng confirmed. No wonder, Suyu mused, finally grasping the situation. This explained why Sun Jia had suddenly reversed her decision and invited her back to discuss collaboration. If Lu Guangjuan learned of Zhao Yashu's infidelity, he would certainly not forgive her easily. The primary advantage of Sun Jie's alliance with Jia Yushu hinged on Lu Guangjuan's support. With this scandal, Lu Guangjuan would never assist Jia Yushu again, hence, Sun Jia had swiftly altered her course of action. So, you were confident that Sun Jia would intervene and stop me, which is why you made that bet? Su Yu recalled Ji Feng's reluctance to leave and the wager they had made. Of course. I would never gamble on something I wasn't certain I could win, Ji Feng replied with a smile. At this, Su Yu found herself at a loss for words. She suddenly realized that every time she had wagered against Ji Feng, she had lost. Even during the initial bet between Ji Miao and Ji Feng, it was Ji Miao who had come up short. In the realm of wagering, neither of the sisters had ever triumphed over Ji Feng.
Are you truly so wealthy now? You refuse 5 million and insist on having me address you as such. Don't you find that rather unfair?
Su Yu teased deliberately. She had attempted to exchange 5 million for that particular title, only to have Ji Feng refuse.
Sun Tai just gave me 10 million. Do you really think I would covet your 500?
Ji Feng countered, deliberately reducing Sun Tai's amount.
10 million from Sun Tai, why?
Su Yu questioned, puzzled. What reason could there be for such a generous gift? We made a wager, Ji Feng replied directly. While playing billiards, I bet him that his sister would choose to collaborate with you. He didn't believe me and insisted on a wager, and then he lost. Su Yu was left speechless. She suddenly realized that while Ji Feng appeared to be frivolous and somewhat carefree, he seemed to have everything under his control. Well, look at you, now a millionaire, Boss Ji, Su Yu remarked, feeling a tinge of envy. 1 million was a sum she would toil for a long time to amass, yet Ji Feng casually won it through a wager. President Su, you flatter me. If you're interested, I could share half with you, provided you call me husband once more.
What do you say?
Ji Feng suggested, a playful glint in his eye.
Get lost.
The mere act of calling him husband had already left Su Yu feeling immensely embarrassed. To do so again was out of the question. She cared little for a paltry 5 million. If her collaboration with Sun Jia went well, coupled with the launch of a new product, her company could experience a significant transformation. She was confident that she could elevate her company to become the foremost cosmetics brand in Jinhai City and possibly even establish a national and international sales network. Ji Feng observed Su Yu as she drove, a smile slowly creeping across his face. The once aloof and cold beauty he had first encountered was gradually evolving. Whether Su Yu was aware of this transformation, he could not say, but he felt it keenly.
Revolution is showing promise, yet further effort is required.
Ji Feng thought to himself. Chapter 106. A chill in Pang Shan's heart for a powerful woman. The notion of rest seems almost impossible. During this period, Su Yu has been preoccupied with the promotion of the company's new product and the selection of a spokesperson. Now, having reached a new collaboration with Sun Jia, her to-do list has only grown. However, for a woman of Su Yu's caliber, it is only the continuous hustle that brings her fulfillment and joy. Were it not for Ji Feng observing her remarkable vigor, he might have harbored concerns that her frenetic pace could adversely affect the child she carries. Of course, every woman's experience of pregnancy is unique. As long as she is in good spirits, it surely makes no difference. Upon returning home from the Dihao Club, Su Yu immersed herself in work once more. Meanwhile, Ji Feng found himself with a bit more leisure. He first briefed Pang Dehai on the matters concerning Jia Yushu, Lu Guangjuan, and Pang Shan. The excitement and delight that radiated from Pang Dehai upon hearing the news were palpable over the phone. From Huang Bo, he had obtained some confidential intelligence regarding Pang Shan. While the information was indeed useful, it would require considerable effort to unravel its implications. Pang Shan, being rather astute, had crafted his schemes with a focus solely on Pang Dehai, avoiding excessive manipulation within the family company, Pang's real estate group. He understood that should he meddle within the company, his father, Pang Bo, would likely be the first to expel him. Maintaining competition without jeopardizing the family's interests is precisely why Pang Bo allocated 10 million to both Pang Shan and Pang Dehai for their rivalry. Originally, Pang Dehai believed that he would need to exert considerable effort to completely topple Pang Shan. Even after acquiring the intelligence, however, that was no longer necessary, for the information Ji Feng had provided was sufficient for Pang Shan to self-destruct. In Gue City, the past few days had left Pang Shan in a dark mood. He suddenly sensed that something was amiss, a foreboding feeling gnawing at him. His longtime confidant, Huang Bo, had inexplicably vanished. It had been 2 days since Huang Bo last reported to the office, and regardless of his attempts to reach him, whether by phone or otherwise, he found himself unable to make contact. Even Huang Bo's wife and child were missing from their home. This absence was the root of Pang Shan's growing unease. Huang Bo, as his trusted aide for many years, was privy to numerous secrets. Should any of these matters come to light, the intricate plans he had painstakingly orchestrated over the years could collapse. No one simply disappears without reason. There are only two possibilities: either he has fled or he is dead. Yet, regardless of the circumstance, neither outcome bodes well for Pang Shan. Compounding his distress, the last time he visited Jinhai City to ensnare his half-brother, Pang Dehai, the endeavor had ended in failure. Following that setback, he discreetly attempted to re-establish contact with Sun Tai, only to be met with complete indifference. All these signs pointed toward impending calamity. He even contemplated reaching out to Jia Yushu to inquire if anything unusual had transpired, but he refrained, knowing that Lu Guangjuan had returned to Jinhai City. The sensation of helplessness in the face of inaction weighed heavily on Pang Shan. Just then, his phone buzzed. Pang Shan noticed it was a call from his father, Pang Bo.
Hello, Dad. Where are you now? I'm at the office. Come home immediately.
With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving Pang Shan no opportunity to respond. A sense of dread settled over him. He knew that something significant had occurred. The only way to uncover the truth was to return home. Upon arriving home after the drive from the office, Pang Shan discovered that his half-brother, Pang Dahai, was also present. His father, Pang Bo, stood before the memorial of his deceased mother, offering incense. Pang Shan, the eldest son, had lost his mother to illness when he was just 12. Shortly thereafter, his father brought home another woman along with a 9-year-old child. He had long harbored resentment, believing that his mother's passing was intricately linked to the arrival of this wild seed and the mistress.
Dad, I'm back, what is going on?
Pang Shan inquired. Pang Bo placed the incense before his late wife's memorial before turning slowly to face his son, his voice cold and commanding. Kneel.
Dad, what happened? What is going on?
Pang Shan pressed urgently his slap. The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the room as Pang Bo stepped forward and struck Pang Shan, his voice seething with anger. Kneel.
Bang!
Realizing that a grave situation had unfolded, Pang Shan immediately complied. I know you have always harbored disdain for Dahai and your aunt. You have long believed that your mother's death was somehow tied to them, and I am aware of this, Pang Bo stated solemnly.
I honored your request to at every family meal. Your aunt has waited until we finished eating before partaking, all to avoid upsetting you. I have treated both you and Dahai equally. What more do you desire?
Meanwhile, sitting on the sofa, Pang Dahai listened with a complex expression. He understood his status as Pang Bo's illegitimate child and recognized the implications of his mother being the mistress. However, by the time he and his mother arrived at Pang Bo's side, Pang Shan's biological mother had already passed. As a child, he had made attempts to foster a bond with his half-brother, while his mother endeavored to be a good stepmother. Neither he nor his mother had ever considered contesting for inheritance. They merely sought to live harmoniously as a family, yet their efforts proved futile, as Pang Shan remained obstinately unyielding. Eventually, Pang Dahai relinquished any hope of closeness with Pang Shan and focused on his own endeavors, even when Pang Bo announced the inheritance evaluation process that would involve both him and Pang Shan. From the outset, he never contemplated scheming against his half-brother during the assessment. However, Pang Shan had entertained such notions, nearly ensnaring him in a trap of his own making.
Dad, what is happening? Why are you suddenly saying all this?
Pang Shan asked, his heart sinking. Smack. Before Pang Shan could finish, Pang Bo delivered another slap, this one even more forceful, drawing blood from the corner of Pang Shan's mouth.
I am telling you all of this because I want to know what is going on in that head of yours. Do you think my wealth is not enough for you to covet? Are you now also fixated on others?
Pang Bo roared in fury. This outburst sent a chill through Pang Shan's heart. Chapter 107 The Severance of Father-Son Affection. Pang Shan could not believe his ears. He had heard his father's words clearly. Your father's assets are not enough for you to covet, yet you still set your sights on someone else's. This statement fell upon him like a bucket of cold water, drenching him from head to toe. A chill surged from the depths of his heart, sending shivers down his spine. Impossible, this was utterly inconceivable. How could his father possibly know about that matter? It was something he had meticulously orchestrated over the span of more than a decade, and it pertained to Jinhai City, not Gue City. His father's reach could not extend that far. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Pang Shan suddenly caught sight of Pang Dahai sitting nearby, wearing a look of amusement as he observed the unfolding drama. A heavy weight settled in Pang Shan's heart. Could it be that Pang Dahai had discovered his long-term schemes in Jinhai City? He then recalled the disappearance of Huang Bo. After all, Huang Bo was one of the few privy to those events in Jinhai City. Dad, what are you talking about? I completely fail to understand. Pang Shan forced a smile and said. Are you still not going to confess? Well then, Pang Shan, how was I unaware of your remarkable capabilities, reaching out so far into Jinhai City? You truly are impressive, Pang Bo retorted angrily. He was genuinely infuriated. When Pang Dahai first revealed these shocking truths to him, he was left utterly astounded. His eldest son had entangled himself with the wife of real estate magnate Lu Guangjuan in Jinhai City, and to make matters worse, the child born to her was his own. Not only that, but his eldest son had also conspired alongside her to orchestrate a scheme against Lu Guangjuan for over a decade, all in pursuit of his wealth. Such malicious intent was appalling. The severity of the situation was compounded by the fact that Lu Guangjuan was now aware of it. Who was Lu Guangjuan? Even in Gue City, he was a figure of considerable repute. A prominent real estate tycoon and a representative of the people in Jinhai City, Lu Guangjuan was well regarded in social circles, known for his loyalty and strong friendships. And now, Pang Shan had not only compromised Lu Guangjuan by engaging with his wife, producing a child over the years, but he had also sought to usurp Lu Guangjuan's fortune. Would someone of Lu Guangjuan's stature allow this to be brushed aside? Absolutely not. Pang Bo firmly believed that Lu Guangjuan would undoubtedly confront him directly, leaving no stone unturned in his quest for retribution. Given the gravity of the situation, it was conceivable that Lu Guangjuan might even suspect Pang Bo's involvement, potentially declaring war against him in a fit of rage. This was no mere matter of infidelity. The implications were far too severe and malicious. Pang Bo, a man of considerable wealth and standing in Gue City, would be the subject of ridicule and scorn should this scandal become public. Upon hearing Pang Bo's accusations, Pang Shan's heart sank. His elaborate schemes in Jinhai City had truly been exposed. Dad, what on earth are you saying? I genuinely cannot comprehend. Has someone been whispering nonsense in your ear? Pang Shan desperately attempted to deflect. He could not afford to admit the truth. His only hope was that no irrefutable evidence existed against him. Still in denial, take a look for yourself. Pang Bo, in a fit of rage, hurled a photograph from the coffee table into Pang Shan's face, accompanied by additional incriminating images, evidence that was indisputable. This cannot be. How is this possible? Pang Shan stammered, his hands trembling as he gazed upon the evidence, some of which documented actions he had taken a decade prior. Pang Dahai, did you have Huang Bo abducted? The only source capable of providing such evidence was Huang Bo, who had been with him throughout this ordeal. Pang Shan yelled at Pang Dahai.
I say, brother, look at the monstrous situation you've created for yourself.
Pang Dahai sneered. Had you not conspired with your mistress in Jinhai City against me, I would have had no inclination to investigate you. But now, you've brought this upon yourself. You're truly remarkable, entangling yourself with another man's wife, fathering a child, and still coveting their fortune. Pang Dahai was genuinely appalled by the depths of Pang Shan's treachery. What kind of malice could drive someone to such lengths, to pursue his own ends? Pang Shan had schemed for over a decade. What incensed him further was Pang Shan's insatiable ambition. He aimed not only for his father's wealth but also sought to claim the fortune of a real estate mogul in Jinhai City. Dad, this is a grave misunderstanding. I am being wronged. It is all is doing. He is the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Pang Shan hastily knelt beside Pang Bo, clinging to his father's leg. His only hope now was that Pang Bo would remember their bond and spare him. Otherwise, he was truly finished. Get away from me. I have no son like you. Pang Bo kicked Pang Shan aside, coldly declaring, from this day forward, you are no longer associated with the Pang Real Estate Group. For the sake of our years together as father and son, I will intercede with Lu Guangjuan on your behalf, but how he chooses to act is beyond my control. Leave now, and do not return. Dad, please, I was wrong. Save me this one time. Pang Shan pleaded in desperation, genuinely frightened, for he sensed that Pang Bo had truly abandoned him. Began, you are no longer my son. The act of severing ties with his own child and casting him out was an excruciating ordeal for any father. The only recourse he now had was to plead with Lu Guangjuan, hoping to save Pang Shan's life. As for everything else, he could no longer concern himself. He still had another son and the vast Pang real estate empire to consider. He could not jeopardize it all to protect Pang Shan after the latter's heinous actions. Pang Bo had to think of the future of Pang Real Estate and his younger son, Pang Dahai. With that, he ascended the stairs without another word. Pang Shan attempted to follow, seeking to plead for mercy, but was forcibly restrained by the bodyguards summoned by Pang Dahai. Pang Dahai, this is all you're doing. Had it not been for you, I would not have found myself in this predicament. I will haunt you as a ghost. Pang Shan raged, nearly deranged with fury. Pang Dahai dismissed him with a scoff. I say, brother, the truth is that you are no longer affiliated with the Pang family. All of today's calamity is of your own making. Had you treated me as a brother from the start, I would not have contended with you over our father's estate. After that, he commanded the bodyguards, throw him out. If he dares return, let loose the dogs and break his legs. Understood, young master. After Pang Shan was forcibly ejected, Pang Bo's voice echoed from the second floor. Dahai, starting tomorrow, you will officially join the group. I will ensure everything is arranged for you. Understood, thank you, Dad. Pang Dahai's face lit up with joy. The Pang Real Estate Group was now his alone. Chapter 108. I will personally forge a superstar. Pang Dahai possesses a considerable understanding of himself. Born into wealth with a super-rich father, he has always been a prominent figure. Although he is no longer young and has yet to marry officially, preferring instead the company of women, gaming, and gambling, he remains steadfast in his loyalty and values relationships. Consequently, his network in Gue City is quite extensive. Despite having many acquaintances, he considers only one person a true brother, Ji Feng from Jinhai City. Pang Dahai is a firm believer in fate. He perceives a significant bond between himself and Ji Feng. They initially met through gaming, where they challenged each other in spending, ultimately forging a friendship within the game and exchanging contact information. Shortly thereafter, when he found himself ensnared in a predicament in Jinhai City, he sought Ji Feng's assistance with a sense of desperation. The outcome was beyond his expectations. Ji Feng intervened and resolved his troubles. In the casino, Ji Feng helped him recover 100 million in capital along with Lin Wanru. Such a monumental favor was requested in return by merely asking Lin Wanru to speak on his behalf, an insignificant demand in his eyes. To this day, as Pang Shan finds himself engulfed in self-destructive behavior, he has successfully obtained the rights to inherit the Pang Real Estate Group, largely thanks to Ji Feng's contributions. It can be said that without Ji Feng, he would have faltered from the very beginning. In Pang Dahai's heart, Ji Feng has already been regarded as a brother, though they share no blood ties. Does that truly matter? Pang Shan may be related by blood, yet what has that yielded? Ji Feng stands as the first brother Pang Dahai acknowledges in his life. This brother has extended tremendous kindness to him, and he feels compelled to express his gratitude for the two significant favors he has received. Evening. In the chairman's office of Tianfang Entertainment Company. Tianfang Entertainment is currently situated on the 10th floor of the Huichin building, which comprises a total of 15 stories, each occupied by various companies. Tianfang has merely leased one of the floors, but the lease is nearing its expiration, which is why Dong Yunhai is eager to sell the company swiftly. If he fails to do so, he will have no choice but to renew the lease, an endeavor he cannot afford financially. Wu Haiqing has not disappointed Ji Feng. The young woman is exceptionally competent. She arrived at the company early this morning and began sorting through all the affairs from Dong Yunhai. By evening, she had meticulously organized everything to report back to Ji Feng, the chairman. The company is currently modest in scale, with a mere handful of employees. Mr. Ji, here are the reports detailing all the artists currently employed by the company, along with the relevant profit information. Wu Haiqing presented the compiled documents before Ji Feng. As the new owner of Tianfang Entertainment, Ji Feng felt it imperative to familiarize himself with the company's status. Upon receiving Wu Haiqing's offer to report the organized data that evening, he left his home to come here. Ji Feng perused the documents and was disheartened by the company's dire condition. The so-called profit situation was consistently in the red. The lack of recognition for the company's artists, coupled with insufficient traffic, meant that no one's. After a brief review, Ji Feng nodded. I understand. Haiqing, how did the other matter I assigned you turn out? Mr. Ji, it has been resolved. Miss Yu Bingqin's contract with Huayu Entertainment has been terminated, and the penalty fee is 7 million, Wu Haiqing informed him. Ji Feng had entrusted her with two tasks, to quickly ascertain the company's overall situation and to resolve the contractual issue with Yu Bingqin and Huayu Entertainment. He desired for Yu Bingqin to exit Huayu Entertainment as swiftly as possible and join his company. Bingqin, do you hear me? From this moment forth, you shall have no further ties with Huayu Entertainment, Ji Feng said with a smile to Yu Bingqin, who stood nearby. On his way to the company, he had brought her along to help her acclimate to the environment and its personnel, which could only be beneficial. Thank you, Mr. Ji, thank you, Supervisor Wu, thank you, Yu Bingqin exclaimed, visibly excited. This had been her long-standing concern, a burden that had plagued her for 3 years. Finally, it had been resolved, and the 7 million penalty fee was something she could never afford. Miss Yu, there is no need for such formality, I was merely carrying out Mr. Ji's instructions, Wu Haiqing replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Dong Yunhai seemed perplexed by Ji Feng's actions. While Yu Bingqin was indeed attractive, she was merely a newcomer with little fame. What was the purpose of expending 7 million to bring her on board? Did Ji Feng truly have an inexhaustible supply of money? Mr. Ji, I believe our immediate priority should be to sign a few well-known stars to elevate the company's profile while simultaneously scouting promising newcomers, Dong Yunhai stated directly. For an entertainment company to thrive, the talent it signs is crucial. Established artists can generate substantial income, while nurturing potential newcomers ensures a continuous influx of fresh talent. I concur with Vice President Dong's suggestion. However, given the company's current situation, the cost of signing first or second-tier stars would be considerable, Wu Haiqing remarked. With the company's present condition, attracting first or second-tier stars would require tens of millions. Even then, they might decline due to the company's small scale. Perhaps we should attempt to sign some lesser-known third-tier stars. Their fame may be limited, and their fan base smaller, but their cost is lower. We might benefit from a quantity-over-quality approach. What do you think, Mr. Ji? Dong Yunhai proposed. After considering this, Ji Feng replied, that is a commendable idea, but it is unnecessary. The company's scale is already modest, and resources are limited. I do not intend to sign anyone else for the time being. What, then, is your plan, Mr. Ji? Dong Yunhai inquired, somewhat baffled by Ji Feng's approach. The ideal candidate is right here. I intend to personally cultivate a superstar, Ji Feng declared, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Bingqin before him. Chapter 109 Hosting a free concert. Indeed, Ji Feng intends to create a star. Furthermore, he aims to cultivate a super celebrity. The initial development strategy of Tianfang Company under his stewardship does not involve exorbitant expenditures to sign a few first or second-tier stars for publicity. Instead, he plans to select one individual from within their ranks and transform them into a superstar. The person Ji Feng has chosen is Yu Bingqin. The reasoning is straightforward. He has recognized Yu Bingqin's exceptional talents with the discerning eye of a connoisseur. Her abilities in singing, dancing, acting, and songwriting are all top-notch. The reason for her lack of fame until now is simply due to the incompetence of her previous company's foolish superiors, who squandered 3 years of her potential. It is not too late, her talent remains intact, and Ji Feng is determined to let Yu Bingqin shine under his guidance. The investment required to nurture her is undoubtedly worthwhile, though others may not comprehend. Ji Feng is acutely aware. To cultivate a super celebrity? Dong Yunhai murmured, and then added, Mr. Ji, you mean to vigorously nurture Ms.Y Yu Bingqin? He refrained from using the term packaging, as it seemed unflattering, especially with Yu Bingqin present, opting instead for nurture. His thoughts were that Ji Feng intended to promote Yu Bingqin, rapidly enhancing her visibility and popularity. After all, her physique and looks are indeed commendable, possessing the potential for effective marketing. However, one must ponder, how long can a person rise to fame based solely on appearance? They may achieve swift success, but equally swift is the fall into obscurity. Mr. Ji, if I may be frank, from the perspective of the company's long-term development, this approach can only be described. She is a person of principle, committed to fulfilling her responsibilities in her work. In her view, while this quick-fix method may yield results, it lacks substantial meaning. I do not require sensationalism, Yu Bingqin asserted directly. If her popularity were to be built solely on media hype, she would prefer to forego such fame. She desires to rely on her own abilities, not marketing gimmicks. She is not a mere ornamental figure. The trio's dialogue prompted Ji Feng to chuckle softly. You have misunderstood my intentions. I did not say I wanted to engage in sensationalism. Nurturing Bingqin is indeed my goal. I plan to host a debut concert for her in Jinhai City. A debut concert? Ji Feng's words left the three momentarily stunned. They struggled to grasp the concept of a debut concert. Mr. Ji, Yu Bingqin currently lacks any significant fame or fanbase. Even if we were to hold it to him, it seemed utterly absurd. Why would anyone foolishly purchase tickets for a concert by a newcomer with no foundational support from fans or popularity? Who said tickets must be sold? Ji Feng replied, I intend to host a free concert for her. Entry will be complimentary until the venue reaches capacity, first come, first served. Complimentary. At this revelation, Dong Yunhai and Wu Haiqing exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a sense of helplessness. To be frank, such behavior resembled that of a spendthrift. Moreover, they felt it lacked any particularly significant purpose. To hold a concert, one must possess songs to perform. After all, surely, one cannot rely solely on covering others' works. They acknowledged that Ji Feng's idea presented an opportunity for Yu Bingqin to garner fans and popularity, but the prerequisite is that her talent must be substantial enough to withstand the scrutiny of an audience. Failing to captivate and leave a lasting impression on the attendees would render the concert merely a spectacle, devoid of any lasting impact for Yu Bingxin once it concluded. What Wu Haiqing and Dong Yunhai did not know, however, was that Yu Bingxin's talent could endure any challenge. The 3 years she spent in obscurity merely coated her exquisite potential with a thick layer of dust, obscuring her brilliance. Now, Ji Feng is poised to wipe away that dust, allowing Yu Bingxin to shine resplendently.
Bingxin, do you have any original songs aside from the one you performed at the CAF, Dawn? Ji Feng inquired.
Yes, I have a total of 17 songs. If we are to hold a concert, that should suffice, Yu Bingxin replied, still reeling from Ji Feng's earlier proclamation about hosting a concert for her. A personal concert seemed like an extravagant dream. For years, she had only hoped to release a few albums of her own, let alone entertain the notion of a concert, yet even the prospect of releasing an album was thwarted by her previous company's management, who persistently placed obstacles in her path. Now, however, Ji Feng expressed such faith in her, proposing a concert directly. 17 songs, that number is rather unappealing. How about this, I will gift you a song, bringing the total to 18. 18 is a nice number, quite harmonious, Ji Feng said with a smile. He had previously acquired a memory extraction capsule as a reward from a system, which allowed him to extract cultural and artistic treasures from his former life on Earth, treasures that this parallel world lacked. He could easily provide Yu Bingxin with not just one song but 100 if needed. Nevertheless, for Yu Bingxin, such an act seemed unnecessary. Her talent was evident, and she possessed the ability to create her own classic music. Yu Bingxin was astonished that her boss would gift her a song. Haiqing, let us expedite the arrangements for the concert. Find an appropriate venue that can accommodate at least 40,000 attendees. Do not worry about the budget. I want a proposal from you by tomorrow. Can you manage that? Ji Feng inquired. Certainly, Wu Haiqing nodded. This was not a daunting task for her. Old Dong, I need you to devise a promotional plan. Ensure that the entire Jinhai city is aware of the upcoming free concert, Ji Feng instructed. I understand, Mr. Dong Yunhai responded affirmatively. He was no longer the boss, he was now working under Ji Feng's direction. Ji Feng had ideas, and he would execute them, though he would voice any opinions he had. Ultimately, however, the decisions rested with Ji Feng. Bingxin, while we can handle the logistics of the concert venue and other arrangements, the performance itself rests entirely in your hands. Do not let us and everyone else down, Ji Feng said with a smile. I will give it my all, Yu Bingxin replied earnestly. Hosting her own concert was precisely what she had longed for over the years, and now, as it was about to become a reality, she understood this was a golden opportunity, and she would seize it wholeheartedly. Chapter 110 The Gift of Your Original Dream. Inside the recording studio of the company, Yu Bingxin was currently engaged in the recording of her 17 original songs, all of which she had personally composed. Each week, the lyrics and melodies were crafted solely by her, showcasing her remarkable talent. In the past, Yu Bingxin felt overlooked and deprived of opportunities to shine. However, the present circumstances were different. Ji Feng had bestowed upon her this invaluable chance, and she was determined to seize it fully, especially with Ji Feng planning to host a concert for her, a free concert at that. She was acutely aware of the immense costs involved. Her sole focus was to practice diligently, ensuring she delivered her utmost performance at the concert, thereby honoring Ji Feng's efforts. After singing through all 17 songs, the only audience member present was Ji Feng, who had not yet departed and remained in the company. Ji, how did I do? Yu Bingxin asked, a hint of shyness in her voice, as it was the first time she had sung all her songs in front of someone else. Very well, indeed, Ji Feng replied sincerely. His words were heartfelt, and he had not misjudged her talent. From these 17 songs, Ji Feng discerned the evolution of Yu Bingxin's emotional landscape over the past 3 years, transitioning from hope to despair, anger, resistance, and ultimately, to a profound sense of hopelessness. Throughout the performance, Yu Bingxin maintained a steady breath and demonstrated impressive vocal skill. Even during those seemingly hopeless 3 years, she had dedicated her free time to either writing or practicing songs. Thank you for the compliment, she expressed gratefully. However, you mentioned you would gift me a song. I await that moment, Ji Feng said, proceeding to fetch paper and a pen. He now understood which song would be most fitting for Yu Bingxin. As Ji Feng began to write in her presence, Yu Bingxin, astonished, inquired, Ji, do you also enjoy writing songs? I've penned a few that I find satisfactory. Once I finish, you can give it a try, he replied while writing. At this moment, he considered himself merely a cultural courier, transcribing lyrics and melodies extracted from the memory capsule, a task far from daunting. Yu Bingxin attentively observed Ji Feng, for she held high standards in music. Despite Ji Feng being her employer, she would never sing a song that was merely a trivial rhyme. Although their acquaintance was brief, she perceived Ji Feng as a trustworthy individual. The seriousness with which he wrote, even jotting down musical notation, further impressed her. All done, take a look. Ji Feng finally presented the lyrics and score of The Original Dream to Yu Bingxin. If pride has not been dashed by the cold waves of reality, how would one understand the effort required to reach distant shores? If dreams had not plummeted from the cliffs at the brink of despair, how would the steadfast know that they possess invisible wings? Yu Bingxin softly recited the lyrics on the paper. As she continued, her eyes welled with tears, deeply resonating with the words. The lyrics felt like a validation and encouragement for her perseverance. Thus Yu Bingxin, possessing a natural talent for music, quickly grasped the melody after glancing at the score, humming before singing the lyrics in accordance with the tune. Though it was an unaccompanied rendition, her vocal prowess shone through beautifully. The original dream is firmly grasped in hand, the place I long to reach, how could I turn back midway? The original dream will surely be attained, only by realizing true desires can one claim to have reached paradise. In a brief span, Yu Bingxin was able to sing the entire song flawlessly. Though slightly tentative, her performance was impressive. What is the name of this song? She asked, her excitement palpable, as Ji Feng had once again surprised her. The lyrics were exquisite, the melody enchanting, and she adored it. The original dream, Ji Feng replied with a smile. The original dream, Yu Bingxin echoed softly, as an epiphany struck her. Indeed, it was for the sake of her original dream that she had endured these 3 years. Is this song truly a gift for me? She asked once more, hopeful. Ji Feng nodded with a smile. Did you not tell me you merely wished to sing? Last time at the bar, the audience was sparse. This time, I want you to sing freely, expressing the dreams within your heart. Thank you, I am truly grateful. Yu Bingxin was deeply moved. It could be said that her life had concluded when she contemplated ending it. All the time she now possessed was a gift from Ji Feng. Without him, she would not have had the chance to relive her life, rediscovering her original dream. After advising Yu Bingxin not to practice too late so as not to strain her health and voice, Ji Feng departed from the company. He would be quite busy in the coming days, delegating some responsibilities to Dong Yunhai and Wu Haiqin, though he retained final decision-making authority over certain matters. This was merely a necessity for the initial phase. Once he guided the company onto the right track, he could afford to be more hands-off. Considering the late hour and the possibility of waking Suyu, who was not a deep sleeper, Ji Feng decided not to return home that night. At this hour, men typically faced a few choices: 1. Partying at a bar all night, 2. Gaming at an internet caf until dawn, or 3. Relaxing at a sauna. Ji Feng dismissed the first option, lacking any interest, and the second was also out of the question since he was not a gaming enthusiast. Thus, he opted for the third choice, finding a club for a massage, followed by a refreshing shower, and enjoying a restful night's sleep. Staying up late was a detrimental habit that disrupted the body's biological clock. Even though Ji Feng was in good health, he refrained from engaging in unnecessary all-nighters. There was no reason to recklessly abuse his body, regardless of his robust constitution. Ji Feng located a reasonably good establishment on his phone, not far from his current location, and, having made his decision, he drove there. Chapter 111. Fearless of divine retribution? Oh, this feels delightful. Inside the private room, Ji Feng reclined upon the plush bed, luxuriating in the skilled hands of the masseuse who was attending to him, his eyes closed in sheer bliss. Indeed, indulging in a massage before slumber was an exquisite pleasure. Boss, is my strength sufficient? The technician, known as Number 8, possessed a commendable appearance and an admirable physique. The pressure could be a tad firmer, Ji Feng replied. Very well, boss. You truly have a magnificent physique, Technician Number 8 complimented, subtly caressing Ji Feng's well-defined biceps. The gesture, though delicate, carried an unmistakable implication. Ji Feng was well aware of it. Though this establishment may not rival the high-end venue run by Sun Tai, it boasted its own unique charm. Undoubtedly, each technician employed here was not only aesthetically pleasing but also possessed commendable figures. Such services were indeed available. What kind of service, you may ask? Any man would understand, and naturally, the price was not negligible. The owner of this establishment had a keen business acumen. Patrons visiting the venue often found themselves with certain needs, some even bringing friends along. What is it that brings a man the utmost relaxation and joy? Undoubtedly, it pertains to matters of a physiological nature. Therefore, each technician, while attending to a client, would offer subtle hints. Should the client be inclined, they would naturally seize upon this suggestion to delve deeper. If not, the technician would refrain from making any overt proposals. Clearly, Technician Number 8 hoped Ji Feng would entertain such notions. Ji Feng was handsome, youthful, and well-built. Conducting business with a client of his caliber would hardly be a loss. However, Ji Feng was simply not interested. He was not one to succumb to base desires at the mere sight of a woman. Thus, he chose to treat the insinuation as if he were oblivious to it. After a little over an hour, the massage concluded. Boss, I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, feel free to speak to anyone here. I am Number 8, Technician Number 8 said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. It was a rare occasion for her to proactively seek to engage with a client. Although her motivations were financial, she sensed that with someone like Ji Feng, even without money, there was still potential gain. Understood, Ji Feng nodded. After Technician Number 8 departed, he donned a bathrobe, preparing to take a shower before returning to his reserved room for a restful night. Just as Ji Feng pushed open the door to exit the private chamber, he was met with the sound of a woman berating someone in the corridor. Are you blind? Can't you see me? Do you have any idea how expensive my bag is? I'm terribly sorry, I truly am. If it's dirty, I'll have it cleaned for you free of charge. Clean? Are you serious? Can my bag even be cleaned? In the corridor, a young woman was vociferously reprimanding a cleaning lady. The altercation arose when the young woman, distracted, collided with the cleaning lady while exiting a private room, causing her bag to fall to the ground. This establishment welcomed both men and women. While certain services were offered, they were not conducted within the private rooms. Should there be a need, it would be addressed in designated resting areas. Moreover, the technicians here not only provided such services but also possessed commendable massage skills, attracting many who sought comfortable massages. The establishment catered to a clientele of considerable means, and ordinary office workers would think twice before patronizing it. Typically, those who frequented such places held a certain status. The young woman's lack of awareness was now being unjustly vented upon the cleaning lady. This was hardly surprising, as the cleaning lady was perceived by her as little more than a servant, devoid of dignity and status. Now, tell me, how do you intend to resolve this? This bag cost me 30,000 yuan just last week, the young woman scoffed. I genuinely apologize, I did not mean to cause this. I am merely a cleaner, please, have mercy and do not hold this against me, the cleaning lady pleaded. She was no longer young, gray streaks adorned her hair, and she appeared nearly 60. The wrinkles marred her face, hinting at the passage of time. One could still discern that she had once been a striking beauty in her youth. I'm not inclined to lower myself to your level, but let me be clear. If my bag has touched the ground, it is rendered unusable. You owe me 30,000 yuan for a replacement, and then this matter will be settled, the young woman asserted.
30,000 yuan? Upon hearing this figure, the cleaning lady's expression shifted dramatically.
At her age, she was working as a cleaner primarily to alleviate her son's financial burdens from a mortgage and to support her granddaughter. The family's expenses were considerable. She took this job to lessen her son's load, and while the pay was decent, 5,000 yuan a month, it was hardly enough to absorb a 30,000 yuan debt, especially when the fault was not hers.
Young lady, why stoop to my level?
Please, let this go. I truly did not intend for this to happen. Not if it would appease you. I can bow an apology, the cleaning lady implored, desperation creeping into her voice. She sought to ease her son's burden, not add to it. At that moment, she was prepared to kneel. The young woman remained unmoved, retorting coldly, do you think a mere bow is worth 30,000? If you wish to kneel, then do so.
Kneel until I am satisfied, and perhaps I will forego the 30,000.
As the cleaning lady prepared to bow, her knees buckled, ready to succumb to the ground, yet, she felt a gentle hand supporting her, preventing her from falling. Looking up, she saw a young man holding her up, preventing her from kneeling.
Are you not afraid of divine retribution for making a woman of your mother's age bow to you? Ji Feng remarked icily, his gaze fixed on the young woman.
He could no longer bear to witness this injustice, though he typically refrained from meddling in others' affairs, and no system task had prompted him to intervene. This situation was beyond the pale for any person of conscience. A woman who appeared nearly 60 was being forced to kneel before a girl scarcely in her 20s. Ah, you enjoy sticking your nose into others' business, do you? If you want to settle this 30,000 yuan, feel free to pay it on my behalf, and I shall leave her alone, the young woman replied, unperturbed. Chapter 112. What a coincidence. The words of the young woman elicited a cold chuckle from Ji Feng. People come in all sorts, and this one seemed utterly obsessed with money. It was evident that if he did not part with the 30,000 yuan today, this young woman had no intention of letting the matter rest. Ji Feng, weary of entanglements with such lowly individuals, stated flatly, give me your card number. The young woman was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Ji Feng would be willing to assist a mere cleaning lady. The thought of acquiring a new handbag for free filled her with delight, and she promptly provided Ji Feng with the card number. Without hesitation, he transferred 3,000 yuan.
3,000?
But we agreed on 30, the young woman exclaimed in dissatisfaction upon receiving the notification. Ji Feng looked at her with disdain.
That counterfeit bag of yours isn't worth even 300.
If you can't afford the real thing, don't flaunt it. It's embarrassing. If you aspire to attach yourself to wealthy men, perhaps you should exercise a bit more wisdom. Ji Feng recognized the bag as a fake at first glance, an item from a street vendor, hardly worth 100 yuan. Her face turned various shades of blue and purple at his words. Indeed, the bag was a sham, and she often frequented places where she hoped to find a wealthy patron. You're quite something, she muttered through gritted teeth before departing. 3,000 yuan, however, was still a significant amount for her. Young man, thank you, I will repay you the 3,000, the cleaning lady expressed her gratitude. Without Ji Feng's intervention, the situation could have spiraled out of control, jeopardizing her job. Though Ji Feng had given her 3,000 yuan, it was clear that he could not afford the 30,000 she claimed to need. 3,000 was a stretch for her, but a lesson learned.
Auntie, since I've intervened, I won't accept your money.
Let us leave it at that. The matter is resolved. Ji Feng smiled. 3,000 yuan was trivial for him, yet for a cleaning lady, it could represent a family's living expenses for an entire month.
That's simply one do.
It's unacceptable, she protested. It's fine, let us leave it at that. You go on with your work, and I'll head back to my room to sleep, Ji Feng said with a smile before taking his leave. The following day, Ji Feng did not rise until 10 in the morning. After settling his accounts, he prepared to depart. Just as he was about to open the car door, he heard someone call out to him. Youth! Pausing his actions, Ji Feng turned around and was amused to see the cleaning lady from the previous night. Auntie, is there something you need? He asked with a smile. Youth, I felt guilty about the money you gave last night. I've been waiting for you, she replied earnestly. The matter has passed, Auntie, please don't dwell on it, Ji Feng reassured her with a smile. That won't do, seeing as you don't seem to lack for money. I'll cook for you as a token of my gratitude. What do you say? The cleaning lady proposed sincerely. She had been on duty the previous night and could have returned home in the latter part of her shift, but she chose to stay at the establishment to repay Ji Feng's kindness, waiting for him. Due to confidentiality policies, she could not disclose client information and had to wait in this manner.
Auntie, you didn't spend the night here waiting for me, did you? Ji Feng inquired. Auntie is not foolish.
I informed the front desk that if you came out, they would notify me. I merely stayed here overnight, she chuckled. Ji Feng found her persistence amusing. It appeared she had no intention of letting him leave without agreeing to the meal. With a smile, he nodded. All right, then I shall come to your home for lunch. I hope it won't be an imposition. What are you saying? I like you, young man. That you're about the same age as my son.
May I ask your name? The cleaning lady beamed.
Ji Feng, he replied. My name is Yang Ping. You can call me Auntie Yang. My son should be back soon from his overtime shift, and I would like to introduce you to him, she said. The name struck Ji Feng, causing him to pause. Yang Ping was not unfamiliar to him. The intelligence material provided by Pang Dehai and the discussions he had with Lu Guangjuan mentioned that Lu's childhood sweetheart was named Yang Ping. Furthermore, the reports indicated that Yang Ping had a son. The woman before him, appearing to be in her 60s, indeed had a son of a similar age to Ji Feng. If calculated correctly, this could align perfectly with the details of Lu Guangjuan's childhood sweetheart.
Could it possibly be such a coincidence? Ji Feng pondered silently. He had merely sought refuge at a nearby establishment for the night, intervening to assist a cleaning lady, only to discover that she was Lu Guangjuan's childhood companion? Moreover, this was not even in Yanghai district. Never mind, I'll see how it goes, Ji Feng decided. Since Yang Ping lived in a nearby residential area, it wouldn't require him to drive, and he could simply walk there. At her age, she naturally took a liking to Ji Feng, seeing in him the kind-heartedness of a young man close in age to her son, a sentiment typical of elders towards their juniors. During their walk, they engaged in light conversation, as if they were discussing family matters. She shared that her son had recently purchased a home in the neighborhood and that he worked for a publicly listed company, already married with children. She had become a grandmother, boasting a lovely granddaughter and a considerate daughter-in-law. Despite her daughter-in-law just completing her confinement, Yang Ping had initially intended to help alleviate household pressures by taking on odd jobs, but she had been dissuaded by Yang Ping, who regarded her daughter-in-law as her own child. With the arrival of a granddaughter, she cherished her daughter-in-law, who had been treated like a princess by her biological parents. Not minding the family's modest means, she had welcomed her daughter-in-law into the family with open arms, ensuring she was treated with even greater affection than her biological family. Still not too old to work, Yang Ping found a job as a cleaning lady at the establishment, which offered decent pay and flexible hours, allowing her to care for her home after work. Ji Feng proved to be an attentive listener, quietly absorbing Yang Ping's stories. Indeed, her life mirrored the reality of 80% of people in China. However, Ji Feng noted one peculiar detail. Yang Ping had not mentioned a word regarding the father of her child. Chapter 113. Good things come to good people. This community has only recently been developed, yet its surroundings are quite pleasant. Yang Ping's residence is on the third floor, a spacious 3-bedroom apartment, over 100 square meters, which accommodates her family of 4 comfortably. Upon opening the door, she warmly exclaimed, "Xiaofeng, come in quickly. No need to change your shoes, make yourself at home." With a smile, Ji Feng stepped inside. The decor of the apartment was not extravagant, but it exuded a sense of cleanliness and order. At that moment, a woman was playfully engaging with an infant, nearly a few months old, nestled in a stroller. A young man stood nearby, his face bearing traces of fatigue from work, yet his smile radiated warmth. The harmonious atmosphere of the family was truly heartwarming. "Mom, you're back." Upon seeing Yang Ping, the young man approached with a hint of reproach in his tone. "Didn't I tell you not to go out to work? I can manage the finances on my own." He was Yang Ping's son, Lu Yingdong, who had just returned from a late night at the office. The family was indeed under some financial strain. They had recently purchased a home, with mortgage payments still looming, and the expenses of raising a daughter added to the burden. However, he remained unperturbed, finding immense joy in the unity of his family. He was content to shoulder the responsibilities alone, having reassured his mother that she need not worry about earning money. "We have a guest. What are you talking about, child? Let me introduce you." Yang Ping chided her son lightly before continuing. "This is Ji Feng, a splendid young man. This is my son, Lu Yingdong, and my daughter, Xia Xintong. Hello, my mother has told me all about you." "Thank you so much, I am truly grateful," Lu Yingdong expressed, feeling a wave of relief upon learning about the previous night's events from his mother. Had it not been for Ji Feng, the thought of his mother, who had raised him single-handedly, kneeling before someone else would have been unbearable, a burden he could never forgive himself for. Thus, he felt a genuine and profound gratitude towards Ji Feng. Xia Xintong also cast a grateful glance at Ji Feng. Though she was Yang Ping's daughter-in-law, she had long considered Yang Ping as her own mother. "Isn't she adorable?" Yang Ping joyfully lifted the baby from the stroller. "May I hold her?" Ji Feng asked with a grin. "Of course, come here, Xiaoman, give your uncle a hug," Yang Ping said as she placed her granddaughter into Ji Feng's arms. Despite being just a few months old, the child was unafraid of strangers, her large, bright eyes sparkling with charm. Gazing at the delightful infant, Ji Feng couldn't help but wonder whether Suyu's child would be a boy or a girl. Ultimately, it mattered not, he would love his child fiercely, regardless of gender. "Xiaofeng, please chat amongst yourselves, I will go prepare dinner, it will be ready shortly," Yang Ping announced. "Mom, let me help you," Xia Xintong offered, eager to lend a hand. "Auntie, just prepare something simple," Ji Feng suggested. "What is the baby's name?" Ji Feng inquired while cradling the infant. "Lu Xiaoman," Lu Yingdong replied, his eyes brimming with affection as he looked at his daughter. "Do you like children?" Lu Yingdong asked, noticing Ji Feng's reluctance to let go of the baby. "Children are so adorable. Who wouldn't like them?" Ji Feng chuckled. "I just returned from work not long ago. I had already told my mother that it would suffice for her to look after Xiaoman at home, but she wouldn't listen. If she had truly knelt before someone last night, I wouldn't have been able to bear it," Lu Yingdong said, his voice catching in his throat. He was all too aware of the hardships his mother endured while raising him alone, providing for his education. The sacrifices she made were not lost on him. To avoid disgrace by kneeling before others was not a matter of his mother losing her dignity, but rather a testament to the relentless struggles that had dulled her once sharp edges. As her son, he fully understood the extent of her trials. "I comprehend," Ji Feng replied. "Brother Ji, let us share a few drinks later," Lu Yingdong suggested. "Certainly."
At this moment, Ji Feng was already 80% certain that Yang Ping was indeed Lu Guangjuan's childhood sweetheart, and that Lu Yingdong was Lu Guangjuan's biological son. Setting aside other considerations, the resemblance between Lu Yingdong and Lu Guangjuan was striking. Having grown up alongside Yang Ping, his manner of speaking differed slightly from Lu Guangjuan's, yet his features and demeanor were unmistakably inherited. Before the meal, at Ji Feng's request, the family of four gathered for a group photo. In the picture, Yang Ping, Lu Yingdong, and Xia Xintong smiled radiantly, emanating happiness, while the infant seemed to bask in the warm atmosphere, grinning innocently and adorably. This photo opportunity was intentional on Ji Feng's part. He cherished the harmonious ambience of a family united across generations. It was a deliberate act, perhaps a twist of fate, as by choosing not to return home the previous night and resting at the club, he had aided Yang Ping and subsequently met her family, coincidentally leading him to the very person Lu Guangjuan had long sought. Yang Ping prepared a sumptuous feast, and Lu Yingdong, having imbibed a bit too much, repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Ji Feng, a genuine outpouring from a son. After the meal, Ji Feng took his leave. Having consumed alcohol, he called for a designated driver. Shortly thereafter, seated in the passenger seat, Ji Feng shared the group photo on his WeChat Moments, setting it so that only Lu Guangjuan could see it. Previously, he and Lu Guangjuan had exchanged contact information and added each other on WeChat. This act of posting the photo was also a calculated decision. Since he had provided Lu Guangjuan with hope before, he intended to see it through to the end. However, he remained uncertain whether directing Lu Guangjuan to this blissful family was a right or wrong choice. Thus, he posted the picture. If, after all these years, Lu Guangjuan could not recognize those in the photo, then perhaps reuniting him with this family would not be a beneficial endeavor. Ji Feng resolved that this matter would be put to rest. Should Lu Guangjuan recognize them and seek him out, he would simply go along with the flow and offer assistance. A family reunion is the truest form of happiness, yet, this blissful family still seemed to lack something: a husband, a father, a father-in-law, and a grandfather. Old Lu, I can only offer you this much help for now, Ji Feng murmured before closing his eyes to rest, awaiting the driver to take him home. Chapter 114 of the call from Lu Guangjuan. Ji Feng now enjoys a level of freedom that countless married men, and even those with girlfriends, could only dream of. Having spent the night away, Suyu did not even inquire about Ji Feng's whereabouts. Upon returning home, Ji Feng found the house empty, as Suyu had already left for work. My rather inexpensive wife truly trusts me. Doesn't she realize that when a man comes into wealth, he is often tempted by many pleasures? Ji Feng mused to himself. Though Suyu remained unperturbed, someone else was not so calm. Shortly after Ji Feng returned home, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a smile crept across his face. Lu Guangjuan was calling.
Hello, brother, where are you right now? Lu Guangjuan's anxious voice resonated through the line. I'm at home. What's the matter? Ji Feng feigned ignorance of Lu Guangjuan's purpose for calling, well aware of his intentions. I saw your posts on WeChat. Where did you take those photos? Lu Guangjuan inquired eagerly. After returning from the Dihao Club, he had begun to take action against Zhao Yushu simultaneously. He leveraged his connections to investigate. Within a mere day, he had uncovered alarming information, much of which was corroborated by Zhao Yushu herself. He was determined not to let go of Pang Shan, regardless of his status as the son of Pang Bo from the Pang family real estate in Gui City. However, the immediate priority was to locate Yang Ping and her child. He had nearly exhausted all his resources and connections in Yanghai district, yet still found himself without leads. His urgency was palpable, yet today, he stumbled upon a photograph in Ji Feng's WeChat Moments. The woman in the picture, Yang Ping, though aged considerably since their last encounter, was instantly recognizable to him. The child beside her bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The sight of that infant filled Lu Guangjuan with joy. Could it be that he was about to become a grandfather? He promptly dialed Ji Feng. Did you recognize her? Ji Feng asked. How could I not recognize her? No matter how she has changed, I can always identify Ping Ping. And what about that young lad and the child? Lu Guangjuan's voice trembled with emotion. You guessed correctly. That is your son, Lu Yingdong, and the child is your granddaughter, Lu Xiaoman. Congratulations, you are now a grandfather, Ji Feng replied with a chuckle. I'm a grandfather. Ha, the heavens have not been unkind to me. Lu Guangjuan's excitement was palpable over the phone. After Ji Feng had revealed the truth of the situation to him earlier, he had felt despair, but now the possibility of reuniting with Yang Ping and possibly having a biological son rekindled his hope. Now, with the prospect of a granddaughter, his joy knew no bounds. Brother, where is their family now? Just tell me, and I will grant you anything you desire. Lu Guangjuan implored eagerly. Lu brother, I seek nothing from you. My encounter with them was merely a coincidence. Ji Feng recounted the events that transpired at the club the previous night. It's all my fault. Ping Ping and her daughter have suffered because of me, Lu Guangjuan lamented, guilt-ridden. He did not need to ask further. He could imagine how Yang Ping had single-handedly raised her son over the years and now, had married and had children. He understood the immense burden this placed on a woman. He could also envision the hardships Yang Ping had endured, striving to resolve conflicts, hoping to keep matters trivial rather than inviting trouble, even willing to bow down if necessary. Life had worn down her edges, smoothing them into submission. Lu brother, they are very happy now. Are you certain you wish to disrupt their lives? Ji Feng inquired. In truth, Ji Feng understood that Yang Ping was not a woman who craved vanity or wealth. If that were the case, she would have sought out Lu Guangjuan long ago with their son. Lu Guangjuan was well known in Jinhai City and frequently appeared on television. It was impossible for Yang Ping to be unaware of him. Yet, despite this, she had never approached him all these years, indicating that his wealth meant little to her.
Brother, I have been deceived by that wretched Jia Yashu for the better part of my life, and now that I have the time and opportunity to make amends with them, I will not squander it, no matter the cost. Lu Guangjuan's tone was resolute, profoundly determined.
I understand.
I will send you the location shortly. What you do next is entirely up to you, Ji Feng stated. Thank you, brother. I will remember your great kindness for a lifetime. Lu Guangjuan expressed his gratitude. By the way, there is something I need to mention. Ji Feng suddenly recalled the matter that Pang Dehai had entrusted him with previously.
Brother, go ahead. I will comply with whatever you say.
The one orchestrating this is Pang Shan. His father, Pang Bo, and his younger brother, Pang Dehai, are unaware the primary intelligence I received came from Pang Dehai. He is my brother and asked me to convey this to you. You can deal with Pang Shan however you wish, but do not unleash your wrath upon the Pang group, as it now rightfully belongs to him, Ji Feng explained. After learning that Ji Feng had informed Lu Guangjuan of these matters, Pang Dehai hoped Ji Feng would relay this message to Lu Guangjuan. There is a time and place for vengeance, and while he had no objections to Lu Guangjuan seeking retribution against Pang Shan, he wished to keep his family's interests out of the conflict.
I understand.
I will not put you in a difficult position over this matter, Lu Guangjuan responded solemnly.
Then it's settled. I'll hang up for now.
The call ended. The subsequent actions would be left to Lu Guangjuan, but Ji Feng believed that to win Yang Ping's forgiveness and for Lu Yingdong to acknowledge him as a father, Lu Guangjuan must express genuine sincerity and put in significant effort. Shortly after Ji Feng hung up with Lu Guangjuan, his phone rang once more. This time, the caller was none other than Pang Dehai.
Hello, La Pang, what is the reason for your call? Didn't your father arrange work for you at the group?
Ji Feng teased. Now, the Pang real estate group effectively belonged to Pang Dehai, something Ji Feng was well aware of.
Don't even mention it.
I nearly exhausted myself. At this rate, you might not see me again, Pang Dehai replied. Enough with the dramatics, you fatso, don't be a freeloader, Ji Feng laughed, scolding him. As for the matter you asked me to relay, I spoke with Lu Guangjuan, and he said he knows what to do.
What are you hiding from me?
I just missed you, and my gift for you should be arriving soon. Remember to sign for it.
A gift? What kind of gift? You'll find out when it arrives.
I just wanted to give you a heads up. I have to go now. I've got more matters to attend to. I guess I can skip the diet for now. We'll chat later. Pang Dehai said mysteriously before hanging up. Chapter 115. The gift from Pang Dehai. A gift. This rotund fellow has even bestowed a gift upon himself. As the call ended, Ji Feng felt a twinge of surprise, though it was not entirely unexpected. Having interacted with Pang Dehai for quite some time, Ji Feng had come to grasp his character and disposition. He was generous and valued camaraderie, otherwise, Ji Feng would not have extended his assistance so readily. However, he had not anticipated that Pang Dehai would suddenly indulge in a bit of mystery and present him with a substantial gift to accept. What could it possibly be? Curiosity piqued within Ji Feng. Around 5 in the afternoon, Ji Feng's phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a youthful voice inquired, "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Ji Feng?"
"Yes, this is he." "Well, we have arrived in Jinhai City. Could you please provide us with a precise address so that we may deliver the vehicle to you for your acceptance?"
Upon hearing this, Ji Feng understood. Indeed, Pang Dehai had sent him a card directly. He relayed his current address, and the caller responded that they would arrive in approximately 40 minutes. Once the call concluded, Ji Feng shook his head in resignation. The car Pang Dehai had sent him was undoubtedly a sports car, though the specific model remained a mystery to him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He would graciously accept the thoughtfulness of the gesture. Yet, when Ji Feng laid eyes upon the vehicle, he was left utterly astonished. At the entrance of the residential complex, a considerable crowd had gathered to gawk. The Liaobu Yuan community where Ji Feng resided was an upscale neighborhood, home to many affluent individuals, where BMWs and Mercedes were commonplace. Even the occasional sighting of a Porsche 911 or Lamborghini did not raise eyebrows. However, the sports car now parked at the entrance captured the attention of many. As Ji Feng approached to receive the vehicle, he was unprepared for the revelation that Pang Dehai had gifted him a Bugatti Veyron. Not just any model, but the legendary Black Bess limited edition. This was the 5th of Bugatti's legendary limited edition releases, with only 3 units sold worldwide, commemorating the classic Bugatti Type 18 model. Although it was not the final legendary edition, the Ettore Bugatti, it was a testament to Pang Dehai's profound sincerity and gratitude. The car's exterior was predominantly black, adorned with golden accents, while the front grille's frame and the rear EB emblem were crafted from gold. In terms of interior design, the cabin featured a harmonious blend of brown and white, with the gear shift and central console embellished in mahogany. The leather trims on the door panels depicted the classic Type 18-inch Black Bess model, alongside the imagery of the Morane-Saulnier Type H aircraft once piloted by Monsieur Roland Garros. The storage compartment cover at the rear of the cockpit was embellished with the Bugatti Type 18-inch Black Bess model, inlaid with a golden EB insignia, equipped with an 8.0-liter W16 engine. It boasts a maximum power of 1,200 horsepower and a peak torque of 1,500 Nm. Complemented by a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, it accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in a mere 2.6 seconds, with a top speed reaching an astonishing 484 km/h.
Mr.
Gee, this is the vehicle that Mr. Pang instructed us to deliver to you. Please inspect it, and if everything is in order, kindly sign for it, a young woman stated as she approached Ji Feng. She had been sent by Pang Dehai to accompany the transport of this Bugatti supercar, valued at over 20 million.
Alright, I understand, thank you, Ji Feng replied with a smile, signing the document. By the way, Mr. Gee, there is another item that Mr. Pang specifically asked me to hand over to you, she continued, retrieving a beautifully packaged gift box from the car. Ji Feng accepted it and opened it to reveal a watch, the diamonds on which could nearly blind onlookers. It was a Rolex Greenwich Starry Sky watch, adorned with diamonds from the strap to the interior, a true epitome of luxury, valued at approximately 5 million domestically, but Pang Dehai's generosity did not end there. Ji Feng noticed a bank card nestled within the box. What does Mr. Pang mean by this? Is he planning to keep me? Ji Feng quipped playfully. Mr. Pang specifically instructed me that this is a token of his gratitude, and you must accept it. The password for the card is 6 zeros. This is all from Mr. Pang's goodwill, she explained, suddenly blushing as she looked at Ji Feng. She then added, Mr. Pang also asked me to deliver a letter to you. With that, she handed him an envelope. Ji Feng opened it and glanced at the contents. The handwriting was rather unrefined, yet the message undeniably bore Pang Dehai's distinctive style. Brother, it's nothing much, just a gift for you. Consider me a brother and accept it. Also, if you fancy that beautiful woman, you may take her as well. I've made the arrangements. This is my first time writing to a man, so consider yourself fortunate. After reading the letter, Ji Feng looked at the young woman before him with a bemused expression. Only Pang Dehai could orchestrate such an affair, gifting cars, watches, money, and even women. What did he take Ji Feng for? A man of greed and lasciviousness. However, recalling the ease with which this rotund man had inherited a fortune of several billion, Ji Feng decided that he would accept the gifts, though the woman could be left aside. Ah, how delightful. Please convey to your Mr. Pang that I have accepted the gifts and extend my thanks to him, Ji Feng said with a smile. Understood, Mr. Ji. I will pass on your message, the woman replied, her expression tinged with disappointment. She was aware that Pang Dehai regarded her as a mere gift for Ji Feng, although she was uncertain of the nature of Ji Feng's relationship with Pang Dehai. Such lavish offerings could hardly denote a superficial connection. Especially upon seeing Ji Feng, so young and strikingly handsome, her heart fluttered, and she would have willingly accepted being presented to him as a gift. However, it was clear from Ji Feng's words that while he accepted the items, she was not part of the arrangement. After transferring all the items into Ji Feng's possession, the woman departed with her companions, yet Ji Feng, alongside the magnificent Bugatti Veyron Eteri Bugatti, undoubtedly stood out as the most captivating figure around. To avoid being gawked at like a mere spectacle, Ji Feng entered the car and drove away. The roar of the engine sounded like that of a wild beast. The Bugatti Veyron is an irresistible temptation for any man. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, Ji Feng drove off into the distance. Chapter 116, the highest level of instruction in truth. The sensation of driving a sports car is not particularly comfortable, especially for those unaccustomed to such vehicles. With its low chassis, one feels entirely enveloped within, creating a sense of confinement, yet, the sheer horsepower does ignite an infinite passion. However, there is a drawback to driving a sports car, particularly one of this elite caliber. It can easily lead to discomfort. If a woman occupies the passenger seat, she is likely to express her discomfort by claiming it is too warm, often resulting in the shedding of garments. At present, Ji Feng is navigating his Bugatti Veyron towards the Tianfang company. This Veyron, valued at over 20 million, particularly in its legendary limited edition, is a rare sight in Jinhai City. As he drives, he attracts numerous glances along the way. Although Ji Feng is unaware of how Pang Dehai acquired such a limited edition Bugatti, he is nonetheless grateful for the thoughtful gifts he has received: cars, watches, money, and even women, though he chose not to accept the latter. Upon parking in the underground garage of the Huichin building, Ji Feng proceeds to the company. Inside, both Dong Yunhai and Wu Haiqing, the key figures of the firm, are present. The company's artists are engaged in designated areas, honing their skills in singing, dancing, and other disciplines. Ji Feng has mandated that the company pursue a high-quality approach to its artists. Only those with the ability to withstand the test of time will receive substantial investment and nurturing from the company. He has no intention of producing ephemeral pop stars or mere decorative figures. Mr. Ji, it's fortuitous that you have arrived. I have completed the tasks you assigned, Wu Haiqing states upon seeing Ji Feng. Please, share the details with me, Ji Feng replies. We have secured a venue for Miss Yu Bingxin's concert. There is a nearby workers' stadium which can accommodate approximately 40,000 spectators, and with the available space, it could host around 50,000. The rental fee is approximately 1.5 million, which covers only the venue itself. Including costs for lighting setup and accompanying performers, the total expenditure will be around 3 million, Wu Haiqing explains, having meticulously calculated the expenses. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ji Feng inquires, and what of you, old Dong? I have also made arrangements. For self-media and advertising, a budget of 800,000 will suffice for promotions within Jinhai City. Dong Yunhai responds, the aim is simply to inform the local populace about the upcoming free concert, thus the expenses are minimal. And what of Bingxin? Ji Feng asks. Miss Yu is currently in the rehearsal room. She arrived early this morning to practice, Wu Haiqing informs him. Please summon her, Ji Feng requests. Certainly, comes the affirmative reply. Soon, Yu Bingxin emerges from the rehearsal room. Bingxin, how is your practice progressing? Ji Feng inquires with a smile. I have no issues with my own songs, and the one you gifted me is nearly ready as well, Yu Bingxin responds, beaming. Then your inaugural concert is scheduled for tomorrow evening. Is that acceptable? Ji Feng asks. Absolutely, I am confident, Yu Bingxin replies, her self-assurance grounded in her talent. Very well, Haiqing, I am allocating a budget of 4 million for top-tier personnel and lighting.
Old Dong, I grant you a budget of 1 million, commence preparations immediately at the venue, and initiate the promotions. Tomorrow evening at 8, a grand free concert will take place at the stadium, Ji Feng decisively declares. This is not a touring concert nor a profit-driven event, it is merely a showcase for Yu Bingxin's official debut, allowing her to make her first public appearance through a free concert. While the timeline appears somewhat tight, it is manageable. The goal is simply to inform the citizens of Jinhai City about the forthcoming free concert, and it will attract only those residing in the city. Although the financial commitment is substantial, with 5 million already allocated, Ji Feng possesses confidence in Yu Bingxin's abilities. By the way, Mr. Ji, the building's management has inquired again about whether we will renew the lease, Dong Yunhai interjects.
The lease for the floor occupied by the company is approaching its expiration, necessitating timely negotiations for renewal or notification of non-renewal. Wait a moment. Ji Feng retrieved the substantial bank card bestowed upon him by Peng Hai and handed it to Wu Haiqing, saying, Haiqing, please check the balance. The password is 6 zeros. Alright, taking the bank card, Wu Haiqing proceeded to verify the balance. Shortly thereafter, she returned. Mr. Ji, there is 100 million in the account. Wu Haiqing was momentarily taken aback, nearly overwhelmed by the staggering amount she had just uncovered. She had never encountered such a vast sum of money before. 100 million indeed, old Peng is quite generous, Ji Feng remarked with a smile. The gift of a Bugatti had already astonished him, but learning of an additional 100 million was nothing short of astonishing. Dong Yunhai, too, was momentarily stunned. After all, 100 million was no trivial sum. Had he ever possessed such ample financial resources, he would not have been compelled to sell off the company. Yet, it was certainly a positive development. If the boss was affluent, the company held promise. Old Dong, Haiqing, I have another task for you both. We will not be renewing the lease on this building. Instead, seek to purchase a building. As long as the location isn't too remote, it will suffice. However, expedite the process and ensure the company can relocate promptly, Ji Feng instructed. Continuing to rent a floor for the company headquarters was no sustainable solution. Constructing a dedicated building for the headquarters was too time-consuming. The most pragmatic approach was to directly acquire a building to serve as the company's headquarters. Ji Feng was never stingy when it came to business. Funds should be allocated to rightful endeavors, without question. Mr. Ji, are we truly going to purchase a building? Dong Yunhai inquired once more. The company had yet to turn a profit, and Ji Feng's ventures seemed increasingly bold. Was he not concerned about excessive expenditure and severe financial shortages? Of course we are buying. Having our own building will facilitate all arrangements, Ji Feng replied with a smile. Mr. Ji, do you have any price constraints? Wu Haiqing asked. Not exceeding 100 million, anything else that is suitable will do, but the key is to move in as swiftly as possible, Ji Feng stated. I understand it, Bingxin. Your task now is to prepare thoroughly. Do not bear any psychological burden, just treat it as an opportunity to sing and have some fun, Ji Feng said with a smile. Mr. Ji, rest assured, I will present myself in the best possible state, Yu Bingxin declared resolutely. Once Ji Feng had issued his highest-level directives, Dong Yunhai, Wu Haiqing, and Yu Bingxin promptly resumed their respective tasks, each diligently attending to their own responsibilities. Chapter 117 Shifting blame onto Suyu. The Su family of Jinhai City. A decade ago, the Su family was regarded as a prestigious clan within Jinhai City. However, following the demise of the family patriarch, the Su family has been in a steady decline. The matriarch of the Su family took over both minor and major affairs, and although stability has been somewhat restored, the family's influence has diminished significantly, relegating them to the lower ranks of second-tier families. Regrettably, the matriarch has two sons. The elder son, Su Wen, possesses a timid disposition and has only fathered two daughters, namely Su Yu and Su Miao Miao. The younger son, Su Ankang, is considerably more capable than Su Wan, yet still lacks sufficient talent. Despite having one son and two daughters, in the matriarch's eyes, Su Chao's abilities amount to mere cleverness. The matriarch has consistently maintained control over all family matters, unable to fully delegate responsibilities. Currently, the matriarch can barely sustain the family's situation. Should she fail to lay the groundwork for the Su family's future in her lifetime, it is likely that the family will descend into the ranks of third-tier households, or even be erased from the annals of Jinhai City altogether. Su Yu is the only individual within the Su family whom the matriarch regards as capable, yet it is a lamentable fact that she is a woman, and the family must ultimately be entrusted to a male heir. Consequently, it is inconceivable for the matriarch to pass the family's legacy on to Su Yu, regardless of her future spouse, as he would never truly be a member of the Su family. Thus, the matriarch seeks to solidify the family's standing through a strategic marriage alliance. The Ma family is a leading clan in Jinhai City, headed by a patriarch with two sons. The elder, Ma Qiming, and the younger, Ma Rulong. The matriarch feels fortunate that Ma Qiming has taken a liking to Su Yu, prompting the Ma patriarch to approach her with a marriage proposal for his son. Naturally, the Su matriarch is overjoyed. A union with the Ma family would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the Su family. The engagement is swiftly arranged, with the matriarch neglecting to inquire about Su Yu's personal feelings. In her view, any actions taken by a member of the Su family must prioritize the family's interests. At this moment, the Su family's living room is in a state of uproar. For Su Chao, some matters cannot remain concealed. For instance, regarding the collaboration with the international trade company, Su Chao had initially expressed unwavering confidence in securing the deal before the matriarch. However, an unexpected turn of events led to Su Yu clinching the contract instead. Subsequently, at a welcoming banquet hosted by Morong Fu for his daughter Morong Xiaoxiao, Su Chao's performance was abysmal, inadvertently offending numerous individuals. Following that banquet, the matriarch became aware of Su Chao's blunders and reprimanded him harshly the very next day. As for the first matter, Su Chao had managed to keep it under wraps until now, but it was no longer sustainable, and the matriarch soon learned of it.
Just as the matriarch was preparing to confront Su Chao and impose severe penalties, he, in a bid to deflect her wrath, hastily threw Su Yu under the bus. Is what you say true? The matriarch inquired coldly, her face a mask of authority.
Grandmother, it is undoubtedly true.
Su Yu has been secretly seeing other men. If the Ma family discovers this, we would be in grave trouble, Su Chao quickly retorted. Mother, he speaks nonsense, this is a baseless accusation. You would never engage in such behavior, Su Yu's mother, Su Lan, swiftly defended her daughter. Big sister-in-law, this is no trivial matter. If Su Yu truly has the audacity to engage in such actions, and the Ma family were to hold us accountable, the Su family would be unable to bear the consequences, Zhang Yu, Su Ankang's wife, chimed in with a sarcastic tone. It is worth noting that when the news broke that Su Yu had caught the eye of Ma Qiming and an engagement was arranged, she had been envious beyond measure. With 2 daughters of her own, she couldn't fathom why such a stroke of fortune had fallen to Su Yu. You surely would not act in such a manner, Su Wen, Su Yu's father, murmured softly. Brother, your use of surely suggests that even you cannot guarantee Su Yu's innocence. This girl has always been rather daring and seldom returns to the family, it would not be surprising for her to engage in such behavior, Su Ankang stated gravely. Indeed, brother, it seems this daughter is beyond the control of even her father, Zhang Yu mocked. Su Wen, with his meek disposition, was unable to retort against the ridicule from Su Ankang and Zhang Yu in front of so many people. However, Su Lan, Su Wen's wife and Su Yu's mother, could no longer remain silent. It is evident that Su Chao is the one incapable of securing the contract with the international trade company and has offended numerous guests at the banquet. Why then should all the blame fall upon us and be unjustly cast upon my daughter? Su Lan exclaimed in anger. Ah, big sister-in-law, while Su Chao may have erred, the nature of your daughter's actions pales in comparison, Zhang Yu replied dismissively. Then perhaps you should educate your son. If he lacks the skill to handle such matters, he should refrain from meddling, Su Lan retorted.
Enough, silence everyone.
The matriarch's voice cut through the chaos, restoring tranquility to the room.
Su Chao. Yes, grandmother, I am here, Su Chao replied. You claim that Su Yu is seeing other men. Do you possess any evidence?
Grandmother, such a disgraceful matter, how could I gather proof? If the Ma family were to learn of this, it would lead to significant trouble, Su Chao evaded. He had intended to collect evidence but had found none.
Su Wen, the matriarch continued. Mother, what is it?
Su Wen, fearful of his mother, dared not make a sound.
Call Su Yu immediately and bring her back. We shall inquire directly whether these allegations hold any truth.
Understood, mother, Su Wen promptly agreed. He then took out his mobile phone in front of everyone and dialed Su Yu's number. Upon seeing her father's call, Su Yu furrowed her brow and promptly hung up. Mother, you are hung up, Su Wen said, his face tinged with embarrassment.
How remarkable.
She even refuses to answer her father's call. Clearly, she has been raised to be quite the daughter, Zhang Yu remarked sarcastically upon witnessing the scene. Continue your nonsense, and I shall tear your mouth apart, Su Lan retorted angrily.
Enough. If you keep this up, I will have you all thrown out, the matriarch warned. Call her again until she answers.
Yes, mother, Su Wen complied, dialing once more. It was not until the 3rd attempt that Su Yu finally answered.
What is it? Where are you right now? Su Wen asked. I am at the office. Is there something you need?
Please return to the Su residence quickly, your grandmother has something important to discuss with you.
I will not return. Be obedient and come back quickly, I beg of you.
Unable to bear her husband's meekness any longer, Su Lan snatched the phone from him and declared, Su Yu, you must return immediately. If you do not clarify the situation today, I fear there will be no place for your father and me within the Su family.
After a prolonged silence, Su Yu finally responded, I understand. I will return shortly.
Chapter 118 What business calls for my return? After hanging up the phone, Su Yu furrowed her brows tightly. She was acutely aware that there must be some commotion within the family once again, with someone speaking ill of her before the matriarch. However, her expression shifted upon noticing a WeChat message from her mother, causing her countenance to change. The message stated that Su Chao accused her of seeking other men, and her mother questioned whether there was any truth to it. Although Su Yu felt a heavy weight upon reading the message, she could deduce certain things. It was possible that Su Chao had heard something but lacked certainty. To be precise, there was no evidence to support the claim. Few knew of her relationship with Ji Feng, and those who did were prominent figures with whom Su Chao had no connections. Since Su Chao had no proof yet still spoke ill of her before the matriarch, it was evident that Su Chao had once again stirred up trouble, attempting to use her as a scapegoat to divert the matriarch's ire. This was not the first time Su Chao had resorted to such tactics over the years, relying on the matriarch's favoritism. Each time she made a mistake, she would find ways to drag Su Yu into the fray as a shield. Given the lack of evidence, Su Yu felt no concern. Of course, she did not wish to deliberately conceal her relationship with Ji Feng, she simply believed that it was not yet time to make a formal announcement. Her company was currently in a phase of rapid development, presenting her with an opportunity to gain sufficient leverage. Additionally, the child she was carrying was of paramount importance. Before she could secure enough influence to protect her unborn child and Ji Feng, she needed to exercise temporary restraint. Moreover, Ma Qiming of the Ma family was not currently in Jinhai City and would not be returning anytime soon. This time was crucial for her. If she were to publicly disclose her relationship with Ji Feng now, he would also face significant repercussions. Both the Su and Ma families would seek to trouble Ji Feng. At some point, Ji Feng had gained a certain standing in Su Yu's heart. Initially, she had refrained from exposing their relationship too soon solely for the sake of protecting her unborn child.
Now, there was an additional concern for Ji Feng. For Suyu, the only course was to take things one step at a time. As for how the Su family would treat her, she was indifferent. Had her parents still resided in the Su family, she would have never returned to this distasteful environment, surrounded by relatives devoid of familial warmth, perpetually embroiled in intrigue. Even though her parents had never fulfilled their responsibilities, the bond of blood was not something that could be severed at will. In the Su family, following the phone call and confirmation of Suyu's return, the atmosphere grew lively once again. I must say, sister-in-law, your method of summoning your daughter back home is truly unique. What do you mean by saying the Su family will leave her with no place to stay? Who would dare to drive her away? Zhang Yu began with her sarcastic remarks. I cannot speak for others, but some individuals are undoubtedly reveling in this situation, Su Lan retorted coldly. After all, the marriage proposal involving my daughter once nearly incited certain individuals to the point of wanting to make their own daughter a mistress. Su Lan, you must bear responsibility for such statements. This assertion struck directly at Zhang Yu's heart. Indeed, after Suyu's engagement to the young master of the Ma family, Zhang Yu had been consumed with jealousy, even going so far as to encourage her own daughter to approach Ma Qiming in hopes of usurping that marriage. Unfortunately, Ma Qiming had not taken notice of her. Sister-in-law, I never specified who I was referring to. Why are you so agitated? Su Lan sneered. Our Su family is currently collaborating on a project with the Ma family. If this matter falls through, the losses our family would face could amount to no less than 400 million. If it comes to that, so you will bear the brunt of the consequences. Brother, wouldn't you agree? Su Ankong spoke in a grave tone. Why should my daughter shoulder the burden? Does the Su family now rely on my daughter to secure business collaborations? It's absurd. Why was it not mentioned before how much profit this project would yield for us? Su Lan immediately expressed her discontent. Su Wan stood silently, resembling a fool, his submissive demeanor only inciting Su Lan's ire further. Could you at least say something? Must you remain as mute as a fool? Su Lan fumed. I don't know, Su Wan replied softly. Enough, let us refrain from further discussion until Suyu returns, the matriarch of the Su family interjected, bringing an end to the bickering. Suyu temporarily set aside her affairs, driving back to the Su family home. Miss, you have returned, the butler said, hurrying forward upon seeing her. Zhongbo, is everyone assembled? Suyu smiled, for it was only in the presence of this kind-hearted elder, who had often treated her to lollipops during her childhood and had served as the butler for decades, that she felt inclined to smile. Everyone is in the living room. You are the last to arrive, Zhongbo responded quietly. Miss, may I ask, is the uproar within the family regarding you seeking other men true? He referred, of course, to the rumors surrounding Suyu. Zhongbo, every claim must be substantiated with evidence, Suyu replied with a smile. Indeed, the matriarch is quite upset. Do take care, Zhongbo could not help but caution her. Understood, Suyu nodded. The Su family's villa was situated in a relatively picturesque area of Jinhai City. While it may not have been the finest location, it was certainly respectable. Yet, for Suyu, who had grown up in this environment, it was a place she despised, having witnessed the machinations and rivalries among relatives. Thus, during her university years, she had strived for independence, distancing herself from the family. She rarely returned except for festive occasions and significant dates. As the villa's grand entrance slowly opened, Suyu's figure emerged before the gathered members of the Su family. Upon her arrival, numerous gazes fell upon her, filled with envy and jealousy, alongside a tinge of schadenfreude. After all, Suyu now held dominion over a company entirely her own, enjoying freedom and financial abundance. Furthermore, her previous engagement to the young master of the Ma family was a source of considerable envy among them. Yet now, it seemed that Suyu had squandered her good cards. Many looked on with eager anticipation to see how she would navigate this predicament. It was widely known that when the matriarch of the Su family was enraged, the entire household trembled. Suyu chose to disregard her relative's stares, fixing her cold gaze upon the matriarch seated at the center, and spoke with an icy demeanor. What business calls for my return? Chapter 119. Eccentricity reaches the heart. The matriarch of the Su family now stands as the unequivocal authority. Every member of the Su family, from top to bottom, behaves with trepidation and utmost respect in her presence. Who would dare to emulate Suyu, returning home without even the most basic of greetings? Such audacity is indeed remarkable. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, do take a moment to appreciate the fine daughter you have raised, who dares to speak so boldly before our mother, devoid of even the slightest semblance of decorum, Su Ankong remarked coldly. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, your methods of raising a daughter are truly something to behold, Zheng Yu chimed in with a mocking tone. Dear cousin, addressing our grandmother in such a manner is rather lacking in propriety, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, it is merely a matter of running a company. Has she forgotten her own surname? This is the Su family, must you flaunt your corporate demeanor here? Who are you trying to intimidate, our grandmother or us? In the living room, other relatives of the Su family began to chime in. They all stood firmly on Su Ankong's side. It was evident to all that within the Su family, the matriarch favored Su Ankong's family, showing indifference towards Su Wen's household. One could only lament that Suyu was not a male. It could be asserted that had Suyu been a man, his position in the Su family would be vastly different. Everyone knows my Suyu has this temperament. Besides, mother has yet to voice her opinion, so why do you interject? Su Lan retorted in defense of her daughter. Yu is merely naive, do not hold her accountable. Mother, please do not blame Yu, Su Wen said in a soft and sweet tone. Enough. Silence, all of you. The matriarch of the Su family commanded, and the room fell quiet. Suyu, I have a question for you, and I expect an honest answer, the matriarch stated. What is it? Please proceed, Suyu replied, her expression unyielding and devoid of any disturbance. I wish to inquire whether Su Chao's claim that you have taken a man outside is true or false, the matriarch asked coldly, her gaze fixed intently on Suyu. Is there any evidence? Suyu replied nonchalantly. She neither confirmed nor denied the allegation, instead maintaining a calm demeanor and demanding proof. Evidence? How dare you request evidence for such a disgraceful matter? If you are not embarrassed, we certainly are. Su Chao quickly countered. He had no evidence. Had he possessed any, he would have presented it long ago. Su Chao, how can you make such a claim without evidence? Are you questioning my intelligence or attempting to deceive our grandmother? Suyu retorted with a cold laugh. Grandmother, Suyu is lying. I received this information from one of my contacts. The deal with the international trade company was facilitated by a man who claims to be her husband. This information was relayed to him by Wu Yu over the phone, specifically by the secretary of Zhou Guodong, whom he had bribed. Your contact? Where is this person? Let them come forward and confront me directly, Suyu said coldly, unperturbed. Su Chao was at a loss for words. Indeed, he had no witnesses. Regret washed over him for not having paid Wu Yu the funds he had promised, resulting in this woman slipping from his grasp. Now, he had no idea where she was. By the way, since Su Chao has brought up the matter of the international trade collaboration, I happen to have something to say, Suyu said coolly. That collaboration was originally secured by Su Chao, but during the contract signing, he bribed Zhou Guodong's secretary to tamper with the documents, which was discovered, leading to the failure of the collaboration. Zhou Guodong intended to seek justice from the Su family, but out of respect for me, he let it go. Should we not thoroughly evaluate this matter? Upon hearing Suyu's words, Su Chao's expression shifted dramatically. He had acted too hastily and inadvertently dragged the issue of the collaboration into the conversation, akin to shooting himself in the foot. Indeed, upon hearing Suyu's statement, the matriarch's gaze turned to Su Chao. Is what she says true or false? Grandmother, this is a grave injustice. It was Suyu who employed despicable tactics. I am the one being wronged. Su Chao naturally dared not admit his culpability. I have Zhou Guodong's contact number. Shall I call him now to verify? Suyu said, making a show of reaching for her phone. Enough. This matter ends here, the matriarch interjected, stopping Suyu from making the call. Suyu smirked inwardly, having anticipated that the matriarch would not allow her to make the call. In truth, the matriarch was fully aware of the reality of the situation, yet she chose to shield Su Chao. Suyu, you must always remember that you have a betrothal agreement with Ma Qiming of the Ma family. There are certain matters that should and should not be done, and I trust you do not require further reminders, the matriarch stated. At this, Suyu remained silent, choosing not to respond. Furthermore, regarding the collaboration with the international trade company, I hope you will relinquish a portion of it to Su Chao, the matriarch added. Upon hearing this, Su Chao's face lit up with joy. Why should I? Suyu challenged. You will eventually marry into the Ma family, which is wealthy and influential. They do not require anything from you. However, as a member of the Su family, having grown up here, conceding a portion of the collaboration to Su Chao is merely fulfilling your familial duty, the matriarch explained. To be frank, had it not been for her numerous considerations, Suyu would have relished the opportunity to confront the matriarch directly. Yet reason dictated that she could not act impulsively at that moment. I refuse, Suyu declared firmly. She would not openly rebel, but she certainly would not acquiesce to such an outrageous demand from. Delays are acceptable, but if he discovers any connection to the Su family, the collaboration will be terminated, and a penalty of 100 million will be incurred. Su Chao, are you prepared to cover this cost? Suyu asserted powerfully. Su Chao was left speechless by Suyu's bold rebuttal. Chapter 120. The mischief resumes. Observing her son rendered speechless in front of so many people by Suyu's sharp retort, Su Ankang and Zhang Yu felt a surge of anger but found themselves powerless to intervene. In stark contrast, Su Lan felt a sense of vindication, with her ineffectual husband proving unreliable. The only source of support she could count on was her daughter, Suyu. Alright, everyone, please take your seats. We shall commence the meeting, announced the elderly matriarch, signaling a temporary pause to the ongoing turmoil. A family meeting had been scheduled for that evening, one from which Suyu had initially been exempted. Historically, she had never attended the Su family's gatherings. However, due to Su Chao's allegations regarding her supposed romantic entanglements, the matriarch had insisted on her presence, yet, Suyu had not divulged the information the matriarch sought. As the family meeting began, silence fell over the room, with everyone settling into their respective places, the younger generation standing dutifully behind their parents. The meeting was primarily a platform for certain members of the Su family to report on their professional endeavors, while the matriarch might have her own directives to convey. Suyu, however, had little interest in such matters and chose instead to amuse herself with her phone. Meanwhile, at Tianfeng Company, Ji Feng reclined comfortably in his office chair, engrossed in his phone. This evening, he too had no intention of returning home with matters concerning Dong Yunhai and Wu Haiqing requiring his final decisions. It was more convenient for him to remain at the company, where both could reach him easily. As Ji Feng found himself with a moment of respite, his thoughts wandered to Suyu. Not returning home tonight would mean he had been absent for 2 consecutive evenings. Did his seemingly indifferent wife truly care for him at all? Of course, his curiosity was not born of desperation, rather, he was intrigued and wished to gauge Suyu's sentiments. To know oneself and one's adversary is to secure victory in every battle. Are you at the company? Ji Feng inquired via WeChat.
Upon seeing Ji Feng's message, Suyu contemplated her response and chose not to conceal the truth, replying candidly, "No, I'm at the Su family home."
The Su family home? Is there something going on?
Ji Feng was well aware of Suyu's aversion to the Su family, which left her devoid of any sense of belonging. Thus, her return to the Su family home typically indicated some form of trouble. Su Chao is causing a ruckus, but it has been resolved.
What kind of trouble did he cause you?
Just as you mentioned last time, he has been digging into your affairs behind your back. Upon reading this, Ji Feng understood the situation. Su Chao had gotten himself into more than one predicament, and it was likely that the matriarch had caught wind of it, seeking to confront him even without evidence. He was attempting to use Suyu as a scapegoat to deflect the matriarch's ire.
And what is the status now?
It's resolved. He has no evidence, and even if the matriarch harbors resentment, there is little she can do to me. At that moment, Su Lan's discontented voice broke through, capturing Suyu's attention.
Why must we relinquish our family's business to Su Chao? We have been managing perfectly well. Why is this necessary?
You are only required to surrender half. It is more suitable for Su Chao to take over, the matriarch replied coolly, her justification weak to the point of being non-existent.
Sister-in-law, mother has spoken.
What further objections do you have? Do you dare to question her judgment? Zhang Yu interjected smugly. The favoritism towards her grandson was palpable. The matriarch favored Su Chao, despite previous incidents.
Thank you, grandmother. I will strive to meet your expectations, Su Chao responded with evident delight.
Mother, I disagree. Our family already possesses so little business. If he takes over half, what will Su Wen and I have left to sustain ourselves?
Su Lan protested vehemently.
Their family's business was already minimal and offered little profit. The Su Kong family managed a significant portion of the Su family's enterprises, yielding substantial returns. Yet now, due to Su Chao's blunders, the matriarch not only refrained from punishing him but insisted that Su Lan relinquish half of their meager holdings to him.
This seemed utterly excessive. Sister-in-law, do you now dare to disregard mother's wishes? Zhang Yu mocked. Su Wen, say something.
Su Lan, feeling helpless, implored her husband for support, knowing he was the matriarch's biological son. Let us follow mother's decision, Su Wen murmured, too intimidated to challenge his mother.
Sister-in-law, just comply.
Even after giving up half, you will still retain the other half. Your daughter is quite capable, surely your life will remain comfortable. Su Lan taunted. The matriarch remained silent, her gaze fixed coldly upon them. This was intentional, a display meant for Suyu's benefit. By seizing half of the business from Su Lan and Su Wen to hand to Su Chao, she was sending a clear message. Disobedience would result in hardship for one's parents within the family. In the matriarch's eyes, despite Suyu's engagement to the Ma family, she was merely a daughter married off, with ties to the Su family weakened. Unlike Su Lan and Su Wen, who were inherently connected to the family, Suyu's marriage would diminish her standing regardless of her filial piety. Once married, her ability to provide for her parents would be constrained by the Ma family's influence. As for Suyu's company, the matriarch had already negotiated terms with the Ma family. Once Suyu married, her business would become an asset of the Su family from the outset. Suyu's engagement had merely been a bargaining chip for the matriarch to secure advantages for the Su family. Su Lan, well aware of this reality, sought to claim a portion of the family's assets to prepare for her own future. After discerning the unfolding drama, Suyu cast a frigid glance at the matriarch, only to meet her unwavering stare in return. The longer she remained in this family, the more she perceived the depths of human depravity.
What troubles you? Another scheme brewing? Ji Feng inquired, noting Suyu's sudden silence after their earlier conversation. The matriarch is once again up to her tricks, attempting to coerce me into submission. After all these years, her tactics are truly beneath contempt, Suyu replied candidly to Ji Feng. In truth, she was seething with anger, and Ji Feng served as an excellent confidant. Chapter 121. No more bets, this time on Ji Feng's side. Upon seeing the message from Suyu regarding the matriarch of the Su family once again causing a stir and deliberately orchestrating events intended for her view, he couldn't help but chuckle. This matriarch was indeed quite a character, adept at employing the tactic of shaking the tree to scare the tiger. She might as well have directly warned Suyu, if you disregard my wishes, I shall make things difficult for your parents. Are you very angry? Ji Feng inquired through a message. Anyone would be incensed, but does she think such tactics can intimidate me? Suyu was not someone easily cowed. Then will you simply endure this? Allow the matriarch to seize half of your parents' business, or worse, hand it over to Su Chao.
I have no choice. I lack authority over the Su family's affairs. She will arrange things as she pleases.
How about this? Shall we make a wager?
Ji Feng provocatively sent this message. Seeing Ji Feng's inclination to gamble again, Suyu felt a sense of resignation, uncertain of his ulterior motives, yet, curiosity compelled her to ask, what shall we wager? I bet the matriarch will rescind this decision.
Rescind?
She has already made such declarations in front of so many, how could she possibly take it back? Suyu was far from convinced. She understood the matriarch's intentions well. Her favoritism towards Su Chao was evident, and now, in front of a crowd, she had made such arrangements, there was no way she would retract them. I merely ask if you dare to bet.
I won't bet.
Suyu had learned her lesson. Having lost to Ji Feng twice before, she understood a crucial truth. If Ji Feng was bold enough to propose a wager, he surely had a means to win. Why gamble on a bet that was destined to lose?
Wise of you. If you have a way, then use it. I will owe you this favor.
The bond of blood remained, and naturally, Suyu did not wish her parents to endure such humiliation. Meanwhile, Sulan was already wiping away tears. Consider it a favor to my mother-in-law and father-in-law.
What do I owe you?
Ji Feng skillfully climbed the ladder of opportunity. Just turn your phone volume to the maximum and open the video I sent you.
Uncertain of Ji Feng's intentions, Suyu complied, raising the volume to its peak.
Ji Feng sent the video, and she clicked to play. The living room echoed with the sounds.
Wei, Mr. Wei, what are you doing here?
It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I had no idea He Rongrong was your woman. Had I known, I would never have touched her.
A misunderstanding, you say? Do you take me for a 3-year-old, so easily deceived?
Mr. Wei, I was wrong, please forgive me this once.
Forgive you? You put a green hat on me, how can I forgive you? Set your conditions, tell me what price is appropriate.
10 million,
not a penny less.
Mr. Wei, 10 million is far too much.
Where am I to procure 10 million?
Can't manage it. Do you want me to go to your grandmother and ask her, let her see what kind of a good grandson she has raised? Please, don't let my grandmother find out about this, Mr.
Wei, I'm begging you, but can you reduce the amount?
As Suyu had turned her phone's volume to maximum, every word exchanged in the video was crystal clear. This abrupt clarity silenced the previously bustling living room. Those unaware of the situation looked at Suyu in disbelief. Currently in a meeting, in the family's living room, Suyu dared to watch a video, and at such a volume, no less, in front of the matriarch. However, upon hearing these words, Su Chao turned pale.
Impossible, how could anyone know about this?
His face drained of color, he muttered in disbelief.
Suyu, what is the meaning of this? We are currently in a meeting, who permitted you to watch a video? Suan Kong, not recognizing his son's voice, assumed Suyu was merely watching a movie and immediately barked in anger.
Suyu replied nonchalantly, nothing much, just discovered an interesting video that I thought the esteemed guests might enjoy.
No need for that, just show me the video, the matriarch interjected. Very well.
Suyu had initially intended for everyone present to view the video, but it seemed the matriarch had caught on, and it would now be a private viewing. This was yet another blatant cover-up for Su Chao. To be honest, Suyu was equally astonished upon watching the video and hearing the dialogues within. The entanglement between family scions and people from the underworld was a grave taboo. Although she was unaware of how Ji Feng had procured this video, she realized that had she accepted Ji Feng's bet, she would have lost again. After showing the video to the matriarch, her expression darkened, so grim it seemed as though it could drip with water.
Grandmother, is this video not amusing? Suyu asked deliberately. Delete it, the matriarch commanded in a low voice. Is it appropriate to withhold such an entertaining video from everyone?
Suyu countered. The matriarch offered no reply to Suyu, but instead, addressing the bewildered assembly, she said to Su Lan, the earlier directive for you to surrender half of your business to Su Chao is hereby nullified. The family meeting is adjourned. Su Chao, your family is to remain behind, while the rest may leave. Everyone was left in a state of confusion, uncertain of what Suyu had shown the matriarch that prompted such a sudden change of heart.
However, with the matriarch's decree, no matter their curiosity, they had no choice but to depart.
Mother, Suan Kong began, but was immediately silenced by the matriarch's furious command, silence.
The matriarch's outburst quelled Suan Kong instantly.
Parents, let us go, Suyu declared with no interest in lingering to witness the spectacle, addressing the equally perplexed Su Lan and Su Wen.
Daughter, what transpired? Su Lan could not restrain her curiosity. Mother, can't you see? Grandmother has finally understood that Su Chao is utterly incompetent, a liability rather than an asset, Suyu proclaimed loudly, deliberately ensuring that the matriarch, Su Chao's family, and the others could hear her.
Upon hearing this, and recalling the video Suyu had just shown the matriarch, Su Lan understood, her daughter undoubtedly had evidence of Su Chao's wrongdoing, and the matriarch's anger upon viewing it had compelled her to relent. A wave of relief washed over her heart. Chapter 122. The elderly lady's decision. Unless there is a matter of significant importance, Suyu generally does not spend the night at the Su residence. Once the issues were resolved, Suyu departed from the Su family home in her car. A curiosity piqued, she decided to call Ji Feng.
How did you come by that video? Suyu inquired. Did I not mention that Su Chao was investigating me? If he could investigate me, why should I not look into him? Are you at home now? No. Oh, will you be back tonight? I probably won't. Including last night, you haven't returned home for 2 nights. With money in your pocket, you seem to have forgotten how to behave? Are you worried about my safety, or are you more concerned that I might be getting into trouble outside? Given your penchant for gambling, I am merely worried that your addiction might lead you to squander your money quickly. With that, Suyu ended the call. She wasn't particularly concerned about Ji Feng getting into trouble. The likelihood of that was minimal. She suspected that with a bit of money, Ji Feng might indulge in gambling, especially after his recent visit to Sun Tai's casino. In Suyu's eyes, Ji Feng had a fondness for gambling. She was well aware that he had not returned home last night, but she chose to refrain from asking about it, as she felt it was no longer her place to intervene. Meanwhile, after the call ended, Ji Feng found himself perplexed by Suyu's words. Gambling addiction, running out of money, what does she mean by that? When had he ever become a gambling fiend in her eyes? Simply because they had placed a few bets together? The Su family. Mother, what on earth transpired? What video did Suyu show you that has made you so furious? Once everyone else had departed, Suan Kang could no longer contain his curiosity.
Humph, the elderly lady huffed as she glanced at the pale-faced Su Chao, who dared not speak.
At this point, what have you done that you still wish to conceal from me?
Grandma, I was wrong, I truly was, Su Chao cried, terrified and kneeling. He genuinely had no idea how Suyu had obtained that video.
Mother, what exactly happened? Zhang Yu asked. What happened? It is all your son's doing. Do you really think you can provoke someone like Wei Xian?
He extorted 8 million from you, and now you feel comfortable. 8 million, where did you procure such an amount? The elderly lady stated bluntly. Grandma, I was wrong, I didn't know that woman was Wei Xian's mistress. Su Chao attempted to defend himself. I am asking you where you got that 8 million, the elderly lady demanded angrily. I borrowed some from my father, gathered a bit myself, and took a portion from the company, Su Chao confessed reluctantly.
Wei Xian? That notorious underworld boss, you sought money from me last time under the guise of investment for him, didn't you? Suan Kang recalled, realizing that Su Chao had previously taken 2 million from him under the pretense of investment.
At the time, he had not thought much of it and had readily complied. You dare to embezzle company funds? Your audacity knows no bounds, you worthless wretch. The elderly lady scolded him fiercely. Zhang Yu, feeling the weight of the situation, chose to remain silent. As a mere housewife, she felt ill-equipped to interject. Upon learning that his son had been caught with Wei Xian's mistress, Suan Kang was nearly driven. Out of so many women, he had to choose Wei Xian's mistress. I understand now, I must have been set up by Suyu, Su Chao deduced. The incident in the parking lot was no coincidence. Someone had certainly tipped off Wei Xian, and that person could only be Suyu after all. How else could she have obtained the video? This is precisely what infuriates me the most, your inability to conduct your affairs discreetly, the elderly lady exclaimed angrily, then turned to Suan Kang, saying, you must compensate for the company's losses. I understand, mother, Suan Kang replied. What else could he do? He could only feel frustration over his son's failures. Su Chao, for the next few days, stay at home and reflect on your actions, perhaps you might gain some insight. And you, as a father, what have you turned your son into? The elderly lady expressed her disappointment deeply. After viewing that video from Suyu, she felt compelled to retract her previous decision. If the rest of the family were to witness it, there would undoubtedly be dissenting voices. Although she currently held the reins of the Su family, she could not afford to make a decision that would incite discontent among her kin.
I understand, Grandma, Su Chao replied obediently.
And you, An Kang, arrange for some astute individuals to keep an eye on Suyu's movements. We cannot allow her to seek another man, or our collaboration with the Ma family will be jeopardized. The elderly lady continued. When she had posed the question to Suyu earlier, she had been carefully observing her expression, but Suyu's demeanor remained unruffled, revealing nothing. Of course, this did not imply that she trusted Suyu's words. Suyu was the only person in the Su family who dared to oppose her, and given Suyu's strong opposition to the engagement, she feared that Suyu might act impulsively and indeed engage in such behavior. If there were no engagement with the Ma family, Suyu's indiscretions would be of little consequence. However, the situation was different now. If Suyu were to act recklessly behind the Ma family's back and they were to find out, the collaboration between the Su and Ma families would be in jeopardy. The interests of the Su family would be compromised, and that was something she could not accept. Mother, I understand, Suan Kang nodded. Very well, let's leave it at that for now. I am quite fatigued, the elderly lady stated as she slowly rose. Mother, allow me to escort you back. Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward to support the elderly lady.
Ji Feng could finally comprehend why Suyu appeared so perpetually busy.
Tianfang Company had been entirely acquired by Ji Feng, and while it was currently a modest enterprise, there were numerous decisions that required his attention, and from major to minor matters, the responsibilities were overwhelming, particularly given the limited staff available. Dong Yunhai and Wu Haiqing were entirely preoccupied with the tasks he had assigned them. At Ruifeng Company, with Li Wan at the helm, there were fewer decisions that required Ji Feng's intervention, as she adeptly handled many matters. However, while Ji Feng employed Li Wan, he did not entirely trust her. To Li Wan seemed akin to the grandfather he had never met, an overseer placed at his side to monitor his actions. There were certain matters he had no intention of revealing to this unseen grandfather. Chapter 123 At the concert of 30 million, shocking, tonight at precisely 8 o'clock, the Azure Workers Stadium in Jinhai City will host a grand free concert. A mysterious female star will hold her debut concert at the Azure Workers Stadium tonight at 8 o'clock, and the best part is, it's free. The inaugural personal debut concert will grandly commence tonight at 8 o'clock at the Azure Workers Stadium. Under the influence of financial incentives, local media in Jinhai City commenced extensive coverage early this morning. Various reports regarding the complimentary concert at the Azure Workers Stadium spread like wildfire. The allure surrounding the mysterious female star's debut performance was fervently ignited. The key aspect of it being free captured the attention of countless individuals. The notion of something being free is a topic of immense interest to almost everyone, regardless of quality. The offer of a complimentary experience is invariably enticing. The arrangements made by Ji Feng for Dong Yunhai were executed splendidly, primarily due to the sufficient funding. Thus, the promotional efforts were rendered effortless. Furthermore, with the focus solely on local publicity in Jinhai City, the task was simplified even further. Simultaneously, the intrigue surrounding the mysterious star's personal debut concert drew significant interest. The announcement of tonight's free concert at the Azure Workers Stadium quickly became a trending topic online. On the internet, is there really a concert at the Azure Workers Stadium tonight, and it's free?
A debut concert, what an intriguing title. Although I don't know who it is, it's free, so why not? Since I have the day off, I was just lamenting about having nothing to do tonight. Perfect timing. Ha, the Azure Workers Stadium isn't far from my home. What luck. I live nearby as well. I was wondering why so many vehicles were entering the stadium today. I thought a celebrity was visiting Jinhai City. Even though I don't know whose concert it is, the sincerity of it being free guarantees my attendance. At the office, Xiao Wang, what are your plans after work today? I'm not sure yet. It's rare to have a day off without overtime. I saw in the news that there's a free concert at the Azure Workers Stadium tonight at 8. Are you going? A concert? Whose is it? I don't know, but the key point is, it's free. Then I'm definitely going. At home. Honey, Haven T, you always wanted to see a concert, shall we go tonight? Really? Whose concert is it? Did you buy tickets? No need for tickets, it's free, at 8 o'clock tonight at the Azure Workers Stadium. I'm not sure who it is, but it's free. Let us go, let us go. Free is definitely a reason to go, it will at least fulfill my desire to attend a concert. Such conversations echoed throughout various companies and households in Jinhai City. With a promotional budget of 1 million, Dong Yunhai spared no expense, utilizing every bit of it. Although he found Ji Feng's extravagant approach somewhat perplexing, he resolved to execute the plan to perfection. If success eluded them, they would meet their end with honor. To this end, Dong Yunhai encouraged his family to attend. After all, it was free, and boosting attendance could only be beneficial. Tianfang Entertainment Company. Manager Ji, the entire promotional budget of 1 million has been spent, not a penny left. Dong Yunhai reported his progress. Excellent, the results have been achieved. Ji Feng expressed his satisfaction. Local news outlets began fervently disseminating the announcement early this morning. Manager Ji, the arrangements for the venue personnel are all in place, and the lighting has been set up as well. The 500,000 budget has also been fully utilized, Wu Haiqing added. She was meticulous in her work. With the 500,000 budget entrusted to her, she swiftly contacted numerous vendors, selecting those with the best cost-performance ratio and quality. Each expenditure was meticulously documented. Very well, what about the security company? Ji Feng inquired. Security personnel would be essential for maintaining order, especially given the audacious plans he had in mind to prevent any potential chaos among the audience. Their deployment is imminent, 300 security personnel. Isn't that a bit excessive? Wu Haiqing couldn't help but ask. Hiring 300 security staff for a concert seemed rather extravagant. Not at all, for a complimentary concert, we can expect a large turnout. Having more security will ensure peace of mind, spending is a minor concern, Ji Feng replied with a smile. By the way, have the venue decorators leave ample space for a special entrance. I want Bingxin to arrive in my Bugatti Veyron. Upon hearing this, Dong Yunhai was left utterly bewildered. Manager Ji, that Bugatti Veyron is yours? Last night, Dong Yunhai had seen the striking car on his way home, captivated by its allure and even sharing a picture of it on social media. Though he had previously been a business owner, his own vehicles were limited to more conventional luxury brands. A Bugatti Veyron, especially a limited edition, was beyond his means. Indeed, it is mine, Ji Feng affirmed with a grin. What do you think? Isn't that a spectacular way to make an entrance? Wu Haiqing, despite being a woman, had made a point to familiarize herself with high-end sports cars and was well aware of the price tag attached to a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. Manager Ji, doesn't that mean the cost of this concert is approaching 30 million? Wu Haiqing couldn't help but remark. The 2 million plus supercar, the venue rental, the decorations, and the personnel hiring would indeed tally close to 30 million. If you're going to do it, you might as well go big. After all, it's just a car, a consumer item, nothing to fret over, Ji Feng replied nonchalantly. He harbored no worries about the vehicle getting scratched. After all, the most precious things in life cannot simply be purchased with money. Manager Ji, thank you. Yu Bingxin was utterly moved. The prospect of arriving in a $2 million sports car was something she could never have imagined. Ji Feng's generous gestures were evidently a financial sacrifice for her personal concert, and her gratitude was immeasurable.